Chapter 1701, Finally Out of the Wilderness. Chapter 1701, Finally Out of the Wilderness. Han Fei wanted to escape, but how could Mad Fourth King let him? After all, when had Mad Fourth King ever encountered such a passive situation? It had always been him, Mad Fourth King, beating others, but Han Fei had destroyed one of his ships and killed a half-king right in front of him. This was a huge grudge. The two of them broke through the void and left one after the other. Of course, Han Fei wasn't as fast as a real king. At this moment, the heavenly void divine movement, the agility of wind, and other speed techniques had all been integrated into his movement technique. Han Fei casually moved and an afterimage flashed. At this moment, Han Fei's speed was already his limit. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. As long as Mad Fourth King dared to chase him, he would dare to fight him. The two fought and ran for 1,000,000 kilometers. At this moment, Mad Fourth King had discovered Han Fei's weakness. This beastard could only maintain his strength for about 7 or 8 seconds. He wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. But the moment Mad Fourth King pierced Han Fei again, another blue halo flowed. In the next moment, Mad Fourth King knew that something was wrong and immediately headed towards their pirate ship. But Han Fei's operation was simple. He spent 10 wisps of chaotic chi to reverse time and return to his peak state 10 seconds ago. He even used time to cross the void. Moreover, it was a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers. The moment Han Fei reappeared, countless people of the Predators exclaimed, "Where is Fourth King? Where is him? How did this kid come back? Wasn't he being chased by Fourth King? Quick, activate the Fish King cannon." However, Han Fei glanced around and chose another big ship. He used the knock on the heavenly gate and charged out. Han Fei only needed to break a needle-sized spatial node. In the next moment, Han Fei used star teleportation and appeared on the big ship. All leave the ship. 2 peak-level venerables were shouting. But at that moment, Han Fei used the void descending art and projected 9 peak-level venerable projections. Puff, 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 puff. At that moment, everyone on the ship probably collapsed. What kind of fucking combat skill is this? A king's projections? Is this guy really a king? In a breath, Han Fei killed 9 venerables and the others all fled the ship. Of course, Han Fei deliberately let them go. Otherwise, as long as he was willing to spend more time, none of the people on the boat could escape. After slaughtering 9 venerables in a row, the void lines grabbed their bodies and threw them into Forge the Universe. Then, the ship suddenly disappeared. It was also thrown into Forge the Universe by Han Fei. At this moment, the figures of Mad Fourth King had just appeared. Mad Fourth King shouted, "Little thief, don't go," Han Fei sneered. "Why should I stay to fight you?" This time, Han Fei saw that it only took this king 2 seconds to cross 1,000,000 kilometers, which was about 1 second faster than Queen Life and the White Armor Emperor. 10,000 kilometers away, Han Fei fled again. However, this time, Mad Fourth King didn't dare to chase after him. At the same time, he realized how terrifying the Time Great Tao was. However, in the 36 mystic worlds, only less than 5 people had mastered the Time Great Tao. This was because everyone in the 36 mystic worlds knew that the Great Tao of Time wouldn't work. None of the strong masters who took the Great Tao of Time could survive in the end. Mad Fourth King stood in the air. In just dozens of seconds, he had lost a half-king, 3 peak-level venerables, 6 other venerables, more than 20 half-venerables, and 2 ships. And Han Fei was only a half-king. Mad Fourth King was sure that Han Fei was only a half-king. Otherwise, if Han Fei was already a king, he wouldn't only be able to fight for a few seconds. Han Fei, the Avengers, Mad Fourth King narrowed his eyes. Han Fei, he had remembered this name. However, this person's potential and strength were too unbelievable. If he became a king, even if his strength only tripled, he would have a place in the raging sea in the future. This gave Mad Fourth King a headache. He muttered, "How can I kill him? He has mastered the Great Tao of Time. It seems that I can only issue a bounty. The Predators shouldn't be the only pirate team to resist such a strong enemy. If we have to fight him, let's fight him together. Otherwise, that guy will only take revenge on us in the future." Mad Fourth King immediately shouted, "Turn the rudder and prepare to teleport to Martial Emperor City." Han Fei successfully escaped the pursuit of Mad Fourth King, mainly because he recognized the power of the Great Tao of Time. This Great Tao might not work well on old Demon Chu, but on him, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Han Fei wasn't afraid that Mad Fourth King would chase him again. As long as he was willing to give up his pirate ships, he could play with him. At most, he would waste 100 wisps of chaotic chi. Now, in the raging sea, he had seen creatures that contained a large amount of chaotic chi more than once. He could absorb it back easily. What was he afraid of? Of course, since Mad Fourth King didn't chase him, there was no need for Han Fei to fight him now. His top priority was not to fight, nor to reunite with the Grand Yin Academy. Han Fei needed to find Yinner quickly. At that time, he could bring Yinner back. What was Yinner's current strength? How old was she? What was her condition? He didn't even know. Perhaps Yinner was still very weak and needed time to grow. Therefore, regardless of whether he had reached the half-king realm or not, he had to find Yinner as soon as possible. Even if it was to develop feelings with her earlier, it was necessary. When he was about to leave the wild abyss, Han Fei grabbed the vast ocean navigator out. Han Fei's direction was also very clear. He planned to cross the outer sea and find a route to the inner sea first. As for the Devil Girl pirates, there was no need for him to worry about them. They had lived for tens of thousands of years without him and had even developed into one of the top 10 pirate groups. Now, the status of the Devil Girl pirates would not change much because of his arrival, half a day later. When Han Fei followed the direction of the vast ocean navigator and completely left the wild abyss, the surrounding sea creatures immediately multiplied. Among them, there were basically all the common creatures in the yin-yang world and the water-wood world, but there were also rare marine creatures here. Han Fei traveled thousands of kilometers and sensed thousands of kinds of marine creatures, more than 800 of which Han Fei recognized. Of course, there was no need to identify all kinds of algae, sea anemones, and sea urchins. Some creatures with special characteristics were rare. Han Fei had never seen them before. He didn't expect such magical creatures to exist in this world. For example, the information about the creatures in Han Fei's eyes read, Nama stellar jellyfish introduction, a common marine jellyfish. The stellar jellyfish can absorb the essence of the moon and become invisible during the day and flash at night like the stars in the ocean. The stellar jellyfish has ordinary combat power and poisonous tentacles. It's not too dangerous. L level 52 quality. Ordinary, E spiritual energy. 3270 points, E edible effect. L edible effect. One may acquire invisibility ability. EC Cordy 70 OBA. Ability, EC Cordy no, EC Cordy Secor Secor Seek. O Secor Secordy Cat Ability no, we, Boletal File 1 Phi. F Secor Secors Cordio Cor Secors Course War, Secor Secors Course Wars, or ever they were floating in the sea and blinking. They were indeed beautiful, just like the stars in the sea. Of course, there were also dangerous creatures, such as hunting sharks. At this moment, one of them flew past Han Fei. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Nama Blood Shadow Shark Introduction. A common shark species. The blood shadow shark is extremely aggressive and sensitive to blood. It can turn into a shadow and quickly approach its target and hunt. A level XC6 quality year rare. 9,327 points E8 spiritual energy. 9,327 points E effect. Eating it can strengthen one's chi and blood. Collectible teeth. Fins, first sea absorbable. There were many creatures like the blood shadow shark. Moreover, most fish swam in groups. For example, there were hundreds of blood shadow sharks. Han Fei saw that one of them had a red fin, which was obviously a mutated blood shadow shark. Upon closer inspection, it was an explorer-level exotic creature, a mutated blood shadow shark. In this sea, among the billions of fish and all kinds of creatures, exotic creatures and explorer-level creatures could be found easily. Perhaps this was the real sea. The yin-yang world and the water-wood world in the wild abyss were just well-protected places. For tens of thousands of years, they might have forgotten the horror of the outside world. Han Fei didn't pay much attention to these sea creatures because he knew that there were people from the 13 worlds in the outer domain in the surrounding area. In order not to cause too much trouble, Han Fei was not interested in meeting these people. Anyway, when he became a king in the future, he would have plenty of time to meet the forces in the 13 worlds in the outer domain. Because the vast ocean navigator could only point accurately for a short time, Han Fei released Little Black and Little White after using the vast ocean navigator. In comparison, Little White's perception and sense of danger should be able to help him avoid danger in this unfamiliar place. However, Han Fei soon discovered a problem. Little White said, "Daddy, there are dangers everywhere. We can't avoid them." T.S. Han Fei, Chapter 1702, Chaotic Raging Sea, Chapter 1702, Chaotic Raging Sea. Han Fei froze. Danger was everywhere. What should he do? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Daughter, which place is less dangerous?" Little White wagged her tail and spun for a long time. Finally, she said leisurely, "Daddy, I can't feel the spatial distance. I feel that the danger is very close, but it also seems very far." Han Fei took a deep breath. He seemed to understand why Zhenju would rather run to the wild abyss than take Mad Fourth King to their main route. Once the king followed the clues and destroyed most of the route, it seemed difficult to open up a new and safe route. Old Han had told him before that he couldn't tell the direction through the sun, moon, and stars here. All choices might lead him to the east. At this moment, even Little White couldn't point out the direction clearly. Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly and think to himself, that makes sense. If Little White can figure out the direction and easily solve the crisis, then Mother wouldn't have to bother to make the vast ocean navigator. From this, it could be seen that although Little Black and Little White were powerful, at least before they grew up, they couldn't see through the mysteries. According to Han Fei's judgment, combined with his experience in the Age of Doom, it seemed that the East had become a forbidden place a long time ago. At least, in Han Fei's opinion, if he wanted to go to explore the East, he had to at least reach the Emperor Realm. Of course, this was the information he got during the sacrifice offering. According to the old turtle, the yin-yang world was in the wilderness. In that case, in a sense, although the raging sea was much more advanced than the yin-yang world, it seemed that there were only more kings here. Was there an emperor? At least, according to the memory of the intermediate venerable, there was no emperor here. However, according to the legend of Martial Emperor City seemed to have a monarch who could suppress the entire raging sea. It could be seen that a monarch was the ceiling of the raging sea. It could even be said that perhaps the Emperor realm was the ceiling of the raging sea. These thoughts quickly popped up in Han Fei's mind. However, Han Fei had to find a way out. Han Fei didn't believe that there was no safe area in the raging sea. If that was not the case, how did the people of the 36 mystic worlds cultivate and grow? Therefore, Han Fei believed that there were too many unknowns in the raging sea that had not been explored, so that people needed to find a route that they thought was relatively safe. And the route was not absolutely safe. Otherwise, there would be no pirates. Han Fei didn't take action immediately. Instead, he recalled the memories he read in the Venerable's mind and tried to figure out the location of the 13 worlds in the outer domain. However, that person judged the location of the 13 worlds in the outer domain based on the route. But now, he didn't know where he was and had no reference at all. Therefore, other than using the vast ocean navigator, there was no other way. Using the vast ocean navigator was equivalent to opening a new route. He had to find a reliable route to wherever he wanted in the raging sea. Then, the problem was still finding the way. Huff! Standing on the turbulent sea, Han Fei pondered for a moment and took out the 9-palace luck ruler. Buzz, Mo. The ruler of the 9-palace luck ruler moved quickly and soon stopped at the ominous. Han Fei grinned. If it was just an ominous divination, it wouldn't be a problem. Buzz, Han Fei immediately used the Great Shift. This teleportation was different from the one in the Wild Abyss. This time, there was no spatial obstruction, so Han Fei felt much more relaxed. While teleporting, Han Fei made a mark on the original place. When Han Fei appeared in the void, he looked back and found that he had only teleported 20,000 kilometers away. The old turtle said, "It's not bad. After all, you haven't learned it for long. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to open a sea route here. Otherwise, where were those existing sea routes from?" Han Fei said casually. "Unfortunately, no matter how I open a route, it has to be connected to someone else's route or a fixed node." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Then he quickly dived into the sea. Under the seabed was an ordinary valley with many creatures. Han Fei could clearly sense that there were no powerful creatures here. Therefore, Han Fei unhurriedly set up a directional teleportation array here. After setting up this directional teleportation array, Han Fei engraved the number 1 on the side, which meant that this was his number 1 teleportation array. After the teleportation arrays were established, they could communicate with each other. For example, the teleportation arrays of the Waterwood world could be said to be densely packed, and the directional teleportation arrays he had established could easily teleport each other for about 200,000 kilometers. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. "Since I want to open up a flight route, let me start now." Han Fei teleported at least 8 or 9 times in one direction. During this time, he encountered 2 venerables. However, when the 2 venerables sensed Han Fei, they fled immediately. After all, Han Fei didn't hide his strength as a half-king. When Han Fei set up the second directional teleportation array and marked the serial number, he reappeared on the sea. Then he used the vast ocean navigator for the second time today. However, in the next second, Han Fei felt terrible. This time, the direction of the vast ocean navigator was about 30 degrees away from where he had teleported. In this vast sea, even a deviation of 3 degrees was a huge deviation. This meant that Han Fei had to adjust his direction immediately. So, the second time, Han Fei deviated more than 20 degrees again. This made Han Fei speechless. Fortunately, he had the vast ocean navigator. Otherwise, who knew where he would appear? After 3 times, Han Fei didn't encounter any powerful creatures, but he still hunted a venerable crab. Oh, to be precise, it was not hunting, but killing. Because just now, Han Fei had simulated his realm to the junior venerable realm so that he could use himself as bait to catch the venerable sea demon beasts that were ready to ambush and kill him. After using the vast ocean navigator 3 times, Han Fei estimated that his actual distance was only about 800,000 kilometers away from the wild abyss. And in these 3 teleportations, he should have only moved less than 500,000 kilometers. Buzz. Han Fei took out the big ship he had just snatched. After taking out the hull, Han Fei dropped the anchor. From now on, he wouldn't move until the vast ocean navigator was ready. Otherwise, he wouldn't move. The phantom of rivers and mountains appeared, and old Yuan, Xiaosei, and Nianer appeared on the ship together. As soon as Nianer came out, she said, "Brother, I just went in for a while. Did you beat the bad guys away?" The old turtle couldn't help but roll his eyes. Can't this little girl see the situation clearly? Han Fei clearly ran away. Xiaosei did not want to hurt Nianer, so she naturally would not tell her. Han Fei said shamelessly, "Of course. How can those bad guys be my opponent?" "Nianer, what do you want to eat? Hot pot or?" Han Fei grinned. "Then let's have hot pot." When Han Fei was making hot pot, the old turtle asked, "This sea area should be very big, right?" Han Fei nodded slightly. A huge sea that can accommodate 36 mystic worlds, merman race, and countless sea demons can't be small. I'm afraid it extends at least billions of kilometers. Damn, isn't it too big? When evaluating the size of the sea, even Han Fei himself was a little stunned. Hundreds of millions of kilometers? Although this size might not be big in the starry sky, how could mortals understand this concept? The old turtle said, "It's not a good idea for you to explore like this. We haven't entered the sea that separates the inner and outer domains of the raging sea yet. It might be more difficult there." Han Fei said, "I know, but I need to confirm which world is closest to me." However, the old turtle said, "In fact, there's no need to make wild guesses. Neither your vast ocean navigator nor the luck ruler can help you judge. Why don't you find a ship of the 13 worlds in the outer domain near the wild abyss? Then you can follow them in the form of a shadow. Then you'll be able to get the 13 worlds in the outer domain." Han Fei's eyes widened. "Wow, old Yuan, amazing." Han Fei's heart did a flip. It would take too much time for him to establish a flight route. The vast ocean navigator could only be used 3 times a day. According to the deviation of the route of the raging sea, in fact, it would be good enough if he could travel 500,000 kilometers in a day. At this speed, they might not be able to cross the outer sea and reach the inner sea in half a year. The next day, Han Fei immediately changed his strategy and calculated with the 9-palace luck ruler. It was still the ominous divination result, but Han Fei took it as safe. This time, the vast ocean navigator deviated a lot because Han Fei asked it to take him to the nearest ship from the 13 worlds in the outer domain. Therefore, when the vast ocean navigator pointed in a direction for the first time, Han Fei walked 300,000 kilometers. But after 300,000 kilometers, Han Fei found that the course deviated as much as 38 degrees. Han Fei smiled bitterly. It seemed that the shorter he moved, the more accurate the route would be. The second time, Han Fei traveled 200,000 kilometers. The third time, Han Fei still traveled 200,000 kilometers. Just at this time, Han Fei happened to see the shadow of a big ship at the end of his vision. Besides, the big ship wasn't moving. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly found that the demon purification pot shook. Chapter 1703, 30 Sea of Greed. Chapter 1703, Sea of Greed. Han Fei looked at his wrist in confusion and found that the demon purification pot was slightly trembling and flashing. Why is the calabash flashing? Is it about the little vine? The old turtle also found that something was wrong and asked, "What happened?" Han Fei licked his lips. Nothing. The boat that Han Fei saw was blue and white with a gem-like light refraction. Han Fei was about to go to the ship when the old turtle said, "Something is wrong. The hull doesn't move at all. It seemed to be attracted by some force." Han Fei got closer and looked again, only to find that the ship seemed to have stopped beside an island. Yes, Han Fei found an island there. On the island, there was a tall tower. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "An island? It seems that the people of this heavenly palace are quite lucky. They found an island while opening up their route?" But when Han Fei looked at the bottom of the sea, he was horrified because he found that there were thousands of wrecked ships here. However, the schools of fish could still travel back and forth, so there was not much danger. With caution, he didn't go there rashly. About 30,000 kilometers away, Han Fei activated the twin divine technique and went to investigate with his black mist body. The appearance of the ship burial pit was definitely not without reason. Once, when he was in the level 1 fishery, a ship burial pit appeared because of the mantis shrimp. However, this place was different from the level 1 fishery. This was the raging sea. Therefore, the problems here were definitely not as simple as those in the level 1 fishery. However, when Han Fei approached the island, he scanned it many times with his perception, but he didn't find anyone anchoring the ship. This was strange. The big ships here had to face the impact of countless sea creatures, so their hulls were absolutely solid. And the anchors were also covered with sophisticated gravity arrays. When they anchored, the anchors must be as heavy as mountains, so that they could stabilize the hull and stay in the raging sea. However, the ship had clearly stopped without anchoring. According to the waterline, the hull should not be much of a problem. Han Fei couldn't figure it out, so he moved closer. In the ice-snow world, on the snow wind, a group of venerables and half-venerables in thick fur had extremely ugly expressions. Han Fei saw a peak-level venerable on this ship. He must be the captain of this ship. This person was holding an ultra-quality divine weapon in his hand, and his face was extremely gloomy. Everyone was staring at this peak-level venerable. This person gently let go and threw the ultra-quality sword into the sea. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What's going on? He just threw away an ultra-quality divine weapon? Are people in the outside world so extravagant? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. However, just as the divine weapon was about to fall to the bottom of the sea, a claw stretched out from nowhere and hooked it gently. The divine weapon disappeared, as if it had been sucked into the island. Han Fei saw that everyone on this ship seemed to be nervous. After more than 10 seconds, the aura of the peak-level venerable surged, and he said coldly, "It's useless. The sacrifice is not enough." Sacrifice? Han Fei didn't know why these people were offering a sacrifice. However, exclamations broke out on the ship. Hiss, someone said, "Isn't an ultra-quality divine weapon enough? Does it need our snow wind?" Silence. The peak-level venerable turned around and shouted, "Show respect to the Sea of Greed. Think about it. What else do we have that is worth sacrificing except for the snow wind?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. The Sea of Greed? It seemed that they were offering a sacrifice to this sea area. Just now, it was an ultra-quality divine weapon. Even such a divine weapon was not enough to be a sacrifice. Other than the sea-quelling bizarre treasure, it might only be their big ship. There was nothing better than an ultra-quality divine weapon on the Venerable. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the sunken ships in the water and sigh. So, these ships didn't sink naturally but were sacrificed. But why? What would happen if they didn't? While Han Fei was thinking about this, he suddenly saw two beams of light on the island, which fell directly on the place where Han Fei was. The old turtle shouted, "Not good, something is wrong with that island." Han Fei was about to fuse his twin bodies into one. Obviously, his black mist body had been discovered by something. At this moment, Han Fei heard a voice in his mind. When humans pass by, they must leave precious resources. Otherwise, you will never escape from the Sea of Greed. Han Fei sneered. Fuck you. 2 as 1. Buzz. Han Fei teleported 30,000 kilometers away. Even if a treasure like the little vine appeared here, Han Fei still chose to retreat temporarily. After all, he knew nothing about this place. Besides, he didn't even find anything wrong with the island just now, not even the old turtle. However, the old turtle said, the surrounding space is chaotic. Buzz. Han Fei moved 1,000 miles with one step, trying to escape. However, as soon as he took this step, Han Fei experienced the feeling of walking 10,000 kilometers with one step. However, he was not leaving the island but approaching it. There was space flowing around. Han Fei always prided a good understanding of space. At least, the heavenly void divine movement could break through the void. However, Han Fei tried to fly 1,000 kilometers away from the island, only to fly closer to the island again. At this moment, the peak-level Venerable on the snow wind looked at Han Fei and happened to meet his eyes. Fortunately, they were still far away, so Han Fei had enough time to conceal his strength. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It was impossible for him to survive in this sea area if he was too weak. But if he was too strong and was on par with the peak-level Venerable, the other party would probably be on guard against him. From the looks of it, it would be best if he were an advanced Venerable. Han Fei secretly activated the deceit technique and simulated his strength to the peak-level advanced Venerable, which was a small realm away from the peak-level Venerable. This way, the other party would not be afraid of him. Of course, there was no need for Han Fei to go to that ship immediately because he was also restricted by this sea area. There was something that was forcing him to sacrifice something, Han Fei asked. Old Yuan, can you find anything on that island? Old Yuan said, I can't sense anything. With my current soul power, I can roughly know that there is a strong master there. However, his soul is resisting. With my remnant soul, it's not worth fighting him head on. A strong master? How strong is he? Is he a king? Han Fei had now realized the power of the raging sea, but no matter how strong it was, a king couldn't be born so easily. Han Fei realized that he had used up the 3 chances of the vast ocean navigator today. It wasn't appropriate for him to make a move yet. At this moment, Han Fei wasn't particularly flustered. He didn't seem to have anything on him. Even if he really had to sacrifice something, he couldn't leave much behind. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the snow wind. According to his memory, this should be a big ship from the ice snow world in the 13 worlds in the outer domain. Han Fei wasn't sure. Was this the route of the ice snow world? If it was, why did they come to this Sea of Greed? Therefore, Han Fei asked straightforwardly, Fellow Taoists of the ice snow world, Han Fei from the 9 Palace world greets you. I was chasing Tao querying fish and unfortunately got lost with the fleet. May I ask where this is? The peak-level Venerable said in surprise. 9 Palace world? Are the 13 worlds in the inner domain also here to explore the abnormality of the wild abyss? Han Fei said. I just came to investigate. Unexpectedly, I got lost in this sea area and couldn't escape. The peak-level Venerable was puzzled. The 9 Palace world? Haven't you heard of the Sea of Greed? Speaking of which, this matter was caused by the 13 worlds in the inner domain. Han Fei shook his head and said, I really don't know. I've never been to the 13 worlds in the outer domain, so I'm not familiar with the outer domain. Oh, had you never been to the 13 worlds in the outer domain? The man's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that this guy must be a top heavenly talent from the 13 worlds in the inner domain. It was often said that people from the 13 worlds in the inner domain, especially heavenly talents, rarely came to the outer domain because in the inner domain, the environment was better, the resources were richer, and there were more ways to gain cultivation experiences. Why did they both to come to the outer domain? It was unknown if the Venerable from the Ice Snow world believed Han Fei, but he just replied, Fellow Taoist from the 9 Palace world, this is the Sea of Greed. It is said that there used to be a king here, but he was suppressed by Supreme Clearness and Infinity. However, Supreme Clearness and Infinity couldn't kill this king. Later, the king forcibly detained humans and asked for resources. Han Fei was lost for words. Is there such a king? Han Fei asked. What if I have nothing to give? The middle-aged man said. Then you might die. As he spoke, Han Fei was already approaching the island and the snow wind. In addition to the peak-level Venerable, other Venerables also discovered Han Fei. Someone was surprised. Master Lu, who is this person? Lu Ran said indifferently. He's said to be from the 9 Palace world, but his identity can't be confirmed. However, this person must have accidentally fallen into the Sea of Greed. Otherwise, no one would foolishly come here. Chapter 1704, A Crab. Chapter 1704, A Crab. The Venerable on the Snow Wind didn't invite Han Fei to board the Snow Wind. In the raging sea, as long as one was not at home, any danger might happen. Even if they believed that Han Fei was a lost person, the Snow Wind couldn't help him. Besides, this middle-aged man had doubts about the Nine Palace world. The Nine Palace world had been sealed for tens of thousands of years, and even in the inner sea, it was extremely rare to see people from the Nine Palace world. It was strange for Han Fei to say that he was from the Nine Palace world. When Han Fei approached, Lu Ran found that Han Fei was an advanced venerable. This realm could be said to be very strong. He didn't come to the outer sea until he reached this realm, probably to break through to the peak of the venerable realm. None of the 13 worlds in the inner domain was easy to deal with, especially the Nine Palace world. With their amazing divination ability, how could this guy fall into the sea of greed? When he approached the island again, all of a sudden, Han Fei saw a super huge pincer stretching out in the air, trying to catch these people from the ice snow world. At that moment, Lu Ran shouted, "Quick, leave the ship. The sea of greed has taken the initiative to attack." When he saw the tentacle, Han Fei narrowed his eyes and asked in his heart, "Old Yuan, that tentacle should come from that island, right? It looks like a crab's big pincer." However, compared to the length of the island, Fee's pincer is too small. The pincer in the void gently caught the snow wind and dragged it back to the island. Han Fei simply scanned around with his perception, but his perception was blocked 200 kilometers away from the island, where there seemed to be a barrier. Although Lu Ran's expression was extremely ugly, he still gathered more than 60 people on the snow wind. Lu Ran cupped his hands at Han Fei. Fellow Taoist Han, whether it's a voluntary sacrifice or a passive sacrifice, you can only leave the Sea of Greed after offering a sacrifice. Of course, the sacrifice must be recognized. I can't help you. Now, the snow wind has been passively sacrificed, but I still have to go back with my men. Goodbye. Han Fei frowned slightly. Can you go back without a ship? In the raging sea, the so-called routes were routes connected by spatial nodes, and those big ships were not ordinary ships, but carefully built ships that could teleport through various spaces. This was like the directional teleportation array Han Fei set up. If Han Fei let others pass and gave that person a token, that person could also pass with the token. The so-called sea route was also slowly developed in this relatively clumsy way. The distance of a large ship's void teleportation could be as long as 500,000 to 1,000,000 kilometers. Even a king would need 2 to 3 seconds to travel so long. If a venerable wanted to swim all the way there, he might be lost. In fact, most of the routes were discovered by those who were lost. Some people were lucky enough to find a way out, so they opened the routes. However, most people died in this raging sea. It could be said that in the raging sea people were lost every year and every day. Lu Ran didn't help Han Fei because he couldn't even protect himself. Without the ship, it would be difficult for him to find the route. Of course, there were many of them, and there were peak-level venerables. This force was very powerful, so Lu Ran didn't panic. Regarding Han Fei's question, Lu Ran said casually, "Try it. Although the raging sea is terrifying, it's not absolutely disorienting. By the way, as long as the things you sacrifice are valuable enough, the Sea of Greed will let you go." Then Lu Ran left with the others, showing no intention of helping Han Fei. Han Fei didn't panic. Seeing so many shipwrecks, Han Fei guessed that the person on the island might have a penchant for collecting. This person seemed to like boats, and he had a pirate ship. If all else failed, he could just abandon the pirate ship. However, what Han Fei cared about wasn't the pirate ship, but the reaction of the demon purification pot. Before, Han Fei had been wondering how many small vines the demon purification pot had. 3 small vines didn't seem to be the limit of the demon purification pot. After all, after spending so much time together, Han Fei felt that the deduction ability that the 3 small vines could achieve was only at the divine quality venerable level and could hardly reach the king level. But some of the abilities displayed by the demon purification pot were obviously more than that. Therefore, Han Fei believed that the demon purification pot still had other small vines. At this moment, the 9 Palace Luck Ruler and the vast ocean navigator had been used up. Since Han Fei couldn't get out, he planned to wait for a day. At least, the result calculated with the 9 Palace Luck Ruler today was ominous. To Han Fei, this was just an ordinary divination result which he didn't care about. 2 hours later, Han Fei heard the same words again. Humans must leave precious resources behind. Otherwise, you will never escape the Sea of Greed. When he heard this, Han Fei pretended not to hear it and continued to sit cross-legged, waiting for the day to pass. There was no movement on the island. After another hour, the voice sounded again like a time alarm clock. Han Fei still ignored it. However, the moment Han Fei ignored it, space began to flow, and a huge pincer stretched out of the void, trying to grab Han Fei. At this moment, no one else saw Han Fei, and Han Fei didn't need to maintain his image as a weakling. In an instant, Han Fei's strength soared to the half-king realm. With the power of the Great Tao, the sacrificing punch rushed out. There was also a gravity array on the punch. Bang, bang, bang. As if realizing the power of Han Fei's attack, the void overlapped, trying to restrain Han Fei with a spatial technique. Han Fei stepped out and shouted, "All laws forbidden in this space." As soon as this Tao appeared, the void collapsed, and the sacrificing punch broke out of the void and bombarded at the huge pincer. Boom, crack. Inevitably, the pincer broke Han Fei's fist mark, but half of the pincer was broken. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but sneer. That's it? I thought he was really a king. It seems that his strength is not much stronger than mine. Of course, Han Fei knew that his strength didn't last long, and it wasn't suitable for him to fight today. Therefore, after this punch, Han Fei sat cross-legged on the spot and didn't explore the mysteries here or think of a way to leave. Therefore, every 2 hours, Han Fei would hear the exact same words, asking him to leave some resources. The next day, in Forge the Universe, Han Fei's black mist body held the 9-palace luck ruler and calculated today's luck. When Han Fei saw the result, greatly ominous, his pupils were constricted slightly. It seemed that it was quite dangerous here. However, fortunately, it still showed greatly ominous but not impasse. Otherwise, even if Han Fei was fully prepared, he might not dare to fight the other party. At this moment, Han Fei heard the words again, humans must leave precious resources behind. Otherwise, you will never escape the Sea of Greed. Han Fei suddenly stood up and cursed with a smile. I can't escape from the Sea of Greed. Fine, I won't escape. I'll see what you're up to today. How dare you play tricks in front of me? Han Fei activated the near-at-hand technique. However, Han Fei failed to cross the distance of 1,000 kilometers this time. The space was twisted, and Han Fei only took 2 or 3 more steps than just now. Han Fei sneered and used the vast ocean navigator. With a thought from Han Fei broke into the void again and found a way through the chaotic space turbulences. Knock on the heavenly gate. Han Fei grabbed the embroidery needle and punched a hole in the barrier 200 kilometers away from the island. Seeing that the hole was about to be repaired, Han Fei activated star teleportation and appeared inside the seal. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he shouted, "Who's playing tricks? Let's talk. If you want me to leave something behind, you have to have the ability to take it." Buzz. Han Fei raised his wrist and found that the demon purification pot was burning and hurting his nerves. Han Fei's eyes were burning. Was the 4th small vine finally going to appear? Han Fei scanned the island with his perception, only to find that the island was only about 500 kilometers wide. On the island, there was an ancient hexagonal tower. It was 7 stories tall and was surrounded by chains. Ignoring everything else, Han Fei first sneaked above the island. When he saw the ancient tower, Han Fei thought of the demon subduing tower. However, although this ancient tower was somewhat similar to the demon subduing tower, it was not the demon subduing tower, because there was an empty floor at the top of the tower with an orange square stone hanging on it. Han Fei was puzzled. Where is it? It's probably a crab. Why don't I see it? Han Fei was very puzzled. His perception had swept through this place several times, but he didn't see anything special here. Han Fei was about to go to the tower to take a look, when the old turtle suddenly said, Han Fei, can't you see what's wrong with this island? Han Fei asked in confusion. What's wrong with this island? It's just a little black. Well, the shape is a little strange. The part of it that is above the sea is wider than the part under the water. Suddenly, Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. The old turtle reminded him of a common creature he had seen before, the stone spirit crab. The stone spirit crab was black and looked like a rock. As for this island, if one looked at it from a third-person perspective, it seemed to be a crab that curled up. Chapter 1705, King Ba. Chapter 1705, King Ba. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Standing outside the island, he stared at the huge island and looked around. At this moment, there were still fish swimming around the island in the sea. To these creatures, they might not even know that they were living under the body of a super behemoth. Han Fei had never seen such a big crab in his life. Apart from the Cloud Sea Divine Tree and the Blood Sea Divine Wood, this big crab was the largest creature Han Fei had ever seen. Han Fei approached calmly, pretending to be watching the ancient tower on the island, and the crab island didn't do anything. However, when Han Fei landed on the island, information popped up in his mind. Namayake King Ba crab dying. Introduction. King Ba crab is a species of giant beast left behind in ancient times. The King Ba crab has been seeking a breakthrough in their bloodline, hoping to improve their bloodline and pass it down as Emperor Ba. King Ba crab has a gentle personality and is generally friendly to any living creature. King Ba crab is extremely strong, but his body is heavy. This is a drawback on their path of evolution and also the reason why they try to improve their bloodline. The ultimate King Ba often can't bear the burden of their bodies. L level 90, Squality Ancient Mutant S Realm. C Establishment AGHDH Space. AGHDHDH Space. Squayotac QA 24 Battle Techniques. Space Shears, Space Turbulence, Space Barrier, Space Overlapping, Space Folding Afood Algae, Shellfish Quaitactable. Algae, Shellfish Quaitactable. IG, Shellfish Quaitax, Insect Cores, Insect Carapace, Insect Origin, Absorbable AGA checked. King Ba is on the verge of death. When Han Fei saw the information of the King Ba crab, he couldn't have felt worse. So this was a dying king, and it was a gentle creature. However, what amused Han Fei was that since it was a gentle creature that was friendly to all creatures, why did he attack humans and ask them to sacrifice resources? Han Fei tried to probe the orange stone on the tower with his perception, but the tower was sealed so Han Fei still couldn't see it. Han Fei paused for a moment. Seeing that King Ba didn't attack him, he jumped back and appeared at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Han Fei thought for a moment, grabbed the embroidery needle, and pointed at King Ba. Stop hiding. You're the island, and the island is you. You're just a big crab. It's easy to invite me here, but not so easy to trap me. If you don't give me a proper explanation today, I won't leave. Buzz. At that moment, the void turbulence erupted. The void around Han Fei began to collapse. With determination in his eyes, Han Fei immediately shouted, all laws forbidden in this space. After the space was stabilized, Han Fei used the knock on the heavenly gate and rushed out. The reason why Han Fei dared to fight today was that this was a dying king. The king was on the verge of death. Han Fei felt that he might have the strength to fight. Even if he didn't, he would still consume him as much as he could. As long as he could get the little vine, he wouldn't hesitate even if all the chaotic chi on him was exhausted. Besides, King Ba also had 1,000 wisps of chaotic chi on him. If his chaotic chi was exhausted, he could still absorb King Ba's chaotic chi. Clang. Han Fei attacked with knock on the heavenly gate, and in the next moment he saw a huge turtle that was more than 200 kilometers long block his attack. Han Fei was fascinated. How could such a huge monster be so fast? When Han Fei felt the huge power of the great Tao of space attached to the crab's pincers, he immediately understood. So, the King Ba crab knew that he couldn't move so fast. Therefore, he applied the great Tao of space on himself and moved his pincers over. Because he was a king and the great Tao of space was like his instinct, he was not affected by Han Fei's technique forbidding. Buzz. Han Fei summoned the infinity water. In an instant, waves surged thousands of kilometers away and the blade inferno was quickly formed. Although the infinity water was not a sea-quelling bizarre treasure yet, to be honest, it was almost the same. It condensed into the blade inferno and attacked in all directions indiscriminately. Its power could not be underestimated. Of course, against creatures like crabs, the bombardment effect might not be ideal, but it was definitely useful. The king was strong, but not strong enough to ignore such a huge number of attacks. After all, Han Fei had dealt with the White Armor Emperor. Perhaps Han Fei's indiscriminate attack really angered the King Ba crab, the void trembled and the seabed shook. Within 500 kilometers of King Ba's body, a spatial storm instantly blew. Fuck, a spatial storm was no joke. This level of power was even stronger than the void storms outside the Divine Sun tree in the current Waterwood world. Outside the Divine Sun's body was a void storm formed by the interweaving of spatial cracks, while this spatial storm was really stirring space. With this disturbance, who knew where he would be swept to? It could be said that this was a powerful force that even a king did not dare to easily touch. The terrifying aspect of the Great Tao of Space was not inferior to the Great Tao of Time at all. Han Fei immediately grabbed the vast ocean navigator. The moment the void storm blew up, Han Fei charged at the King Ba crab. As long as he caught the King Ba crab, he wouldn't be swept into the spatial storm. After all, he could not send himself into the endless void. However, when the spatial storm was created, it caused the superposition of space, which caused Han Fei's route to change every moment. At this moment, unless time was still, even with the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei couldn't cross this space storm. At this moment, Han Fei finally understood why the divination result was greatly ominous. It turned out that the great ominous part was here. The King Ba crab made him realize the horror of the Great Tao of Space. Before, Han Fei thought that the Great Tao of Space was just a way to use space, such as the near-at-hand technique. However, seeing this spatial storm, Han Fei was almost certain that few people in the entire raging sea dared to attack the King Ba crab. Without a magical skill like Time Stop, it was impossible for them to take down the King Ba crab. However, other people didn't have magical skills, but Han Fei did. The supreme yin-yang wheel could ignore space and directly appear beside the enemy to suppress and kill them. At this moment, Han Fei decisively gave up the guidance of the vast ocean navigator and shouted, Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. At this moment, the King Ba crab's eyes perked up because the yin-yang diagram had inexplicably appeared above his head. At this moment, the King Ba crab finally said something. Are you the yin-yang palace master? Chila, ka, the supreme yin-yang wheel began to ring at the huge shell of the King Ba crab. With Han Fei's current combat power, even the shell of the King Ba crab as tough as a sea-quelling bizarre treasures, it might not be able to block it. At this time, Han Fei shouted crazily in his heart, Master Calabash, come on, suck. In terms of absorbing power, the demon purification pot had never hesitated. At this moment, the King Ba crab felt that the chaotic chi was disappearing from his body. Han Fei, on the other hand, was very excited. This was a king. Even a dying king was still a king. Was it a joke to have more than 1,000 wisps of chaotic chi? 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 6 seconds, Han Fei had broken a large part of the shell of the King Ba crab, and the demon purification pot had absorbed dozens of wisps of chaotic chi from his body. Buzz. Just as Han Fei was about to sneak into King Ba's body, his strength ran out and the supreme yin-yang diagram collapsed. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. He was going to reverse time and consume the King Ba crab to death. However, the shell of the King Ba crab was quickly recovering, and his voice came into Han Fei's mind. Human, stop the battle, I admit defeat. Han Fei, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't shocked. This was a king. How could he admit defeat to him? It was the biggest joke in the world. For an emperor like old Yuan, he only had a wisp of soul left, so he had no choice but to acknowledge him as his master. But this King Ba crab, a king, admitted defeat just like that? How could such a coward become a king? However, Han Fei did stop. Although he stopped, Han Fei still put a hand on the King Ba crab, fearing that he would run away with the power of the great Tao of space. The old turtle said, "Don't worry, he can't run." Someone planted a seal on him, which is the tower on his body. The power of this tower prevents him from directly and quickly teleporting away. Besides, he's too big to move away in a short time. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. Han Fei, hearing it, Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After old Yuan explained, Han Fei stood on the body of the King Ba crab and said proudly, "I know you're a king, but so what? You're weak now." The King Ba crab's body was heaving as if he had asthma. He said, "That's because I'm about to die. Otherwise, I would have run away." Han Fei was speechless. Why was this King Ba crab not ashamed at all when he mentioned run away? However, Han Fei was still surprised that this guy told him that he was about to die. After all, what he saw was completely different from what the other party told him. Han Fei didn't know whether to praise him for being innocent or stupid. Han Fei snorted. "All the creatures in the world will eventually die. What does it have to do with me whether you are going to die or not?" But what the King Ba crab said next stunned Han Fei. He said, "I used to fight side by side with Zhang Linxian. Do you know Zhang Linxian?" Chapter 1706, Old Ba's Story. Chapter 1706, Old Ba's Story. Who? Han Fei froze. This King Ba crab knew his mother? Han Fei asked. "When did you fight side by side?" The King Ba crab said, "That was a long time ago. Back then, I watched the Yin-Yang world, the Waterwood world, the Golden Crow world, and the Nine Palace world open up the Desolate Abyss together. I even helped them open the space of the Desolate Abyss." "You opened the Wild Abyss?" Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Continue. You have to at least explain the matter clearly so that I can know if you're lying to me." The King Ba crab's body slowly sank. Finally, with a boom, it hit the bottom of the sea, causing the seabed to shake. "Phew, I'm too tired. Fighting is too tiring." The King Ba crab let out a long sigh, like an old man with a hunchback. He had just gotten up to move around when he couldn't hold on anymore. The King Ba crab said slowly, "At that time, it was tens of thousands of years ago, and I think it was probably 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. All of this started from a magical secret realm. There is a mysterious secret realm in the easternmost part of the Raging Sea. Some people want to use this secret realm to reach the Sea Establishment realm. Some want to use it to reach the Sky Opening realm. Some want to explore mysteries with it, and some want to bypass that secret realm and leave the Raging Sea." Old Ba seemed to be lost in his memories. He said leisurely, "At that time, it was already the second time we went to that secret realm. The second time we went, only the kings went. Not only were there human kings, but there were also the kings of the merman race, the 100 demons race, the giant beast race, the undersea human race. Almost all the kings in the Raging Sea went there." Han Fei's heart did a flip. This secret realm must be the one that old Han mentioned, the one that created 108 human kings at one time. In that case, the King Ba crab didn't seem to be lying. He continued. "At that time, as the Yin-Yang Palace Master, Zhang Linxian's ability to find treasures could be said to be peerless. In that secret realm, she discovered a huge door that connected to somewhere. However, although she discovered it, no one could open that door. Later, the master of the Nine Palace world called for everyone to help him with luck. In the end, he lived up to everyone's help and used the Nine Palace world's divination art to create an unparalleled power array that opened the door a little." Hiss! Han Fei felt like he was listening to a story. Was this a legend of his parents' generation? At that time, they were already kings. Old Han actually had such an ability? Gathering the luck of the human kings, what an awesome ability. So they already had an affair back then? The King Ba crab continued. "At that time, the crack in the door opened, and divine light shone. Everyone saw that there seemed to be an immortal garden inside the door. We saw a spiritual plant with long swords, ancient sabers, fire seeds, ice beads, and many other things on it. Originally, if everyone could work together to obtain treasures, it might be fine. However, everyone fought over it. In the end, the Nine Palace Master and Zhang Linxian actually dug up the tree." Han Fei almost vomited blood. He was really shocked by the last sentence. However, after Han Fei came back to his senses, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wonderful! If I were them, my first thought would probably be to dig trees too." The King Ba crab nodded. "That's right, I had the same idea at that time." The Golden Crow Palace Master and the Waterwood Palace Master also had the same idea. "We made a move at the first moment, benefits move people's hearts. Then, the result was obvious. The 9 palaces, Yin Yang, Golden Crow, Waterwood, and some other heavenly palaces fought and killed each other. Han Fei nodded. That tree was probably extraordinary. All the kings must have targeted it. Suddenly, Han Fei thought, is that tree the demon purification pot? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what does that tree look like? The King Ba crab paused for a moment. It's quite big. It's emerald green and has long leaves that are hundreds of meters tall. There are hundreds of things hanging on it. Han Fei was surprised. They were all taken away by the yin-yang world and the 9 palace world. The King Ba crab said, a part of it? Well, because I controlled the great Tao of space, I also took a part of it back. This is why I was jointly attacked by the Supreme Clearness, Infinity, and some other heavenly palaces. The King Ba crab said leisurely, back then the yin-yang world and the waterwood world were too weak to resist, so they chose to escape into the wild abyss. I wanted to go there too, but I was stopped by the Dream Master who arrived later and couldn't leave. Dream Master? The King Ba crab said. It's the master of the dream-weaving world, known as the Dream Master. Han Fei thought, something's wrong. Han Fei's first reaction was that shouldn't the great dream heavenly book Old Han cultivated be cultivated by the master of the dream-weaving world? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, so, you formed an alliance with Zhang Linxian and the others, but you are an ocean beast. Will the human race accept you? King Ba said, I'm just a giant beast, not a sea demon. Our giant beast lineage is different from the sea demons. We are determined to become the overlords of the sea. Besides, at that time, the relationship between the races was chaotic. The 100 demon race and the merman race didn't get along well. The undersea humans also had connections with humans, and the divine sect had once allied with the human race. Similarly, some human rebels joined the sea demons. Han Fei was speechless. Han Fei felt that his head was about to explode. There were only a few big forces in total. Why was their relationship so complicated? King Ba said, therefore you have to believe that I helped your yin-yang world. Without my great Tao of space, no one can open the double space of the wild abyss. Wait a minute, Han Fei hurriedly asked. What did you say? Double space? The King Ba crab said. Did I say that? You did. The King Ba crab was stunned for a moment. Oh, I mean that in the wild abyss there is actually not one space but triple spaces. Huff! Han Fei said gloomily. Is it a double space or a triple space? Big crab, don't try to fool me. If you want to live, tell me the truth. King Ba said, it can be said to be a double space or a triple space. The first space in the wild abyss is the most ordinary desolate ancient land. The spiritual energy there is thin. As long as you can cross the entrance of the wild abyss, you can usually reach there. Another space is the space where the yin-yang world and the waterwood world are. Although it's a desolate ancient land, people can still survive there, because from the raging sea, there will be power swept into the second space. Of course, most of the power is swept into the third space. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The power of the yin-yang world and the waterwood world was only a small part. King Ba said, I don't know where the third space is. At that time, we all agreed that that space was very dangerous. Even kings would be unable to survive if they went there. It's very difficult to find how dangerous it is if you don't open a space channel from the outside world. More than one person has gone to the wild abyss from the raging sea. Either they went to the wrong place and came back, or they went to the wrong place and didn't come back. Well, I don't think many can come back. Han Fei was shocked. When he came out, there was a path leading to an impasse. At that time, he almost took that path. Fortunately, he used the 9 palace luck ruler at that time. Otherwise, he would have gone to the third space. A mere wild abyss actually contained 3 layers of space? This thing was too terrifying. Han Fei had another question in his mind. He asked in confusion, have you never thought of killing them and keeping the treasures for yourself? King Ba said, why? They took 2 worlds with them. Those were billions of lives. How could I just kill them? Besides, I have a good relationship with the 9 palace master. We are good friends. He saved me. Han Fei, it turned out that this crab had a friendship with old Han. Of course, Han Fei still pretended to be surprised. Why are you friends with humans? King Ba said. Little Shushu will give me toys. Sometimes it's a big boat. Sometimes it's a big bottle. Sometimes it's a big bottle. Sometimes it's a big fish. Sometimes it's a demonic plant. We've been friends since we were very young. At that time, I hadn't become a king yet. Little Shushu? Han Fei had a weird look on his face. He wondered what old Han's reaction would be if he mentioned this nickname to him. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Did he have to call the King Ba crab Uncle Ba? However, Han Fei certainly couldn't say that now. Who cared about his relationship with old Han and his mother in the past? It had already been 70 to 80,000 years. Who knew who had become what? Therefore, Han Fei simply said casually, are you telling me this so that I won't kill you? The King Ba crab was silent for a moment and suddenly said, do you want my treasures? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. So what if I want them? So what if I don't? The King Ba crab said, all these years I've been under too much pressure. The infinity world has suppressed me with the infinite magnetic seal, and I'm about to die. If you want my things, help me be reborn and sign an equal contract with my reincarnation body. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. It didn't matter. The contract could be cancelled. In the future, when the reincarnation of King Ba reached a high realm, the contract could be cancelled. Han Fei asked, why me? The King Ba crab sighed. Did you just use the vast ocean navigator? Han Fei was stunned. The vast ocean navigator hadn't been made yet when my parents were with this big crab, had it? The king ba crab said, that's the human sacred weapon that little Shushu planned to forge when he was a venerable. I didn't expect it to finally be made after so many years. Can I take a look? For some reason, Han Fei felt a bit sad. Okay. Chapter 1707, Old Ba's Treasures. Chapter 1707, Old Ba's Treasures. Han Fei didn't really believe the king ba crab's story, but he believed the information that the demon purification pot read. Han Fei extended his hand, and the vast ocean navigator appeared in his hand. There were 5 wheels spinning inside and outside, which looked very technological and extraordinary. Old Ba couldn't help but sigh when he looked at the vast ocean navigator with his huge eyes. It seems that you're the one who carries the providence of the yin-yang world. Since the vast ocean navigator has appeared, you've waited for a day. Could it be that the luck ruler is also with you? Han Fei didn't deny or admit. This big crab also knew about the 9-palace luck ruler? Han Fei shrugged. Yes. Han Fei extended his hand, and the 9-palace luck ruler appeared. Seeing this thing, Old Ba seemed to have complicated feelings. After staring at these two things for a long time, Old Ba asked, is little Shushu still alive? Han Fei nodded. Yes. Old Ba couldn't help but ask, what's your relationship with him? He is my father. Old Ba couldn't help but look at Han Fei for a long time. Really? But you two don't look alike. Han Fei was lost for words. What do you mean? You mean I'm not as handsome as old Han? Han Fei asked. What about you? Why are you here? Aren't you afraid of being discovered since you are so close to the wild abyss? Old Ba said leisurely. So what if they discover me? I walk the great Tao of space. If someone really comes by force, I will collapse the void. At that time, no one can take anything from me. The result will be the same even if all the kings of the 36 heavenly palaces come. Han Fei had to admit that if the King Ba Crab really died, he would be in a dangerous situation. If a king died and caused the void to collapse, he might be sucked into the void vortex and fall into the endless void. Thinking about it carefully, he was a little afraid. At this time, Han Fei raised his question. You just said that the 4 heavenly palaces joined forces, the yin-yang world and the water-wood world escaped, but why didn't the 9-palace world and the golden crow world escape? Besides, after so many years, these 2 heavenly palaces are still in the inner sea. Old Ba said, the golden crow world has rebelled. The current Golden Crow Heaven is in cahoots with the Supreme Clearness Palace and the others. The 9-palace heaven has been sealed itself. The 9-palace heaven was jointly attacked, and most of its floating islands have been destroyed. On the remaining main islands, the 9-palace 72 ultimate arrays have been set up. Whoever goes there will die. Besides, the people of the 9-palace world are good at divination and are hiding in the 36 mystic worlds. Who dares to attack the 9-palace world? They will take revenge with any means. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Has the Golden Crow world rebelled? It must have been subdued by someone else after the Golden Crow Palace Master left. As for the 9-palace world, it seemed to be very powerful. Through divination, it actually sealed itself off. However, under such circumstances, there must be very few people in the 9-palace world. Han Fei asked again. Old Ba, do you know which heavenly palaces attacked the yin-yang world? The King Ba Crab said leisurely, that's a lot. Because of supreme clearness and infinity, even if the other heavenly palaces don't want to be enemies with 9-palace and yin-yang, they have to consider their own strength. Therefore, many heavenly palaces participated in the battle. But in terms of real enemies, 7 heavenly palaces played a leading role. Oh, so many? Han Fei was a little surprised. He had thought that only supreme clearness and infinity forced other heavenly palaces to attack the yin-yang world, but it seemed that there were more enemies than he had imagined. The King Ba Crab said, the main enemies are supreme clearness, infinity, dream weaving, 5 elements, mad corpse, soul sealing, and medicine king. As for the other heavenly palaces, chaos is neither good nor bad. Dragon subduing is in internal strife and is busy enough with their own affairs. Glazed glass, immeasurability, sword god, and supreme mystic are allies and are not under the control of supreme clearness. As for the 13 worlds in the outer domain, except for 5 elements and mad corpse who are enemies, the rest are all neutral. Generally speaking, whoever is stronger has a greater say. Han Fei listened. Therefore, in the 13 worlds in the outer domain, except for mad corpse and 5 elements, the rest were basically fence-sitters. In the inner sea, almost half of the forces supported supreme clearness and infinity. Glazed glass and the others were independent, and their strength could not be underestimated. Supreme clearness probably wouldn't forcefully suppress them. After getting to know about the general situation, Han Fei knew better about the heavenly palaces. He hadn't become a king yet, so it was hard for him to do anything. When he became a king, he certainly would do something. Seeing that Han Fei was lost in thought, the King Ba Crab said, although you are very strong now, I find that you are only strong for a few seconds, which is far from enough. Supreme clearness and infinity are stronger than you think. Your strength is now about the same as the weakest Windmaster in the 13 worlds in the outer domain. Windmaster? The King Ba Crab said. He's the master of the wind-slashing world, known as the Windmaster. His strength is average, but he's very fast. Han Fei nodded slightly. After all, I'm only a half-king. Before I become stronger, I won't cause too much trouble. By the way, old Ba, you're going to die. What exactly happened? Is it caused by the infinite magnetic seal of the infinity world? The King Ba Crab sighed. It's a long story, not only because of the infinite magnetic seal, but also because of a strange vine that is absorbing my vitality and power. Now, my vitality is almost exhausted. Only by being reborn can I survive. A strange vine? Han Fei's heart did a flip. A strange vine that could suck a king into such a horrible state. It must be the vine of the demon purification pot. Only this thing could be so terrifying. The King Ba Crab said, "Oh, this strange vine is in the tower on my back. The old guy from Supreme Clearness planted it in my shell. Infinity used the infinite magnetic seal to suppress the tower so that I couldn't get rid of it. If I weren't a giant beast, I would have been sucked to death tens of thousands of years ago." Han Fei immediately smiled. No wonder the King Ba Crab created the Sea of Greed. He probably had no choice. Han Fei said, "I'm going to take down the infinite magnetic seal." The King Ba Crab hummed. "It can't be taken down. It pierced into my sea of origin. Unless I die, it can't be taken down. Otherwise, I will die immediately." Han Fei was horrified. So dangerous? In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, "I wonder what the big magnetic seal he said is, but if it's that thing I know, it's an ultra-quality divine weapon material with impermanent changes." Han Fei's heart did a flip. But this thing was going to kill the King Ba Crab. The King Ba Crab said, "You're the son of an old friend and came at the right time. I've exhausted my resources over the years, so I don't have much good for you, but I have some collections. Let me show you around." Han Fei? One? A king was showing him around his treasury? Han Fei, who was used to robbing, was not used to this style. The surrounding void trembled. The place that seemed to be full of shipwrecks changed, and large boats of all colors appeared. Half of these big boats were about the same quality as the ones sacrificed by the people from the ice-snow world. Hiss! Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. There were a total of 1,026 big ships arranged neatly around him. From the looks of these big ships, there were all kinds of different icons. Han Fei thought to himself, including the 36 Mystic Heavens and the 10 pirate groups, all the forces that had appeared in the raging sea, as long as they used boats, must have been robbed by King Ba. However, Han Fei keenly noticed that on these big ships, although some of them looked intact, they seemed to be missing something. As for what was missing, Han Fei couldn't tell. He just felt that something was missing. Apart from these large ships, there were also a vast number of top-grade and high-grade divine weapons around King Ba. There were all kinds of ultra-quality weapons. Han Fei had never seen some of them before. There were at least 8,212 of them. It had to be known that it took time to forge an ultra-quality divine weapon. Among these weapons, there was actually a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, a spear. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. If xuanhuan saw this, he would drool. As far as Han Fei knew, if he really took their essence and reforged them, these ultra-quality divine weapons could be forged into at least 10 sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Unfortunately, the cost of recasting was too high. After all, Han Fei didn't have resources to burn. Han Fei didn't lack sea-quelling bizarre treasures now. The King Ba Crab said excitedly, "Let me give you my favorite collection. Come to the bottom of the sea." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Is it not enough? Han Fei was not bragging. If he traded these resources in Martial Emperor City, he would instantly become one of the richest people in the raging sea. When Han Fei landed on the seabed, he saw King Ba slowly prop himself up with 2 giant pincers. The void twisted, and under the body of King Ba, a large black ship covered in green light appeared in Han Fei's vision, which seemed to be cobbled together. "Hiss!" Han Fei exclaimed. "Wow, is this ship pieced together with the parts of the ships outside?" King Ba was surprised. "You can tell?" Han Fei thought to himself. "I noticed that something was wrong just now, so those ships were dismantled and assembled into this thing." Chapter 1708, Gravity Origin Magnet. Chapter 1708, Gravity Origin Magnet. Han Fei looked carefully at the big ship that was assembled by King Ba. This ship was about 300 meters tall, almost negligible compared to the huge body of King Ba. Han Fei didn't expect that King Ba had a hobby of collecting, and he liked playing Lego. This was probably one of King Ba's hobbies to kill time. When Han Fei scanned around with his perception, he was shocked to find that these materials were probably the best materials on every big ship. The keel was made of king bones. Had King Ba robbed a king? Every piece of wood on the deck was pieced together. Even the lowest level was at the venerable level. The sail was made of an entire piece of fish skin. The fish skin flickered with 7-colored light. If he guessed right, it was the skin of a merman. Gulper, good lord. Han Fei couldn't help but take a breath. King Ba had built a super ship in the sea establishment realm. Even a king couldn't penetrate such a hull. If he set up an array on it and modified it, it would be a perfect ship. It would probably not be much different from the kingships of the top 10 pirate groups. Seeing that Han Fei was amazed by the ship, King Ba said happily, "How is it? Isn't it awesome? This is the best ship I've ever seen. It's my friend." Han Fei nodded heavily. "This ship is indeed extraordinary. Knock, knock, knock." King Ba couldn't help but raise his pincers happily and smash them on the seabed many times. For Han Fei, it should be smashing, but for King Ba, he was just dancing and tapping his fingers happily. King Ba spat bubbles. "I knew it. Little Shushu once said that he would build the most powerful pirate ship for me. He broke his promise, but I made it myself. Now I gave it to his son." Han Fei was speechless. Han Fei's expression was complicated. "Fuck, I was almost touched by a giant beast." Han Fei smiled. "You can still be reborn, right? This ship will still be yours." King Ba squeezed his pincers twice. "It can't hold me." "All right, let's sign an equal contract," Han Fei asked in surprise. "Don't you need me to sign a contract with your reincarnation?" "No, I'll just shed my shell, take off my great Tao, my power, my shell, my memory." Han Fei was surprised. Crab molting, this rebirth method is really special. Han Fei didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky to leave the outer sea this time. Was it a coincidence or luck? He thought he was in danger, but he met King Ba. Signing an equality contract was very simple. Then, King Ba spat bubbles and pushed his assembled ship to Han Fei. King Ba said, "You have to put these things away quickly. Once I die, a king will definitely sense it. Although it may take months for them to come, they can find me in the end." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Got it." However, at this moment, Han Fei found that all the remaining resources in Forge the Universe were consumed crazily. After all, Han Fei hadn't come out for nothing. He had looted 20 venerable level Sun Moon shells from the predators. There were a lot of resources inside. Forge the Universe only had a radius of 30 kilometers. Now, it was time for it to expand. However, 30 kilometers was still too small for King Ba's huge body. It was because of King Ba's size that Han Fei thought it was time for Forge the Universe to expand. In fact, to take away King Ba, Han Fei could also use the sea-quelling painting. One had to know how meaningful a king's corpse was. It was very likely to create another king. If he used the body of King Ba to forge a divine weapon or a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, how many pieces could he forge? Therefore, Han Fei would never leave the corpse of King Ba to anyone. Rumble, rumble. King Ba's molting process lasted for half a day. His body trembled and his soul struggled, as if he was gathering his strength to forge a legacy. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, the moment King Ba successfully molts, seal this place with the turtle shell sky sealing technique." The old turtle asked in surprise, "Are you afraid that a king will come?" Han Fei looked at the tower behind King Ba and said, "In those 3 days, I have to put away the infinite magnetic seal. What if the king of the infinite world is related to that thing? Then the location of King Ba will be exposed." The old turtle said, "Okay. However, I think if infinity is related to this seal, they might have come long ago. However, just in case." Half a day later, Old Ba's aura was almost gone. Han Fei saw that the big crab was still trying to straighten his body with his pincers. Under the body of King Ba, a small white ball slowly floated out. When the white light floated in front of Han Fei, in the end, King Ba's body couldn't hold on anymore and smashed on the seabed with a bang. Turtle shell sky sealing technique. At this moment, Old Yuan used the turtle shell sky sealing technique to block the sky, temporarily isolating this place from the outside world. Han Fei took the glowing ball left by King Ba with both hands and looked closer, only to see that there was a little crab moving gently in the ball. With a thought, Waterluster appeared beside him. "Master." Hiss. Waterluster looked at the scene in front of her in shock. That huge super crab really shocked her. What creature was this? How could it be so huge? Han Fei handed Little Ba to Waterluster and said, "Take Little Ba into the sea-quelling painting and wait for him to break out of his shell." Then Han Fei threw out a Sun Moon shell, which was full of spirit-awakening fluid and spiritual spring. Han Fei said, "Take good care of him." Waterluster took a breath. "Yes, master." Han Fei didn't talk to Waterluster for long before putting her back into Forge the Universe. After a while, Han Fei put all the big ships and weapons into Forge the Universe. After that, Han Fei extended the void lines to see if he could absorb the soul power of the remnant body of King Ba. However, Han Fei was surprised to find that King Ba only had more than 3,000 points of ownerless souls left. The rest of his soul had probably been used for molting and rebirth. This was probably an inheriting way of the King Ba crab. Only in this way could the King Ba crab become stronger and stronger. Apart from the soul power that had basically been shed, there were only more than 400 wisps of chaotic chi left in King Ba's body. The old turtle said he used the chaotic chi to nurture his reborn body. "If I'm reborn, I'll lead my chaotic chi to my reborn body until it reaches the body's limit. In this way, my reborn body can be terrifyingly strong the moment it was born." Han Fei nodded slightly. He wasn't in a hurry to collect the chaotic chi. What he needed to collect was the vine of the demon purification pot. However, before collecting the vine, Han Fei still needed to get the so-called infinite magnetic seal out. On the huge body of King Ba, the infinite magnetic seal that was emitting an orange light was constantly dimming. Is, or because of King Ba's death, this infinite magnetic seal was no longer effective. Han Fei came to the tower, outside which there was an invisible barrier. Han Fei reached out and hit it, but his entire hand sank into it. Han Fei staggered and almost fell. There was terrifying gravity in the invisible barrier. The old turtle said, "This is the power of that stone. Try walking in first." Han Fei finally knew how much gravity King Ba was under. The infinite magnetic seal was specially used to suppress him. What he felt might just be the power that came with the stone. When Han Fei stood in the gravity domain, his body sank and his knees bent slightly. It felt as if he was walking down the stairs on the Jade Stone Bridge. Fortunately, he could still withstand this force. The force on him might be equivalent to 10,000 times gravity. The old turtle said, "I guessed right. This should be the gravity origin magnet, which is a rare thing. However, it's obviously an origin magnet that hasn't been purified, although its level is extremely high. I'm afraid you can only use it to smash people now." Han Fei was puzzled. "Isn't this supposed to be divine weapon material?" the old turtle said. "The material is indeed a divine artifact, but you can't forge it now. A material of this level can't be calcined by spiritual fire at all. Even the sun essence fire may take thousands of years to calcine it. Do you have the time to calcine this thing?" Han Fei bared his teeth. "No, let's talk about what fire can burn it," the old turtle said. "Only the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. This kind of spiritual fire is about the same level as the blue sea ice sand. A flame of that level may be able to forge this thing. Of course, this also requires forging skills. In short, this is a material for forging divine weapons, but it's not something you can use now." Han Fei shrugged. "It's a pity. I'll keep it for now." Han Fei felt that the gravity was slowly decreasing. King Ba died, so the power of the gravity origin magnet was weakening. When Han Fei walked under the tower, he felt that the gravity increased again. After all, he was too close. Buzz! Han Fei was about to take a step to the top of the tower, but after this step, he only reached the 7th floor of the tower. The gravity of this damn thing could even suppress space. Han Fei climbed to the top of the tower and found a huge, thick, steel-like stone that was less than 3 meters tall. Han Fei spread his arms, grabbed the gravity origin magnet, and prepared to carry it. Bang! Han Fei's strength burst out. As soon as he carried the gravity origin magnet, the tower collapsed. Han Fei and the gravity origin magnet fell on the shell of King Ba at the same time. Han Fei immediately flashed and dodged the gravity origin magnet. Dong! Rolling ripples smashed in all directions. Han Fei was lost for words. "I'm afraid only a king can move this thing." Chapter 1709, The Fourth Vine. Chapter 1709. The fourth vine. Han Fei finally knew why the King of Infinity threw this gravity origin magnet to suppress old Ba. Indeed, it was because this thing was too heavy for ordinary kings to use. Si. Moreover, the King of Infinity had also done something with the gravity origin magnet, making the gravity of the stone cover the entire crab shell. At this moment, the stone was lifted by him, so the ancient tower collapsed. But now, Han Fei had no time to care about this thing, because in the ruins, a small vine was trembling slightly, and the demon purification pot drilled out of Han Fei's forehead. Hiss! Han Fei held his breath. The old turtle was stunned. This was the first time he saw the demon purification pot leave Han Fei's body. The demon purification pot was already very terrifying, but who would have thought that the demon purification pot still had vines? Once this vine was attached to it, who knew what the demon purification pot would become? Han Fei had seen such a scene several times. The demon purification pot was spinning and trembling, and the little vine seemed to be frozen in the void, preparing to be coupled to the demon purification pot. After only a few seconds, Han Fei's demon purification pot was stabilized, and the vine flew over and hung on the demon purification pot. Han Fei was about to happily check if any change happened to the demon purification pot. However, to Han Fei's shock, 4 small vines gathered and a main vine appeared. On the main vine, a sprout slowly extended. Han Fei saw that the bud was growing at a visible speed. A moment later, it turned into a light yellow flower. Hiss! Han Fei's eyelids twitched crazily. Can the demon purification pot bloom? But this matter was not over yet. The flower of the demon purification pot slowly bloomed. After it bloomed, a fruit appeared. Gulp! Han Fei's eyes widened. A fruit? That's awesome. How can the fruit of the demon purification pot be ordinary? But after it was growing for about 30 seconds, Han Fei found that the nail-sized thing didn't seem to be a fruit, but a jade slip. Yes, Han Fei didn't see it wrong. It was a jade slip that was growing. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, is this a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth?" The old turtle was so shocked that he couldn't speak. It was normal for demon plants to grow fruits, but a jade slip? Who had seen this? The old turtle was dumbfounded. "Well, I really don't know." Han Fei just asked old Yuan symbolically. This kind of thing probably had a very small probability even in the entire sea. However, this was definitely related to the secret realm that King Ba mentioned. After all, his mother and the others dug out a demonic plant full of all kinds of strange treasures from that secret realm. Han Fei even suspected that it was the demon purification pot. Also, Han Fei felt that he must go to supreme clearness when he had the chance in the future. After about 300 breaths, the jade slip gradually grew and took shape. Crack. Han Fei was shocked. He thought the jade slip was broken, but when he looked at it, he found that the root of the jade slip was withering and the jade slip fell. Han Fei immediately reached out and grabbed it. On the demon purification pot, on the place where it bloomed, a small piece of leaf dried up and fell off naturally. At this point, no other strange phenomena appeared. The demon purification pot finally welcomed its fourth vine. Then, the demon purification pot drilled back into Han Fei's glabella and disappeared. Han Fei had no time to see what had happened to the demon purification pot exactly. His gaze fell directly on the jade slip. When his soul power penetrated into it, information appeared. Bloodline devouring, divine technique. Introduction, a special bloodline enhancement method born from heaven and earth. It can increase one's life level by devouring the bloodline of different races. The ability to devour bloodlines has nothing to do with one's strength and realm. It's only related to one's bloodline. If you encounter a special bloodline, you can devour as much as you want without worrying about any side effects. Deduced art, unable to be deduced. Note, after devouring the bloodline of other races, a life embryo will be condensed in the dantian. After the life embryo matures, the bloodline will be replaced, creating a stronger life level. A divine technique? After seeing its information, Han Fei froze on the spot. Before, the old turtle had told him that the life level of his human race wasn't high and could only be ranked in the middle among the tens of thousands of races in the infinite ocean. At that time, he had reminded him that he had to find a way to improve his life level in the 36 mystic heavens. Now, the technique had grown out on its own. Moreover, the effect was awesome. At this moment, the old turtle asked, "What jade slip is this?" Han Fei didn't speak. After a pause, he looked at the demon purification pot. Han Fei discovered that there were no new functions in the demon purification pot. However, this bloodline devouring was called a divine technique, and its functions were simply heaven-defying. Han Fei immediately responded. "Old Yuan, had you ever seen a divine technique?" Old Yuan asked. "Are you talking about a real divine technique or a self-proclaimed divine technique?" Without waiting for Han Fei to speak, Old Yuan said, "To be honest, if it's the latter, my turtle shell sky sealing technique and your twin divine technique can both be called divine techniques. But in the legends, true divine techniques are super powerful and unique. In the age of gods, only gods could master divine techniques." Han Fei simply replied casually. Han Fei felt that this one was probably a peerless technique that only gods could have. He wished he could start practicing this technique now. However, Old Yuan's turtle shell sky sealing technique had a time limit. Old Ba's corpse was still here. He had to clear the mess here and leave first. As for bloodline devouring, he would slowly practice it after he left this sea area. Anyway, what he had now was only the blood essence of the azure dragon, and he could get some of Old Ba's blood essence. As for the other creatures, Han Fei still hadn't eaten the Dao-querying fish. It could even be said that this entire ocean was the source of power for him to improve his life level. Therefore, although Han Fei was very anxious, his rationality told him that he had to improve his life level first. The old turtle asked tentatively, "What? Don't tell me you've got a divine technique," Han Fei said casually. "You'll know when I cultivate." With that, Han Fei rushed to the gravity origin magnet, touched it, and put it into Forge the Universe. At this moment, Forge the Universe was still expanding. Han Fei planned to expand Forge the Universe larger this time. After all, the place he was in was different. Forge the Universe, which was originally only 30 square kilometers, was too small. Putting away the gravity origin magnet, Han Fei asked the demon purification pot to absorb the remaining chaotic chi in Old Ba's body. 3 days later, in Forge the Universe, Han Fei was slowly recovering from the modified hull. The old turtle said, "Are you done? The heaven sealing technique is about to be unsealed." In front of Han Fei was a pure black ship. This ship was the strongest main ship that Old Ba had left for him. This main ship was pieced together from the essence of thousands of ships. Although the parts were extremely gorgeous, the overall connection was still not good enough. Moreover, the colors did not match the low-profile style of the Avenger. If he drove this colorful Avenger out, the Avenger would immediately become the world's enemy. This was because the 36 Mystic Worlds and the top 10 pirate teams could basically find the parts of their ships on the Avenger. Who else would they hit if not you? In order to carry out this modification, Han Fei had spent more than a month in Forge the Universe, and the ship was barely completed. After all, it took a lot of resources to modify this ship. Although Old Ba's ship was already very good, the levels of the materials were uneven. Han Fei happened to know how to refine weapons, and had a lot of materials and resources that he couldn't use in Forge the Universe. If they were all used on the same ship, how powerful would the Avenger be? However, such modification consumed a lot of energy in addition to materials and resources. When Forge the Universe was expanded to about 100 kilometers wide, and Han Fei finished his crazy modification of the supership, his spiritual stones, spiritual energy, and other resources were almost exhausted. As for the hull, only 2/3 of it had been modified. The ship array had not been modified yet, and the energy cannon was also under research. It seemed that Han Fei was a step closer to being a mature pirate. Now he needed a perfect pirate ship, the old turtle roared, and Han Fei immediately left the Forge the Universe. Okay, there's nothing left here. Open it. It's time for us to leave. Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the vast ocean navigator appeared in his hand. The moment the turtle shell sky sealing technique was unsealed, there was a rumble in the sky. A great Tao crack appeared, and a rain of blood poured down. At that moment, countless people looked up at the sky near the wild abyss. Someone exclaimed, "What's going on? Did a king die?" Someone was shocked. "Which king died?" Someone sighed. "Did a king battle happen nearby?" In the distant inner domain, in a magnificent palace, a cold-looking man suddenly opened his eyes. "The infinite origin magnet has disappeared. King Ba has died." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the void. The moment the weather phenomena broke out, the vast ocean navigator in Han Fei's hand began to spin, pointing to the nearest ship in the 13 worlds in the outer domain. Whether to go to the 13 worlds in the outer domain? Not important. Han Fei just needed to find a place to settle down first. Now that he had the divine technique, he had to find a safe place and cultivate in seclusion for a while. Of course, he could no longer pretend to be from the Nine Palace world. The Nine Palace world had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. Previously, the person on the snow wind probably didn't want to fight him, so he pretended to believe him. Chapter 1710, Stowaway. Chapter 1710, Stowaway. After more than half a month, Han Fei finally found a big ship of the other heavenly palaces. When Han Fei saw the blue flame symbol on the big ship, he was greatly relieved. Sure enough, it was more comfortable to use other people's routes. It took them tens of thousands of years to slowly open up a route. It was a little unrealistic for him to use a few days or months to open up and subvert it. At this moment, the big ship that Han Fei was targeting hadn't activated its ship array yet. When ships sailed normally, they usually wouldn't activate the array. After all, the array also consumed a lot of resources. The most basic ship array was automatically activated when it was attacked. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the ship array would not erupt. As for Han Fei, he only needed to simulate a Tao quarrying fish with the chaotic chi 10,000 kilometers away from the boat. As soon as the fish appeared, a strong master flew over. Han Fei grinned. That's the opportunity I am waiting for. A moment later, an advanced venerable descended, but the Tao querying fish had already disappeared. The man couldn't help muttering, "Are the Tao querying fish nowadays so smart? I'm still so far away from it." What he didn't know was that the moment he appeared, a black shadow had hidden on his body. Han Fei successfully boarded the big ship silently as if entering an uninhabited place. There were a total of 47 people on this ship, including 11 venerables, and most of the rest were half-venerables. In addition, there were a few advanced and peak-level explorers. This must be a scouting ship of a heavenly palace that came to the desolate abyss to investigate the situation. The mission was not particularly important. Originally, they did not expect to find anything, so not many venerables came. However, even so, the strongest was still in the advanced venerable realm. On this ship, there was something that surprised Han Fei. This ship could refine weapons. There were as many as 4 refining cabins. Han Fei was interested. What would the refining in the outside world be like? In a certain refining room, when a black shadow quietly entered, he saw a junior venerable and 7 or 8 half-venerables, observing an intermediate venerable refining, clang. The man was holding a silver hammer. Lightning flashed on his body and lightning covered the silver hammer. With one hammer strike, the spiritual spring in the cabin gathered and struck down like waves. Through the power of the hammer, Han Fei could conclude that this intermediate venerable was also a body refiner. However, the strength of this person's refining was not enough. Obviously, this person hadn't reached the peak of every realm. Of course, this didn't affect the other party from continuing to improve himself. It was just that as his strength grew, he would eventually disappear from the crowd, and there was almost no hope of him reaching the sea establishment realm. In the next moment, there was a clanging sound. The arms of the intermediate venerable waved like lightning. He shouted, "Lightning hammer, transfer the accumulated power of thunder to the meridians." In one breath, hit the materials with 1,000 strikes. Obviously, the intermediate venerable was teaching, and Han Fei watched with interest. This person's hammering speed was so fast, and this technique was quite powerful. Although the power of the 1,000 strikes was not very strong, it was much weaker than the 100 War Divine Hammer. However, the 100 War Divine Hammer was more of a combat technique than a refining technique. In essence, it was used for combat. As for this lightning hammer, it should be purely used for refining. Therefore, the two combat techniques were different. This person's lightning hammer hammered for more than 80 seconds and hit a venerable bone hammer tens of thousands of times, forcefully hammering the venerable bone from the size of a boulder to the size of a fist. Thunderfire. Lightning surged on the hands of the intermediate venerable. When the lightning surged into the venerable bone, dozens of other resources that had been prepared turned into liquid and fused into it. In just a moment, a broadsword appeared with blue lightning flashing on it. Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly. This person had forged an ultra-quality divine weapon so easily. Fortunately, what the person next to him said made Han Fei relieved. A junior venerable couldn't help but clap his hands and say, "Old Zhang, you're really awesome." It only took you a month to forge an ultra-quality divine weapon. With such means, you can open a custom-made divine weapon shop in our Thunderfire world in the future. The intermediate venerable laughed, but I can't stay idle. Besides, I have to come out to find some refining materials from time to time. With that, the intermediate venerable looked at the half-venerables and said, have you seen it clearly? In the past month, I've mainly used the lightning hammer, the lightning fire force, the lightning penetration, and the lightning vein to forge this ultra-quality divine weapon. These forging methods are not profound techniques in the Thunderfire world. As long as you become venerables, you can learn them all. Now, go back and comprehend them. Yes, Master Zhang. Han Fei watched in the dark for a moment. Thunderfire world, Old Han once explained that it was a heavenly palace famous for refining weapons. According to Old Han, most of the famous sea-quelling bizarre treasures in the 36 mystic worlds came from the Thunderfire world. As the saying went, refiners and alchemists had friends all over the world. Whether it was the 36 mystic worlds or the top 10 pirate groups, they would not directly kill those who refined weapons or pills. After all, those who could refine weapons and pills were all talents. Han Fei wondered if the Thunderfire world had a way to refine the gravity origin magnet. However, then he thought about the fact that the gravity origin magnet, which was originally a treasure of infinity, was used to suppress King Ba. It must be because the King of Infinity really couldn't find a way to use it. Perhaps he had already seen the King of the Thunderfire world for this. After the half-venerables left, the junior venerable said, Old Zhang, I think you can really consider it. You're extremely talented in refining weapons. Besides, you're already a peak-level intermediate venerable. Once you break through to the advanced venerable realm, you might have a chance to learn the heaven-seeking lightning drawing technique. Once you master this technique, you might have a chance to try refining a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Old Zhang's expression froze, and there was a trace of yearning in his eyes. However, he still shook his head with a bitter smile. How can it be that simple? That's a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. The heaven-seeking lightning drawing technique isn't enough. When the time comes, the fire seeds needed will be different. At the very least, it has to be sun essence fire, and there are many strange materials required. I also have to cultivate a hammer technique stronger than the lightning hammer. Han Fei heard it clearly. Forging a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? This made Han Fei's heart skip a beat. Forging ultra-quality divine weapons and forging sea-quelling bizarre treasures were two completely different concepts. There weren't many sea-quelling bizarre treasures in the entire 36 mystic worlds because it was too difficult. In the Raging Sea, only the Thunderfire world was famous for its refining techniques. Even the people of the Thunderfire world found it extremely difficult. It could be seen how difficult it was. After listening to the two of them chatting, Han Fei walked around the ship and then found an empty warehouse. With Han Fei being a half-king, even if he appeared, no one would be able to find him. Han Fei said, Old Yuan, let's follow this big ship to the Thunderfire world first. Call me when we arrive. I'll go into seclusion first. The old turtle asked in confusion. You don't seem to dislike seclusion anymore. Han Fei sneered. What a joke. If you get the bloodline devouring divine technique, you probably can't wait to practice it too. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and studied and practiced the bloodline devouring technique. After Han Fei finished reading the whole book, he found that practicing this technique would also bring about various problems. For example, after his bloodline devoured a new bloodline, his life level would increase and his potential would naturally increase. Then, the limit he had to reach in the same realm would be different. However, Han Fei was already a half-king now. In the past, although he had reached the limit of each realm, it was only relative to the human bloodline. Although Han Fei's bloodline was much higher than that of ordinary people, the human bloodline was not particularly high among the tens of thousands of races in the infinite ocean. Therefore, if Han Fei swallowed the bloodline of other races, it might lead to a decline in his realm. This was to make up for his previous deficiency of bloodline and avoid the lack of potential. In other words, Han Fei could use this bloodline devouring method to purify his bloodline. Moreover, there was another problem here. If the bloodline of other races he devoured was too much more advanced than his own bloodline, it might lead to a mutation in his bloodline. Would it mutate, and in which direction would it mutate? This depended on the devourer's willpower and bloodline strength. At this moment, Han Fei had the corpse of the Azure Dragon, but he couldn't confirm the level of the dragon bloodline, therefore he couldn't take it rashly. Han Fei was lost for words. How do I know what level the human bloodline is at? Besides, different people have different bloodlines. While Han Fei was thinking about this, the gray mist space of the demon purification pot suddenly appeared in his mind. Huh? Han Fei was surprised to find that at some point, a big gray word called the Manual of 10,000 Clans appeared in the demon purification pot. Seeing these words, Han Fei knew that the demon purification pot had indeed gained a new ability. This might be a chance for him to understand the 10,000 clans in the infinite ocean. Han Fei wanted to light up this icon, but it required 100 wisps of chaotic chi. Now, Han Fei had 1,083 wisps of chaotic chi. Therefore, Han Fei didn't care about 100 wisps. However, for a moment, the old turtle was stunned. What deal did Han Fei make with the little calabash again? Chapter 1711, Manual of 10,000 Clans? Chapter 1711, Manual of 10,000 Clans. Han Fei waited for more than 6 hours after the Manual of 10,000 Clans was finally opened. 6 hours later, when the words were lit up, Han Fei saw a message that made him feel terrible. In the gray fog space, the information displayed, Clans in the Infinite Ocean, 2962CO233 Master, the 56589th nearby bloodlines, Tao Querying Fish, Water Luster, Azure Mystic Turtle, Ancient Azure Dragon, Time Dragon Carp, Sea Controlling White Shell, Ancient Essence Shell, King Ball Crab, Twin Yin Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish. Recommended bloodlines, Tao Querying Fish, Water Luster, Azure Mystic Turtle, Sea Controlling White Shell, Ancient Essence Shell, Controlling White Shell, Ancient Essence Shell, King Ball Crab. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse when he saw this message. Didn't Old Yuan say that there were only 8 million species in the vast sea, less than 10 million? Why did the demon purification pot show there were actually nearly 30 million species? This was a total of 30 million creatures, and he had swallowed the blood essence of the god of war and was ranked even after 5 millionth in bloodline. It was really a waste of his golden bloodline. However, at this moment, Han Fei also understood one thing. Old Yuan said that he knew much about this world, but it was just his wishful thinking. Old Yuan warned himself based on his experience. Although bloodline did not represent combat power, it represented life potential and life level. He was ranked below the 5 millionth among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. Even if he squeezed his potential to the limit, he was still ranked after the 5 millionth. There might be many creatures in this world who were very strong when they were born and could crush you. At this moment, Han Fei realized that he was indeed ignorant. He thought that he was so powerful that he could kill a king as a half-king. However, at this moment, Han Fei believed that there were definitely many creatures in this world who could kill a king in the half-king realm. Huff, Han Fei took a deep breath. If he hadn't opened the Manual of 10,000 Clans today, he wouldn't even know what level he was at. Now, Han Fei knew. Before, Han Fei despised the 5,000th place ranking of the Supreme Mystic Scripture. Now, Han Fei had a complicated look on his face. He probably still had a long way to go. At least, he wondered if he should become a king now. Although the bloodline devouring divine technique could make up for his lack of bloodline and could be used in any realm, the effect of the king-level tribulation would definitely be different. For example, how could the king-level tribulation of a creature whose life level is in the top million be the same as one whose life level is in the top 10,000? Tribulation. Transcendence was a form and method to improve one's bloodline. If he could increase his life level as much as possible before transcending the king tribulation, would the effect of transcending the tribulation be better? Of course, the first thing he had to do now was not to transcend the tribulation, but to try devouring the blood of other creatures. Han Fei reached out and took a wisp of blood essence from the Tao Querying Fish. When the drop of blood essence was swallowed by Han Fei, all the blood essence in his body suddenly began to move crazily. They instantly tore the drop of blood essence into pieces. At this moment, golden blood threads slowly appeared in Han Fei's dantian. A moment later, a small fish phantom appeared in his dantian. After only a moment, the fish was covered by Han Fei's golden blood and finally disappeared. Clans in the Infinite Ocean, 29/6/2023, in progress. Master, the 4865894th nearby bloodlines, Water Luster, Ancient Azure Dragon, Time Dragon Carp, Sea Controlling White Shell, Ancient Essence Shell, King Ba Crab, Twin Yin Yang, Spirit Swallowing Fish. Recommended bloodlines, Water Luster, Sea Controlling White Shell, Ancient Essence Shell, King Ba Crab. This time, Han Fei keenly discovered that the Azure Mystic Turtle option had disappeared. This meant that after he devoured the Tao Querying Fish's bloodline, there was no need for him to devour the Azure Mystic Turtle. As for the Azure Mystic Turtle, it was Guaisanqing's body that Old Yuan was using. The Tao Querying Fish was of legendary quality, but Guaisanqing might not even be a legend. However, what surprised Han Fei was that his life level had improved a lot. With just one increase, his ranking had increased by nearly 200,000. Immediately, Han Fei remembered that the effect of devouring creatures of similar level to improve one's bloodline was extremely low, and even if he swallowed a powerful bloodline, he wouldn't immediately be upgraded to the same level as that race. However, Han Fei had at least grasped one thing, which was that legendary creatures should be ranked around 5 million among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, and the human race's ranking was probably below 10 millionth. He was ranked 5 millionth in the beginning, probably because he had fused with the blood essence of the god of war. At the same time, he kept refining his flesh and blood. Otherwise, his ranking would probably be much worse than now. Han Fei put on a smile. The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and Han Fei walked into the sea-quelling painting and appeared on the sea. Buzz. Water Luster suddenly rushed out of the sea. In the waves, a water ball protected King Ba's egg. Master, why are you here? Han Fei said casually. Well, nothing. Water Luster, give me a drop of your essence blood. Water Luster's life belonged to Han Fei, so she didn't care about a drop of blood essence. Therefore, she gave it to Han Fei without hesitation. Han Fei returned to forge the universe. However, Han Fei didn't swallow the essence blood of the Water Luster immediately, because swallowing essence blood required his body to completely adapt to the bloodline that had just been replaced. This required time, and Han Fei wasn't sure how long it would take. Therefore, he still needed to wait. At least, for the time being, Han Fei didn't have to worry about not having bloodlines to help him improve his bloodline. With the bloodlines of Water Luster, Sea-controlling White Shell, the White Armor Emperor, and King Ba, Han Fei estimated that it shouldn't be a problem to improve his bloodline by 1,000,000. To be precise, on the 27th day, Han Fei felt that he had completely adapted to the devouring this time. Of course, less than 2 days had passed in the outside world. Han Fei's personal information began to change. Owner, Han Fei Level, 89 Half-King. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, 4865-894 Chaotic Chi, 1483 Wisps, Spiritual Power, 99,999 Perception Range, 80,000 kilometers, Strength, 21-2001, Waves First Spiritual Heritage, Unknown Second Spiritual Heritage, Unknown First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 78, Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, Level 75. Main Art, the 7th level of Void Fishing, Void Descending Art, King Level, Divine Quality. Among them, the biggest change was that now there was his bloodline ranking in the information. The effect of devouring the Dao-querying fish's bloodline did not seem to improve his soul power much. It seemed that his spiritual power had only increased by less than 800 points, which was just stuck in the 200,000 mark. It also improved his strength a little, but it was less than 300 waves. Therefore, Han Fei felt that there was not much difference between the 5 millionth place and the 4.8 millionth place in terms of life level or bloodline ranking. Of course, perhaps because the Dao-querying fish was only a legendary creature, and Han Fei's bloodline level was similar to it, it didn't make much difference. The Emperor Sparrow, on the other hand, had reached level 75, which made Han Fei speechless. How long had it been since he came out? The Emperor Sparrow had grown so fast that it was unreasonable. Han Fei thought to himself, when I return to the yin-yang world and get the essence blood of the Emperor Sparrow and the others, I'll definitely be in the top 10,000 among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. At this moment, Han Fei immediately swallowed the blood essence of Water Luster. When the shadow of a big bird appeared in his dantian, Han Fei's information changed. Owner, Han Fei Level, 89 Half-King. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, 4,865 8094th Evolution, 0A23 Days, Chaotic Chi, 1483 Wisps, Spiritual Power, 99,999 Perception Range, 80,000 kilometers, Strength, 21-2001, Waves First Spiritual Heritage, Unknown Second Spiritual Heritage, Unknown First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 78, Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow Level 78, Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow Level 75, Main Art, the 7th level of Void Fishing, Void Descending Art, King Level, Divine Quality. At this point, Han Fei finally understood that devouring the bloodline of other races wasn't as fast as he had imagined. When he swallowed the Dao-querying fish, there was no evolution countdown. However, this thing appeared the second time. It seemed that the first time he swallowed a bloodline, it was just looking for a reference. It actually took 133 days to devour the essence blood of Water Luster fish. That was almost 5 times more than the Dao-querying fish. Although it would only take 8 days, Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that it was much more difficult than he had imagined. If he devoured the bloodline of the sea-controlling White Shell, King Ba, and even the Azure Dragon, wouldn't it take several years to devour one? Even if it was converted to accelerated time, it would take at least a few months, right? However, he did not know how much he would improve after swallowing the essence blood of Water Luster Swamp. Would his realm drop? On the 5th day, Han Fei was studying the Supreme Mystic Divine Body. Han Fei thought that the Demon Purification Pot also had the ability to fuse techniques. If he put many body-refining techniques of the same level together, would he be able to deduce a more powerful body-refining technique? However, he currently only had one venerable level divine quality refining technique, which was the Ancient Desolate War Body, and the Indestructible Overlord Body was directly deduced into the Supreme Mystic Body. Before, Han Fei looked down on the Supreme Mystic Body, but compared to his bloodline level in the Manual of 10,000 Clans, the level of the Supreme Mystic Body was much higher. However, when Han Fei finished reading the cultivation method of the Supreme Mystic Body, he realized that he had to cultivate himself boneless, which meant that he had no bones and was no longer human. Just as Han Fei was speechless about the Supreme Mystic Body, the old turtle reminded him, "We've arrived in the Thunderfire world." Chapter 1712, Thunderfire City, Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Chapter 1712, Thunderfire City, Myriad Treasures Pavilion. With a sea route, the ships of the various heavenly palaces that could teleport through the void traveled very quickly. The reason why it took 5 days was that every time he teleported, he had to extract energy from the void and wait for the next teleportation. This was the first time Han Fei came to the territory of the 3rd heavenly palace other than the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world. When Han Fei appeared in the outside world, the big ship was flying in the sky. In the sky, there was a floating island about 1,000 kilometers long. On this floating island, there were special docking places for large ships and also floating ports for small ships. Han Fei scanned the sea with his perception and found that there were safe places within tens of thousands of kilometers. The layout here was similar to the layout of the yin-yang world. The only difference was that venerable level superboats and ordinary fishing boats appeared on the same island. This meant that the island they were on might be equivalent to a teleportation point or a relay station. After the ship stopped, Han Fei left quietly. He simulated his aura to the law enforcer realm and walked on the floating island. Han Fei walked a few steps and found that this island clearly lacked ordinary fishermen. It seemed that it was just a simple relay station and a place to trade basic supplies. Countless people set up stalls and opened shops here. There were strong people and weak people here, but in general, there were not many weak people. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have appeared here as a law enforcer. A moment later, Han Fei met an advanced explorer drinking tea in a restaurant. Yes, no matter what realm he was in, the strong wouldn't be exempted from the secular world. From afar, the void lines reached into this person's soul. In fact, as early as on the ship of the Thunderfire, Han Fei had wanted to catch a person and see his memory. However, the soul power of a half-venerable would resist. Besides, there were many venerables on the ship, so he was easy to be suspected. But after getting off the boat, the crowd dispersed, and no one could find out what Han Fei had done. An advanced explorer couldn't do anything under Han Fei's control. Han Fei's soul quickly scanned the man's memory. A moment later, Han Fei quietly erased the man's memory about being controlled by him. The old turtle said, "It's not good to probe the memories of others often." Han Fei smiled. "It's okay, I haven't done it much." Han Fei saw the general layout of the Thunderfire world from the man's memory. The place he was in was called the Thunderfire Bazaar, where trading flourished most in the entire Thunderfire sky. In the 13 worlds in the outer domain, heavenly palaces were no secret to the public. There were also huge cities and towns here, but there were some more markets. This giant city of the Thunderfire world was known as the Thunder City. The master of Thunderfire was an extremely powerful refiner. Although he was a king, he would appear in Thunder City every 10 years to show his power as a king. There were very few refiners in the 36 mystic worlds. Therefore, Thunder City was also known as the hometown of refiners. In both the 13 worlds in the inner domain and the 13 worlds in the outer domain, all refiners couldn't avoid Thunder City if they wanted to grow into stronger refiners. Speaking of which, the main city of Thunder City was much larger than the main city of the Yin-Yang world, at least twice as large. Thunder City also governed 36 towns, and each town ruled a few more villages. In terms of structure, this Thunder City was actually similar to the Yin-Yang world. Of course, Han Fei could understand. After all, the 36 mystic worlds had been together since the beginning. It must be the same for every world. As for the Waterwood world, it might be an exception. After all, it was a world controlled by plants. How could it be the same as the human world? Perhaps, a long time ago, the Waterwood world was also created by humans. However, after coming to the Wild Abyss, they gradually adapted to plant creatures. Thunder City's refining skills were quite good, but Han Fei didn't plan to stay here for long. However, since he was already here, he had to learn some of the forging skills of the Thunderfire world. It was just that, on the big ship, he heard that the heaven-seeking lightning drawing technique and the Thunder God Hammer seemed to be relatively rare refining techniques. It was Han Fei's first time in the outside world, so he hoped to compare his combat skills, refining skills, and arrays with the outside world. By making up for his shortcomings and quickly adapting to the outside world, Han Fei could better improve his strength. After thinking for a moment, Han Fei decided to go to Thunder City. Anyway, from the memory of the man just now, it seemed that if he wanted to go to the inner domain, he had to take a boat from Thunder City. As for identity, it didn't matter. He could use his black mist body to get on the ship. As long as he got on the ship, he could cultivate in seclusion all the way to the inner domain. How, half a day later, Heavenly South Island, Thunder City. Han Fei held Nianer's hand and Xiao Sei followed behind him. Old Yuan was cultivating in seclusion in Forge the Universe for the time being, so he didn't come out. When Nianer came out, she exclaimed in shock, "Brother, there are so many people. Nianer, this is human society." Thunder City was indeed the city of weapon refinement. Along the way, he saw many weapon workshops. The place Han Fei and the others were going to was the Heavenly South Myriad Treasures Pavilion in Thunder City. It was said to be the top consumer place on the Heavenly South Island, mainly selling various divine weapons. Perhaps because it was close to the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, there were many small workshops nearby. On the side of the road, someone often shouted, "Brother, the weapon refinery of the Peng brothers is of high quality and cheap. Our weapons are comparable to the Myriad Treasures Pavilion." Someone shouted, "It's an authentic high-quality pill from the Medicine King world. You won't regret buying it." Perhaps it was because refining and alchemy were essentially the same. In any case, they were both about fire, and there were also many body refiners in the Thunderfire world, so there were various kinds of pills for sale here. After walking for a long time, Han Fei found that there were many foreign people in Thunder City. Han Fei discovered this when he came to Thunder City. The clothes of each of the 36 heavenly palaces were different, which might be a custom of the 36 heavenly palaces. Han Fei had seen more than 10 kinds of exotic clothes in the Heavenly South Island Bazaar. This meant that there were at least people from 10 other heavenly palaces coming and going from the Thunder Fire world. Crunch. Nianer chewed on her potato chips while looking around curiously. Brother, that person is hammering. What is he doing? Hanfei smiled. That's refining. Oh, brother, I saw something delicious. I saw someone put a fish into a big furnace. Hanfei smiled. That's grilled fish. It doesn't taste as good as the potato chips on your hand. Oh, brother, their clothes are so strange. They always have one arm exposed. Hanfei was silent for a moment. It's not that their clothes are strange, but our clothes are very strange. The men from the Thunderfire world habitually revealed an arm, as if to show off their muscles. As for the woman from the Thunderfire world, they habitually tied their hair into a long braid. Behind the braid, there was usually a long pendant. Some of the pendants were knives, some were short swords, and some were hammers. He wondered if their hair would be tangled up in the hairpins. The people from the other heavenly palaces were dressed differently. For example, the people from Ice Snow World that Hanfei had once met. They were wearing thick furry clothes, so they looked particularly eye-catching in the crowd. For cultivators, wearing clothes was only for image and had nothing to do with temperature. No matter what, their characteristics were the most important. Nianer was wearing a blue lace dress made by Hanfei, and he was wearing a black robe, as was Xiaosei. Therefore, many people looked at them. When Hanfei saw a tall building made of green crystals, he knew that he had found the place. Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Hanfei had already suppressed his strength to the junior venerable realm. In fact, the people of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion had seen all kinds of customers. Seeing Hanfei coming over with Nianer and looking behind Hanfei, the shopkeeper immediately knew that Hanfei and this little girl were not simple. They even felt that this little girl might have a powerful background. Welcome to our Thunder City's Heavenly South Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Hanfei glanced at the man casually. Obviously, they regarded him as a member of the other heavenly palaces. Hanfei didn't mind that. He wasn't from the Thunderfire world anyway. Hanfei nodded and said, I came to have a look and sell something, by the way. Faced with Hanfei's indifferent attitude, the waiter still greeted him with a smile. Myriad Treasures Pavilion is full of treasures. You'll be satisfied. Hanfei said, take me around first. All right, guest. With your temperament and realm, you should start from the 3rd floor. Please follow me. Of course, this person couldn't tell Hanfei's strength, but just now someone said to him via voice transmission, take them to the 3rd floor. I'll receive them myself. On the 3rd floor of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, as soon as Hanfei came up with Nianer, he saw a slightly chubby middle-aged man. He immediately cupped his hands at Hanfei and said, fellow Taoist, with your strength, the things on the 2nd floor won't suit your identity. What do you want to see? I've already asked my men to take out a portion of the treasures of our Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Hanfei looked at the man. A junior peak-level venerable, but this was just the manager of a shop. Sure enough, there were indeed many strong masters in the outside world. Hanfei smiled. Let me take a look first. Chapter 1713, Heavenly South Auction. Chapter 1713, Heavenly South Auction. No matter where one was, as long as he had money and resources, he could get anything he wanted. Of course, there were also things that he couldn't get, things that wouldn't be leaked under normal circumstances. The middle-aged manager of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion waved his hand gently, and a dozen large boxes appeared in front of Hanfei. Bang, bang, bang! He opened the box and saw 9 boxes of weapons and battlesuits. Hanfei had more than 9,000 of these items in Forge the Universe. What did he need them for? Therefore, Hanfei walked straight to the other 3 boxes, which respectively contained spiritual fruits, array books, and fire crystals. Seeing that Hanfei had no interest in ultra-quality divine weapons at all, the middle-aged man immediately realized that this man must have seen a lot of ultra-quality divine weapons, so he was not interested in weapons at all. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Sir, this spiritual fruit is hard to come by. This is a dragon blood fruit, a top-quality spiritual fruit obtained from the dragon subduing world. It's born from dragon blood and is very valuable. It's very beneficial to body tempering. Information also appeared in Hanfei's eyes. Name a dragon blood fruit. Introduction. This is an ultra-quality fruit that grows in a land irrigated with dragon blood. It has the effect of increasing physical strength, improving blood essence, boosting strength, and stimulating potential. Level C establishment. All-quality, ultra-quality, spiritual energy. 806,000 points. 806,000 points. 806,000 points. 800 increase a lot of strength and stimulate the potential of the body for a period of time. It can also increase the strength of blood and chi and can be eaten repeatedly. Hanfei found the fruit interesting. However, Hanfei still looked at the other 2 items. The middle-aged man introduced, Sir, this array book is said to come from the 9 Palace world. As you know, the 9 Palace world has been sealed for tens of thousands of years. You can imagine how valuable this book is, Hanfei said with a faint smile. The array books of the 9 Palace world might not be the best array books. Besides, I don't know how many copies it has. Let me take a look. The middle-aged man hesitated. However, he guessed that Hanfei's identity was not simple, so he immediately said, Customer, you can only read 3 pages at most. If you want to read more, you must buy it. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay. Han Fei looked at the array book. The pages turned, and dense patterns appeared on the pages. However, Han Fei immediately found that these complicated array patterns were just the idea of array fusion. He could draw them himself, so there was nothing special about them. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. Han Fei shook his head slightly and asked, "What about this stone?" When Han Fei was reading the array book, his careless look couldn't be hidden from the middle-aged man's eyes. After all, he had been doing business for so many years. The middle-aged man immediately suspected that this person was also an array master. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Sir, this stone is a special item of our Thunderfire world. It's called the Thunderfire Stone. It's a strange stone made of mystic crystal that absorbs thunder. It can be used to refine weapons and as Thunderfire. Of course, a Thunderfire stone can only be used for about 100 seconds. After all, Thunderfire is a rare spiritual flame." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "I heard that Thunderfire can refine sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Is it true?" The middle-aged man grinned. "Haha, sir, it's true that Thunderfire can refine sea-quelling bizarre treasures. You have to know that in the entire 36 mystic worlds, we have the most sea-quelling bizarre treasures here. Most of them are forged with Thunderfire. Of course, we can't see it. After all, it's the power of Thundermaster." Han Fei nodded slightly. "I want that dragon blood fruit. Do you have anything better?" The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. With so many treasures in front of him, this person only wanted 1 dragon blood fruit. It seemed that this person's standards were very high. Besides, Han Fei only asked about the sea-quelling bizarre treasure and didn't care about the ultra-quality divine weapons. One had to know that a treasure like the sea-quelling bizarre treasure would be fought over by the 36 worlds as soon as it came out. Even in the Thunderfire world, an ultra-quality divine weapon was already considered a top-notch treasure that ordinary people could not reach. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. "Sir, to be honest, we still have 6 dragon blood fruits. As for the rest," Han Fei suddenly asked, "what about techniques? Doesn't the Myriad Treasures Pavilion have all kinds of supreme techniques apart from weapons?" The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. "Great technique? Yes, but they are not that precious. Please take a look." The middle-aged man waved his hand and several great techniques appeared in front of Han Fei. The middle-aged man said, "Sir, these books are the strongest techniques that our Thunderfire world can sell to the outside world. We don't know any stronger techniques. I'm afraid the higher-ups won't let them spread." Han Fei glanced at the books. They read, Thunderstrike Technique, 9-Forged Thunderhammer, Thunder-Devouring Body, and Heavenly Fire Body Tempering Technique. The middle-aged man said, "Sir, to be honest, the Thunder-Devouring Body and the Heavenly Fire Body Tempering Technique are the best body tempering technique are the venerables in the Thunderfire. You should also be a body tempering cultivator. You should know the difficulty and extravagance of body tempering. Is that why you bought the dragon blood fruit?" Han Fei glanced at them and said with a smile, "I want all of these books." "All of them?" The middle-aged man couldn't help but say, "Sir, although these books are not as valuable as sea-quelling bizarre treasures, they are much more precious than ultra-quality divine weapons." Han Fei smiled casually. "Does the Myriad Treasures Pavilion buy things?" the middle-aged man said. "Of course, as long as your things are good enough." Han Fei waved his hand and threw out 30 ultra-quality divine weapons. Hiss! The middle-aged man was stunned. Fuck, is this guy really not here to cause trouble? He is not even from the Thunderfire world, but he took out 30 ultra-quality divine weapons? The ultra-quality divine weapons that Han Fei picked were not forged by the Thunderfire world, because in terms of forging techniques, many of them were made with spiritual energy forging techniques, not the forging techniques of the Thunderfire world. Therefore, when the middle-aged man glanced at Han Fei's batch of ultra-quality divine weapons, he immediately asked, "Sir, do you want all the dragon blood fruits?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." The middle-aged man immediately grinned. "Sir, the value of a dragon blood fruit is comparable to an ultra-quality divine weapon." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Reasonable." In Han Fei's eyes, this dragon blood fruit might be more valuable to him than an ultra-quality divine weapon. In the end, the 7 dragon blood fruits and 4 great techniques were traded for 9 ultra-quality divine weapons. Of course, Han Fei wanted to sell the remaining 21 ultra-quality divine weapons. He had too many of them. The middle-aged man said, "Sir, the prices of the ultra-quality divine weapons are different because of their different designs. I'll quote you a price based on ultra-quality spiritual stones. Do you have any objections?" Han Fei shook his head. "No." The middle-aged man said, "Sir, in terms of ultra-quality spiritual stones, your 21 ultra-quality divine weapons are worth about 590,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. I'll give you 600,000. Han Fei thought to himself, on average, 30,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones are paid for an ultra-quality divine weapon. This price is not bad. After all, ultra-quality spiritual stones contain 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy. They are much more useful than ultra-quality divine weapons. Besides, I need them more." Han Fei nodded. Okay, with more than 600,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones, Han Fei knew that he wouldn't be short of spiritual energy resources for a long time in the future. However, he still lacked some energy fruits. Han Fei asked, "Do you have any spiritual fruits for sale?" The middle-aged man immediately smiled and said, "Sure." "What kind of spiritual fruit do you want, sir?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "Vitality fruits, energy fruits, and poisonous fruits." Poisonous fruits? The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. It was understandable that he wanted vitality and energy fruits, but why did he want poisonous spiritual fruits? Shouldn't he want anti-poison fruits? Was the person also a poison cultivator? However, he would provide whatever the customers wanted in his shop. After all, Han Fei was quite rich. Immediately, the middle-aged man stopped guessing what Han Fei was going to do with the poisonous fruits and said, "Everyone, take out all the vitality, energy fruits, and poisonous herbs in the shop. Remember, all of them." A moment later, in a hall of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, Han Fei saw more than 12,000 spiritual fruits. The middle-aged man grinned and said, "Sir, these are all we've got." Han Fei nodded. "Are these all?" Under the envious gazes of the waiters, the middle-aged man said to Han Fei with a smile, "Sir, these 12,000 spiritual fruits are already the best stock in Heavenly South. I don't think you'll be interested in the low-quality ones. These spiritual fruits are worth 192,042 ultra-quality spiritual stones. I'll only charge you 190,000, so I will pay you 410,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. What do you think?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "No problem." The middle-aged man was excited. Even in the Thunderfire world, ultra-quality divine weapons couldn't be made easily. Of the hundreds of islands in the Thunder City, which one didn't have a Myriad Treasure Pavilion? After collecting these ultra-quality divine weapons from Han Fei, his Heavenly South Myriad Treasure Pavilion could provide more than 50 ultra-quality divine weapons at once. This would definitely cause a small uproar. One had to know that in order to refine an ultra-quality divine weapon, one had to first have the materials, and secondly, one had to have a refiner. And the refiner would have to spend months to forge. Therefore, in the vast Thunder City, the supply of ultra-quality divine weapons could not meet the demand. This time, the middle-aged man calculated in his heart. This time, he could earn at least 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. He could earn 2% of commission. It would be 200,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Just thinking about it made him very excited. The middle-aged man smiled and paid the rest of the money to Han Fei. He said to Han Fei warmly, "Sir, the auction of the Heavenly South Myriad Treasures Pavilion will be held in 7 days. If you're not in a hurry, I can arrange the best accommodation for you. At that time, many people will come from the 13 worlds in the outer domain, which is a rare event. What do you think?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. There should be a lot of good stuff in this auction in the outer domain. He could take a look. Han Fei smiled. "Will anyone come from the 13 worlds in the inner domain?" The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. "That's rare, but it's not impossible. Sometimes it happens." Han Fei nodded. "Okay, then I'll stay here for now." The middle-aged man was stunned. What he said just now was just a polite greeting. Generally speaking, after doing such a big business, most customers would be worried about their own safety and would not ask the shop owner to arrange accommodation for them. However, Han Fei was very relaxed, as if he didn't take it seriously at all. Immediately, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. This customer couldn't be an ordinary person. Therefore, the middle-aged man hurriedly gave a look and waved at an attendant. "Tiener, come here. Bring the guest to the Myriad Treasure Tower's #1 room to rest. During this period, you should serve the guest personally. Do serve the guest well." A girl who was only a peak-level hidden fisher hurried over and bowed to Han Fei. "Guest, let me take you to rest, huh?" At this moment, a cold aura suddenly hid over Han Fei and the others turned their heads, only to hear Nian Er whisper, "Brother, look, what a beautiful sister." Chapter 1714, Ice Snow Chuling. Chapter 1714, Ice Snow Chuling. Unlike the others, Han Fei felt that Snowmorn suddenly trembled. Logically speaking, Snowmorn was his weapon. How could it start trembling for no reason when it saw others? Han Fei looked back and saw a woman in white fur whose strength had reached the peak of the Venerable Realm, followed by 2 junior peak-level Venerables. This woman had a graceful bearing and was dressed in a white cloak. Her face was fair and cold, but there was a hint of warmth in the corners of her eyebrows. Beside her was a peak-level Venerable. Perhaps because of Snowmorn, when Han Fei looked at the woman was also looking at Han Fei. The two of them looked at each other in surprise. The man next to the woman frowned slightly and seemed to dislike Han Fei. Han Fei didn't take it seriously. However, when the woman passed Han Fei, she stopped and looked at Han Fei. "Did we meet before?" Han Fei had already scanned his memory and shook his head slightly. "No." The woman nodded and said nothing more. The man next to her seemed to want to stop her from looking at Han Fei again, so he asked, "Shopkeeper, I heard that your Heavenly South Myriad Treasures Pavilion has several dragon blood fruits. Take them out. We want them all." The middle-aged man paused and looked at Han Fei. How would he know that so many people wanted the dragon blood fruits today? Although the dragon blood fruit was precious, no one had bought it in the past. After all, a fruit was comparable to an ultra-quality divine weapon. Ordinary people could not afford it. The middle-aged man said, well, our dragon blood fruits have all been sold. The young man's face changed greatly. What? None of them are left? Who bought them? The middle-aged man said awkwardly, well, sorry, we won't disclose the privacy of any guest. If you want a treasure like the dragon blood fruit, you can wait a few days. The Heavenly South auction will be held in 7 days. If you're not in a hurry, however, the young man snorted. Rules are set by people. We only want the dragon blood fruits. You just need to tell me who bought them, the woman said. Forget it. Since they have been bought by someone else, we can wait for the auction. The young man's face darkened. No, Linger, your body is more important. Only the dragon blood fruit is effective. One can ease your illness for nearly 10 years. How can I let it go? Han Fei frowned. I hope the owner of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion doesn't make a mistake. He held Nianer's hand and said, Nianer, let's go. But Nianer looked at Han Fei, then at the beautiful woman, and couldn't help but ask, Brother, this sister seems to be sick. Should we give her one of those red fruits? Hearing Nianer's words, Han Fei couldn't help but shrug. It seemed that he had to talk to Nianer about not abusing her compassion. Sure enough, in the next moment, the young man behind him shouted, Stop! Holding Nianer's hand, Han Fei slowly turned around and asked casually, What's the matter? The young man was angry. Brat, are you the one who bought the dragon blood fruits? Han Fei chuckled. Yes, so what? The young man glanced at the woman and lowered his voice. I can buy the dragon blood fruits at double the price. Please sell them to me. Han Fei smiled. This thing is useful to me, so I'm not selling it. The young man was about to flare up when he saw a layer of frost blocking in front of him. The woman took 2 steps forward and said apologetically, Fellow Taoist, my friend was anxious to treat me, so he was a little impulsive. I apologize on his behalf. However, the dragon blood fruit is very useful to me. I wonder if you can spare one for me. Thank you very much. Han Fei grinned and sneered. You only want one? The young man also said. Linger, one is not enough. The woman nodded slightly. One is enough. The dragon blood fruit can only delay time. At this moment, the old turtle's voice sounded in Han Fei's heart. This person's body is extremely cold because she lacks a wisp of soul. If she takes an extreme yang object, it will only offset her cold energy and consume her lifespan faster. Han Fei replied, No wonder, this person is a peak-level venerable, but she looks quite weak. Can my heaven enlightenment great Tao save her? The old turtle said. No, she has a congenital physical defect. The power of extreme yin and extreme cold can help her break through at an inhuman speed, but it will also consume her lifespan at an inhuman speed. Your great Tao of heaven enlightenment can't summon souls, so its effect on her is actually similar to the dragon blood fruit. Han Fei nodded. In the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, under the gaze of these people, Han Fei shook his head slightly. No, how dare you? Kid, you're only a junior venerable. Do you believe that I won't let you leave Thunder City? The young man was furious and almost exploded. Han Fei glanced at the young man in disdain. A mere peak-level venerable dares to say that to me? Are the people of the Ice Snow world so arrogant now? Mere? Immediately, the middle-aged man and the people around him, including the woman, looked at Han Fei in surprise. Nianer clenched her fists and said, My brother is very powerful. He's not afraid of you. The young man narrowed his eyes. Could it be that this person's identity was also extraordinary? He snorted coldly. If the Ice Snow world is not qualified, what about my Golden Crow world? Hiss! A strong master from the inner domain? The middle-aged man gasped. Why were even inner domain experts here? Seeing the woman frown, Han Fei understood. Han Fei said, You can ask the people of the Golden Crow world to try me. Then Han Fei looked at the woman from the Ice Snow world and said, You want to borrow the fire of the Golden Crow world to treat your illness, only to find that your lifespan is consumed even faster and they can't do anything about it, right? The man shouted, What do you know? Don't talk nonsense again. Only we Golden Crow world can save Linger. But the woman suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked at Han Fei in surprise. Are you from the Medicine King world? Han Fei asked. Can the Medicine King world save you? The woman shook her head. No, Han Fei said. You have a body of extreme yin and extreme cold. Because you lack a wisp of soul, any extreme yang spiritual treasure is poisonous to you. Therefore, I'm actually helping you by not exchanging the dragon blood fruit with you. Otherwise, it will only accelerate the reduction of your lifespan. With that, Han Fei took Nianer's hand and was about to leave. Han Fei said as he walked, Nianer, sometimes helping others depends on specific situation. You can't just come up to help a person as soon as you see he is in trouble. Most of the time, if you help them, you might harm them. Okay. The 2 junior venerables beside the woman were shocked. How can this be? Holy Lady Chuling, is your lifespan really decreasing? The man was shocked too. How is that possible? Nonsense. Linger, you can't believe him. When I become a half-king, I can trigger the Golden Crow Fire Seed and save you. Huh? After a few steps, Han Fei stopped and frowned. Han Fei looked back at the woman and asked, Young lady, what's your name? The Golden Crow man said. What are you going to do? The woman bowed slightly. I'm Ice Snow Chuling from the Snow God's Temple of the Ice Snow World. Han Fei was stunned for a long time. It turned out that Ice Snow Chuling was the Holy Lady of the Ice Snow World, but he met her in the Thunder Fire World. Hanfei really didn't know what to say. Perhaps everything in this world was somewhat connected by fate. Hanfei hesitated for a moment and said via voice transmission, I might be able to help you, but I don't like this idiot around you. I'll stay here to participate in the auction these days. It won't be difficult for you to find me. A half-king? Ice Snow Chuling's pupils were constricted again. Hanfei's strength was clearly that of a junior venerable, but only a half-king could avoid everyone and send a voice transmission to her. No wonder this person wasn't worried or afraid at all when he heard about the Golden Crow world. He was already a half-king. Unless he was killed by multiple half-kings or a king who could easily shake a half-king, Hanfei turned to Tian'er, who had been worried sick, and smiled. Okay, lead the way, among those present. The middle-aged man of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion secretly remembered that Hanfei was not an ordinary person. Facing the Holy Maiden of the Snow God's temple, his expression didn't even change, and he refused her firmly. Facing a strong master from the Golden Crow world, he actually showed contempt. He was definitely powerful from the bottom of his heart. As a businessman, although his cultivation level was not high, he had seen all kinds of people. Therefore, the middle-aged man immediately confirmed that Hanfei was definitely not an ordinary person. Ice Snow Chuling was also surprised. She had lost a wisp of soul, which was the same as what the Medicine King said. But he said he could help her? Could he help her summon her soul back? The most annoyed person was the man from the Golden Crow world. At this moment, he gnashed his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that Ice Snow Chuling was still here, he would have gone up to kill Hanfei. At this moment, he said, Linger, this guy is arrogant. Let me investigate him. Ice Snow Chuling frowned and looked at the young man. Stop it, Jinquan. This person is right. I do lack a wisp of soul. Perhaps he's right. The power of Yang is only accelerating my death. Chapter 1715, Murderous Intent. Chapter 1715, Murderous Intent. In fact, the Myriad Treasure Tower was often the place where distinguished guests from the 13 worlds in the outer domain were arranged to stay. Those who could visit the heavenly palaces next door were usually not simple people and had some family background. For example, Hanfei, who sold 30 ultra-quality divine weapons at once, was a VIP. The Myriad Treasure Tower was not far from the Myriad Treasure Pavilion and had more than 30 floors. Hanfei was arranged to live on the highest level of the Myriad Treasure Tower, which represented his status. Half of the top floor was for Hanfei to live in. All the facilities here were ready, and it was like a super luxurious hotel here. Standing on the roof, he could see everything in the distance. Outside the Myriad Treasure Tower, other than the refining shops, there were mostly some bazaars. However, the types of bazaars were no different from those in the other heavenly palaces, except that they had more local characteristics. Nianer, brother, I want to go out and have fun. Hanfei smiled and looked at Xiaosei. I have something to do. Take Nianer to play nearby. Don't go too far. Xiaosei nodded slightly. As an intermediate venerable, it was easy for him to take care of Nianer. Nianer, brother, aren't you going? Hanfei said with a smile. Nianer, be a good girl. I still have something to do. Go out and buy whatever you need. Don't worry about money. Hanfei threw out a sun moon shell. After Xiaosei left with Nianer, Hanfei waved his hand. The 4 great techniques he bought from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion were placed in front of Hanfei. On the boat, Hanfei had planned to learn the refining techniques of the Thunderfire world. This was actually very simple for him. He just needed to find 2 mainstream refining techniques of the Thunderfire world. The Lightning Strike technique that he had bought from the Myriad Treasure Pavilion was extraordinary. Although it was a mid-quality venerable level technique, it should be possible to deduce the heaven-seeking lightning drawing technique with it. Sure enough, Hanfei only used a wisp of chaotic chi, and the heaven-seeking lightning drawing technique was deduced in one go. Heaven-seeking lightning drawing technique, venerable level, ultra quality, remark, gathering the power of the heavens, attracting lightning. Draw the power of the lightning in the 9 heavens into the hammer body and hammer it with force. Through the power of lightning, eliminate impurities to achieve the effect of pure heavenly power. This is a great refining technique. Unless one is a body refiner, don't try this technique easily. Deduction cost, 10 wisps of chaotic chi. Note, this lightning is only ordinary lightning. When Hanfei saw that the lightning was just ordinary lightning, he immediately lost interest. It seemed that this heaven-seeking lightning drawing technique was still not strong enough. His refining skills were not bad, and he could already forge ultra-quality divine weapons. If it was just ordinary lightning, he still couldn't make a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Therefore, Hanfei didn't plan to stay here. Continue deducing. A moment later, a new technique appeared in Hanfei's mind. Sky Lightning, Seeking Technique, Venerable Level, Divine. Quality, Resin, Note. By gathering the power of the heavens to form a lightning array, it can trigger the great Tao in the sky and seek the lightning of the 9 heavens. Draw the power of the lightning in the 9 heavens into the hammer body and hammer it with force. Through the power of lightning, eliminate impurities to achieve the effect of pure heavenly power. This is a great refining technique. Unless one is a powerful body refiner, don't try this technique easily. Deduction cost, 100 wisps of chaotic chi. Note. When this technique is mastered, there is a certain chance of obtaining purple lightning. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction when he saw the sky lightning seeking technique. If purple lightning appeared, it would be very beneficial for his body tempering. At this moment, Han Fei felt that there was no need to continue deducing. If he continued deducing, it would be a technique in the sea establishment realm. Besides, it consumed a lot of chaotic qi. He should be accumulating chaotic qi instead of consuming it. After obtaining the sky lightning seeking technique, Han Fei still needed the hammer technique. Originally, Han Fei could deduce the 100 War Divine Hammer, but he was used to using knives, and the 100 War Divine Hammer was a combat technique. He probably wouldn't use this technique much in the future, so he didn't deduce it. Han Fei also deduced the 9 Forged Thunder Hammer, the Thunder Devouring Body, and the Heavenly Fire Body Tempering Technique. The results were Treasure Form Thunder Hammer, Venerable Level, Divine Quality. Note, when cultivating this hammer technique, one will have the appearance of the Thunder God. It requires the cultivator to have an extremely strong physique and be able to wield this hammer with at least 10,000 waves of strength. This technique can also be used as a body tempering technique. Shortcoming, this technique consumes a lot of hammers. Deduction cost, 100 wisps of chaotic chi remarks. It may induce lightning. This great technique was both a hammer technique and a body tempering technique. He kept reading, Thunder Body Venerable Level, Divine Quality, Remark. It can be used to refine weapons and attract lightning, and can also be used to temper the body and create a thunder body. Once one gains a thunder body, his spiritual heritage is no longer mortal but becomes heavenly. Those who cultivate the thunder body can withstand thunder and lightning. Its effect is more than double that of ordinary people in the same realm. Shortcoming, when practicing the thunder body, you need to use thunder drawing techniques a lot or find a place with more thunder and lightning to temper your body. Deduction cost, 100 wisps of chaotic chi note. The main problem with this technique is finding thunder and lightning. Han Fei felt that he should be able to refine this thunder body after he returned to the wild abyss and tempered it in the thunder prison for several years. The next one, Heavenly Fire Body, Venerable Level, Divine Quality. Note, draw the heavenly fire to temper the body and set up the heavenly barrier. Using the world as a furnace and the body as a weapon, you can build a place of extreme yang, but it will take 49 years to finish it. Before cultivating this technique, cultivate the thunder body. The effect may be doubled. Shortcoming, cultivating the heavenly fire body requires an extremely strong physique. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive the cultivation. Deduction cost, 100 wisps of chaotic chi note. Taking heavenly fire as strength, it's not to be underestimated. Looking at the heavenly fire body, Han Fei remembered that the body tempering technique that the giant king gave him was also to draw the heavenly fire to temper his body. However, it was to draw the heavenly fire to refine a stone first, which was different from directly drawing the heavenly fire. However, it would take 49 years to finish the cultivation of the heavenly fire body. Who could afford so much time? It was 49 years in the outside world. After reading the 3 techniques, Han Fei's heart did a flip. If he added the ancient desolate war body, he should have 4 body tempering techniques for peak level venerable, right? He wondered what the demon purification pot's fusion technique was like. If he could collect some body tempering techniques, deduce them to the same realm, and fuse them, he wondered if he could create a body tempering technique stronger than the supreme mystic body. If he could deduce it, the thunder body and the heavenly fire body were just transitions. At that time, once he cultivated the super body tempering technique, his strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and the effects would be incomparable. Sitting cross-legged, Han Fei smiled. Obviously, these great techniques of the Thunderfire world were slowly released by the Lord of Thunderfire after some modifications. Therefore, when he deduced to the end, the results would be alike. Or perhaps, the cultivation technique of the Master of Thunderfire would be different from what he had deduced. The Master of Thunderfire probably had at most one cultivation technique that had entered the sea establishment realm. Otherwise, if he had many cultivation techniques that had reached the sea establishment realm, the Thunderfire world would not have become one of the 13 worlds in the outer domain, but one of the 13 worlds in the inner domain. It would even be comparable to a powerful heavenly palace like the immeasurability world. However, Han Fei didn't panic. He had just come to the outer domain, and the Thunderfire world was the first heavenly palace he had come to. After finding Yinner, he still had to make a trip to the Supreme Mystic world. It was said that the Supreme Mystic body had collected all the unique techniques in the world, so there might be some good body tempering techniques. If he could get some for himself, he might be able to create an unparalleled technique. While Han Fei was still immersed in his fantasy, Xiaosei suddenly said, Han Fei. Xiaosei simply called Han Fei's name, and Han Fei's perception had already been cast over. At the same time, a perception swept over, and the 2 perceptions collided in the void. Han Fei sensed that the other party's soul was tough and seemed to want to fight him. For Han Fei's soul turned into a thorn and pierced through the man's soul. In the next moment, Han Fei activated the near-at-hand technique and appeared outside a restaurant. When Han Fei arrived, he saw a trace of blood at the corner of Xiaosei's mouth. Nianer was being held by a young woman. There were 3 people on the other side, a young man, a young woman, and a white-haired old man. The young man was bleeding from the corner of his mouth and staring at Han Fei fiercely. Brother, Nianer shouted at Han Fei anxiously, trying to break free from the young woman's hand. In an instant, monstrous killing intent enveloped the three people opposite Han Fei. The young man and the young woman felt as if they had fallen into a demonic altar, shocked. The woman's face was pale, and she was shocked. What a terrible killing intent. How many people have died under his hands? The man tried to resist Han Fei's killing intent, but his mouth was bleeding. Han Fei might have killed more people than the rice he had eaten. How could he resist him? Compared to the two of them, the old man opposite them could still stabilize his figure. Han Fei looked at the young woman coldly. Let go. The young woman subconsciously let go and did not dare to grab Nianer again. Nianer quickly broke free from the woman and ran to Han Fei. Nianer was crying. Brother, they want to take me away. Han Fei wasn't afraid of killing in the Thunderfire world. Even if the Lord of Thunderfire came, he could still escape. Once he entered the infinite ocean, no one could do anything to him. The old man hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist, it's all a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. Han Fei snorted and his killing intent disappeared. Then he looked at the old man coldly and said, You'd better think about how to explain it. Whether you can walk out of the Thunderfire world depends on your explanation. Chapter 1716, Han Fei, the Babysitter. Chapter 1716, Han Fei, the Babysitter. Han Fei was domineering. With his personality, he wouldn't be bullied even in the outside world. As the ninth immortal master, how could he be bullied by a group of venerables? At this moment, Han Fei looked at the old man coldly. As he said, if this old man couldn't give him a good explanation, these people would be robbed when they left the Thunderfire world. Although the old man was a peak-level venerable, he couldn't resist Han Fei's pressure. He said slowly, Fellow Taoist, we are from the Medicine King world. We came to the Thunderfire City to participate in the Heavenly South auction. Today, we saw this girl and knew that she was extraordinary. She might be qualified to join the Medicine King world or even our Heavenly Palace. Just now, we were just checking her aptitude. Han Fei sneered. Do I need you to check Nianer's aptitude? Besides, how can you hurt my servant? The woman said in surprise. This person attacked us first. We just checked the girl's aptitude, but he acted as if we were going to snatch her. Han Fei looked back at Xiaosei, who said with a dark face, No one is allowed to investigate Little Master. Han Fei said casually, Have they done that? This time, before Xiaosei could speak, the woman said, No. He sent a voice transmission to you the moment he attacked, and then you arrived. How could I have time to check her? Han Fei, then why did Nianer say that you were taking her away? The old man said. It's just that this girl thinks we're taking her away. Humph! Han Fei retracted his fierce stare and said leisurely, This is just a warning to you. Don't think that just because the Medicine King world belongs to the inner domain, you can do whatever you want. If you do it again, I'll kill you. Han Fei secretly used the power of the 100 Beast Soul Devouring when he said kill. How could the three of them resist it? Therefore, at almost the same time, the three people, including the white-haired old man, felt a tightness in their chest. A mouthful of blood was directly held in their throats. The white-haired old man was shocked. What the hell is this? Judging from his clothes, this person is definitely not from the Thunderfire world, but his strength is so strong. He is at least a half-king. Han Fei turned his head and smiled. Nianer, shall we continue shopping? I'll show you around. Yes, Nianer was still afraid of strangers. In the end, she glanced at these people from the Medicine King world as if she still had lingering fear. A moment later, Xiaosei looked at Han Fei. These people seem extraordinary. Is it okay to offend them? Han Fei chuckled. Offend them? If it weren't for the fact that this is Thunder City, they would be floating on the sea now. Besides, the Medicine King world belongs to the inner domain. The people of the inner domain have to return to the inner domain sooner or later. By then, we might have to borrow their route. On the other side, the three of them were still in shock. The woman said in horror, Grandpa Shu, how strong is this person? He's so terrifying. The young man also gritted his teeth and said, Elder Shu, are we just going to let this matter go? If others know that our Medicine King was bullied on the street in Thunder City, they will laugh at us, the old man shouted. That's enough. Xiaofan, just because you're a venerable doesn't mean you're powerful. Although the Thunderfire world is weak, its refining skills are unparalleled. There are many strong masters in Thunder City. If this person can make you vomit blood with a thought, he can kill you with a thought. You should be glad that you didn't meet him at sea. The young man's expression changed, but the woman was still scared. This person's killing intent is so strong. He's probably not a good person, the old man said indifferently. How many good people do you think can reach the venerable realm? 3 days later, Han Fei had completely swallowed the power of Waterluster's bloodline. The consumption of a legend bloodline boosted Han Fei's bloodline. The data showed owner, Han Fei level, 89 half-king. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. The 4086,204th Chaotic Chi, 1439 Wisps. Spiritual power, 200,001 perception range, 100,000 kilometers. Strength, 21,709 waves. First spiritual heritage. Unknown second spiritual heritage. Unknown first spiritual beast. Twin yin-yang spirit. Swallowing fish, level 78. Second spiritual beast. Emperor Sparrow, level 75. Main art. The 7th level of void fishing. Void descending art. King level. Divine quality. As expected of a legend bloodline, Han Fei's overall strength improved again. Not to mention that his ranking among the races in the Infinite Ocean had increased by nearly 800,000, his soul power had exceeded 200,000, and his perception power had increased from 80,000 to 100,000, which surprised Han Fei. In the Venerable Realm, his soul power could break through the 200,000 mark. That was wonderful. In terms of strength, the bloodline Devour this time increased his strength by about 500 waves. After all, Han Fei had only swallowed bloodlines and hadn't practiced any body refining techniques. Now, looking at this information, it seemed to tell him that his potential was increasing. At this moment, Han Fei felt that he had to find a great technique to cultivate as soon as possible. The 3 body refinement techniques that he had just obtained from Thunder City were actually not suitable for cultivation in the city. After all, one was about refining weapons, one required him to be struck by lightning, and the other required him to be roasted by the sun essence fire. Han Fei needed a technique similar to the ancient desolate war body or the indestructible body. As long as he had resources, he could cultivate it. Of course, Han Fei needed to find another bloodline to devour. These different advanced bloodlines were indeed beneficial to him in all aspects. Han Fei glanced again. In the black mist of the demon purification pot, the information showed clans in the Infinite Ocean, 296202223 Master, the 408621123 nearby bloodlines, Ancient Azure Dragon, Time Dragon Carp, Sea Controlling White Shell, Ancient Essence Shell, King Ba Crab, Twin Yin Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Recommended Bloodlines, Sea Controlling White Shell, Ancient Essence Shell, King Ba Crab. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. From the recommended bloodlines, the Ancient Azure Dragon, the Time Dragon Carp, and Little Black and Little White didn't seem to be bloodlines that he could devour now. Fortunately, he still had the blood essence of the sea-controlling white shell and the ancient essence shell. The bloodline of legendary creatures was only ranked around 5 millionth. Now that he had swallowed the blood essence of a legend creature, his bloodline was ranked around 4 millionth. The sea-controlling white shell was an ancient mutant. Although its level was not much better than that of the legends, it was still higher. Since the demon purification pot had recommended him to devour it, there was no need to continue devouring the blood essence of other legend creatures. Therefore, Han Fei continued to devour without hesitation. A moment later, when a phantom of a small shell appeared in Han Fei's dantian, the words, "in evolution," also appeared in the information. However, this time, it was 508 days. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the higher the level of the bloodline, the longer it would take to devour it. And this was only the sea-controlling white shell. As for the ancient essence shell and the King Ba crab, they were both powerhouses who had become kings. After being baptized by the heavenly tribulation, their life levels were much higher than those below the venerable realm. It would probably take even longer to devour them. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. 508 days was equivalent to more than a month in the outside world. If it became a few years, decades, or even hundreds of years, it would probably be a long time in the outside world. Han Fei couldn't help but look at his chaotic chi. He really wanted to continue strengthening the time chain now. If the old turtle hadn't reminded him that to become a king, he would have to consume a lot of chaotic chi, he would have used it long ago. 7 days passed. Han Fei was sitting opposite Nianer. At this moment, Han Fei was teaching Nianer all kinds of knowledge that almost drove Xiaosei crazy. For example, Han Fei asked, "Nianer, if you want to cultivate, what's the best way for you to get resources?" Nianer, "Catch fish and find treasures." Han Fei shook his head. "No, it's robbery. In the world of cultivators, the strong prey on the weak. If you have resources, many people will come to rob you. You can only count on people to restrain themselves when there are no bystanders. Good people sometimes become bad people, and bad people may sometimes become good people. So, don't believe in good people." Nianer asked, "Then, should we just rob anyone with resources?" Han Fei said with a smile. "Of course not. Some people are weaker than you and aren't very talented. They usually have nothing worth snatching. If you want to rob, you should rob those who are talented and have a strong background. Even if you rob these people, they can still earn the resources back. You're just a small obstacle to their cultivation path." Nianer said, "Oh, will robbery involve life and death battles?" "Brother Xiaosei said that the outside world is filled with killing." Han Fei said with a smile, "That depends. If you find some people pleasing to the eye and there's no need to kill them, you don't have to do it. If some people look bad, like the pirates we saw last time, you don't have to hesitate. Just kill them." The Time Dragon Carp asked Han Fei to take care of her child, but he soon denied everything that Xiaosei had taught Nianer. At least, Xiaosei wouldn't teach Nianer to rob. Over the past few days, Xiaosei had tried to interrupt Han Fei more than once, but was all stopped by Han Fei's stare. Han Fei was about to continue his lecture when he heard the voice of Tianer outside the door. "Guest, the Heavenly South auction will begin in 2 hours. Do you want to go over now?" Han Fei thought for a moment. He just wanted to take a look at the auction. There was no need to hide it. Therefore, Han Fei slowly stood up and said, "Let's go, Nianer. I'll teach you how to spend money today." Chapter 1717, Heavenly South Auction. Chapter 1717, Heavenly South Auction. Han Fei had participated in auctions before. Han Fei had participated in auctions when he was on the Scattered Stars Island. He spent so much money that he almost had a nosebleed. However, the standard of the Scattered Stars Island was very different from here. The auction here was held underground. Whether it was from the Myriad Treasure Pavilion or the Myriad Treasure Tower, there was a direct passage to the auction house. Han Fei and the others took the elevator directly from the Myriad Treasure Tower. Tian'er said, "Sir, because you made a big deal in the Heavenly South Myriad Treasures Pavilion, the manager specially arranged an independent auction room for you. The room has an independent shield array that even venerables can't detect. Of course, if you don't mind, you can remove the array." Han Fei smiled. Great, Han Fei thought to himself. As expected of a big city, the specifications are indeed different. When Han Fei arrived at the so-called private room, he found that although the room was not big, it was quite elegantly furnished. There was tea on the table. Tian'er said, "Sir, this is Heavenly Treasure Dew and Vein opening tea specially bought from the Medicine King world. Please enjoy. If you have any orders, please call me." However, Han Fei frowned slightly and said casually, "Give me a new tea set. This pot of tea is yours." Huh? Tian'er was stunned. This pot of tea was worth 100 ultra-quality spiritual stones. How could he throw it away so easily? However, Tian'er was indeed delighted. These days, Han Fei and the others didn't need her at all, so they didn't give her any tips. Unexpectedly, when the auction began, the other party felt that the Medicine King world's precious tea was not good enough and gave it all to her. At this moment, Tian'er knew why the steward asked her to serve Han Fei and company. She was new to the Myriad Treasures Pavilion and was still too weak. If she served such a guest, this pot of tea would be enough for her to enter the Law Enforcer realm. Perhaps she could even quickly stabilize the Law Enforcer realm. A moment later, a brand new tea set was served. Han Fei waved his hand, and the earth vein spring water appeared in the pot. As for Tian'er's cup, Han Fei specially put a few drops of demonic energy essence in it. Then, Han Fei began to drink the remaining bottle of demonic energy essence. Perhaps it was because of the improvement of his bloodline that his life level and potential had improved too. The power that Old Yuan had given him previously was slowly being absorbed. At this rate, only about a month later, he could ask Old Yuan to release a little more. Tian'er was shocked. Is that Earthvine Spring Water? She felt that she was crazy. She had only seen a small bottle of Earthvine Spring Water in the 5 months she had been in the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, but Han Fei drank it as tea? Was this the world of the strong? The Heavenly South Auction House was divided into 3 levels. Among them, there were countless private rooms. Those with status were basically on the top floor with a total of 36 rooms. There were 72 rooms on the middle floor, and the bottom floor was the hall. In fact, there were many rich people who were in the hall. These people purely came to seek treasures. A skinny old man was hosting the auction. His strength had actually reached the peak of the venerable realm. Obviously, this also showed the power of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion in Thunder City. To be able to control such a big scene in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, he certainly had a half-king behind him. Perhaps it was even related to the Master of Thunder Fire. The old man introduced, "Everyone, I'm Zhou Qinglai from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion of the Thunder City. Today, I'll host the Heavenly South Auction. Today, there are a few extraordinary treasures about to be revealed. You may feast your eyes on them." This old man was so mysterious. Immediately, someone said, "Master Qing, can you tell us what the treasures are?" The old auctioneer smiled faintly. "Don't worry. Even if I tell you, you don't know what they are." Ha ha ha. Many people in the hall laughed. Someone said, "You're only a half-venerable. Can you afford a sea-quelling bizarre treasure?" Someone sneered. "Forget about the sea-quelling bizarre treasure. You might not be able to buy an ultra-quality divine weapon with all your wealth." Han Fei couldn't see the situation in other private rooms, so he glanced at Tian'er. "Go out and wait. I'll call you if I need you." Tian'er said, "Yes, customer." Han Fei sat at the table, drinking and waiting. The auction started in advance. Zhou Qinglai said, "Everyone, we can't be slow today. The Heavenly South Auction always has treasures to tell. Please pay attention." Next is the first item. A platform covered in red silk appeared in front of Zhou Qinglai. Someone immediately said, "It's indeed the usual auction style. It's an ultra-quality divine weapon." Zhou Qinglai smiled and raised the red silk. Immediately, green light flashed and thunder arcs flashed. Zhou Qinglai shouted, "The first auction item is an ultra-quality divine weapon, the purple lightning green fire hook. It's an offensive weapon that can break through evil aura. It has a powerful suppressing effect on undead creatures and evil energy. The starting price is 10,000 ultra-quality spirit stones." Someone said with a smile, "It's always like this. The ultra-quality divine weapon should have been worth at least 20,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones, but they only bid 10,000 in the beginning. Isn't the atmosphere here hot enough? Let me warm it up. I'll pay 20,000. Someone sneered. "Humph, add 10,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones at one go? You think you are rich?" 21,000. Someone shouted, 22,000, 23,000, 30,000. Seeing this scene, Han Fei felt that he was too stingy before. Were the people in the outside world so rich? Ultra-quality spiritual stones. Spend 20 to 30,000 of them at a time. How much spiritual energy was that? Clang. In the end, Zhou Qinglei shouted, "Purple Thunder Green Firehook, 38,000 once, 38,000 twice, deal." After the deal was made, the atmosphere was even more heated. Zhou Qinglei raised his head and looked up. The people above did not bid, especially the people at the top floor. Until now, no one had bid. It seemed that the treasures were still not good enough. Zhou Qinglei waved his hand, and a purple fishing rod appeared. The second auction item is the Purple Dragon Void Shattering Rod. This rod is forged with the blood-colored purple dragon bone, with the heavenly thunder god iron as the hook and the heavenly carp's whisker as the silk. It was forged in 49 days by a 6-star refiner in the Thunder City. The starting price is 20,000. Hiss. Heavenly thunder god iron as the hook. Isn't it said that the heavenly thunder god iron is forged by the master of thunder fire? Damn, I'll definitely take this rod. I'll pay 25,000. It's rare to see a blood-colored purple dragon. This pole is good for cultivating a hook kill technique. I'll take it. 30,000. Mio, this time someone from the top level made a move. Anyway, Han Fei didn't know who it was. As soon as the man opened his mouth, he offered 50,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones, which shocked everyone, and the fishing rod was easily taken by him. Logically speaking, although the fishing rod was good, as one became stronger and stronger, ordinary people wouldn't be able to use such a strong fishing rod unless they encountered extremely strong fishing techniques and hook-killing techniques. However, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Refiners made so much money. They seemed to be making money even faster than him. Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. In the end, he knew too little of the world before. Fortunately, he had been in the outside world for a while. If it were before, he would have been shocked by the massive amount of resources. Next, as if to attract the upper-class guests to make a move, this auction started with 5 ultra-quality divine weapons. In order to take care of the people in the hall, more than 20 high-quality divine weapons, heaven-level ultra-quality cultivation techniques, venerable-level cultivation techniques, and top-quality spiritual fruits were thrown out. But Han Fei was getting impatient. When Zhou Qinglei saw that someone on the top floor had activated the array, he frowned and knew it was time. The old man shouted, "Guys, what's next is really rare." A small bottle appeared on the platform. Zhou Qinglei spread out his hands and looked around. There are 3 pills in this bottle. These are the heavenly power pills refined by a half-king in the Medicine King world. After taking them, within 3 months, your understanding of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and your affinity with the power of the great Tao will double. Whether it's practicing cultivation techniques, great techniques, body tempering, or absorbing the power of chaos, the effect will double. Seeing is believing. In order to prevent any loss of medicinal effect, it will be specially displayed for 10 breaths. Hiss. Heavenly power pill? That's a divine medicine for venerables, someone said. What do you know? That's a divine medicine for those below the venerable realm. It's said that anyone who consumes it can definitely break through a realm. Someone said, however, it's also very useful for venerables. It's said that this one can save 10 years of hard work. Zhou Qinglei opened the box, and a golden pill floated in the air, and information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. 1 Nami Heavenly Power Pill, Introduction. An auxiliary cultivation pill refined by an alchemist with a wisp of chaotic chi and 300 precious materials. After taking it, your potential will be stimulated and you can cultivate quickly in a short period of time. Level, venerable, equality, ultra-quality, chaotic, chirote, 1 wisp, note T. The effect on advanced venerables and above is average. When Han Fei saw the last description, he smiled. It was useless even for advanced venerables, let alone him. Moreover, this thing looked expensive. It would cost at least 50,000 ultra-quality spirit stones. He couldn't buy it and give it to Xiaosei, right? After all, Old Yuan didn't need it. Old Yuan was an emperor. Han Fei was not interested, but the audience was shouting crazily. Even on the top floor, more than half of the private rooms had begun to bid. Someone shouted 60,000, 70,000, 75,000, 80,000, 100,000, 100,000. Suddenly someone shouted in the private room next to Han Fei. The 3 pills were directly quoted at a sky-high price of 100,000 ultra-quality spirit stones, shocking everyone present. A young man walked out of the private room. There was a line of fire between his eyebrows and 5 colors spinning behind him. Hiss! It's a 5 elements disciple. What? Such a heavenly talent is also participating in the Heavenly South auction? He has already shown himself. It seems that we can't compete for the heavenly power pill. Chapter 1718. Spend money like water. Chapter 1718. Spend money like water. The auction of the heavenly power pill pushed the auction to its climax. In the end, the 5 elements disciples obtained the 3 heavenly power pills. Tian'er, Han Fei called out, and Tian'er immediately walked in and said respectfully, "Sir, what can I do for you?" Han Fei said casually, "Tell me about the 5 elements disciples." Tian'er was slightly stunned. She thought to herself, since the guest is so rich and strong, how can he not know the 5 elements disciples? However, she was just a waitress. If a customer asked, she would answer. Tian'er said, the five elements disciples are disciples of the five elements world. In the 36 mystic worlds, some kings of the heavenly palace personally teach disciples. This five elements disciple is called Ban Yi, and he has the strength of an intermediate peak level venerable. It is said that he can fight across realms and control the five elements at the same time. He is recognized as a heavenly talent in the 13 worlds in the outer domain for close combat and long-range combat. Even in the 13 worlds in the inner domain, some people say that he can be ranked in the top 10 in his realm. Huh? How many people are like this guy in the five elements world? Tian'er said. I don't know about that, but there are 3 five elements disciples who have appeared. Alright, you can leave now. Yes, customer. After Tian'er left, Nian'er said, brother, it sounds awesome. He can control 5 elements. But I can only control time. Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can control time. Even if he can control 100 elements, he will be no match for you. Nian'er, you have to remember that the Great Tao of Time is one of the most powerful Great Taos in the world. Don't underestimate yourself. Really? Uh-huh. While Han Fei listened to Tian'er's explanation, Zhou Qinglei took out another bottle of pills. Amidst the exclamations, someone was shocked. What? Triple Tao pattern pill? While Han Fei was wondering about the pill, Zhou Qinglei said with a smile, it seems that you've long heard of it. As the name implies, the Triple Tao pattern pill is a supreme pill that has experienced the pill tribulation. Also, the Triple Tao patterns mean that it has experienced triple pill tribulations. It's only one step away from 4 Tao patterns. You can evaluate its value. This pill has a spirit and can't be displayed. Its effect is mainly to improve one's physique, strengthen one's chi, blood, and physique, which will greatly help one break through. You can trust the credibility of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. The starting price of this pill is 100,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei gasped. Fuck, is alchemy so profitable? The starting price is 100,000? Then won't it be 200,000 in the end? Spending hundreds of thousands of ultra-quality spirit stones in exchange for a pill, was there something wrong with his brain? However, the old turtle suddenly said, buy it. Han Fei immediately said, no, isn't this a bit expensive? He didn't even show it to me. The old turtle said, this Triple Tao pattern pill should be a 3rd-level tribulation pill from the Age of Gods. It contains the rules of the heavenly Tao, and the power of the great Tao is rich, which is not comparable to ordinary pills. Although I don't know which aspect this pill focuses on, it can't be wrong to buy it. Han Fei asked, what is the pill tribulation? The old turtle said, if you are that pill, then the pill tribulation represents the heavenly tribulation. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. So it's a pill that has passed the heavenly tribulation? The old turtle sneered. This is nothing. If a pill transcends 6 pill tribulations, it can even transform into a living creature. Therefore, in the Age of Gods, alchemists made much more money than refiners. Han Fei was speechless. Old Jiang seemed to know how to refine pills too. However, he didn't know that refining pills could be so profitable. If he had known that refining pills was so profitable, he might have changed his profession. However, this time, many people in the hall looked at the private rooms upstairs. Ordinary people couldn't afford such a divine pill. Next to Han Fei, the disciple of the 5 elements world shouted, for such a treasure you only need to auction within a small range. I offer 150,000. The audience was in an uproar. However, most people had already expected this outcome. If one didn't have money, he couldn't participate in such a high-end auction. As soon as Ban Yi finished shouting, someone said, 160,000. A woman added, it's meaningless to raise the price like this, 200,000. Don't bid below this price. Then, Ban Yi shouted, 210,000. At this moment, one private room on the top floor directly removed the seal. A familiar voice sounded, 250,000. I want this Triple Tao pattern pill. This was none other than the heavenly talent of the Golden Crow world, Xuanhuan. The pupils of the 5 elements disciple were immediately constricted, and he cupped his hands. I didn't expect the holy maiden of the snow god's temple to come in person. The other one is probably fellow Taoist Xuanhuan from the Golden Crow world, right? Xuanhuan smiled faintly. Yes, hiss. Even a strong master from the Golden Crow world is here? Is that Ice Snow world's holy maiden? Oh my, it's said that she's engaged to a man from the Golden Crow world. With this person's status, I'm afraid we have no chance to get this pill. However, someone also sighed. It's already 250,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Even if you want to keep bidding, you won't have the capital to do it. Zhou Qinglei looked around and sighed in his heart, shouting, 250,000, once. Anyone else? 250,000, twice. When Zhou Qinglei was about to shout again, Han Fei said casually, 260,000. Instantly, everyone looked at Heavenly Thunder Room 9 where Han Fei was. Jin Chuan's smile disappeared in an instant. He said in a cold voice, don't you know that our Golden Crow world has already bid? Han Fei said leisurely. I know. You bid your price, and I call mine. What's wrong? The entire auction house was silent. The 5 elements disciple looked at the private room next door and thought to himself, who is this big shot? He actually openly challenged a Golden Crow powerhouse? Others didn't know Jin Quan's identity, but he knew a little about him. He was one of the candidates for the palace master of the Golden Crow world. How could ordinary people dare to provoke such a person? Jin Quan said 270,000. Han Fei said leisurely 280,000. Jin Quan 300,000. Han Fei said casually 300,000. Jin Quan suddenly stood up and looked straight at Heavenly Thunder Room 9. Why don't we meet? Even if you want to continue bidding, you have to prove that you have the money, right? 300,000. Do you dare to continue to compete with me? Han Fei laughed. Okay, then 330,000. Hearing it, Jin Quan's eyes were about to spit fire. Ice Snow Chuling frowned. Forget it, this pill is already too expensive. However, how could Jin Quan listen to her? He said, do you really have the money? 330,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones are enough to buy 10 ultra-quality divine weapons. Swish. All of a sudden, a 3-meter-wide broken shell that looked like a door shot through the auction platform from room 9. Han Fei asked leisurely, is this enough? Jin Quan sneered. What makes you think this shell fragment worth 330,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones? It had become a contest between Jin Quan and Han Fei. Even the Five Elements disciple was willing to wait and was watching with interest. Han Fei said leisurely, what? Such a large piece of king shell can't even be worth hundreds of thousands of ultra-quality spiritual stones? Buzz! When Han Fei said king shell, the entire auction house exploded. Zhou Qinglei half squatted in front of the shell. This is a king's shell? Wait a minute, I've never seen a king's treasure before. Let me call someone. No need. I'm here. A figure suddenly appeared in the auction house. This person was 2.5 meters tall and carried a golden hammer. After landing, he flashed to the side of the shell. Someone was surprised. Is this Master Ye Qianshui, a 7-star refiner in Thunder City? That's right. In the entire Thunder City, there are only a handful of 7-star refiners. Lord Ye Qianshui is one of them. It's undoubtedly Lord Yej, one of the 3 great refiners of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. The Heavenly South Myriad Treasure Pavilion is in the charge of Lord Yue. A sure clang. Yue Qianshui flicked his finger, and waves of air rolled. Even explorers present wouldn't stand steadily. Yue Qianshui's eyes lit up. He narrowed his eyes and his hands lit up. The king shell was a peerless treasure for refining sea-quelling bizarre treasures. If one could refine a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, its value could never be measured with ultra-quality spirit stones. A moment later, under Jin Quan's threatening gaze, Ye Qianshui nodded. Yes, this is a king's shell. If I'm not wrong, this shell is at least an ancient mutant, which is extremely rare. Such a big piece, if converted to the market price, is worth at least 250,000 ultra-quality spirit stones. After all, this was only a shell fragment, and it was impossible to refine a sea-quelling bizarre treasures with only mutant materials. Therefore, the price of 250,000 was already extremely high. Swish! Han Fei casually threw out another shell of about the same size. As soon as he threw out the 2 pieces of shell, Han Fei said leisurely, Hey, the guy from the Golden Crow world, do you want to continue bidding? It's fine, you can continue. Jin Quan couldn't have felt worse. How could he continue? These 2 pieces of shell were worth nearly 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. What if Han Fei still had more? If he kept bidding but Han Fei took the shell fragments back, he would suffer a great loss. Immediately, Jin Quan snorted. Humph, why don't you show your face? You must have found a secret realm somewhere, right? Just wait and see. Facing Jin Quan's threat, Han Fei didn't care at all, nor did Yue Qianshui. He simply said, Fellow Taoist from Heavenly Thunder Room 9, are you selling the king's shells? Han Fei said, yes. Yue Qianding was overjoyed. In that case, our Heavenly South Myriad Treasures Pavilion can buy them for 500,000 ultra-quality spirit stones. It's definitely higher than the market price. What do you think? Han Fei smiled. Okay. Han Fei was happy to make more money. Once his life level increased and he found a body-tempering technique, the consumption of resources would definitely not be small. Besides, he still had a bunch of such shell fragments. However, the moment Han Fei took out the king shell, Jin Quan, the 5 Elements disciple, and some others had already set their eyes on Heavenly Thunder Room 9. Chapter 1719, How much do you think it's worth? Chapter 1719, How much do you think it's worth? In fact, Han Fei didn't care what these people thought. Would these people target him? Then so be it. The people present today were all very rich. A few 100,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones was like a drizzle to them. If they didn't target him, how could he earn money? In the following auction, another 7 or 8 ultra-quality divine weapons were taken out, and then the auction ended. After all, the level of this auction was not high. At this moment, people had already left one after another. The auction house was not stupid. There were not many people left, so they wouldn't take out anything good. After all, the more people there were, the easier it was for the price to be raised. If they wanted to make money, they would only wait for the next time. When everyone present had spare money, they could cut another wave of leaks. Han Fei drank the earth vein spring water in his cup and held Nianer's hand. Let's go back, Xiao Sei whispered. Master Han Fei, if we go out now, I'm afraid. Han Fei grinned. Don't worry, these fish can't eat me. Less than an hour later, someone came to Jinquan's side and said in a low voice, "Master, this person's name is unknown. He lives in the southern half of the Myriad Treasure Tower's top floor. His background shouldn't be weak. He has a 7 or 8-year-old girl and an intermediate venerable with him." "It's him?" Jinquan's pupils were constricted slightly. He happened to meet someone who took a little girl. That person's arrogant aura really annoyed him. Jinquan sneered and smiled coldly. "Inform old 8 to be on standby." "Yes, master." Jinquan laughed in his heart. "Brat, how dare you sabotage my relationship with Chuling? You deserve to die." "Poor you, your king-level materials will be all mine." Then, Jinquan continued, "Are you sure you can't find out his identity?" The man nodded. "Young master, I only know that this person seems to have come from the Thunderfire Bazaar Island. As for why he is there and what his background is, I have no idea." Jinquan nodded slightly. "Let's change the direction of the investigation and see if any big ships have come to the Thunderfire world recently. If there is, find out which heavenly palace it's from and what level it is." On the other side, the Five Elements disciple, Ban Yi, was also listening to his men's reporting. He murmured, "He took a little girl with him, his background unknown." At this moment, Han Fei was playing with a small bottle which contained the triple Dao pattern pill. In order to see what kind of pill was worth such a high price, Han Fei opened the bottle without hesitation. Buzz. The moment the bottle was opened, the fragrance filled the entire room. Han Fei felt refreshed. Just smelling the fragrance, he felt extremely comfortable from head to toe. The pill was light red in color. Other than a strange 4-sided symbol on the pill, there were 3 strange Dao patterns. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. TE name. 3rd grade tribulation pill introduction. An ultra-quality pill refined by an alchemist that is to transcend the heavenly tribulation. This pill contains a lot of energy and the power of the great Tao. It can help you break through the cultivation barrier and quickly increase your strength. If you take it during the heavenly tribulation, you may be able to resist 1 heavenly tribulation. L level, venerable equality. Ultra quality, chaotic, 8 wisps. 8 wisps, ER marks. It has miraculous effects on breaking through realms and transcending tribulations. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. This thing is so powerful. It can even resist the heavenly tribulation. It seems to be a waste to use it now. I'd better keep it for now. Anyway, I don't need to use it now. Knock, knock, knock. "Sir." Han Fei put away the 3rd grade tribulation pill and replied casually, "Come in." In the next moment, the manager of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion walked in with Tian'er with a smile. As soon as he came in, the manager felt that something was wrong. The medicinal fragrance here was astonishing. It seemed that Han Fei was looking at the triple Dao pattern pill just now. As for Tian'er, she immediately felt dizzy. Han Fei casually pointed. "You're about to make a breakthrough. Don't hold on," the manager said. "Thank you for your consideration." Then, the manager sent a voice transmission to Tian'er. The girl sat cross-legged on the ground and began her breakthrough. The manager said, "Sir, I'm here to deliver ultra-quality spiritual stones to you. There are still 170,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones left from the 2 pieces of king shell you paid earlier. In addition, Master Yue Qianchui said that after the auction, all the big ships will start to return. If you need, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion can arrange a route for you to ensure your safety." Han Fei thought to himself, "I never need anyone to ensure my safety." Han Fei said, "Well, I just want to know how many ships in the Thunderfire world are going to the inner domain. Which heavenly palaces are they going to?" The manager thought to himself, Han Fei is indeed from the inner domain. He decided to go to the inner domain without thinking. The manager immediately said, "Sir, after all, the Heavenly South auction is not a large-scale auction. Therefore, there are not many ships from the inner domain this time. Currently, there are only ships to the Medicine King world and the Golden Crow world." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Does the Thunderfire world have a ship to the Glazed Glass world?" The manager couldn't help but say in surprise, "The Glazed Glass world? Sir, the big ships of the Glazed Glass world, the Immeasurability world, the Sword God world, and the Supreme Mystic world are very few. They rarely come to the outer domain. However, if you go to the Medicine King world or the Golden Crow world, it's another story. In other words, if you want to go to these places, you have to go to the inner domain first, because these heavenly palaces seem to only have intercourse with the heavenly palaces in the inner domain." Just as Han Fei was considering whether he should go to the Medicine King world first or not, suddenly Han Fei felt Snowmorn move slightly. Han Fei immediately looked at the door and said to the manager, "Okay, I got it. I'll ask Miss Tian'er to find you if I need it." "Okay, sir." The manager seemed to have noticed Han Fei's eyes and guessed that someone was coming. However, he didn't release his perception to investigate. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion only did business and wouldn't get involved in customers' personal affairs. For Han Fei's convenience, the manager grabbed Tian'er and left through the void. After the manager left, Han Fei hooked his finger and opened the seal on the door, only to see that Ice Snow Chuling came alone. Han Fei smiled. "Please come in." Tian'er called, "Pretty sister." Ice Snow Chuling smiled shyly at Tian'er. "You must be very beautiful when you grow up." After Ice Snow Chuling entered, Han Fei extended his hand and a green liquid appeared in the cup. Huh? Earth vein spring water? Han Fei smiled. I thought you wouldn't come. I didn't expect you to come when I was about to leave. Ice Snow Chuling, may I know your name? Han Fei smiled. I'm Fan De Tong, a wandering refiner. Ice Snow Chuling. Ice Snow Chuling was lost for words. Why is there someone with this name? Also, a wandering refiner? Do you think I'm stupid? However, it was meaningless to expose Han Fei now. So, whatever Han Fei said. Ice Snow Chuling said, Fellow Taoist, you said in a voice transmission that you might be able to treat my illness. Can I take it seriously? Han Fei glanced at the teacup in front of her, then picked up his own cup and took a sip. How many years do you have left? Originally, this kind of privacy was the last thing she would tell outsiders. However, Han Fei seemed to know her condition very well, so she didn't hide it. She said, about 300 years, if my condition doesn't worsen. Han Fei frowned and pressed down the snowmorn that was trembling in Forge the Universe, thinking, if I'm not mistaken, the last wisp of Ice Snow Chuling's soul should be related to Snowmorn. In Snowmorn, it was either the human-shaped soul body that he had forcefully absorbed, or Snowmorn itself hid secrets. Han Fei asked, how powerful is the Holy Maiden of the Snow God's Temple? Huh? Ice Snow Chuling was dumbfounded. What does that mean? Han Fei said. You need to pay a lot to cure your illness. Ice Snow Chuling was shocked. What? If you can heal me, I can get anything for you. Han Fei smiled casually. Don't speak too soon. At least, you will owe me a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Huh? Ice Snow Chuling looked surprised, but then said, if you can cure me, I can think of a way to get a sea-quelling bizarre treasure for you. Buzz. Han Fei waved his hand and Snowmorn floated in the air. Ice Snow Chuling lunged to her feet. A rare blush appeared on her face and Snowmorn came up to her. Ice Snow Chuling looked at Han Fei in shock. When she touched Snowmorn, she no longer felt weak. At this moment, Ice Snow Chuling knew what Han Fei meant when he said that she would owe him a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. So, his sea-quelling bizarre treasure could cure her illness. Then she couldn't let him lose a sea-quelling bizarre treasure for nothing, right? Moreover, this sea-quelling bizarre treasure seemed to be very different to him. She felt that she had seen this sword somewhere. It was a strange feeling. She seemed to feel a sense of echo, as if something was calling to her. She had a feeling that if the sea-quelling bizarre treasure recognized her as its master, her illness might be cured immediately. Swisho Han Fei extended his hand and forcibly took back Snowmorn. No matter what, this was his sword. It almost sucked him to death when he found it. Putting away Snowmorn, Han Fei asked, how much do you think it's worth? Chapter 1720, Welcome to Rob Me. Chapter 1720, Welcome to Rob Me now in Ice Snow Chuling's eyes. Han Fei was a mysterious and powerful big shot. Not to mention that he was already a half-king, Han Fei's ability to take out king shells and a sea-quelling bizarre treasure indicated that he was definitely not an ordinary person. She came to Han Fei just to tell him that many people already knew that he was the guest in the Thunder Room numbered 9 at the auction. Although Han Fei said he could cure her, she didn't have much hope. After all, even the Medicine King couldn't save her. How could ordinary people save her? But at this moment she believed it because she had seen hope. Ice Snow Chuling said, the Snow God's Temple has 3 sea-quelling bizarre treasures. In addition to the Ice Snow Scepter and the Ice Snow Crown in my master's hand, I have an Ice Snow Lotus Throne. Cultivating on this Lotus Throne can calm one's mind and yield twice the results with half the effort. Over time, the Lotus Throne will faintly temper the body and even improve the resistance to extreme cold. Han Fei tilted his head and asked, what level? Mid-quality. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This was a level higher than Snowmorn. Something that could improve one's cultivation should be something good. Han Fei said, what else? Although my sword is only low quality, it can save your life. It's the only one in the world. Ice Snow Chuling thought for a long time and said, I have a life pill with 3 Tao patterns that can extend your life by 500 years. Han Fei thought to himself, I'm still young. Why do I need that? So, Han Fei shook his head and said, I drink earth vein spring water every day. Why do I need that? Ice Snow Chuling said, perhaps you don't need it, but even in the 36 mystic worlds, a life pill is an extremely rare item. Fellow Taoist, what do you need? I can try to get it for you. Han Fei thought for a moment. What he lacked now were treasures that contained energy and chaotic chi, as well as powerful body tempering techniques. Void fishing was a growth technique, which was equivalent to a cultivation method. It would only increase one's realm and not strengthen his physique. The path of body refinement had always been his focus. He could not abandon it. The chaotic chi was quite expensive and rare. However, he could absorb it from the bodies of great demons in the venerable realm. If it was a great demon in the half-king realm, he would be able to absorb much chaotic chi from it. Therefore, Han Fei didn't need her to give him chaotic chi. Han Fei said, I need treasures that contain extremely high energy and a venerable level body tempering technique. How much can you provide? Huh? Ice Snow Chuling said. Because the Ice Snow world is not famous for body tempering, there are only 2 venerable level body tempering techniques in Ice Snow world. However, if I trade with life pills, I should be able to get a few more. Then you'd better hurry up, I don't have much time. xuanhuan nodded. Okay, I'll do it right away. As for the treasures that contain energy, they're usually spiritual fruits, and the place with the most abundant spiritual fruits is definitely the 100 Flowers Palace in the outer domain. 100,000 energy spiritual fruits is the limit I can get with my identity. Any more, and it will inevitably attract the attention of others, which may affect our transaction. Hanfei grinned. Deal, xuanhuan said. It may take me some time to prepare these. If you don't mind, you can follow my big ship to visit the ice snow world for some time, fellow Taoist. Hanfei thought for a moment. If he asked the Myriad Treasure Pavilion to arrange for him to go to the Golden Crow world and the Medicine King world, he might as well go to the ice snow world. Hanfei pretended to hesitate and said, Is there a big ship to the glazed glass world and the ice snow world? After this, I have to go to the glazed glass world. Glazed Glass World, xuanhuan said. The locations of the Glazed Glass World and the Supreme Mystic World have always been difficult to find in the inner domain, and there are few routes to the two worlds. Even in the 13 worlds in the inner domain, it's not easy to go to the Glazed Glass World and the Supreme Mystic World. We don't have a route to the Glazed Glass World. But the Glazed Glass World, the Immeasurability World, the Sword God World, and the Supreme Mystic World are allies. If you go to the Immeasurability World or the Sword God World, you may be able to find a way to the Glazed Glass World. We Ice Snow World do have a route to the Sword God World. Sword God World? Hanfei was slightly stunned. Fuck, is it so troublesome to find a way in the Raging Sea? It was fine if it was difficult to find the Supreme Mystic World. After all kinds of combat skills and cultivation techniques were kept in the Supreme Mystic World. But what the hell was the Glazed Glass World? Why was it so difficult to find? Hanfei nodded. Okay, then help me arrange a big ship to the Sword God World later. Hanfei felt that he had earned a lot this time. Even if he couldn't find the Supreme Mystic World in a short time, he could still have many body tempering techniques. If he fused them with the Demon Purification Pot, it might be able to create a great ancient technique. However, xuanhuan said, I'll arrange our deal. However, fellow Taoist, your situation is not good. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion is just an auction house after all. They don't have the ability to isolate all the news and hide you. Therefore, I'm afraid that someone has already found out that you are the one in the Heavenly Thunder Room 9 just now. Hanfei grinned. I'll take care of my own business. You just need to prepare the ship, and I'll come. Hanfei spent a very short time in the Thunderfire world, but he had gained a lot. In fact, Hanfei felt that this was because he knew too little about the outside world. It would probably be the same in other heavenly palaces. Therefore, Hanfei didn't stick to one place. He liked traveling. If he stayed in the same place for too long, he might attract the attention of the top powerhouses. For example, would the Master of Thunderfire come to him when he discovered that he had the King Shells? That was the material to refine a sea-quelling bizarre treasures. And sea-quelling bizarre treasures were rare resources in the entire Raging Sea. The next day, Hanfei controlled the boat alone and entered a general route. In the Raging Sea, general routes were the most commonly used routes. Such general routes could usually be bought with money, and were the most common routes. Usually, the general route did not belong to any faction, so the route was ordinary and lacked opportunities. Generally speaking, if it was a transaction of a large amount of supplies, very few people would take a general route openly. Even if they did, they would walk carefully or be protected by powerhouses. For ordinary pirates, this kind of general route was their favorite. However, for large pirate groups, the risk of plundering a general route was far higher than the benefits. After all, most people on the general route didn't have much money. How many people would have to share the money if they mobilized a pirate ship? And those who dared to take the general route were basically guaranteed to be strong, and they were the kind of people who couldn't afford to lose. Pirates might not necessarily win, right? If they were beaten by others, they would lose everything. Therefore, great pirate groups generally disdained plundering the general routes. They would usually plunder those dedicated private routes. When Hanfei set foot on a general route to the wind-slashing world alone, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Why did he choose the wind-slashing world? That was because if he deviated slightly on this route, he would be able to reach the Ice Snow World's route. And when xuanhuan traded with him, she had already given him the Ice Snow World's route. Although a dedicated route was also a general route in a sense, there were more experts on this kind of route. If something happened, a king might even take action. However, this didn't mean that a dedicated route was mysterious. It was just safer than ordinary general routes. In the evening, violent energy wreaked havoc on the sea. In terms of the environment, the outer domain wasn't very good. Hanfei was continuing to modify the Avenger. He had refined about 2/3 of it, and the rest still needed to be perfected. This place was already very far from the Thunderfire world. On the extremely vast sea, although it was a general route, the distance between ships was still very far. After all, a big ship on the sea was only a drop in the ocean and extremely difficult to find. However, under such circumstances, a ship appeared near Hanfei's Avenger. The Avenger hadn't hung its flag yet, so in the eyes of others, it was just a big black ship. To be precise, it was a big partly black ship, and part of it hadn't been modified yet. Nienor had been digesting her strength for the past 2 days. Perhaps Nienor had been a peak-level law enforcer for a long time. In terms of overall strength, Nienor had completely adapted. And after Han Fei's long education and Xiaoxi's explanation, Nianer had a general understanding of the world. In addition, Han Fei had opened the Triple Tribulations pill yesterday, which seemed to have triggered Nianer's epiphany. In a few months, Nianer would have to transcend the tribulation and make a breakthrough. Suddenly, Xiaoxi's face changed slightly. "Oh no, a boat is coming," Han Fei smiled. "Take Nianer to play with Earth 9. Buzz." Han Fei opened the boat array and the sea-quelling painting at the same time. The phantom of mountains and rivers wrapped Xiaoxi and Nianer and sent them into the sea-quelling painting. Han Fei wasn't worried at all. Instead, he mumbled, "This array is quite complicated. It's refined on the core of an ultra-quality divine weapon, but it's still too weak. It seems that I'll have to refine it myself another day." Buzz. At this moment, the void opened, and a big ship broke through the void. Buzz, buzz. When a big ship arrived, 2 other big ships came. One of them even had a flag, which was the symbol of the Medicine King world. Xuanhuan stood on the deck and faced Han Fei directly. "Brat, I was almost bluffed by you. I thought you were a top heavenly talent from the Supreme Clearness world, the Primordial Chaos world, or the Infinity world, but you're nothing. You want to leave the Thunderfire heaven? Dream on." With that, Xuanhuan looked at the other 2 ships and said, "What a coincidence. Why are you here too? Tell me, what do you mean?" On the ship, with the 5 elements flag of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the disciple of the 5 elements sect, Ban Yi, stood up and said, "Brother Jin, this person has many treasures on him. Anyone who sees him will have a share, right?" On the other side was the young man from the Medicine King world who Han Fei met last time. At this moment, he looked at Han Fei with a cold smile. "I know you will definitely die, but the child is innocent. You can give the child to me," the young man said. "You can take the treasures on this person. I only want the little girl with him." Because Han Fei's ship array was on, they couldn't see through the Avenger, so they didn't know that Nianer was no longer here. "Keke, are you done?" At this moment, Han Fei smiled. "Are you done? Is it my turn?" Han Fei smiled. Welcome to Rob Me. Chapter 1721, The Avengers Rise to Fame. Chapter 1721. The Avengers Rise to Fame. Han Fei didn't know how often there were robberies in the Raging Sea, or how fierce the pirates here were. However, Han Fei was really experienced in robbery. Han Fei didn't expect to completely hide his whereabouts. In the end, he caught 3 big fish. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the Medicine King world also participated in this robbery. Although what they wanted to take was not resources but a little girl, it wasn't any better. Han Fei's contempt made everyone feel that they had been fooled. The image Han Fei created for everyone in the Thunderfire world was different. The impression he left on Xuanhuan was that he might be a heavenly talent from the inner domain who was protected by a strong master. Han Fei gave the same impression to the 5 Elements disciple. Besides, Han Fei was very rich. Therefore, after confirming that Han Fei wasn't from the inner domain and there didn't seem to be a half-king around him, he decided to come to rob him. As for the man from the Medicine King world, he had learned about the actions of the Golden Crow world and the 5 Elements world and thought that Han Fei wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Therefore, he thought he just needed to come and ask the Golden Crow world and the 5 Elements world to give him face. 2 half-kings appeared beside Xuanhuan. The 2 of them looked around and shook their heads slightly. "We didn't find any ambushes or any unusual movements on that ship." Xuanhuan laughed. "Brat, you're still pretending when you're about to die? Do you think I'm scared? Take him down." Behind Ban Yi, a half-king also appeared. He smiled faintly. "It's not good to have a conflict with the Golden Crow world. Let's help them. Then the Golden Crow world will have to spare us a share when they rob the ship." The only person who was prepared to watch the show was the young man from the Medicine King world. However, the moment these people were about to attack, Han Fei waved his hand, and a layer of seal on the Avenger was torn apart. The logo of a skeleton pirate appeared on the huge black sail. At the top of the mast, a pirate skeleton flag appeared. Today is the first robbery of the Avengers. We need to find some people to sacrifice to the flag. You guys came at the right time. Hiss. When the battle started, the young man who was watching the show was stunned. The Avengers? This person is actually a pirate? Xuanhuan and Ban Yi were also stunned. This guy was actually a pirate? However, the 2 of them were still calm. On their side, there were 2 half-kings from the Golden Crow world and 1 from the 5 Elements world. As for Xuanhuan and Ban Yi, they could be said to be among the tops of the peak-level venerables. As long as there was no king, who could shake them? Even though Han Fei was a pirate, they had never heard of the Avengers. "Who would care?" Ban Yi shouted. "Brother Jin, let's end this battle quickly. It won't be good if this person's reinforcements come." The half-king beside Xuanhuan also said, "Seventh young master, let's finish the battle in 10 seconds and defeat him quickly. I'm afraid that this person is backed by the top 10 pirate groups, which will be troublesome." Xuanhuan snorted. "Take him down quickly. Buzz." At that moment, Han Fei's aura rose to the peak. The power of the Great Tao circulated and swept across the sky. Swish, Han Fei quietly appeared at a speed that even the 3 half-kings couldn't match. A spear mark instantly thrust out of the void, which was so fast that the 3 half-kings could barely react, but they didn't have time to escape. One of the half-kings from the Golden Crow's side was penetrated by Han Fei. His entire body exploded. Hiss! At that moment, the people of the 3 heavenly palaces were all dumbfounded. What kind of divine power is this? A half-king can't even withstand the power of a spear? Another half-king of the Golden Crow world shouted, "Oh no, young master, leave quickly. This person is a king." Everyone? One? At that moment, Jinquan, Ban Yi, and Xiaofan from the Medicine King world were all stunned. What the fuck? A king pretending to be a junior venerable? A king attending such an ordinary auction? Why would a king use himself as bait to trick them? However, since the half-king said so, he must have his reasons. Therefore, Jinquan, Ban Yi, and the others retreated without hesitation. Hee, since you're here, why are you leaving? Swish, swish, swish! In the void, 2 half-king projections descended and stopped 2 of them. Han Fei grabbed a weird blue power and slashed at the void. With a rumble, a crack appeared in the sky and a rain of blood fell. A half-king was half a step into the king realm, so the sky would certainly react if he died. Jinquan was shocked. King's projections? How is that possible? How can he be a king? On the other side, Xiaofan from the Medicine King world was shocked to see that the half-king didn't even have the chance to have blood rebirth. How could he have a chance? He believed that this was definitely a king. He could kill a half-king in one move. What could be more visually impactful than this? Han Fei's half-king projections directly stunned Xiaofan. People from the Medicine King world were not particularly good at fighting. Generally speaking, the Golden Crow world and the 5 Elements world would give him face. Therefore, he came alone this time to bring Neoner back and make a great contribution. However, when Han Fei's half-king projection stood in front of his ship and punched, and the boat array rumbled but the ship couldn't move at all, he was terrified. The only one who could escape was Ban Yi from the 5 Elements world. This person was only an intermediate peak-level venerable. Even if he came out, he had always been cautious. The moment Han Fei killed a half-king, he had already begun to teleport. Fortunately, he brought a half-king with him, who blocked Han Fei's projection. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Buzz. The big ship of the 5 Elements world ran away, but Han Fei didn't care. If no one told others how powerful the Avenger was, what was the point of this war? The half-king from the 5 Elements world reversed the 5 Elements and used all kinds of great techniques, but couldn't shake Han Fei at all. Han Fei's original body, on the other hand, punched a hole in the ship array of the Golden Crow world. Star teleportation. Han Fei appeared on the Golden Crow world's ship. He didn't need to do anything. As his projection fell, the remaining advanced venerable on the ship had nowhere to escape. Han Fei held time in his hand and slashed at the sky. In just 3 seconds, the half-king from the Golden Crow world was cut in half by Han Fei. His soul was caught by Han Fei with the void lines, and he had nowhere to escape. Jinquan shouted in horror, "Fellow Taoist, don't kill me. I'm valuable. I'm one of the 7 king candidates of the Golden Crow world. I'm very valuable." Puff! Han Fei slashed out and cast the void lines. He had thought that Jinquan would die on the spot without even having the chance to be reborn. However, to Han Fei's surprise, 7 flaming shields appeared on Jinquan's body and blocked his attack. Although his body was covered in blood and his bones were shattered, he had indeed blocked Han Fei's attack. Han Fei looked at him with interest. In the next moment, the shields triggered the Sun Essence fire and 6 columns of fire rushed down, trying to surround Han Fei and create an opportunity for Jinquan to escape. Unfortunately, no matter how talented Jinquan was, he was facing a person whose strength was comparable to a king's. These people didn't know that Han Fei was a real king in 10 seconds. Fighting Han Fei during this period was no different from an egg hitting a rock. Under Jinquan's gaze, Han Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the Sun Essence fire. In the end, under Han Fei's slash, the so-called Palace Master candidate was beheaded. Han Fei devoured the souls and vitality of these people wantonly. Boom, boom. Even in the raging sea, if too many strong masters died, the weather would change drastically. 2 half-kings, 1 peak-level venerable, and 1 advanced venerable died in succession, causing great Dao cracks to appear in the sky and blood rains to fall. However, things were far from over. The people of the Golden Crow world were completely wiped out. The only remaining half-king of the 5 Elements world detonated an ultra-quality divine weapon and tried to escape. The result was obvious. The void was sealed by Han Fei, and this person was killed on the spot. At this point, only the people from the Medicine King world were left. Han Fei strolled in the air, feeling the soul power he had absorbed. Holding many sun moon shells, his projections came back. Seeing that Xiaofan still wanted to use void teleportation, Han Fei couldn't help but sneer. "Idiot, you failed to escape in the beginning. Now you don't even have a half-king protecting you. How can you escape?" Han Fei activated the knock on the heavenly gate and pierced through the array of the Medicine King world's ship. Han Fei flashed and appeared on the ship. An intermediate venerable who came with Xiaofan couldn't even move under Han Fei's pressure. Plop! The heavenly talent of the Medicine King world actually sat on the ground. Seeing him so flustered, Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. "I really wonder if you took medicine to become an intermediate venerable. Remember what I told you before. If you were in the sea, you would have died long ago." "How dare you come here to rob me?" Xiaofan hurriedly said. Master, Lord King, I didn't mean to harm you. I didn't mean— Puff! Han Fei pointed his finger at the space between Xuanhuan's eyebrows. The heavenly god stabbed him until he bled and his soul collapsed. Don't kill me, Shyla. In an extreme panic, Xuanhuan threw a mass of dark green poison at Han Fei. Han Fei turned into a shadow, took a few steps back, and touched the poisonous mist. The poison was spreading into Han Fei's body and being swallowed by his blood. Tusk, a heavenly talent of the Medicine King world actually used poison? Then, what's the difference between you and the Million Poison world? Han Fei held the embroidery needle and stabbed 100 times, shattering Xuanhuan's spiritual heritage and destroying his dantian, causing his realm to plummet. However, Han Fei didn't kill this person. He just grabbed Xuanhuan's Sun Moon Shell and then looked at another intermediate venerable with a faint smile. You can take him back. Remember to tell the others that I'm Han Fei, Master of Revenge and the leader of the Avengers. After the Medicine King world's ship fled crazily, the old turtle said, Aren't you afraid of arousing hatred? Why did you let him go? Han Fei said disdainfully. In order to cover up his actions, the Five Elements disciple Ban Yi probably won't publicize the deeds of the Avenger. However, the guy from the Medicine King world must hate me to his guts and will definitely publicize the existence of the Avenger. Today, I killed 3 half-kings in a row. How could my greatness not be publicized? The old turtle was speechless and thought to himself, that little guy is really pitiful. Why did you have to provoke Han Fei, this big devil? Chapter 1722, Golden Crow Divine Blood. Chapter 1722, Golden Crow Divine Blood. History had proven countless times that the law of the jungle was the law of survival in the cultivation world. Han Fei only planned to catch 1 fish, but there were 3. Han Fei took a look at the Sun Moon shells he snatched. The 3 half-king's Sun Moon shells mostly contained precious materials. There weren't many spiritual fruits and spiritual springs because they basically didn't rely on them now. What they had the most were ultra-quality spiritual stones. In the Raging Sea, ultra-quality spirit stones were the most convenient for transactions between venerables. Although he didn't know where these ultra-quality spirit stones came from, they did have them. Others used ultra-quality spiritual stones as money, but Han Fei used them as resources for cultivation. Han Fei thought to himself, it's not because I'm too low, but because these people haven't recognized the effect of ultra-quality spiritual stones at all, or rather, they are too weak to use ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei took the properties of the 3 half-kings. On average, each of them had more than 1 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei felt that he had become rich in an instant. In Jinquan's Sun Moon Shell, Han Fei made a new discovery. In addition to the ultra-quality divine weapons, there was also a 3rd-grade tribulation pill. Han Fei was delighted. This pill alone was worth a lot. He had made a fortune. Just as Han Fei was about to check Xuanhuan's Sun Moon Shell, he spotted a crystal gourd in Jinquan's Sun Moon Shell. There seemed to be something powerful shining in it. Han Fei reached out and grabbed the calabash. Han Fei opened the cork of the calabash. Immediately, a golden pillar of fire soared into the sky and a bird chirped. In the next moment, a drop of golden blood was about to rise into the sky and escape. How could Han Fei let this treasure run away? He reached out and grabbed the golden drop of blood, and information popped up in his eyes. Name Golden Crow, Divine Blood. Introduction. The blood essence of a divine beast, the Golden Crow, contains extremely powerful power. You can't consume it easily, or you will be devoured by the Golden Crow god. Level Divine, Equality. Golger Quality S Chaotic, Key 33 Wisps EUR 33 Wisps. It contains extremely powerful strength. If anyone under the Sea Establishment realm swallows it, it's easy for him to suffer a backlash and explode. Hiss, Han Fei was immediately shocked. This thing was amazing. However, this was a pleasant surprise. To be honest, the value of this drop of essence blood might be comparable to his entire fortune. The old turtle was also shocked. Is this the blood of a god? No, there are birds chirping. I'm afraid it's the blood of a divine beast. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. What's the difference between the blood of gods and the blood of divine beasts? The old turtle said. In essence, there's no difference. The blood of a god is more advanced than the blood of a divine beast. After all, only when a divine beast grows up can it have a chance to become a god. But in any case, this drop of blood is definitely not weaker than the blood of the war god you swallowed last time. Gulp. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. As one of the candidates for the palace master, Jinquan was not an ordinary cultivator. He could even get a treasure of this level. Unfortunately, it was his now. Putting away the Golden Crow divine blood, Han Fei looked at Xuanhuan's Sun Moon Shell again. However, Han Fei was greatly disappointed. Apart from 20,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones and an ultra-quality divine weapon, there was nothing left in Xuanhuan's Sun Moon Shell. Oh, there were also dozens of bottles of body-tempering pills and divine ascension pills. Han Fei took a look. Only the divine ascension pill was relatively better, but it was only suitable for junior or intermediate venerables. This thing could be left for Yinger. As for Nianer, she probably didn't need it. Nianer didn't need any pills to grow. In some aspects, she had long become a venerable. Now she just needed to come into contact with the human world and increase her social experience. At the same time, she could consolidate her foundation and continue to break through. After quickly checking these resources, Han Fei found that he had 1.98 million pure ultra-quality spiritual stones now. If each ultra-quality spiritual stone contained 800,000 points of spiritual energy, it would be an astronomical figure. Suddenly, Han Fei subconsciously calculated with his fingers that danger was coming. After all, this was a general rout. With such a huge commotion, someone would probably notice that he had obtained a treasure. It was better to slip away first. Then, Han Fei dove directly into the raging sea, held the vast ocean navigator, and went straight to xuanhuan's ship. About half an hour after Han Fei left. Swish, swish, swish. In the void, the shadows of several large ships appeared. A burly man holding a dark golden hammer stood in the void. This person casually picked up some broken corpses. The man's face changed. What an arrogant person. He didn't even bother to destroy the corpses in evidence. The Sun Moon shells and the Golden Crow World's ship were taken. Where is the Avenger from? Behind the man, a half-king said, Thundermaster, this man has defeated 3 half-kings alone. Plus xuanhuan, he can be taken as killing 4 half-kings. Is he, this burly man, was the master of Thunderfire. The first thing the Five Elements disciple did after he escaped was to tell the Thundermaster about their encounter with the pirates. However, he reversed the facts and said that Han Fei took the initiative to rob them. The Master of Thunderfire said indifferently, it's indeed possible that he's an unborn king. However, I'm puzzled. According to the Five Elements disciple, this person is the young man who sold 2 pieces of king shell at the Heavenly South auction. So the Five Elements disciple was trying to lead the trouble to us? Then the Master of Thunderfire said, these juniors clearly tried to rob the guy first, but they distorted the truth. They hit a rock. It has nothing to do with us. Go, warn the Five Elements disciple. Also, come with me to see what that little guy from Medicine King World has to say. 2 days passed. Due to the fact that xuanhuan needed to cultivate and that they had to wait for xuanhuan and the others, the snow wind didn't teleport. Instead, it anchored itself and waited halfway. Lord Chuling, something bad has happened. Holy Lady, a half-king has come to escort us. Creak. The cabin door opened, and xuanhuan appeared on the deck in a snow-white cloak. When she saw a strong man with a hammer on his back outside the ship, she bowed slightly and said, carrying a purple-gold Thunderfire hammer, Senior, you must be Senior Li Yuntian of the Thunderfire world. The man nodded slightly. Greetings, Holy Lady. I came here in a hurry because a powerful pirate group appeared on the nearby General Sea Route. 3 half-kings of the Five Elements and the Golden Crow have died. And, your, xuanhuan's pupils were constricted slightly. Senior, please tell me, Li Yuantian said. Holy Lady, your fiancé, xuanhuan, also died at the hands of that pirate crew. Holy Lady, please restrain your grief. This matter is very bad. Our Thunderfire world has already informed the kings of the Five Elements world and is investigating. Beside her, the 2 maids who were peak-level junior venerables were already stunned. 3 half-kings had died? That pirate group even dared to kill xuanhuan? Holy Lady, Sen Bing Shuiling suddenly came back to her senses and her face darkened. Senior Li, please board the ship. May I ask which of the 10 pirate groups did it? Li Yuantian landed on the deck and shook his head slightly. Not the top 10 pirate groups. xuanhuan was surprised. Not the top 10 pirate groups? Who can kill 3 half-kings on a general route? Li Yuantian smiled bitterly and said, Thundermaster suspects that this is a new pirate king. His name is Han Fei, and he's known as the Avenger. He founded the Avenger Pirates. We're also investigating in the Martial Emperor City. I'm sure there will be news soon. In order to avoid trouble, Holy Lady, please set sail immediately to the Ice Snow World. xuanhuan's heart sank. Although she was suspicious, even Li Yuantian was here, so she couldn't stay here any longer. At this moment, a voice sounded in her heart. Let's go. I've already boarded the ship and am in your cultivation cabin. She shouted, raise the anchor and return immediately. Yes, Holy Maiden. xuanhuan thought that Han Fei's strength had reached the half-king level, but she didn't expect that Han Fei had killed 3 half-kings in a row. Yes, when Li Yuantian said this, she had already guessed who did it. There was no reason for the top 10 pirate groups to plunder a general route at this time. Only Han Fei mysteriously went out to sea with all his treasures. She had reminded him, but he asked her to wait for him for a few days. Great. Now, xuanhuan and the others were all dead, and Han Fei was here. She wouldn't believe that this had nothing to do with Han Fei. After making arrangements for Li Yuantian, the big ship began to teleport in the void. xuanhuan also came to the cabin and saw Han Fei looking at a fish skin map. Seeing xuanhuan enter, Han Fei smiled. It's really rare to see a route recorded with a fish skin map. xuanhuan looked at Han Fei strangely and asked, Are you a king? One had to know that bringing a king to the Ice Snow World and bringing a half-king to the Ice Snow World were 2 different concepts. Han Fei smiled casually. Killing a half-king doesn't necessarily require the strength of the Sea Establishment realm. There are strong and weak in every realm, including half-kings. Seeing that Ice Snow Chuling looked a little nervous, Han Fei stood up and smiled. Don't worry, you in the Ice Snow world aren't worth my time. Also, shouldn't you find me a furry cloak? Otherwise, I won't fit in. Chapter 1723, Master of Infinity. Chapter 1723, Master of Infinity, Ice Snow. Chuling felt that this trip to Thunder City was a little dreamy. Although she did not like Jin Quan, the Golden Crow world had forced her teacher to agree. Although she was reluctant, there was nothing she could do. Ever since she knew that the pure Yang power couldn't help her recover, she didn't want to marry Jin Quan anymore. However, not only did her terminal illness have a turn for the better, but Han Fei also solved Jin Quan. Ice Snow Chuling didn't believe that Han Fei's name was real. After all, Han Fei had used the name Fan Da Tong to fool her. But in any case, she had no choice but to trust Han Fei. After all, the strongest people on this ship were Li Yuantian and herself. Han Fei, on the other hand, could kill 3 half-kings in a row, including Jin Quan. He could kill 4 half-kings in a row. Such an expert was not someone she could resist. Hearing Han Fei's question, Ice Snow Chuling threw out a piece of turf and said, "This is the snow velvet bark, a specialty of our Ice Snow world. I can help you refine it." Han Fei smiled. "No, I'll do it myself." "Oh, right. How long does it take to get from here to the Ice Snow world?" Ice Snow Chuling said. "According to the tolerance of the hull, we will arrive in about half a month at normal speed." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay. See you in half a month." Buzz. Then Han Fei directly disappeared in front of her eyes, which stunned her. She quickly looked at Li Yuantian on the deck outside the ship and realized that he didn't seem to notice anything either. At this moment, Ice Snow Chuling thought to herself, "I'm afraid that Han Fei is indeed a king, but I've never heard of such a king before." However, Ice Snow Chuling didn't think that Han Fei would break through the void and leave. He must still be on the ship, and must have gone to a small world or his origin sea. How could someone who owned a small world be ordinary? And if he had an origin sea, it would prove that Han Fei was a king. Therefore, she didn't think it was necessary for Han Fei to lie to her. Half a month later, when Ice Snow Chuling successfully arrived at the Snow God's temple, Li Yuantian cupped his hands at Ice Snow Chuling and said, "Holy lady, since I've arrived, I have to go back and report. Goodbye." Ice Snow Chuling bowed graciously. "Thank you for taking care of me along the way, senior. I should have invited you to stay in the Snow God's temple, but the Thunderfire world is in troubled times, so I won't delay you. Be careful." The main city of the Ice Snow world was called the Snow City. In Snow City, there was a place similar to the central holy city, the Snow God's Temple. This Snow God's Temple was not the Heavenly Palace, but the central part of Snow City. The real Snow God's Temple was rarely seen. Not long after they got off the boat, Ice Snow Chuling said, "Xiaoxin, Xiaoya, help me take a look at the energy fruits and cultivation techniques I arranged before." "Yes, Holy Lady Chuling." After sending the others away, the void shook in the cabin. Han Fei walked out openly. Of course, Han Fei came down later. His strength was suppressed to the peak level Junior Venerable, like a follower on the ship. When Ice Snow Chuling saw Han Fei, she secretly sighed. As she expected, he had been here. Han Fei came to Ice Snow Chuling and said, "You can arrange a place for me so that it's convenient for us to meet. I won't stay in the Ice Snow world for long. Give me what you promised me, and we'll be even." For Han Fei, Snowmorn wasn't that useful anymore. Besides, Snowmorn was only a low-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure and wasn't very precious. If he could exchange it for so many things, it would be worth it. Of course, the main reason was that if he gave her this weapon, Ice Snow Chuling would owe him one. Among the 36 mystic worlds, the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world had been forced to enter the Wild Abyss. It could be seen how difficult their situation was back then. Now, if he could win over some forces, even if these forces remain neutral, it would be very beneficial to him. Of course, if the other party was still against him, as long as the other party could withstand his heart tribulation, Han Fei wasn't afraid of having another enemy. Buzz! When Ice Snow Chuling was about to show Han Fei the way, Han Fei suddenly looked at the void and said, "A king is coming." Before Ice Snow Chuling could be surprised, a figure appeared not far from her with a swish. Han Fei pretended to be Ice Snow Chuling's follower and looked at the newcomer in confusion. When Ice Snow Chuling saw this person, she froze. After a long while, she took a deep breath and said, "Greetings, Master of Infinity." Han Fei shivered when he heard that. This handsome young man who looked to be in his 20s was actually the master of the Infinity World. He was dressed in green and held a white fan in his hand, looking very young and energetic. Who would have thought that he was a king? Han Fei pretended to be shocked and quickly cupped his hands. Master of Infinity casually nodded and said, "The last time I saw you was more than 300 years ago. At that time, you had just been elected as the Holy Maiden of the Ice Snow World and were only a junior venerable. Who would have thought that after just 300 years, you had already reached the peak of the venerable realm? It's a pity that you are seriously ill, and I can't help you." "What a pity," Ice Snow Chuling said respectfully. "Thank you for your concern, Palace Master. There seems to be a cure for my disease. I just hope to try one last time." The Master of Infinity smiled. In his opinion, Ice Snow Chuling wouldn't survive. What was the use of trying? If even the Medicine King couldn't cure her, who could? He said, Chuling, did you encounter any accidents on the way to Thunder City? Seeing that Han Fei disguised himself well, even the Master of Infinity didn't notice him. She shook her head lightly. The Lord of Thunderfire ordered Senior Li Yuantian, a half-king, to escort me all the way so nothing unexpected happened. Master of Infinity said, Jin Quan is dead. It seems that you aren't sad at all? Ice Snow Chuling was not afraid of being laughed at by the king. How sharp were a king's eyes. Therefore, she said frankly, Chuling's relationship with him is not consensual. Chuling is half happy and half worried about the death of Jin Quan. I'm happy because I don't have to marry him. I'm worried because I'm afraid that the Golden Crow world may blame the Snow God's temple for his death. Ha! The Golden World ranks the 4th of the 36 mystic worlds. How can they be so narrow-minded? But don't go out for the time being. Han Fei is suspected to be a king. Not only are the people of the 36 mystic worlds looking for him, but the 10 pirate groups are also looking for him. Huh? Ice Snow Chuling pretended to be surprised. Although she wanted to look back at Han Fei, she held back. The Master of Infinity said indifferently, You don't have to know the specific reason. In order to catch this person, the 36 mystic worlds and Martial Emperor City have both issued a kill order. I was just passing by, so I came to visit you, by the way. Now I'm going to leave. Ice Snow Chuling bowed. Farewell, Master of Infinity. Han Fei also cupped his hands. Goodbye, Master of Infinity. Although he was Master of Infinity, Han Fei was reluctant to bow to him. Others were nervous when they saw a king, but Han Fei wasn't. He had already slaughtered a king. How could he be afraid? The Master of Infinity suddenly said, Your attendant is not bad, and a 9th grade spiritual heritage is rare. That's why I recruited him. Master of Infinity nodded slightly. Okay, I'm leaving. Buzz. After the Master of Infinity left, Ice Snow Chuling was secretly relieved. After walking with Han Fei for a while, Han Fei said, Let's go. Ice Snow Chuling glanced at Han Fei with her beautiful eyes. Did you provoke the top 10 pirate groups? Martial Emperor City even issued a hunting order on you? Then Han Fei rubbed his nose and said, I'm also curious. When did I provoke the 10 pirate groups? Help me investigate this matter. Han Fei was also dumbfounded. I've only messed with the predators, haven't I? Ice Snow Chuling said, I'll arrange an Ice Snow courtyard for you for the time being. Wait for me for a few days. I'll prepare the resources as soon as possible. As for the bounty, I'll pay attention to it. Han Fei had no intention of following Ice Snow Chuling into the Snow God's temple. The old turtle didn't speak until Han Fei separated from Ice Snow Chuling and moved into the Ice Snow courtyard. The old turtle said, Han Fei, this Master of Infinity is very strong. The White Armor Emperor was definitely no match for him. He may be several times stronger than the White Armor Emperor. Han Fei frowned. What do you mean? How can you tell his strength? The old turtle said, I can tell it from experience. Usually I judge his strength from his blood energy and his suppressing pressure. Judging from this person's strength, even Queen Life and the White Armor Emperor are not his match. You have to be careful. Han Fei was horrified. Fortunately, he had disguised himself from the beginning. Otherwise, even if he unleashed all his strength, he might not have been able to escape. Han Fei said, Old Yuan, don't you have a way to distinguish the strength of a king? For example, divide them into different levels? The old turtle said. The king realm doesn't have junior, intermediate, advanced, or peak levels. It's only measured by the origin of the Great Tao. The so-called origin of the Great Tao can be directly understood as the origin C. The bigger the origin C, the stronger a king is. It's hard to measure it in terms of strength. It can only be said that the White Armor Emperor's origin C is about 800 kilometers long. Han Fei's heart did a flip. His maximum strength is about 80,000 waves. Is there a connection? The old turtle said. Some people will connect them, but the Great Tao is never equal to strength. I asked you to accumulate chaotic chi in order to open up your origin C. At this step, you must not be weaker than others. Chapter 1724, Snow Lady. Chapter 1724, Snow Lady. He learned from the old turtle about the strength of the king's origin C. Han Fei made a preliminary judgment. The old turtle said that Master of Infinity's strength was at least several times that of the White Armor Emperor. Even if Han Fei measured it by strength, Master of Infinity's strength was at least 100 Infinity's strength was at least 100 Infinity's strength was at least 150,000 waves. Of course, in terms of strength, a wave was a wave. It seemed inappropriate to count it this way. However, Han Fei only needed to know that his current limit of strength was about 60,000 waves in a short period of time. Therefore, if he encountered Master of Infinity now, he would definitely die. Fortunately, the effect of the deceit technique was not bad. However, Han Fei guessed that it must be because the death of the King Ba Crab had attracted Master of Infinity's attention that he appeared in the outer domain of the Raging Sea. Otherwise, why would Master of Infinity come to the outer domain in person? Did he really come to visit Ice Snow Chuling? That was impossible. Half a day later. Outside the Ice Snow courtyard, someone delivered a jade slip. After Han Fei took it and scanned it with his soul, he was speechless. This jade slip was sent over by Ice Snow Chuling. Some jerk from Martial Emperor City had offered a sea-quelling bizarre treasures as the bounty for the Avengers' heads. Needless to say, Han Fei felt that this person should be Mad Fourth King. Is this BS starred out of his mind? Does a sea-quelling bizarre treasure not cost money? You're really willing to spend money just to hunt me? Moreover, this person's hunting order only said that his strength had reached the half-king realm and that he was the head of the Avengers. There was no other description. Logically speaking, who would really care about such an unclear kill order? However, the bounty was too high. A sea-quelling bizarre treasure. It could be seen how much the Mad Fourth King valued him. However, in the jade slip, xuanhuan wrote, "The other party's goal is not to really hunt you down, but to let you enter the wanted list. All the hunting missions on the wanted list will be widely noticed. Therefore, that person is just making enemies for you." Huan Fei thought to himself, I see. I thought Mad Fourth King was really willing to pay a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. It seems that he just wants to make me a public enemy. Huan Fei sneered, son of a bitch. When I become a king, the predators will be my first target. Let's see how many people dare to talk about this bounty. Han Fei continued to read. According to the information he got from xuanhuan, because Han Fei was involved in Jin Quan's death, the ships of the 13 worlds in the outer domain had almost all been investigated outside the Thunderfire world. Now, Han Fei was very famous in the 13 worlds in the outer domain. Besides, taking a girl with him had become Han Fei's symbol. Han Fei chuckled and didn't care. The 13 worlds in the outer domain were different from the Yin-Yang world or the Waterwood world. The sea area here was dangerous everywhere. As long as he wasn't on the route, he wouldn't be afraid of causing trouble. It could even be said that he, who had the vast ocean navigator, was as free as a fish in the sea. 10 days later, xuanhuan was very efficient. This might have something to do with her illness. All these years, although she had an explosive growth in strength, she had sacrificed a lot of her lifespan. It could be said that whenever there was a treasure that could prolong lifespan in the ice snow world, she would use it first. Therefore, when she confirmed that Han Fei could save her, she saw hope and the resources were prepared quickly. In the afternoon, Han Fei was still sleeping and eating hot pot in Forge the Universe. He was waiting for the bloodline evolution to complete. In other words, in another 7 days in the outside world, he would be able to finish the bloodline evolution this time. The old turtle said, "She's here. So soon?" With a thought, Han Fei appeared in the courtyard. Opening the array, Han Fei couldn't help but tease, "You're quite fast." xuanhuan flashed in. In that second, she heaved a long sigh of relief and said, "Because I prepared the resources myself and didn't search in the name of the snow god's temple, I have to be very careful. Otherwise, it would have only taken me a few days." Han Fei understood. He didn't want to involve the king of the ice snow world in this matter. He would just slip away after getting what he said. What was the personality of the king of the ice snow world? He didn't know it at all. On the other hand, if xuanhuan harbored ill intentions, the best time for her to attack would be when Master of Infinity was around. However, she didn't do that at that time. Now, Han Fei didn't care whether she would find the king of the ice snow world or not. Han Fei went straight to the point. "Can I check the goods first?" xuanhuan threw a sun moon shell over and said, "Here are 100,000 energy fruits and a total of 6 body tempering techniques. 2 of them are heaven level ultra quality. I can only find these few in such a short time." Han Fei smiled. "It's fine. What about the ice snow lotus throne?" Ice Snow paused for a moment. "If you attack, I won't be able to fight back. Therefore, I want both of us to swear on the Great Tao that we won't harbor ill intentions in this deal." Han Fei smiled. This woman is smart. Energy fruits and techniques are nothing. However, a mid-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure was not something that could be bought with money. It required opportunities. Han Fei shrugged. Of course. After the two of them swore to the Great Tao, xuanhuan heaved a sigh of relief and took out an ice lotus seat with a radius of 3 meters. Han Fei's eyes lit up. The lotus seat was crystal clear and carved like a real piece of art. Part of it seemed to be covered by snow. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. I name Ice Snow Lotus Throne. Introduction. It's made of the ice lotus of God, the ultimate frost liquid, the moonlight sand, the blue jade essence, and the soul of the ice lotus kingfish. It's very beneficial to cultivation. Quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure, O soul attachment, ice lotus kingfish removes. Distracting thoughts, calms the mind, comprehends the Tao, promotes physical cultivation, promotes the absorption of spiritual energy and chaotic qi, and subtly improves the physique. Long-term consumption can enhance cold resistance. Recastable, a 1 recastable, a 1 refined, O noten when wearing. The ice snow scepter and the ice snow crown, the effect is doubled. When Han Fei saw this thing, he was tempted. If he used it to cultivate and forge the universe, wouldn't the effect be better? Even if he did not enhance the power of the time chain for the time being, it should be enough. In fact, what surprised Han Fei was that the Ice Snow Lotus Throne was a set with the Ice Snow Scepter and the Ice Snow Crown. If it was used with the latter two, the effect would be several times stronger. When the 3 sea-quelling bizarre treasures were put together, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. However, it was now given to him by xuanhuan. It could be seen that xuanhuan's status in the Snow God's temple was higher than he had imagined. Buzz. Han Fei casually took Snowmorn out and tilted it into the ground. Han Fei snorted in his heart. Since you don't want to acknowledge me as your master, go to your real master. Sigh, I don't care anyway. Han Fei knocked the void with one hand, and a large amount of blood chi overflowed from Snowmorn and was absorbed back by Han Fei. Crack in. In the end, Han Fei cut his connection with Snowmorn with the power of his soul. Buzz, ring, ring, ring. When Han Fei cut off the connection with Snowmorn, Snowmorn flew to Ice Snow Chuling and trembled. At that moment, Han Fei saw that there was a resonance between Ice Snow Chuling and Snowmorn. Then, a shadow seemed to be attached to the body of Ice Snow Chuling from Snowmorn. Huff, crack! Almost instantly, Ice Snow Chuling made a breakthrough. She hurriedly took out a large amount of resources from the Sun Moon shell and quickly stabilized her realm. Seeing this, Han Fei's lips twitched and he put away the Ice Snow Lotus throne huffily. F. This is how you treat your real master? Why did you take so much of my essence blood when you signed the contract with me? 2 hours passed. The resources on Ice Snow Chuling were almost exhausted. Han Fei was considering whether to help her or not when Ice Snow Chuling's realm finally stabilized. At this moment, Ice Snow Chuling slowly opened her eyes with a strange light in her eyes. My illness has been cured. Han Fei shrugged. And you've become a half-king, by the way. Well, I feel that I should have asked for more resources from you. Ice Snow Chuling's face was slightly ruddy. She didn't expect to find her cure on this trip for the dragon blood fruit. Although she didn't know what her relationship with this sword was, she knew that what was sealed in the sword was most likely the soul body she had lost. She couldn't help but ask, Han Fei, thank you. But I still want to ask, where did you get this sword? It might be related to some secrets of mine. Han Fei was about to fabricate a random story when he suddenly pinched his fingers and his face changed. In his heart, the old turtle reminded him too, a king has come. In the next moment, a faint voice sounded in the courtyard. This sword was obtained in the snow god's temple. It's been 80,000 years. I didn't expect you to come out. Snow was falling from the sky. A beautiful woman wearing a long white cloak holding a scepter and wearing an ice crown quietly arrived. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said leisurely, Snow Lady. Ice Snow Chuling's expression changed drastically. Teacher. Chapter 1725, The Past of the Snow God's Temple. Chapter 1725, The Past of the Snow God's Temple. The Snow Lady was the king of the Snow God's Temple and the teacher of Ice Snow Chuling. Looking at the ice scepter in her hand and the ice crown on her head, Han Fei could easily know her identity. At this moment, Han Fei was ready to fight at any time. After all, the Ice Snow Lotus throne, the Ice Snow scepter, and the Ice Snow crown were a set. With the three together, the effect was twice as good. Perhaps this was the secret why the Ice Snow world could pass down. Hearing the Snow Lady's words, Han Fei couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? The Snow Lady glanced at Ice Snow Chuling. Chuling's last wisp of soul was not in the Raging Sea, but today it appeared, which means that you are not from the Raging Sea. Are you from the Yin-Yang world? Hiss, Han Fei gasped. How did she guess it? Ice Snow Chuling was also shocked. Yin-Yang world? The Yin-Yang world that has disappeared for countless years, the Snow Lady said lightly. Chuling, do you know why your lifespan is depleting so quickly? Isn't it because of my extremely cold body? The Snow Lady shook her head slightly. Because you're not from this era. You're so powerful because you're not a mortal but a mysterious ancient fetus born in the snow. However, you were born at the wrong time. At that time, when humans sailed to the east, the Snow God's temple was in a dilemma. In the end, I sealed your innate fetus in the Ice Snow Lotus throne and took you to the east together. Ice Snow Chuling felt a headache coming on. She knew that humans had sailed to the east, but she didn't know that she was a person from 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. The Snow Lady had never told her this. Han Fei was also a little surprised. This was another person who had lived for tens of thousands of years but had been frozen until now? The Snow Lady said leisurely, although I took away the strange ancient fetus, you were already outstanding at that time and had grown up. This sword was your weapon back then. During the battle with the sea demons, it was lost in the yin-yang world. Therefore, after you broke out of the fetus, you were ill. Firstly, it was because you had been sealed in the Snow Lotus throne for too long. And secondly, it was because you lacked a wisp of your original soul. I didn't expect to see it again today. Han Fei said casually, it's really bizarre. The Snow Lady's voice was light. It's not bizarre. There are countless ways to survive in this world. Some take over others' bodies, and some cultivate a reincarnation body. It's just different choices. But no matter which method, it's not a long-term solution. There will be a time limit. For example, if Chuling doesn't become a king within 300 years, she will definitely die. Even if she becomes a king, her lifespan will only be 10,000 years at most. But at that time, I will tell her the truth, and she will go to the wild abyss to explore. Han Fei smiled casually. Are you here just to tell me this story? I guess not, right? The Snow Lady looked at Han Fei. The yin-yang world hasn't appeared for a long time, and the world has almost forgotten you. Now that you've appeared at this time, even Master of Infinity has been mobilized. You must be Han Fei from the Avengers, right? Han Fei smiled. Lord Snow Lady, you're quite good at guessing, but so what? Han Fei knew that the Snow Lady had no killing intent. However, no matter what, he had been careless this time. Although the Snow Lady might not be able to discover him, she could easily know what Ice Snow Chuling was doing. This time, he was exposed because of his carelessness and arrogance. After all, Han Fei felt that he was not weak now. He already had the strength of a king and the time technique, so he didn't take the Snow God's temple seriously. The Snow Lady sighed. You must be the strongest person in the yin-yang world to have the combat power of a king. So, you are the current master of the yin-yang world, right? Hiss! Ice Snow Chuling looked at Han Fei in surprise. So she was cooperating with the master of a heavenly palace? No wonder Han Fei could easily kill a half-king. No wonder Han Fei was full of disdain when he heard about the Golden Crow world. No wonder he had king shells. The master of a heavenly palace, even if he was not a king, was still in existence comparable to the kings in the 36 mystic worlds. How could Jinquan, the so-called king candidate, compare to him? Han Fei chuckled. Lord Snow Lady, you're eagle-eyed. It seems that my trip to the Ice Snow world was wrong. However, the Snow Lady shook her head slightly and said, you should be glad that you came to the Ice Snow world. Perhaps it's because of luck that after you came out of the wild abyss, I was the first king to see through your identity, not any other king. Han Fei thought to himself, you're wrong. The first king to see through my identity was the King Ba Crab. However, the first king to know his real identity was indeed the Snow Lady. The Snow Lady said, you are not a king yet, are you? Otherwise the Ice Snow Lotus throne shouldn't be of much use to you. Besides, once you become a king, your aura will be extraordinary, but you're still lacking something. Han Fei asked casually, so? The Snow Lady was sure that Han Fei wasn't nervous at all, and he even looked a bit arrogant. Obviously, even if he wasn't a king, he had the combat power of a king. This indeed shocked the Snow Lady. It seemed that the previous rumors were true. However, although the yin-yang great Tao of the yin-yang world was powerful, it was not so powerful that a half-king could cross realms to fight a king. Obviously, Han Fei had other opportunities. The Snow Lady said, do you know that the Snow God's temple comes from the yin-yang world? Huh? The Snow God's temple said, back then, I was also a member of the yin-yang world. Among the 36 heavenly palaces, only I came from the yin-yang world. This is also why the yin-yang world has the ruins of the Snow God's temple. I've never heard of it, the Snow Lady continued. I don't know what your path to becoming a king is like, but the anomaly in the wild abyss happened not long ago. In less than a year, you angered the 10 pirate groups and killed half-kings of the 5 elements world and the Golden Crow world. I don't know why the Master of Infinity came. The outside world is in turmoil now. It won't be easy for you to go to the glazed glass world. My suggestion is that you can wait in the Snow God's temple for half a year. Han Fei looked at Ice Snow Chuling, but she was also dumbfounded. I didn't say anything about the glazed glass world. The Snow Lady said, what can be hidden from my eyes in the Ice Snow world? Chuling wants to arrange a big ship for you to go to the Sword God Palace, but now all the big ships from the outer domain to the inner domain are monitored? Han Fei thought to himself, I just killed a few half-kings. Why did it cause such a big commotion? The Snow Lady said, you didn't just kill a few half-kings. You must have done something else after you came out. I don't want to know what it is exactly. It's my repayment for you saving Chuling. Han Fei thought that it should be about the death of King Ba. In that matter, he had obtained the little vine and the gravity origin magnet, which should be the reason why Master of Infinity came to investigate. Han Fei secretly pinched his fingers. This matter was secret. However, Han Fei wasn't worried. At least he had the 9 Palace Luck Ruler. He could just test his luck with it every day. Han Fei asked, why half a year? The Snow Lady said leisurely. In half a year, the land of King Death will open. The inner and outer domains, the Merman clan, the undersea human race, the 100 Demons clan, and the Venerables and Heavenly Talents will all go there. There may be a chance to become a king there. More importantly, people from the glazed glass world will also go there. Han Fei was shocked. It was worth waiting for half a year. Since the people of the glazed glass world would also be going there, he could just secretly follow them back to the glazed glass world. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, I'll stay in the Snow God's temple for half a year. Although the Snow Lady came from the yin-yang world, since she was already a king, there was no need for her to help Han Fei. Once this matter was known by the Infinity World or other heavenly palaces, the Ice Snow world might be retaliated. Therefore, if the Snow Lady did not have other motives, she was just being kind. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Lord Snow Lady, do you trust me that much? Aren't you afraid that my news will be leaked and the Ice Snow world will be suppressed by the other heavenly palaces? The Snow Lady smiled faintly. The yin-yang world has been silent for too long and has no allies outside. Therefore, you won't give up if you can win the friendship of the Snow God's temple. You don't have to worry about my scheme. Before your yin-yang world can compete with the heavenly palace like the Infinity World, you can't bring any benefit to the Snow God's temple. Han Fei nodded slightly. He didn't mind waiting for half a year. Anyway, it would take him time to go to the Sword God Palace, and there might be troubles on the way from the Sword God world to the glazed glass world. Moreover, if the routes from the outer domain to the inner domain were really monitored, there might be trouble if he rashly went out. Although he was under the banner of the Avengers, this was only his temporary identity. He hadn't become a king yet and was not qualified to compete with the 10 pirate groups and the 36 mystic worlds. The Snow Lady did not ask anything else about the yin-yang world. She did not need to know. Han Fei dared to stay here, which showed that he was quite confident. The ranking of the Ice Snow World in the 13 worlds in the outer domain wasn't very high. However, the Snow Lady knew that the ranking of the Yin Yang world was once very high. If Han Fei could rise, the Ice Snow World would certainly benefit from it. Of course, that wasn't the main reason. The real reason was that it had been almost 90,000 years since humans' last trip to the east. For human kings, 100,000 years of lifespan was a threshold. Kings were not immortal. If they wanted to live, they had to become emperors, or they would only be able to nurture the next generation. Therefore, even Han Fei didn't know that the moment Han Fei saved Ice Snow Chuling, Snow Lady wanted to find an heir, so she didn't even talk about the Ice Snow Lotus Throne. Chapter 1726. Purity Mystic Body. Chapter 1726. Purity Mystic Body. After the Snow Lady left, Ice Snow Chuling looked at Han Fei in shock and bowed slightly. Greetings, Yin Yang Palace Master. Han Fei was really not used to the salute of Ice Snow Chuling. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. You can either call me Han Fei or the 9th Immortal Master. Yin Yang Palace Master? It sounds awful. Ice Snow Chuling, Han Fei asked, what is the land of King Death? Ice Snow Chuling said, in the raging sea in the past, humans sailed to the east. At that time, sea demons, giant beasts, and the undersea human race also participated. However, the kings once had a great battle, and the cause was unknown. At that time, many kings died, and the place where the kings died became a dangerous place. Those who were not heavenly talents almost all died if they rashly entered. Han Fei realized that this might be the war among the heavenly palaces that King Ba mentioned. As for why this place had become a dangerous mystic place, it was easy to understand. For example, the Blood Sea Divine Wood City had become a danger zone now, and this danger zone was actually caused by the battle between him, Queen Life, the White Armor Emperor, xuanhuan, and the Divine Sun. Han Fei asked, are there many opportunities there? Of course. In fact, some people became kings there back then, and some didn't. Many treasures were buried with them. It's said that many of those treasures came from an unparalleled secret realm in the east. Han Fei knew what secret realm she was talking about. It was the place where his mother and old Han dug the tree and escaped, as King Ba mentioned. However, in Han Fei's memory, even venerables should be able to go to that place. And this land of King Death was obviously not that secret realm, but a place where people fought for treasures. Han Fei smiled. In that case, help me get an identity. It'll be convenient for me to enter and exit the Ice Snow World. If I want to participate in the exploration of the land of King Death, I'm afraid I have to have a decent identity. Ice Snow Chuling bowed slightly. My teacher will arrange it. The result will be out soon. Han Fei nodded and said, by the way, do you know which heavenly palace the Heavenly Desolate City used to belong to? Heavenly Desolate City? Ice Snow Chuling couldn't help but look at Han Fei. That's the main city of the Ashless World. The king of the Ashless World died in the land of King Death. They even disappeared from the raging sea earlier than the Yin-Yang world. No one knew where they had gone. Ashless world? Han Fei didn't have a deep impression of this heavenly palace. When old Han explained this world to him, he only felt that it might be somewhat connected to the Infinity Water. After Ice Snow Chuling left, Han Fei closed his eyes and pondered for a while. The Ashless world is not in the raging sea. He still had no clue about rebuilding the Heavenly Desolate City. But he was not in a hurry. After all, he hadn't even found xuanhuan yet. Now that he had left the Wild Abyss and the Merman race was just in the inner domain, he wondered if he would meet xuanhuan in the land of King Death. Thinking of this, Han Fei was very excited. He wondered how much xuanhuan had grown after decades. Be it spiritual energy, or resources, the outer domain was far superior to the Yin-Yang world. Xuanhuan had a growth-type spiritual heritage and had awakened a strange heavenly silkworm. At this moment, she must be at least a venerable. 3 days passed. The Snow Lady went out in a carriage, followed by countless people, and ice phoenixes drove the carriage for her across the sky, shocking the entire Ice Snow world. What was the purpose of such a grand trip? A man wearing a cold mask suddenly appeared. At this moment, Han Fei stood proudly in the void, and the Ice Snow Lotus throne hovered under his feet. With a wave of his hand, 100,000 saber shadows condensed into a huge Ice Snow Phoenix and followed him. Ice Snow Chuling came to Han Fei's side in one step, holding the Ice Jade Edict in her hand, and announced, "Today, there are 2 things to announce to the world. Firstly, the heavenly secrets have revealed that the Holy Child has arrived, and his name is xuanhuan. From today on, he will enter the Snow God's temple and will be second only to the king." At this moment, Han Fei stood proudly in the sky with a cold mask on his face. His strength had reached the peak of the venerable realm. Many people had investigated him. However, no one could find any information about him. Han Fei's voice echoed in the air. Secondly, because the Golden Crow World's king candidate, Jin Quan, died, the Holy Maiden is very grieved, so she won't find a fiancé again for 1,000 years. Some people from the Golden Crow World were still in the Ice Snow World. Seeing this scene, their expressions were extremely ugly. Good, very good, what an Ice Snow World. Lord Jin Quan had just died, and in order to not fulfill the engagement, they suddenly had a holy child? Someone gnashed his teeth. And the king of the ice snow world took him into the snow god's temple personally? It's obvious that she wants to fix them up so that Ice Snow Chuling doesn't have to marry another heavenly talent from our Golden Crow world. It was a good excuse. Since Xuanhuan had died, the Snow Lady took a holy child into the Snow God's temple and matched him with the Holy Maiden. Although this was a slap to the face of the Golden Crow world, the people of the Ice Snow world were happy. Why did their holy lady, a woman going to become a king, have to marry someone from the Golden Crow world? Although most people didn't understand why Han Fei entered the Snow God's temple, the people in the Golden Crow world had various thoughts. Although Xuanhuan was dead, there were still other heavenly talents in the Golden Crow world. To put it bluntly, the Snow Lady did not want to acknowledge this marriage, so she used xuanhuan to ruin the engagement. In any case, the name xuanhuan instantly resounded throughout the entire Snow City. While people were talking about Han Fei in the outside world, Han Fei was deducing techniques. Ice Snow Chuling had found 6 body tempering techniques for him, and Han Fei was deducing them one by one. Before, Han Fei always felt that the deduction of the demon purification pot was very expensive. But now, he realized that he had only spent 10,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones and 66 wisps of chaotic chi to deduce the 6 great techniques to the peak of the Venerable Realm. He had 2 million ultra-quality spiritual stones on him. How could he be short of this? It was nothing to him. Han Fei finally had 10 body-refining techniques. They were respectively Ancient Desolate War Body, Lightning Explosion Hammer, Lightning Body, Heavenly Fire Body, Ice Demon Body, Slaughter Mystic Art, Snow Demon Body, White Wave War Body, Water Demon Tao Body, Moon Questioning Golden Body. These 10 techniques were Han Fei's last hope. Excited, Han Fei gritted his teeth. Fuse. In the past, Han Fei could get the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance by fusing 3 great techniques, which was a great technique even in the outer domain. This time, they were all venerable level divine quality techniques. None of them were ordinary. He didn't believe that he couldn't even get one powerful body tempering technique. Fuse. Han Fei was surprised to find that this fusion would consume billions of spiritual energy, 100 wisps of chaotic chi, and a drop of essence blood. At this point, he certainly had to pay the price. 10 billion points of spiritual energy was not much. Back then, it cost him 500 million or 1 billion points of spiritual energy to deduce a single great technique. In Han Fei's opinion, it was not much and only equal to about 10,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Although the 100 wisps of chaotic chi made Han Fei's heart ache, he couldn't care less now. However, what surprised Han Fei was that it needed a drop of his essence blood to deduce the technique. But now, Han Fei couldn't care less. He directly deduced it. Deduce, ka. The Tao of fusion also required spiritual energy. When the ultra-quality spiritual stones collapsed one after another, Han Fei felt that his chaotic chi was disappearing too. A drop of essence blood flew out of his glabella and flew to the demon purification pot. Han Fei didn't know that at that moment, raging waves were rising in the outer sea. In the sea near the ice snow world, a huge storm was condensing. After half an hour in Forge the Universe, a great technique appeared in Han Fei's mind. Purity Mystic Body, Ultra Quality, Sea Establishment Realm. Description: the body is pure and the mind is clean. Use spiritual energy, demonic energy, chaotic energy, and mystic yellow energy to nourish the body and get rid of impurities to refine a purity divine body. This technique is ranked 998 among all the body tempering techniques in the infinite ocean. Shortcoming: requires a lot of extreme pure energy. Deduction cost: 1,000 wisps of chaotic chi. Note: this technique can be cultivated in any realm. Han Fei? 1. Han Fei had a weird look on his face. 10 divine quality body refining techniques for this? Only ranked 998th in the Sea Establishment realm? Then what about in the Sky Opening realm and the Longevity realm? Of course, it could not be said that this technique was not strong. It ranked in the top 1,000 anyway, and there were almost 30 million races in the infinite ocean. From this perspective, was it weak? Clearly, it was not weak. Moreover, the Purity Mystic Body could still be deduced, but it required 1,000 wisps of chaotic chi. This made Han Fei's heart ache. He only had a total of 1,073 wisps of chaotic chi left. He was not even willing to use them on the time chain, so he certainly would not be willing to use them to deduce the Purity Mystic Body, Han Fei sighed. Fine, I'll practice it first. At least it's better than the Supreme Mystic Body. Chapter 1727, High Bloodline Cultivation Speed. Chapter 1727, High Bloodline Cultivation Speed. The appearance of the Purity Mystic Body meant that Han Fei could refine his body again. Han Fei had nothing but ultra-quality spiritual stones. With so many ultra-quality spiritual stones to refine the Purity Mystic Body, it was only a matter of time before he reached the limit of a half-king. As soon as Han Fei entered the Snow God's temple, no one could find him at all, not even Ice Snow Chuling. 2 months later in Forge the Universe, Han Fei's nose was almost bleeding. Han Fei had thought that the spiritual energy contained in ultra-quality spiritual stones was pure enough. However, after cultivating the Purity Mystic Body, he found that the ratio of pure energy in a ultra-quality spiritual stone that was required by the Purity Mystic Body was only about 1%. Han Fei was very disappointed. He could have absorbed 10 billion points of spiritual energy with 10,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones, but now he could only absorb 100 million points of pure spiritual energy. Han Fei had no choice but to use the remaining 9.9 billion points of spiritual energy to expand Forge the Universe. This expansion took 2 months, expanding the space in Forge the Universe to a radius of 270 kilometers. Besides, as Han Fei's cultivation continued, this expansion would continue. Fortunately, what gave Han Fei a pleasant surprise was that the Ice Snow Lotus Throne was indeed a mid-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. In just 2 months, with the help of pure spiritual energy, Han Fei had achieved twice the result with half the effort in cultivation. This day, Han Fei was still cultivating. Suddenly, he felt that his body was desperate for energy. Han Fei subconsciously saw chaos in his eyes. In addition, Han Fei felt that his 5 senses, his lifespan, and his life potential had suddenly changed drastically. Huff! This feeling lasted for 3 seconds. Han Fei couldn't help but look at his information. Owner, Han Fei level, 89 peak venerable. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. The 3460,564th Chaotic Chi, 1273 Wisps, Spiritual Power, 209,681 Perception Range, 20,000 kilometers, Strength, 20,096 Waves, First Spiritual Heritage, Unknown Second Spiritual Heritage, Unknown First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang Spirit, Swallowing Fish, level 78, Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 75. Main Art, the 7th level of Void Fishing, Void Descending Art, King level, Divine Quality. The first thing Han Fei noticed was that his realm had dropped. Yes, he had actually fallen from the Half-King realm to the peak of the Venerable realm. What Han Fei had been worried about finally happened. This bloodline devouring technique was powerful, but he still became a peak-level Venerable from a Half-King. In any case, Han Fei didn't want to see it happen. Once his realm dropped, it meant that he had to make breakthroughs again. Back then, in order to break through to the Half-King realm, he risked his life to cultivate the indestructible Overlord body. Now, after he devoured 3 bloodlines in a row, his realm had dropped. The only thing that made Han Fei glad was that his overall strength was not weakened. First of all, his bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean had increased by more than 600,000. Considering the fact that there were over 30 million races in the Infinite Ocean, 600,000 might not be much, but it meant 600,000 races. In a short period of time, he had actually increased his bloodline ranking by more than 1.6 million. How exaggerated was that? Besides, Han Fei knew very well that as long as he could keep devouring stronger bloodlines, the inhuman bloodline growth speed would continue. After increasing by more than 1.6 million, Han Fei's realm finally dropped. In fact, Han Fei was already strong enough. This meant that Han Fei's potential was 1 level higher than before. Then, he looked at the other information. The increase in spiritual power should be the feedback after he killed 3 half-venerable kings, peak-level venerables, and advanced venerables in a row. After all, the increase in bloodline was only a huge increase in potential and could not directly affect the power of the soul and strength. EV2 VCI. However, the improvement of his bloodline power seemed to be able to affect Han Fei's perception range. His realm had fallen, but Han Fei's perception range had increased by 20,000 kilometers. At this point, Han Fei's perception range might have reached the Sea Establishment realm. In terms of strength, Han Fei had increased it by about 2,200 waves. Among them, only a small portion was brought about by the improvement of his bloodline. Most of them were because he cultivated the Purity Mystic Body. Cultivating the Purity Mystic Body, as the name suggested, was to forge the body into a pure, flawless body. Even his golden body, from the perspective of the Purity Mystic Body, could not be considered a complete golden body before it was thoroughly transformed into a golden body. As for Han Fei, his bone marrow hadn't been turned into golden marrow, which was a big drawback from the perspective of the Purity Mystic Body. In the past 2 months, Han Fei had digested most of the power released by the old turtle only by rinsing his body with spiritual energy. However, he hadn't even completed the first step of cleansing himself. Huff! At this moment, Han Fei hesitated. Should he continue to devour the bloodline? If he did, he would have to devour a king-level bloodline. If he swallowed another bloodline, his realm might drop to the advanced venerable level. In fact, he could increase his bloodline level in any realm. Even if he had transcended the tribulation and become a king, he could continue to improve his bloodline. And the difference in combat power between kings and those below the king realm was too great. Although he could keep devouring bloodlines in the venerable realm, when facing a king he could barely fight him for a few seconds. In the end, he was not a true match for a king. Han Fei struggled a bit at this question. In the end, Han Fei decided to devour another bloodline. After all, he still had to stay in the Snow God's temple for half a year. If he cultivated and forged the universe, it would be 8 years in the outside world. In these 8 years, he could devour bloodlines while cultivating. In just 2 months, his strength had increased by more than 2,000 waves. Then, 8 years later, Han Fei couldn't tell what he could do with the Purity Mystic Body. Han Fei glanced at the information. Clans in the Infinite Ocean, 29-6-2023 Master, the 56589th nearby bloodlines, Ancient Essence Shell, King Ba Crab, Ancient Azure Dragon, Golden Crow Divine Blood, Time Dragon Carp, Twin Yin Yang, Spirit Swallowing Fish, Recommended Bloodline, Ancient Essence Shell, King Ba Crab. Seeing the recommended bloodlines, Han Fei knew that he could only swallow these two. If he guessed right, these two should be of the same level and were both in the King realm. However, the King Ba Crab was clearly more talented than the White Armor Emperor. Therefore, Han Fei chose the bloodline of the King Ba Crab and swallowed it. A moment later, when the shadow of a small crab appeared in Han Fei's dantian, 4,521 days appeared in the information. Han Fei had a weird expression. Sure enough, he guessed right. The higher the level of the bloodline he swallowed, the longer it would take. He thought that 8 years should be enough for him to complete this bloodline devour, right? But now, it seemed that 8 years was not enough. It would take more than 12 years to devour and absorb the King Ba Crab's bloodline. Han Fei smiled bitterly. After this deduction, even if he was given a chance to devour higher-level bloodlines, he would choose to give up. Compared to the current improvement of his bloodline, he was more eager to become a king. The increase in bloodline was only an increase in life level and potential. No matter how strong his potential was, it was still potential and could not be directly converted into combat power. However, it would be different if he became a king. How many times would his strength increase? At that time, he would be able to kill anything in his way. But now that Han Fei had swallowed it, he could only work hard to cultivate and become a half-king again as soon as possible. In this way, his level wouldn't drop again after the next bloodline devoured. Han Fei thought that his life of bitter cultivation had begun. However, as soon as Han Fei began to draw spiritual energy to cleanse his body, the old turtle spoke after only 3 days in Forge the Universe. The old turtle said, "Why don't you stop cultivating for a while? Many people seem to be causing trouble outside your house." Buzz? Han Fei recovered from his cultivation and found the Purity Mystic body too awesome. Coupled with the Ice Snow Lotus throne, in just 3 days, his life level had actually increased by 100 waves. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before he returned to the Half-King realm. Han Fei said impatiently, "Someone is causing trouble outside my house? Are you kidding me? I'm in the Snow God's temple." The old turtle said, "It's the Snow God's temple. Although you're not affected, if these people clamor outside every day, people will doubt your identity as the holy child of the Snow God's temple." Han Fei frowned. "Fine, let me take a look." Swish to Han Fei appeared in this desolate palace. As the name suggested, the Snow God's temple was snowing all year round. Everyone was wearing snow-white cloaks. Han Fei lived in a courtyard that only those close to the Snow Lady could stay in. There was a powerful seal outside the courtyard. The courtyard was like a normal courtyard. Apart from the snow around, the biggest difference from the central holy city of the yin-yang world was that there were many snow patterns here. Han Fei heard a lot of voices. Someone shouted, "Holy Child Xuanhuan, come out. Xuanhuan, let's compete for Holy Lady Chuling with our own abilities. If you don't come out and say something, we'll block the door every day." "Xuanhuan, I admit that you're the Holy Child. However, you have to convince us. Come out and fight us. Come out and fight, Buzz." Ice Snow Chuling arrived at this time, and countless people outside bowed. "Greetings, Holy Lady." Ice Snow Chuling was slightly angry. "I told you that Xuanhuan is cultivating in seclusion. Why do you clamor outside his house every day?" Someone said, "None of us know Xuanhuan. We believe in the appointment of the Snow Lady, but we have to be convinced." Someone said, "I'm also a peak-level venerable. I'd like to invite him to fight me." Han Fei shook his head slightly. These people, it seemed that his identity came too easily. He had to show them what he was capable of. Han Fei took out an ice mask and covered his face. Outside, dozens of high-level venerables were shouting. People were watching from all directions. Someone sighed. "It's been several days. Will our holy child keep avoiding the battle?" Someone shook his head. "That's outrageous. How can we trust his ability if he keeps avoiding the battle?" Buzz. Suddenly, a figure appeared quietly on the high wall. "You guys are really annoying. Since you want to lose, then come at me together." Chapter 1728, None of You Can Fight. Chapter 1728. None of you can fight. When Han Fei appeared, everyone fell silent. Han Fei was mysterious in their eyes, not to mention that he was wearing a mask. Ice Snow Chuling felt her head swell. "You're the 9th Immortal Master. Are you really going to fight?" Buzz. In an instant, the people were in an uproar. There were dozens of peak-level venerables here. How could they tolerate Han Fei's insult? Someone's face turned ugly. "Holy Child, who has the same status as Holy Lady Chuling, wears a mask all day long. Why? Are you afraid to show your face?" Someone said in a cold voice. "I heard that the Holy Child is very strong, but isn't it too humiliating to ask us to fight him together?" Someone echoed. "That's right. Although we are not as strong as Holy Lady Chuling, we are among the strongest in the Snow God's temple. How can Master Holy Child look down upon us?" Someone shouted. "I'm Fan Biao, a peak-level venerable. Please fight me, Master Holy Child." Ice Snow Chuling sighed in her heart. She hoped that nothing bad would happen. After all, the dignity of a king could not be violated. Han Fei put his hands behind his back and chuckled indifferently. In that case, come at me together. Let's finish it today, lest you bother me again. In the distance, a half-king snorted. How arrogant! How can such a person become the Holy Child? A passerby said indifferently. The Holy Child who was chosen by the Snow Girl must be more than that. Let's keep watching. At the peak of the venerable realm, very few people in the Snow God's temple could compete with Han Fei. Except for the half-king, there were only more than 30 peak-level venerables. Almost all of them were here today. In front of Han Fei, the void was torn apart, but no one saw any movement from Han Fei, which surprised them slightly. Before Han Fei went in, he said indifferently, "Come on in, all of you, I'm very busy." Everybody was infuriated by Han Fei's contemptuous and arrogant attitude. He was a peak-level venerable too. Do you think you're a king? Let's go and meet him. I want to see how powerful he is. Let's go together. I want to see what kind of person is worthy of becoming the Holy Child. Swish, 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 swish. One peak-level venerable after another left. When these peak-level venerables moved, many advanced venerables and even intermediate venerables in the entire Snow God's temple broke through the void to watch the battle, let alone half-kings. Even in the Heavenly Palace, the Snow Lady was looking at the void. Although these people were definitely not Han Fei's match, since Han Fei pretended to be a peak-level venerable, he couldn't use too much power beyond that level. Then, this battle would be interesting. In the void, Fan Biao held a Vajra silver rod. The rod trembled slightly, and there were overlapping shadows. It looked quite powerful. Han Fei glanced at these people. I'll give you another chance. Come at me together. Maybe you'll have a chance. Don't underestimate me, Phantom Rod. Bang! Fan Biao attacked. The void behind him collapsed, and the rod shadow swept over. In the blink of an eye, dozens of rod shadows appeared in the sky. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. It was just a rod attack created with high-frequency vibration. It was no better than his Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. Faced with such a violent strike, Han Fei gently stretched out a hand under the shocking shadows. Boom, the venerables. At that moment, although the void behind Han Fei was shattered, Han Fei stood proudly in the void, still indifferent and emotionless. Crack, crack, Han Fei grabbed it with one hand and crushed the terrifying rod shadow. Hiss. Someone secretly exclaimed, "This person's physique is so strong. He withstood Fan Biao's phantom rod with a single hand?" Someone swallowed. It turns out that this person is an expert in body refining. It's indeed rare for a body refiner to reach such a realm. A half-king said indifferently, "His physique is even stronger than that of an ordinary half-king." Someone said stubbornly, "Although his physique is strong, it is only physique. Let's wait and see his combat ability." In the field, Han Fei casually waved his hand in the air. Chila. A void saber light and a dazzling invincible intent instantly crossed the sky and slashed at Fan Biao. Fan Biao suddenly retreated and counterattacked. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of colliding rang hundreds of times. Fan Biao's hands were covered in blood, and he almost tried his best to barely block Han Fei's casual attack. Fan Biao was shocked. One strike was enough to make him sink into the mud. He almost couldn't fight back. Chila. However, just when Fan Biao thought that he had blocked Han Fei's attack, the void trembled, and Han Fei appeared directly behind him. Oh no, puff. Many people were shocked. Han Fei grabbed the void crack with his hand, froze the time, and cut at Fan Biao in an instant. Fuffed. With one slash, Fan Biao was cut into two. And Han Fei acted as if he had done something trivial. He still put his hands behind his back and said disdainfully, "If I can cut your body in half, I can stop you from being reborn with a drop of blood. As I said just now, you'd better come at me together. It's more interesting with more people." Fan Biao was shocked. Perhaps other people's feelings were not as deep as his own. In the beginning, he did not use his Great Tao because it was his trump card. However, when he received Han Fei's attack, he knew that he would never have the chance to use his Great Tao again. If he didn't resist, he would be killed instantly. When Ice Snow Chuling saw this scene, she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. Although she could also defeat Fan Biao at the same level, it was definitely not so easy. It was almost a one-hit kill. The two of them were completely incomparable. The other peak-level venerables all had ugly expressions. Fan Biao might not be the strongest among them, but he was definitely not the weakest. Since Han Fei could defeat Fan Biao so easily, it wouldn't be difficult for him to beat them. Therefore, someone immediately responded, "Master Holy Child, since you think you can fight so many people alone, we'll just do as you want." As soon as he said this, he looked at the others and shouted in a low voice, "We've seen the strength of Master Holy Child. It's indeed unfathomable. I, Yang Zhen, am convinced, but it's really a blessing to be able to exchange blows with an expert like the Holy Child." Han Fei was even more disdainful. "If you want to gang up on me, then do it. Why do you have to find a dignified reason for yourself? This is probably a common problem for most people. They just can't quite recognize reality. To put it bluntly, they didn't want to admit they were weak." When the 30 peak-level venerables were ready, many of them had already fused with their spiritual beasts and activated their Great Tao. Dozens of domains even rose. Many people were thinking, "I'd like to see how this Holy Child can break my domain." Buzz. Han Fei smiled, and infinity water flew out, forming a blade purgatory. Han Fei grinned. On coming, swish, Han Fei instantly broke through the void. The first to bear the brunt was an ice domain surrounded by icicles. These icicles could both attack and defend. Bang! The icicle shattered, and the man was sent flying 100 kilometers away. On the other side, a man was extremely fast, trying to fight Han Fei with his speed. However, when he approached Han Fei, he suddenly felt that his body became extremely heavy, and his speed suddenly slowed down. Han Fei reached out and gently cut him in half. In the end, the person still had the time to shout, "The Great Tao of Gravity." In another domain, Han Fei used the Great Tao of Space and activated the near-at-hand technique. Swish, 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 swish. Han Fei took the initiative to chase the person. After only 3 steps, the man was caught up and pierced through by Han Fei's finger. The man was shocked. Master Holy Child is really powerful. He actually cultivates the Great Tao of Space, too. A moment later, when Han Fei destroyed several domains easily, someone smiled bitterly. The Great Tao of Strength. Master Holy Child, how many Great Taos do you cultivate? The 30-odd peak-level venerables seemed to be a lot of people, and all kinds of attacks covered almost everywhere. However, Han Fei's figure was too fast, and he would use the star teleportation technique from time to time. Even if Han Fei couldn't dodge it, his physique was still so strong that these people felt powerless. Everyone was lost for words. How many Great Taos does Han Fei know? Don't you know that the path to becoming a king means to follow a single Great Tao to the end? Someone was blown up by a punch. After he was reborn, he was horrified. What a terrifying power. A peak-level venerable has such strength. Why didn't I discover it before? Someone was shocked. Han Fei's speed, strength, and combat skills were all extraordinary. He took so many Great Taos but still reached such a level. Was this guy still human? Even xuanhuan was speechless. Is this the master of the heavenly palace in the yin-yang world? Why does he look so at ease when he dabbles in so many Great Taos? Could it be that all heavenly masters were so heaven-defyingly powerful? In just 5 minutes, more than 30 peak-level venerables were all defeated, and the onlookers were dumbstruck. Someone sighed. There was no way to fight this battle. Someone wanted to trick the Half-King into challenging Han Fei, but the Half-King glared at him. If I beat him, it means that I didn't win fair and square. If I can't beat him, I'll lose face. Don't get me involved in this. Walking out of the void, Han Fei said indifferently, None of you can fight. Does anyone else want to challenge me? If not, I'm going back to cultivate. Everyone was stunned. Suddenly someone said, Master Holy Child, since you're so powerful, why don't you fight the violent hurricane this time? This time, the violent hurricane formed outside the ice-snow world. If the sea-shaking wind pearl falls into the hands of others, wouldn't it show that our snow god's palace has no one capable, huh? Sea-shaking wind pearl? Chapter 1729, Violent Hurricane. Chapter 1729, Violent Hurricane. Han Fei couldn't help but look at ice-snow. Chuling Han Fei knew that there were violent hurricanes in the outer sea. However, Han Fei had never learned this information from those people's memories. Han Fei felt that hurricanes were common on the sea. What was so special about it? However, from the looks of it, there seemed to be some hidden secrets. Ice-Snow Chuling knew that Han Fei didn't know much about the Raging Sea, so she explained via voice transmission. In the Raging Sea, violent hurricanes are very terrifying. Because the wind is too strong, the wind in the central wind domain will gather and condense into a treasure called the sea-shaking wind pearl. This pearl is very precious. After swallowing it, you can comprehend the power of the wind. However, this pearl is extremely rare and will only appear in violent hurricanes. Therefore, it has become a treasure that everyone competes for in the outer domain. Han Fei thought to himself, it's not bad to increase my speed. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, is this bead valuable? She was stunned for a moment and thought to herself, is the yin-yang world not very rich? Why does Han Fei value money so much? She responded, yes, it's valuable, but it depends on how you measure it. Some people think that it might be worth more than 10 ultra-quality divine weapons. However, for me, this bead is a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Hiss! Han Fei was shocked. He wanted this bead. Han Fei looked at the person who spoke and said leisurely, what you said is not wrong. In that case, I'll go there. It's not because of the sea-shaking wind pearl, but because we can't let others grab the treasure from our snow god's temple. Ice-Snow Chuling was speechless. Just now, you asked about the price. Now, you said you actually didn't want the sea-shaking wind pearl? The peak-level venerables were all stunned. Is the Holy Child really going to get the pearl? Generally speaking, only half-kings dared to go to the central wind domain where a violent hurricane was produced. However, some people also wanted to see how strong Han Fei was. Therefore, someone suggested, Master Holy Child, the violent hurricane has formed for 5 days. In another 2 days, the wind will be at its strongest. However, it may be slightly off the route of our ice-snow world. If you can really take back the sea-shaking wind pearl, we'll be convinced by your ability. Humph, Han Fei snorted. Do I need you to be convinced? With that, Han Fei glanced at Ice-Snow Chuling. I'm going out for a while, but I don't like leading teams. It's meaningless for these people to go. Hey, wait a minute, Buzz. However, before Ice-Snow Chuling could finish, Han Fei had already flown away. This scene made the onlookers explode. What do you mean it doesn't matter if we go or not? How can you insult us again? Immediately someone snorted. The undersea human race, the 100 demon race, and the wind-slashing world, all the major forces must have sent many strong masters to compete for the sea-shaking wind pearl. I'd like to see how he can get it alone. Someone sneered. Since he doesn't care about us, why should we help him? Someone said. Let's follow the half-kings to see if we can get the pearl. As for the half-king, let him count on himself. Seeing this, the Snow Lady felt that Han Fei might be too arrogant. However, it made sense. To be able to dominate the yin-yang world, he might be the strongest person in the yin-yang world and the water-wood world. Han Fei indeed had the chance to look down on everyone. Unfortunately, no matter how strong Han Fei was, he was not a king yet. Since he was not a king, he was not worth being betted on. She would just wait and see. Outside the ice-snow world. About 2 million kilometers away from the ice and snow sky, this place was not on the major routes of the ice-snow world at all. However, because it was very close to the ice-snow world, it was not far. Therefore, it was not easy for venerables to get lost here. Han Fei easily found the location of the violent hurricane. However, Han Fei didn't attack directly. This violent hurricane covered a huge area, covering a radius of 50,000 kilometers. Han Fei had never heard of such a huge wind field. In the wind field, as soon as he released his perception, he found that his perception was blown away by the wind. The old turtle said, the wind here contains the power of the great Tao. Obviously, it's the great Tao of wind. In fact, this kind of storm is very common in the age of gods and above the vast sea. This wind field is not big, it's just a small wind field. Han Fei was lost for words. You call this small? Does your age of gods have that sea-shaking wind pearl? The old turtle said. The sea-shaking wind pearl they mentioned should be a wind pearl. It's a great Tao crystal that contains the great Tao of wind. It should be useful for venerables, but not for sea establishers. Han Fei thought to himself, whatever, as long as it's useful for venerables, I can still use it. Before Han Fei entered the windfield, he sensed a group of sharks outside the windfield. Yes, Han Fei saw it absolutely right. It was a group of sharks. These sharks looked a little like blood shadow sharks. Each of them was less than 20 to 30 meters in size. Of course, venerables could change their body sizes at will. Perhaps this was related to the habits of sharks. If they wanted to move in groups, they couldn't be too far away, so they didn't need to be too big. In fact, it was very convenient to swim with a smaller body. Sharks? Han Fei's eyes glittered. A shark in the venerable realm must contain a lot of chaotic chi. If he took all of them, the consumption of his technique deduction might be recovered. After absorbing all the ordinary dragon bones, Han Fei still had a dragon head that was tempered by heavenly tribulation, a dragon tail, and a complete azure dragon body. However, these were still useful. The dragon head and dragon tail were top-notch materials in the sea establishment realm. They might be useful in the future. The body of the azure dragon might be able to exchange for more things with the soul of the azure dragon in the future. In addition, Han Fei had no source of chaotic chi. Little White didn't like to spit out chaotic chi, and her current realm wasn't high enough. In a month, she could only spit out a wisp of chaotic chi. It was better to hunt a few venerable-level demons. As the name suggested, the 100 Demon Clan was a gathering of hundreds of demons. Outside the windfield, the 12 sharks began to transform when they approached the windfield. Under Han Fei's gaze, the sharks turned into human forms, but their heads were still that of sharks. Their upper bodies were all muscular, making them look like violent freaks. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. The shark clan is so ugly. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to understand what the people of the Waterwood world were thinking when they saw the people from the yin-yang world. They had no other thoughts but that they are so ugly. It was clearly a fish, but it had to become a human. In the end, it became a fish-human freak. Han Fei's black mist body approached quietly. Soon, when Han Fei approached them, he saw the relevant information. Manaba, blood shadow shark, introduction. A common shark species. Due to the different evolution directions, they gave up their original bodies and became half human and half shark. Shark humans inherit the characteristics of blood shadow sharks and are extremely aggressive. They are extremely sensitive to blood. When fighting or hunting, their bodies can turn into shadows and quickly approach and hunt. A level 8-9 half-king or quality 8-9 half-king. Orc Chaotic King 306 Wisps E effect. Orc 8-9C and blood. Orc 8-9C and blood. Orc Collectible 1's EI and blood. Or collectible, Workate and blood. Or Kate Knight's E, Seekstash and blood. Fining or Han Fei was relieved to see the message, but then he was thrilled. They were simply a bunch of cash cows. Under normal circumstances, if these blood shadow sharks evolved completely and became real humans, the demon purification pot probably wouldn't be able to read their information. Unfortunately, this might be their highest humanoid form in the venerable realm. Therefore, Han Fei saw the amount of chaotic chi they contained. The key was that the chaotic chi could be absorbed. The chaotic chi of these guys could be absorbed. In addition to the half-king he saw, there were 3 peak-level venerables, and the rest were all advanced venerables. At this moment, Han Fei was full of excitement. However, he still scanned the area within 100,000 kilometers with his perception. After finding no one else, Han Fei decided to attack directly. Han Fei's black mist body was calmly attached to the half-king's body. As for the other 3 peak-level venerables, he only needed to send a few projections to kill them. Just as Han Fei was about to make a move, the half-king shark said, "Wait for 2 more days. When the hurricane is formed, the space in the wind field will be chaotic, and we'll set up a star net. This time, we'll take the sea-shaking wind pearl and hunt strong masters of the human race." "Lord Bloodjade, won't this anger the human kings?" the half-king sneered. "The fierce wind pirates will deal with the human kings." Someone said, "Sir, I just don't believe in the fierce wind pirates. After all, they are also human pirates. Can we believe them?" "Heh," the half-king sneered. "You don't understand. The so-called races are not worth mentioning in front of interests. Humans have their own motives." Han Fei was about to attack. However, it seemed that these people had other motives. If he killed them now, wouldn't he alert the enemy? Chapter 1730, The 100 Demon Clans Plan. Chapter 1730, The 100 Demon Clans Plan. Han Fei spent 2 days on Bloodjade's body. In the past 2 days, these sharks had set up a concealment array to hide themselves. This way, they could avoid encountering humans and fighting them directly. Indeed, every time a violent hurricane was about to form, someone would come over. In the past 2 days, these sharks had basically been eating and drinking for 2 days. Occasionally, they even chatted with each other. The half-king, Bloodjade, didn't notice anything wrong. He even boasted to the other sharks, "Do you know that the land of King Death will open in half a year? At that time, blood will definitely flow like a river." In order to reduce competition, open or secret struggles began decades ago. Among humans, competition is particularly prevalent. Han Fei had been listening to the sharks bragging for 2 days. This was the first big shot Han Fei met who would tell his little brothers the whole plan. Han Fei was lost for words. Compared to the half-kings in the yin-yang world in the cage, this shark was probably the worst half-king he had ever seen. You revealed all your secrets to your subordinates for no reason. Other than looking cool, what else can you get? Anyway, Han Fei already knew their plan. The secret was that the 100 Demons clan had cooperated with the Fierce Wind Pirates. When the violent hurricane took shape, they would set up an inescapable net to hunt the human prodigies. At this moment, they were certain that at least the heavenly talents from the Wind-Slashing world, the Blue Cloud world, and the 100 Flowers world were going to attack. The purpose of the Fierce Wind Pirates was to hunt these heavenly talents. As for the 100 Demon race, they wanted the sea-shaking wind pearl and half of the plundered resources. However, in Han Fei's opinion, these so-called schemes seemed to have nothing to do with him. Han Fei didn't care about these outsiders. Han Fei only knew that this time, many people from the 100 Demon race had come. If he could kill 50% of them, he would be able to collect thousands of chaotic chi, which was equivalent to thousands of dragon bones. After all, Bloodjade alone had 306 wisps of chaotic chi on him. He was simply a cash cow. 2 days passed. A conch lit up in Bloodjade's hand. "Buzz!" Bloodjade perked up and shouted, "Everyone, prepare to attack." The sharks also perked up. Each of them took out a milky white sea cucumber-like thing. Han Fei took a look, and a certain message appeared. Namastar Silk Introduction. It's made of shadowless ginseng, transparent sea silkworm, spirit-devouring jellyfish, star-concealing grass, and invisible bamboo. It can find and entangle a specific enemy without making a sound. It's almost impossible to detect it unless your soul power is extremely strong. Quality. One-time high-quality divine weapon, soul attachment. Shadowless ginseng 1 effect. Quietly lock onto the enemy's position, recastable are refined. Remarks, there is a certain chance for people with an extremely strong soul to discover it. Han Fei's heart did a flip when he saw it. This was a good thing. It could even actively find and lock onto the enemy. This was equivalent to planting a tracker on the enemy. Swish, 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 swish. Suddenly, the group of sharks released these star silks as if they were flying kites. Puffed. The moment they released them, Bloodjade's body was instantly cut into several pieces. The moment the star silks were released, these sharks lost their value. Han Fei was much faster than them. In the blink of an eye, the half-king was cut into pieces. When his black mist body attacked, his white mist body also attacked instantly. At the same time, 8 peak-level venerable projections of Han Fei appeared. "Who are you? Run quickly." How could they escape when Han Fei attacked? Anyone below the peak level of the venerable realm was killed in one blow. After grabbing them with the void lines, Han Fei began to devour their chaotic chi crazily. In an instant, except for Bloodjade that was cut into pieces by Han Fei, no one else survived and they all became Han Fei's food. Han Fei didn't kill Bloodjade immediately because he wanted to see what secrets this person had in his memory. After all, a half-king had lived longer and knew more secrets. After quickly devouring the chaotic chi, soul, and vitality of the other sharks, Han Fei picked up their sun moon shells. After finding the bamboo pieces they used to control the star silks, Han Fei controlled Bloodjade and disappeared. More than 300,000 kilometers away, Han Fei casually set up a concealment array and sneaked in. About 100 seconds later, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. The soul-searching technique was also flawed. When he looked at too many memories, they were easy to mix up with his own memory. Fortunately, Han Fei cut off part of the memories. In the so-called 100 Demon race, there were various teams. Some of them were all turtles, some were shrimp soldiers, some were crabs, and some were octopuses. There were also a few teams that were composed of miscellaneous animals. These teams appeared in various places outside the violent hurricane, moving following the direction of the violent hurricane. Although the location of these people wasn't fixed, as long as one followed the star silks, he could probably find them. As for the other parts of Bloodjade's memory, most of them were just bragging. The status of the 100 Demon clan was not high, and it had been established for less than 40,000 years. Therefore, they had never participated in many things back then. Perhaps the kings of the 100 Demon race had participated in those things. However, how could a king easily reveal those messy past events to his subordinates? Most of the time, they would only use benefits to fool them. That was what kings would do. Although it wasn't very useful, Han Fei did see some memories about the fierce wind pirates and the 100 Demon kings. In his memory, there were as many as 12 kings in the 100 Demon race. This number shocked Han Fei. These were only the kings of a race. In addition to the 100 Demon race, there were also undersea human race, the mermen and the giant beasts. The 100 Demon clan was just a weak force in the raging sea. They had a large number of sea demons and had their own waters. Their method of finding the way was no better than that of humans. After Han Fei completely absorbed the chaotic chi of Bloodjade, his chaotic chi soared to 406 wisps. A half-king sea demon venerable had more chaotic chi than all the remaining sea demon venerables. Han Fei was thrilled. Sure enough, hunting in the sea was really profitable. It was almost certain that he could have more than 2,000 wisps of chaotic chi after this operation. At that time, if possible, he could consider upgrading the time chain. That way, he would be able to devour King Ba's bloodline faster. Feeling Han Fei's enthusiasm and excitement, the old turtle was lost for words. Is this guy really not going to follow in my footsteps? It seems that he has completely embarked on the demonic Tao. Han Fei didn't know what the old turtle was thinking. He was sensing the bamboo pieces of the star silks, which would lead him to the people captured by the star silks. Although he didn't feel anything yet, Han Fei didn't panic at all. The violent hurricane was only this big. They would have to show up in the end. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Someone was here? It seemed that the death of the half-king and the 11 sharks had alarmed some strong masters. With a swish, Han Fei swam into the violent hurricane. The moment he entered the wind field, Han Fei let the wind pull him across the void. Huff! At this moment, Han Fei truly felt how strong the wind of this violent hurricane was. The kinetic energy at this moment was probably comparable to a peak-level attack of a half-venerable. And this was just the periphery of the violent hurricane. According to this power, the real wind ring would probably be able to sweep across 1,000,000 kilometers. Following the wind, Han Fei used void teleportation and flew away without a trace. Even if a king came, he wouldn't be able to find Han Fei now. 5 seconds after Han Fei teleported away, a huge ship that looked like a phantom broke out of the wind field. At the bow of the ship, there was a lean man with a shiny bald head and fierce eyes. This person held a broken body in his hand and said indifferently, "In just a moment, 12 venerables were killed. Did some king make a move? Impossible. It's impossible for me not to know if a king took action," the bald man said. "Let's enter the wind. Since we are enemies, we'll meet sooner or later." Han Fei broke through the wind. The deeper one went into the violent hurricane, the stronger the wind was. And this wind was not an ordinary wind, but a wind that contained the power of the great Tao. Of course, for the current Han Fei, this seemed meaningless. Just as Han Fei sensed that someone nearby seemed to be caught by the star silk and was about to go there, his expression suddenly changed. Buzz. A shadow of wind rushed over in the violent hurricane. It was extremely sharp and seemed to be about to enter his body. Information immediately appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Nama Wind Demon. Introduction. Wind demons are invisible and are formed by wind. They are short-lived creatures born in storms. They rise with the wind and disappear with the wind. Wind demons are born and grow by devouring each other. The further into the eye of the storm, the stronger the wind demons are. Their ultimate goal is to swallow wind pearls and become conscious wind spirits that won't die. Level 80H quality, Rare Chaotic. Rare Chaotic energy. 1 wisp E-edible effect. Inedible Ecodible E effect. Inedible, Great Tao wind particles. Note 8. Wind pearls or Emzor invisible and formed by wind. Hiss. Most importantly, this wind spirit actually contained chaotic chi. This was even rarer. Ice Snow Chuling didn't even tell him. If he could keep hunting wind demons, how much chaotic chi would he get for nothing? Chapter 1731, Wind Demon. Chapter 1731, Wind Demon. Han Fei sighed. As expected of the outer domain, the resources reserves of these people were really amazing. Besides, the species in the outer domain were much more than in the yin-yang world and the water-wood world. A mere wind demon couldn't stop Han Fei. Han Fei casually slashed and killed the wind demon. A crystal-clear light-green gravel-like light spot was about to disappear in the wind. Han Fei reached out and grabbed, and information appeared in his eyes. Name Great Tao Wind Particle. Introduction. In a place where the wind is extremely strong, the Great Tao particles condensed by the Great Tao of Wind. Absorbing it can strengthen one's chaotic chi. Level Venerable, Quality S, High Quality SSS, High Quality SSS Energy, 1 Wisp SNS, 1 Wisp SSNS, and S, 1 Wisp SSNS Intex. Great Tao wind particles can be directly absorbed. Just swallow it. Han Fei finally understood why there was a violent hurricane. Many people came to fight for it. Many people might not really come for the sea-shaking wind pearl, but just to hunt wind demons. For ordinary venerables, even a single wisp of chaotic chi was very rare. If one had just entered the venerable realm, he probably didn't have much chaotic chi on him. This violent hurricane would naturally become the target of all the strong masters. Han Fei just happened to meet Blood Jade and the others. In this violent hurricane, if there were many wind demons, ordinary venerables would have come to hunt. Han Fei found that some kind of perception appeared on the bamboo pieces. As long as he followed this perception, he could find the person who was caught by the star silks. Han Fei swallowed the wind particles, and the old turtle said, "Let me out, I'll hunt alone." Han Fei asked in surprise, "Old Yuan, can you do it?" "Someone is hunting now." The old turtle said, "Most people can't use their perception in this wind field, but my soul power is in the Emperor realm. Those little things are no threat to me." Han Fei immediately released the old turtle. Han Fei guessed that the old turtle must have been tempted too. Seeing that the chaotic chi came so easily, how could he let go of this opportunity? Han Fei just let him and simply said, "Okay, go hunt on your own." However, the final battle will definitely break out in the eye of the storm. Don't go there. Okay, separating from the old turtle, Han Fei continued to search for the perceptions on the bamboo pieces. In less than 5 minutes, Han Fei saw 2 venerables from the ice snow world fighting the same wind demon in the wind field. Han Fei thought to himself, "Sure enough, it's just that I came at the wrong time and didn't encounter these stronger venerables, so they were still safe and sound." When the 2 of them saw Han Fei, they were both surprised. One of them exclaimed, "Holy, holy child?" Han Fei thought to himself, "How do you know me? It seems that it's not easy to be the holy child." Han Fei nodded and pointed casually, and the wind demon's body exploded. The 2 of them were shocked. "So it was that simple to kill a wind demon?" Han Fei said. "Pay attention to your soul and don't let it be contaminated. I've killed more than 10 venerables of the 100 Demons clan. They seem to have some sinister plans. You, don't get too close to the inner region." "Hiss, he has already killed more than 10 venerables?" The 2 of them looked at each other and said in unison, "Yes, Master Holy Child." Han Fei certainly wouldn't rob them. After all, they were on his side now. He couldn't kill 2 Ice Snow World venerables just for a wisp of chaotic chi, right? Since he couldn't, he might as well do them a favor and show off his strength. This was the best solution. After Han Fei left, he thought to himself, it's not a good idea to search like this. He took out Blood Jade's Sun Moon shell, among which were 3 star silks. Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei used all the 3 pieces of star silk without hesitation. Almost in the blink of an eye, the star silks were attached to him. Knowing that there was an ambush, Han Fei still used himself as bait. Ordinary people didn't have such courage. Of course, Han Fei was mainly concerned about their chaotic chi. Han Fei even sensed the surroundings with his perception. Soon, he sensed an almost undetectable fluctuation on his body. It was this fluctuation that exposed his identity. An hour later, Han Fei had already gone more than 10,000 kilometers into the violent hurricane. Here, the number of wind demons began to increase. Every few minutes, he would encounter one. Some of these wind demons were fighting each other, and some pounced at Han Fei. In just an hour, Han Fei had hunted more than 50 wind demons and absorbed more than 80 wisps of chaotic chi. After all, this was no longer the outermost area. The wind demons here were stronger. After waiting for so long, Han Fei finally met a sea demon who came to hunt him. This was an advanced venerable shrimp soldier holding a shrimp spear. It suddenly jumped up, trying to sneak attack Han Fei. Han Fei grabbed the spear, used his hand as a knife, and chopped off the shrimp soldier's head and shell. Buzz. The shrimp soldier was horrified and was about to escape. However, he was surprised to find that his soul had been controlled by his opponent. Han Fei smiled and absorbed the other party's vitality and soul power while the demon purification pot swallowed the chaotic chi in the other party's body. It was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After a while, Han Fei abandoned the shrimp soldier in the turbulent wind and continued deeper. It seemed that the real battlefield was not in the periphery. According to Blood Jade, the goal of the 100 Demons clan and the Fierce Wind Pirates was not ordinary venerables, but the heavenly talents among the venerables. The terrifying wind field of the entire violent hurricane only had a radius of 50,000 kilometers. Han Fei resisted the power of the hurricane and came to a place about 30,000 kilometers away from the wind field. However, as soon as he showed up, Han Fei bumped into a big ship. There was a picture of a flaming hurricane on the big ship. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Isn't this the Fierce Wind Pirates? The Fierce Wind Pirates was ranked 8th among the top 10 pirate clans. It was said that they were here to hunt the heavenly talents of the nearby heavenly palaces. Han Fei glanced around and found that there were only 7 people on the ship. However, the aura these 7 people gave Han Fei was not weak. Before Han Fei could do anything, 6 of them broke out of the void and surrounded Han Fei. Obviously, they were chasing Han Fei, and the star silks on Han Fei must have attracted them. At such a close distance, Han Fei could see their strength. Among them, there was 1 half-king, 2 peak-level venerables, and 4 advanced venerables. Moreover, there was a blood smell on these people. They must have hunted many people just now. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Although he didn't have any feelings for the humans in the outer domain, they were still humans. But the fierce wind pirates actually hunted their own people? It was fine if he didn't encounter this matter, but now that he did, he had to teach them a good lesson. Someone laughed. Ha! Another peak-level venerable. This is the 3rd one today. We will make a fortune, the half-king said with a smile. You're wearing a mask? Don't play tricks. Let us kill you quickly and search for our next target. This half-king's tone was quite arrogant. He didn't take Han Fei, a peak-level venerable, seriously at all. Sound waves suddenly rose. This person's great Tao was related to sound. The other venerables didn't seem to be affected. With a peak-level venerable holding a bow and someone controlling the sand, the area within 800 kilometers turned into a desert. It seemed that Han Fei was in a desperate situation. Swish, swish, swish! Just when they thought that Han Fei wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings, they saw projections descending one after another. In an instant, 6 Han Feis appeared. They were all peak-level venerables and looked exactly the same. Huh? Clones? Roar? The half-king of the fierce wind pirates exclaimed in shock. He immediately felt that his sound wave domain had been blasted away. A flash of light flashed in the void, and his soul seemed to be directly pierced. Pooh, 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 pooh. The advanced venerable was instantly pierced through, as if he had become a puppet. The 2 other peak-level venerables still wanted to escape. As a result, one of them was torn apart by Han Fei, and the other one, undulating in irregular gravity, was crushed by knives. The half-king was horrified. Who are you? How can these clones be so powerful? Clatter, a black ship suddenly appeared, and on the black ship a skeleton flag appeared. Han Fei grinned. I'm the leader of the Avengers. The half-king was shocked and roared. Endless sound barriers blocked in front of him. He still wanted to break through the void. Unfortunately, Han Fei suddenly appeared next to him, and a water blade pierced through his heart. Then, some kind of power was controlling his soul. Huff Han Fei put away the sea-swallowing seashells and sun-moon shells of these people and the ship of the fierce wind pirates. Han Fei licked his lips. You shouldn't have come to me. Han Fei was absorbing the soul power and vitality of the 7 people. However, after less than 10 seconds, he suddenly felt a crisis approaching in the void. Could it be a king? Chapter 1732, Fierce Wind Pirates. Chapter 1732, Fierce Wind Pirates. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei took off the cloak and the mask, put on a black robe, and simulated his aura to the half-king realm. After all, Han Fei had once been a half-king. It was easy for him to simulate the aura of a half-king. Han Fei thought to himself, since the fierce wind pirates dare to appear so brazenly, there's no reason why the Avengers can't. Han Fei had his own purpose for the appearance of the Avengers. This meant that Han Fei wanted to kill sea demons and the fierce wind pirates and rob the humans. As the saying went, one could become rich overnight. Those who could participate in the hunting in the violent hurricane were all strong masters. For the strong masters, if their resources were gone, they could easily earn another batch of resources. As soon as Han Fei finished changing, he saw a bald man looking at him in the distance. The moment the bald man saw the skeleton flag, he knew who he had met. The leader of the Avengers, Han Fei? Han Fei sneered. Chen Guangjia of the fierce wind pirates? Han Fei had completed the kill too quickly. Although Chen Guangjia came extremely fast, he was still a step late. He could only see Han Fei standing proudly on the bow of the Avenger, looking straight at him. Buzz. Han Fei waved his hand and put away the Avenger. However, Han Fei didn't escape. If he was still the holy child of the snow god's temple, he would have to run away. However, he was a pirate now. The pirates were at loggerheads with each other. Chen Guangjia was the king of the fierce wind pirates. He didn't intend to attack personally. He just needed to restrain the kings of the heavenly palaces. However, to his surprise, 7 of his subordinates' life tablets were broken in an instant. Even his half-king subordinates couldn't escape. How could he not take revenge? But now, seeing Han Fei standing proudly in the air, Chen Guangjia narrowed his eyes and said, "Half-king? Brat, are you courting death?" Although Chen Guangjia said that Han Fei was a half-king, he would never treat Han Fei as one. If he was really a half-king, could someone really give a sea-quelling bizarre treasure in Martial Emperor City as the bounty for this guy's life? However, he wouldn't know how strong Han Fei was until they fought. Buzz. Chen Guangjia pushed out his palm. With just this palm, the surrounding wind power soared more than 10 times. The terrifying palm power pounced at Han Fei like a huge tide. Han Fei didn't back down. He activated the power of the Great Tao, and his strength almost rose to the extreme. He drew a knife out of the void and cut the terrifying palm into 2 halves. Chen Guangjia immediately narrowed his eyes. This kid's strength has reached the sea establishment realm, the forbidden zone of wind. Chen Guangjia raised his hands, and the violent waves around him roared like a tide. The wind was like a divine weapon, endless. Clang, 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 clang. Countless wind blades slashed at Han Fei, making the sound of metal clashing. A golden giant suddenly condensed around Han Fei. In the golden light, Han Fei punched the air. Han Fei laughed crazily. Chen Guangjia, the captain of the fierce wind pirates, are you sure you want to be my enemy? Chen Guangjia snorted. You've killed a whole ship of venerables of mine, and now you're attacking me. Just because you have a king's combat power doesn't mean you're a real king. Bang, 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 clang, 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 clang. Although Han Fei's strength had improved recently, he was still no match for a king. Chen Guangjia was even stronger than the Mad Fourth King. Chen Guangjia sneered. Didn't anyone tell you that I'm one of the top 3 powerful and the top 10 pirate groups in the wind? Bang. Han Fei retreated quickly, his fists forming 2 sacrificing punch, and his invincible will stacked crazily. Boom boom, the gale was pierced through. Chen Guang put his hands together and a hurricane barrier appeared in front of him, blocking Han Fei's 2 sacrificing punch. He sneered. How dare you walk the path of invincibility? However, no matter how invincible you are in the half-king realm, you are not a king. Bang! Chen Guangjia attacked again. In the violent hurricane, his speed was astonishing. He found that Han Fei wasn't as strong as he thought. However, Han Fei's combat power was indeed extraordinary in a short time. Chen Guangjia shouted, and the power of the Great Tao suddenly increased. In Han Fei's eyes, the wind was like a divine weapon. The entire wind field was Chen Guangjia's battlefield. In an instant, Han Fei's power collapsed. Just when Chen Guangjia thought that he could go to Martial Emperor City to take the sea-quelling bizarre treasure after killing Han Fei, a blue light flashed, and Han Fei disappeared. Huh? Time Tao? Chen Guangjia looked around. This guy actually ran away, the Great Tao of Time. No wonder there is such a high bounty for this guy's life in Martial Emperor City. If he controls time and becomes a king, he's almost an immortal king. Shit, which Beastard issued the kill order. No, we can't bear the loss alone. We have to increase the bounty when we go back. When Han Fei displayed the Great Tao of Time, Chen Guangjia knew that he had been fooled. Originally, if the guy who issued the kill order clearly stated that Han Fei knew the Great Tao of Time and had the combat power of a king, no one would pay attention to this kill order. However, the problem was that pirates were all vicious people. Once they saw a reward like a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, they would definitely pay attention to it. They all thought that they could solve problems that others couldn't. Now, the corners of Chen Guangjia's mouth twitched and he cursed in his heart, "Don't let me know who issued the kill order, otherwise I'll kill you." Han Fei successfully ran away, exclaiming, "This son of a bitch is too strong. If I didn't know about the Great Tao of Time, I would have died." Han Fei was horrified, as expected of a king. So what if the fierce wind pirates were ranked 8th? They were still one of the top 10 pirate groups. They were much stronger than he had imagined. In comparison, Han Fei felt that the Mad Fourth King wasn't very strong. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Since the Avengers have appeared, I won't conceal my identity anymore. But the Avengers are the Avengers, and I'm still xuanhuan, the holy child of the Snow God's temple. Buzz. As soon as the twin divine technique was activated, his black mist body controlled the Avenger and flew away, and his white mist body was wearing a snow cloak and an ice mask as he charged towards the inner area of the violent hurricane. Who knew what Chen Guangjia's appearance would trigger? Perhaps this was a snipe aimed at the 13 worlds in the outer domain by the 100 demon race. After all, violent hurricanes were rare, and it could attract many powerhouses. If they successfully hunted once, a large number of venerables in the 13 worlds in the outer domain would die. Why wouldn't they? When Han Fei transformed into the Holy Child, he had to be much more cautious. After only a few minutes, Han Fei encountered 2 groups of people fighting. 5 advanced venerable octopuses were hunting 4 advanced venerables from the ice snow world. Han Fei actually knew 2 of them. Weren't they the 2 advanced venerables who were watching the show at his door 2 days ago? Buzz. When Han Fei came, both sides were surprised. Immediately someone shouted, "Master Holy Child, please help us." Han Fei could ignore them. However, as the Holy Child of the Snow God's temple, Han Fei had to save them. Of course, even if Han Fei didn't save them, 2 or 3 of them should be able to escape, but it would affect his reputation as the Holy Child. After all, if he returned to the Snow God's temple and they spread the news that he had left them in the lurch, his reputation would be ruined. Being cold and having a bad reputation were 2 different things. Buzz. The expressions of the 5 octopuses changed drastically. Not good, retreat, swish. In an instant, all techniques were forbidden in the void. Han Fei cut through the wind and waves and arrived instantly. He pulled out his saber and slashed through the wind. 3 octopuses were killed. The other 2 realized that they couldn't break through the air and wanted to force their way out. However, they were stopped by the people from the Snow God's temple. Han Fei casually stabbed out with his spear and exploded one of them. The remaining octopus was held in Han Fei's hand like a puppet. In just a moment, the 5 advanced venerables were swept away easily like rotten fish and shrimp. This scene stunned the 4 venerables of the snow god's temple. They knew that the holy child was very strong. If he wasn't strong, it would be impossible for the snow lady to invite him back personally. However, wasn't he too fucking strong? He killed 3 advanced venerables with 1 slash? An advanced venerable was no different from a fish or shrimp in the hands of this holy child. Because Han Fei wanted to devour their chaotic chi, absorb their souls, and steal their vitality, Han Fei pretended to stab them a few times. The sky rumbled, signifying the death of several venerables. Han Fei looked at the 4 people in the hurricane and said, "Attention, the king of the fierce wind pirates, Chen Guangjia, is here in person. Not only Chen Guangjia, but Han Fei of the Avengers is also here. Also, it's very likely that the king of the 100 demon race is here too. This violent hurricane is a trap. If you believe me, leave quickly and inform others." Hiss. The 4 of them looked at each other. The fierce wind pirates are all here? And the recently famous Avengers had also appeared? A trap. Immediately someone said, "The fierce wind pirates have done this before. They once robbed the heavenly talents of the various heavenly palaces in a violent hurricane. Not only did they snatch resources, but they also asked the heavenly palaces for ransom. It's really hateful." Someone was horrified. "We should go back immediately and tell Master Snow Lady about this," Han Fei said casually. "Master Snow Lady probably already knows. You should stop the latecomers from entering rashly. Now, this place is too dangerous for you to stay." Someone asked, "Master Holy Child, what about you?" Under the ice mask, Han Fei said leisurely, "I still need to save some people." "Go." Han Fei grabbed a few sun moon shells. The void lines were still absorbing, and the demon purification pot was still absorbing the chaotic chi. Han Fei waved his hand, and the space fluctuated, sending the people opposite him thousands of kilometers away. They were shocked. How strong is this holy child? Has he mastered the great Tao of space? Chapter 1733, The Avengers and the Holy Child's First Show. Chapter 1733, The Avengers and the Holy Child's First Show. Han Fei was now in the area of activity of advanced and peak-level venerables. Further in, Han Fei could even feel that there were enemies fighting. From time to time, some energy would come and then disperse with the violent hurricane. However, Han Fei didn't intend to go further immediately. Although the sea-shaking wind pearl was important, it shouldn't be something that he had to swallow immediately after he got it. Otherwise, what if he had an epiphany after swallowing it? Moreover, since this sea-shaking wind pearl was priceless, then, after snatching it, there would definitely be many people surrounding and chasing him. He would definitely not have the time to consume it immediately. To him, the main purpose of this trip was to hunt sea demons. Only by hunting and accumulating enough chaotic chi could he consider upgrading the time chain. This was much more important than the sea-shaking wind pearl. Under the guidance of the Star Silks, Han Fei found 1 or 2 people almost every few minutes. He encountered more wind demons than people. If possible, Han Fei hoped that this violent hurricane could keep blowing. In this way, more wind demons could be born. There were many people in the violent hurricane. Because this violent hurricane was too close to the Snow God's temple, many people from the Snow God's temple had come, including Ice Snow Chuling. However, the 100 Demon Clan's star-gathering array had already been activated. Who knew how many sea demon experts were in this violent hurricane? At this moment, in a wind field about 10,000 kilometers away from the eye of the storm, there were Ice Snow Chuling, 5 peak-level venerables of the Snow God's temple, and some strong masters flashing in the wind. There was a body refiner with a giant hammer and the disciple of the 5 Elements sect whom Han Fei had met before. He was fighting a group of sea demons and the fierce wind pirates. Among those sea demons, there were also a small number of undersea humans. The undersea humans were actually very similar to humans. If they didn't hide it, they only had a scab on their necks, a slightly different nose bridge, and scales on their bodies. However, once they concealed themselves, they could completely blend into the human race. At this moment, there were a total of 39 humans, sea demons, undersea humans, and fierce wind pirates. The 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. Clearly, the humans were at a disadvantage. Ice Snow Chuling and a man with black wings joined forces and had the strength of 2 half-kings. The remaining people kept fighting. Ice Snow Chuling shouted coldly, "Li Shunfeng, this is a trap. Don't fight. Retreat to the periphery." The black-winged man shouted, "People from the wind-slashing world, fight and retreat. Haha, you want to retreat now? It isn't easy for us to catch the Holy Lady of the Snow God's temple, the wind envoy of the wind-slashing world, and the 5 Elements sect's disciple. How can we let you retreat?" On the ship branded with the flame hurricane, a long-haired half-king shouted, "Wind slash, release, swish, swish, swish." On the large ship, a terrifying wind blade of the half-king realm spewed out from the hull. It slashed through the void and instantly caused a void crack, instantly crushing a strong master of the wind-slashing world. Clang. At that moment, in the void, ice froze the hurricane and frost drifted. A black sword slashed out an overbearing blow and instantly cut the great Tao wind blade into pieces. Huh? A sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Wow, the Snow God's temple is really rich. If I'm not mistaken, Holy Lady, you already have a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, right? Now you have another one? But they will both belong to our fierce wind pirates. Even the top expert of the wind-slashing world couldn't help but look at Ice Snow Chuling in surprise. His identity was not much worse than Ice Snow Chuling. However, Ice Snow Chuling already had 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures. The Snow Lady really liked Ice Snow Chuling. The disciple of the 5 elements, Ban Yi, frowned slightly. As an intermediate peak-level venerable, he quietly retreated and reserved his strength. However, it could be seen that he was still a little jealous. Clanked behind everyone, a huge pincer stretched out from the void. The huge claw that was hundreds of meters wide pointed at the void. At that moment, the wind collapsed and the escape route of Ice Snow Chuling and the others was sealed. Swish to Anne. Undersea Human actually grabbed a large net and pulled it wider and wider as if trying to capture Ice Snow Chuling and the others. The moment the net appeared, Ice Snow Chuling shouted, "Not good, it's the heaven trapping cage, let's go, ka-ka-ka-ka." At that moment, armor shadows floated in the air, overlapping. Clang! Even the full-strength attack of Ice Snow Chuling could only cut through 2 armor shadows. A white-armored turtle had appeared here at some point and sealed the way with a turtle shell array. Han Fei had heard from the old turtle that the turtle shell contained the will of heaven and arrays, which were a power bestowed by the heavens. Once these roads were sealed, Ice Snow Chuling and the others would have no way out. At the last moment, Ice Snow Chuling took out a snowflake token. As soon as this token was issued, the 1,000-foot-long shadow of the Snow Lady stood proudly in the air. The shadow of the Snow Lady tapped her finger lightly, trying to penetrate the net. The half-king of the fierce wind pirates also took out a jade slip. The jade essence, like a tornado, bent and swept towards the Snow Lady. Rumble, rumble, a terrifying power erupted in the cage. Blood oozed out of the corners of Ice Snow Chuling's mouth. It turned out that the 5 Elements disciple was the only one who had blocked the aftershock of the attack with the 5 Elements. Ha ha ha! The half-king of the fierce wind pirates laughed. Don't waste your time. This time, in order to capture you guys, the captain gave me 6 tornadoes in case you hide a king's blow. Now that the king is blocked, you have no choice but to surrender. Buzz. As soon as the so-called heaven-trapping cage was retracted, the power of Ice Snow Chuling and the others was completely suppressed. At the last moment, everyone, including the 5 Elements disciple Ban Yi, threw out a king's blow. But just as the half-king of the fierce wind pirate said, they did have a jade slip that could resist a king's blow. The aftershock of the 3 king-level attacks shook the heaven-trapping cage, and everyone in it was injured. In just 20 seconds, 17 humans were subdued and completely suppressed. Before this, they had never expected that a mere exploration of a violent hurricane would trap them here. The other party had clearly come prepared this time. They prepared both the heaven-trapping cage and king-level attacks, in addition to the alliance of the sea demons, the undersea humans, and the fierce wind pirates. It was indeed impossible to guard against. When these people were trapped on the fierce wind pirates' ship, they had to give away their sun-moon shells, making the people on the fierce wind pirates' ship smile excitedly. Among the sea demons, a shrimp soldier jumped out of the water and floated in the air. Half of the resources are ours. Now, don't disturb us. The half-king looked at Ice Snow Chuling with a smile. Holy Lady, the 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures, please. Humph, don't even think about it. Haha, Holy Lady, are the treasures more valuable, or are you more valuable? You have to be clear about it, but if you're willing to sleep with me, I can spare you. When our king comes, I will definitely put in a good word for you. Ha ha ha, the venerables of the fierce wind pirates all laughed wildly. Tisk tisk. Old kin, your idea is simply amazing. Ha, this woman is really beautiful. Old kin, I support you. Ice Snow Chuling frowned coldly. Why isn't teacher here? Logically speaking, how dare the fierce wind pirates and these sea demons rob them right at their doorstep? The half-king Old Kin was squatting in front of Ice Snow Chuling with a dirty smile. I heard that the candidate for the king of the Golden Crow world wants to take you back to be a sex slave. Tisk, why don't you try me? Tisk tisk. The fierce wind pirates are nothing more than this. Let go of the people of our snow god's temple, otherwise I'll cut you into pieces. Suddenly, 2 completely different voices sounded in the violent hurricane. One was gloomy, and the other was cold and straightforward. Who? Someone from the snow god's temple exclaimed. It's Master Holy Child. Master Holy Child, leave quickly. Only Master Snow Lady can save us. Someone exclaimed. Look, on the other side, that skeleton flag. Is that the Avengers' flag? Hiss, the Avengers? Even the venerables of the fierce wind pirates were shocked. Someone said in surprise, Old Chin, it must be him. Damn, he's worth a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Old Chin narrowed his eyes and said, Shut up and prepare to face the enemy. He was a half-king after all. Someone offered the bounty of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure for the life of the leader of the Avengers. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, this person was said to kill 3 half-kings in a row. His style was domineering and he killed people like flies. He could not be underestimated. Old Kin shouted, The 100 demons and the undersea humans, we are about to succeed. We can't lose here. On the Avenger, Han Fei was wearing a black robe, which was his original appearance. Ice Snow Chuling recognized him at a glance. Ice Snow Chuling looked to the other side in surprise. Was one of the two Han Fei's avatar? The Avenger Han Fei looked at the Holy Child Han Fei and said, "Hey, when did the Snow God's palace hide a half-king? Should I deal with you or these people first?" A half-king? Many people from the Snow God's temple were surprised. Isn't the Holy Child a peak-level venerable? How did he become a half-king? Buzz. Then the Ice Snow Lotus throne appeared under Han Fei, the Holy Child. Holding a rod, he said indifferently, "How about we work together to break the array? The people will belong to me, and the rest will be yours, okay?" Chapter 1734, Punch the Fierce Wind Pirates and Kick the 100 Demons. Chapter 1734, Punch the Fierce Wind Pirates and Kick the 100 Demons. As the wind howled, the seawater was corroded and blown away into mist. Han Fei's black mist body and white mist body were confronting each other in front of the fierce wind pirates and the sea demons. For Han Fei, he wasn't in a hurry. His black mist body was only attached to his half-king projection. At this moment, the Avenger, Han Fei said, "Join forces with me? What makes you think I will agree?" The Holy Child Han Fei asked, "Why don't we fight first?" Ice Snow Chuling was very sure that these two people were the same person. At this moment, it was obvious that Han Fei wanted to cover up his identity as the leader of the Avengers. Therefore, Ice Snow Chuling said, "Xuanhuan, this person is extremely strong. In the short term, he might be able to unleash power beyond a half-king. Don't underestimate him." Han Fei's white mist body glanced at Ice Snow Chuling indifferently. "You're quite smart. Since I've put on an act, I can't kill all these people." It happened that he didn't want to make the leader of the Avengers a king. A king would only face a king. It wasn't a good thing to start too high. This battle could change these people's opinion of the Avengers. KKKK, Han Fei's black mist body laughed wantonly. "You are the first person who dares to negotiate with me. The Holy Child, Xuanhuan, you're interesting. As you wish. Let's cooperate for the time being. The resources are mine, and these people are yours." Humpher, someone from the underwater human race, sneered. "Two mere half-kings dare to talk nonsense before us? The white-armored turtle, the lobster that came out later, old kin of the fierce wind pirates, and the undersea human who set up the array were all half-kings. Because of this, the moment they revealed their identities, Ice Snow Chuling and the others had nowhere to run. They had 4 half-kings. Therefore, they thought that the Avenger and the Holy Child were at most 2 half-kings. How could they defeat all of them? Buzz. The Avenger Han Fei was walking in the storm, so was the Holy Child Han Fei. One was evil and the other was cold. One was dressed in a black robe and the other in a snow-white cloak. They both looked very proud and aloof, as if 2 strong masters were confronting. Old Chin's face was cold as he suddenly shouted, "Attack! Buzz!" The members of the fierce wind pirates attacked immediately. On one side, the fierce wind slash at the bow of the ship was aimed at the Holy Child Han Fei, and on the other side, the violent dragon tornado was aimed at the Avenger Han Fei. However, the way these two people responded was different. Han Fei, the Avenger, reached out and grabbed the bloody void claw mark. His murderous aura was daunting. The giant hand grabbed at the air and the violent tornado immediately collapsed. As if he had done something trivial, under the feet of the Avenger Han Fei, he suddenly charged at the half-king shrimp soldier closest to him with black death energy. The Avenger Han Fei said, "If you let this ship go, there will never be a peaceful day in your ice snow world." He was obviously talking to Han Fei. At this moment, the Holy Child Han Fei immediately used the instant technique to blow up the fierce wind slash and slashed out the embroidery needle in his hand. Old Kin shouted, "Prepare to teleport through the void. Don't fight. Be careful. Hold on until our king comes." However, Han Fei held the embroidery needle with both hands and shouted, "Open! Clang! 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 Clang!" In an instant, the rod shadow struck out 100 waves, and a terrifying force smashed down like a storm. On the fierce wind pirates' ship, someone shouted, "Old Chin, the vibration is too strong. We can't perform void teleportation." Old Chin thought to himself, Han Fei seems to be only at the half-king level. Although he seems a little stronger than me, he isn't much stronger. So Old Kin shouted angrily, "Fuck, how can you resist the elite venerables of the fierce wind pirates alone? Let me teach you a lesson." In the blink of an eye, Han Fei, the Avenger, instantly slashed the half-king shrimp soldier. This was the crushing of power, the crushing of the great Tao. The shrimp soldier didn't even realize that he, a half-king, couldn't even withstand one blow. Boom. In the sky, the great Tao rumbled, and a slight crack appeared. After all, if a half-king died, heaven's cry would still come. It just wasn't that intense. However, everyone was shocked by the strength of the Avenger Han Fei. This was a half-king and not a small shrimp. How strong was this damn Avenger? Not only that, but when he killed the half-king shrimp soldier, Han Fei suddenly appeared from the void and stopped behind a peak-level venerable. Puff, with just one slash, half of the peak-level venerable's body escaped into the void and half was left on the spot. However, the Avenger Han Fei reached into the void and grabbed the other half of him, crushing it. The black mist on the Avenger Han Fei, which was the black mist body of Han Fei, appeared on another peak-level venerable. With just a swirl of the black mist, the man's flesh and blood disappeared, and his body straightened for no reason. It was as if he was frozen and could not even escape. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, 3 consecutive explosions sounded, and great Dow cracks appeared. At that moment, on the ship of the fierce wind pirates, the captives all exclaimed, "He's so strong!" Someone was shocked. He killed a half-king and 2 peak-level venerables in an instant. Is he a king? Gulp. Someone swallowed. Is this the legendary Avenger? Bang. Just as everyone was surprised by the Avenger Han Fei, the captain of the Wild Wind Pirates' ship, Old Chin, who had just gone out to fight the Holy Child Han Fei, was smashed. The embroidery needle in Han Fei's hand became faster and faster, cracking the array of the fierce wind pirates' ship. What they didn't notice was that when they looked at the Avenger Han Fei secretly used the heavenly god stab to stun Old Chin for a moment. It was at that moment that Old Chin died. He should never have left the ship array and challenged Han Fei in person. Boom. The moment Old Chin was smashed away, everyone saw that Han Fei suddenly deviated 1,000 meters and smashed his rod into the void. It was Old Chin trying to escape back to the ship with his soul to fight for a chance to be reborn. Han Fei seized the opportunity and directly killed him. Boom. In the short time that the people were shocked, 2 half-kings had died, and 2 peak-level venerables had died too. How strong were these 2? How could they be so strong? However, while Han Fei was fighting, the undersea humans secretly opened the big net again, and in the void behind him, a big lobster extended its huge claws again. xuanhuan shouted, "Be careful of the heavenly cage array." Han Fei had seen this move before. How could he be caught? The Holy Child Han Fei suddenly turned around, clenched both hands, and stabbed at the net with his rod. Bang! The void changed, and he activated the knock on the heavenly gate. Under the shocked gazes of the people of the Snow God's temple and the wind-slashing world, Han Fei shattered the 100-meter-long giant pincer with a spear. Not only the giant pincer, but most of the lobster's head was also shattered. Buzz. The moment the lobster was pierced through, Han Fei, the Avenger, used the star teleportation technique and appeared there. With a pull of the void lines, the seawater turned into billions of blades and instantly twisted into the lobster's body. With the cooperation of the 2, a half-king died again in less than half a second. At this moment, everyone present panicked. Whether it was the 100-demon race, the undersea humans, or the members of the fierce wind pirates, they were all confused. Where did these 2 people come from? How could they be so strong? There were only 4 half-kings on their side. After just 1 round, there were only 2 left. Once the lobster died, the heaven-trapping cage collapsed. The undersea human shouted, "Let's go!" The white-armored turtle had long hidden. In the eyes of these people, the Avenger Han Fei and the Holy Child xuanhuan were too powerful. The 2 of them only targeted half-kings and peak-level venerables. After a single round, they killed 3 half-kings before the peak-level venerables could react. How were they supposed to fight? Even the half-king had died, and they certainly wouldn't go up to court death. This time, Han Fei didn't pay attention to the fleeing undersea humans. Instead, he looked at his white mist body and continued to act. "I didn't expect that there would be someone like you in the ice snow world. Hehe, why don't we spar?" However, his white mist body said coldly, "Let's end this quickly. When the king comes, we won't be able to leave." Humph. The others had already fled. The Avenger Han Fei's fist marks were stained with blood as he punched the big ship. The Holy Child Han Fei knocked on the heaven gate with his spear. With just 1 blow, a gap appeared in the large ship array. At the moment the ship array was broken, some people jumped off the ship to escape, while others intended to hold hostages. However, Han Fei, the Avenger, appeared on the ship and started a bloody massacre. Without waiting for these people to attack, he killed them. Only the 3 people who jumped off the ship first escaped. At this moment, the 17 people who were tied up looked at each other in shock. This reversal was too fast. Han Fei, the Avenger, glanced at xuanhuan and the others, making them shudder. Among them, the 5 Elements disciple, Ban Yi, was terrified. This person was full of killing intent. Last time, he was lucky enough to escape. Who would expect that he would meet him again in just a few days? While everyone was horrified, the Holy Child Han Fei grabbed a pile of sun moon shells and said, "The resources you want are all here. If you don't let these people go, I'll throw them into the endless void." Hihiax. The Avenger Han Fei said gloomily, "This disciple of the 5 Elements sect belongs to me. I have a personal grudge with him. If you don't give him to me, all these people will die." As for the resources, I don't care about them that much. Chapter 1735, Forced a King Out. Chapter 1735, Forced a King Out. Ban Yi's heart turned cold on the spot. The strength this guy displayed just now was so terrifying. Even a half-king could not withstand 2 moves from him. At this moment, the other party had called out his name and wanted him to stay. At this critical moment, if he stayed, he would only die. Even xuanhuan was a little stunned. If Han Fei kept Ban Yi wouldn't be able to survive. She roughly knew the reason, but she didn't expect Han Fei to be so vengeful. The Holy Child said indifferently, "Okay." Ban Yi immediately shouted, "Brother Shui, I'm one of the 5 Elements disciples. If you protect me, you can gain the friendship of the 5 Elements world." The Avenger Han Fei asked with interest, "What do you think?" The Holy Child said lightly, "I don't need friendship." Then the Avenger Han Fei suddenly grabbed Ban Yi, stepped on the void and said, "Give me the resources." Han Fei threw a pile of sun moon shells in his hand without hesitation and tore open the heaven-trapping cage from the outside. When everyone was pleasantly surprised that they had escaped death, they heard the Avenger Han Fei's voice from the big black ship in the distance. Interesting. I hope we can cooperate next time. Buzz. The Avenger flew away. Although Han Fei gave up on the Five Elements disciple, fortunately the other venerables' lives were saved. Everyone thought that the Holy Child was not to blame but Ban Yi himself. Why did you take the initiative to provoke the Avenger? Which pirate who dared to plunder in public didn't have some skills? Ban Yi was so arrogant just because he was the disciple of a king. Now, he finally messed with a guy that he couldn't afford to mess with. The black-feathered young man said, Brother Shui, I'm Li Xuanfeng from Wind-Slashing World. If it weren't for your help, I would have died. Thank you, Brother Shui. A strong master from the Thunderfire World said, Lin Shang from the Thunderfire World, thank you, Master Holy Child. If you need my help in the future, I won't refuse. The people of the Snow God's Temple also said, thank you for your help, Master Holy Child. Someone blushed and said, Master Holy Child, I'm really ashamed. I shouldn't have doubted your strength before. Han Fei glanced at the man casually. Who is this? I can't remember who he is. Han Fei said casually, it's just convenient for me to save you. However, Han Fei is very strong. I don't think I'm his match if he tries his best. If you meet him in the future, just run away. Everyone was slightly stunned. So, the Holy Child was thinking about Han Fei. However, when they thought of Han Fei, they were all secretly horrified. That man was indeed terrifying. Even a half-king was nothing in front of him. This was the first time they had seen a pirate who dared to go against the fierce wind pirates in a violent hurricane. They guessed that even if Xuanhuan wasn't here, Han Fei could still keep a lot of people. Ice Snow Chuling didn't want to ask Han Fei what he was going to do with Ban Yi. Instead, she asked directly, Teacher must have been held back by someone. This means that there are many kings here this time. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get the sea-shaking wind pearl. Someone said, Yes, Master Holy Child, although violent hurricanes are not common in the outer sea, they always appear every few years. Let's try to get it next time. However, Han Fei snorted, If I say I'll get it this time, I'll get it this time. After that, Han Fei looked at Ice Snow Chuling and said, You can either go back or go to the edge. I don't know what's going on in the Eye of Storm. I'll go check it out. Ice Snow Chuling nodded slightly. Be careful. She agreed so readily because she knew Han Fei's true strength. As the master of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, he probably had the combat power of a king. However, they didn't. It was because Ice Snow Chuling had stayed by a king's side for a long time that she knew how terrifying the sea establishment realm was. There was an insurmountable gap between a king and a venerable. If they came out to fight the kings, it would be like courting death. A moment later, on the Avenger. The Five Elements disciple was nervous. He said, My lord, what happened last time was really a misunderstanding. I know I have offended you, but I can be very useful to you. The Five Elements world is not weak among the 13 worlds in the outer domain. If you need resources, I think I can give you a lot. Han Fei smiled contemptuously. I'm not short of money. The reason why I caught you is to show everyone that there is a price to pay for sniping the Avenger. Puff. Han Fei directly killed him. With his current wealth, he didn't lack anything. What made Ban Yi think he can talk about money with him? Han Fei steered the Avenger in the hurricane and counted the spoils. Unfortunately, he didn't get much good stuff. But Ban Yi's Sun Moon shell contained the power of the Five Elements, dozens of bottles of various medicinal pills, 8 ultra-quality divine weapons, and more than 600,000 ultra-quality spirit stones. Han Fei was lost for words. Are these people really so fucking rich? This is only an intermediate peak-level venerable. He's even richer than a half-king. There's nothing else to say except that he's lucky. However, none of these people had a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Of course, he would return Ice Snow Chuling's Sun Moon shell to her when he went back. In short, he had robbed a lot of resources this time. Now he had so many resources that he almost didn't know how to use them. However, no one would mind having more resources. Even the White Armor Emperor was hiding a lot of resources. Han Fei could not be satisfied with such a small profit. These people in the outside world were used to living a wealthy life. It was time for him to get rich. Han Fei suppressed his temper. After an hour, he used the vast ocean navigator and found that the sea-shaking wind pearl was still in the eye of the storm, so he didn't go there. Alone, Han Fei hunted a few more times. Every time Han Fei hunted, if the other party was alone, he would kill him. If the other party wasn't alone, he would kill half of them and release the other half. After swimming through the eye of the storm, Han Fei had robbed 7 times and killed 45 wind demons along the way. His chaotic chi had broken through 2,000 wisps and reached 2,304 wisps. After all, Han Fei had killed many half-kings. Those below the level of a half-king didn't have much chaotic chi on them, not even peak-level venerables. It could be seen that if he wanted to plunder chaotic chi from sea demons, he had to start from sea demons in the half-king realm. Buzz! Han Fei was about to find more wind demons to fight when the old turtle shouted, Run! In the blink of an eye, the sky changed color in the violent wind, and 3 huge tentacles sealed the space. Han Fei had killed so many members of the 100 demon race that their king had to come at him personally. If he didn't come soon, all 100 demons here would have been killed by Han Fei. They were here to hunt humans, only to be hunted by a human? They had even sent out a king. If the news was spread out, the other kings of the 100 Demon race would probably laugh their teeth off. Therefore, a 100 Demon king left the battle to hunt Han Fei. However, the moment its tentacles attacked, Han Fei immediately put away the Avenger. At the same time, his strength soared and he began to flee crazily. At this moment, his black mist body was escaping, and his white mist body was running in the opposite direction. As the old turtle said, in such a wind field different from a venerable, a king could still use his perception, but the range of perception would be greatly reduced. Therefore, as long as his white mist body ran away, the king would not be able to catch him. Of course, if the captain of the Avenger, a strong master comparable to a king according to rumors, was killed so easily, that would definitely arouse suspicion. Therefore, Han Fei had to pretend to escape. Bang! The void barrier was shaking violently. A deep voice sounded, "Han Fei, you can't escape today." Han Fei sneered. It turns out to be a big octopus. What's the big deal about being big? I've been craving octopus meat lately. Give me some. With a thought from Han Fei, the blade inferno swept out, and the killing intent was intense within 300 kilometers. Unfortunately, this was within the violent hurricane. Otherwise, the blade inferno would only be stronger. Clank, 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 clang, clang, clang. Han Fei drew his knife out of the void and was about to attack when he saw the sky full of tentacles which were slapping down at him. Damn it, Killy! With a roar, Han Fei turned the tides under him into knives and slashed at the tentacles. This time, he didn't even see the king's figure and only saw a few tentacles. If he was defeated so easily, how could he be called the Avenger? Puh, 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 puh. Han Fei's breath weakened a bit, but he still withstood the blow. Besides, Han Fei not only withstood the blow, but also shattered the void seal. Hey, big octopus, come out and fight if you dare. Buzz! At that moment, a figure appeared in the void. It was an octopus with a human head and countless slippery tentacles. All laws forbidden in this space. Swish to Han Fei forbade all the techniques in this space. The octopus king's expression changed. This person was not a king yet, but he had a lot of tricks. This forbidden technique was no joke. If he reached the sea establishment realm, what would happen? Bang! As soon as the octopus threw out its tentacle, the void was about to collapse and the great Tao in this space was forcefully destroyed. Han Fei used this moment to perform the void great shift that he had prepared. B-starred. The octopus didn't expect that Han Fei was waiting for it to break the forbidden spell. Of course, the octopus king didn't use all its strength to break the spell. One of its tentacles tried to wrap around Han Fei. However, Han Fei used the near-at-hand technique and ran further. A strange sound wave broke through the void and fell on Han Fei when he teleported. Bang! Han Fei's black mist body was destroyed halfway through the void teleportation. After all, this was only his black mist body and not his original body. It was fine if it couldn't withstand this blow. After the twins merged, Han Fei sighed. It was time to end this violent hurricane trip. This king was not easy to mess with. It turned out that any king he met now could crush him. As the saying went, if you often walked by the river, your shoes would get wet sooner or later. Han Fei decided that he would go into seclusion after he got the sea-shaking wind pearl. He had to break through to the half-king realm again. Chapter 1736, Sea-shaking wind pearl. Chapter 1736, Sea-shaking wind pearl. There was a consensus among the 36 mystic worlds that the yin-yang great Tao of the yin-yang world was a top-notch escape technique. Perhaps they were unwilling to admit how powerful the yin-yang great Tao was, but they admitted that it was very difficult for people who had mastered it to die. The octopus king was furious. He only had time to touch Han Fei. He didn't know if Han Fei was killed or not. Anyway, he disappeared now. At this moment, Han Fei briefly entered Forge the Universe. After recuperating for a while and healing his injuries, he reappeared in the hurricane as the Holy Child. In the eye of the storm, the view was extremely clear, and the air was abnormally fresh, but the temperature was much lower. However, there were 4 kings fighting here. Chen Guangjia, the leader of the fierce wind pirates Han Fei had seen before, and a king who seemed from the undersea human race, were fighting the Snow Lady and a man who looked like a floating ghost. The Snow Lady said, "Chen Guangjia, if all the kings of the 100 Demon race can't come today, let's see how you can escape. You want to leave? I'm afraid you have to ask for my permission." Buzz! Suddenly, an octopus tentacle appeared out of the void. A deep voice sounded, "Retreat." Chen Guangjia seemed to have received some information from the octopus. But immediately after, his expression turned extremely ugly. An entire ship of his subordinates had died. This was the second time today that a whole ship of people was wiped out. Both times, his subordinates on the 2 ships died one after another in an instant. Before he could rush over, they were all dead. When Qin Laoer died, Chen Guangjia quickly concluded that the murderer must be Han Fei from the Avengers. Since Han Fei was a pirate, he wouldn't let those human heavenly talents go easily. Therefore, he sent a message to the Octopus King of the 100 Demons clan, not to try to kill Han Fei, but to intercept those human heavenly talents. But damn it, the octopus said that the other party had escaped, and he didn't see any of those human heavenly talents. His flawless plan had come to nothing at this moment. He didn't catch the human heavenly talent, but he lost 2 big ships. At this moment he was extremely annoyed. The purpose of this trap was to capture Ice Snow Chuling. No one knew the purpose except himself. But now, everything was in vain. It was obvious that his losses this time were too great. The other kings all realized that something was wrong with Chen Guangjie. Suddenly, Chen Guangjie attacked the center of the Eye of the Storm. Over there was a faint green light lingering. A crystal pearl was really absorbing the great Tao of wind that was gathering from all directions. At the moment Chen Guangjie attacked, the person beside the Snow Lady, who should be the king of the wind-slashing world, also attacked. This person cultivated the same great Tao as Chen Guangjie. Perhaps it was because they both cultivated the great Tao of wind, the two of them instantly fought. At this moment, the Snow Lady was a little puzzled. Chen Guangjie wanted to get rid of them, but why did he take the initiative to provoke the sea-shaking wind pearl? That thing was useless to him, right? However, how could a mere bead withstand the might of the battle between 2 kings? The sea-shaking wind pearl was directly blown into the violent hurricane by the airwaves of the 2 people's fight. Chen Guangjie shouted, "Fuck, because of you, I didn't get any benefits at all. Then die with my men." Chen Guangjie laughed, and the jade plate on his waist vibrated. The fierce wind pirates retreat from the hurricane immediately. Immediately after, a tornado formed with Chen Guangjie as the center. The wind-slashing world king exclaimed, "Chen Guangjie, are you crazy? If you seal the Eye of the Storm, the great Tao of wind in the violent hurricane will only become stronger and stronger. Not only are you slaughtering humans, but you are also slaughtering 100 demons." The powerhouse of the Undersea clan also roared, "Chen Guangjie, what do you mean? Do you forget the plan we agreed on?" The octopus of the 100 Demon clan also roared, "Chen Guangjie, you broke the agreement. Your fierce wind pirates will be hunted by the 100 Demon clan." Around Chen Guangjie, the wind grew stronger and stronger. He sneered. When doing business with pirates, you have to be prepared to change your plans at any time. Hey, see you in the future. The king of the undersea human race shouted. Bastard, the 100 demon octopus shouted angrily. 100 demons, retreat from the violent hurricane. Boom. With a rumbling sound, Chen Guangjie disappeared in the wind. The wind-slashing world king said he lost a wind body. He would rather sacrifice 10% of his strength to seal the Eye of the Storm. I'll find the sea-shaking wind pearl and inform our people to evacuate. Swish 2. As soon as Chen Guangjie left, the Snow Lady raised the ice scepter. Endless icicles formed in the sealed Eye of the Storm and blasted towards the king of the Undersea clan. The king of the Undersea human race shouted, "Snow Lady, why are you pestering me instead of looking for the sea-shaking wind pearl?" The Snow Lady said, "Someone has to pay a price. I don't have the ability to find the wind bead, but I can keep you here." At this moment, the Snow Lady's face was all dark. She had thought that there would be 1 or 2 kings of the 100 demon race guarding the place. Who knew that the fierce wind pirates had set up an ambush with the 100 demon race and the undersea human race and held off the kings of the human race? Fortunately, Chen Guangjie's plan did not seem to work out. In his anger, Chen Guangjie sealed the Eye of the Storm, making the violent hurricane even more violent. If this continued, the wind of the Great Tao would not be able to break the seal and gather again. As a result, more and more void cracks appeared in the wind field. It was almost impossible for people under the advanced venerable realm to persist in the violent hurricane. After all, the wind power of the Great Tao that should have been absorbed by the sea-shaking wind pearl was all running around in the hurricane. The sea-shaking wind pearl was blasted into the hurricane and even a king couldn't find it. After all, the wind power of the Great Tao could shake perception, and even kings couldn't escape it. Chen Guangjie sacrificed part of his strength and made 2 preparations. One was to seal the Eye of the Storm. Such a seal could be broken, but it required the wind-slashing world king to consume more strength to break it. But even if it was broken, so what? It would take at least 5 days for the sea-shaking wind pearl to completely condense. Even if it condensed again now, the power in the violent hurricane would only become stronger and stronger. If this hurricane became stronger and stronger, it would be equivalent to the collapse of a void that spanned 50,000 kilometers. Countless creatures would be swept into the endless void. This was why the wind-slashing world king went out to search for the sea-shaking wind pearl, Han Fei was rushing to the Eye of the Storm when he suddenly found that the wind around him was getting stronger and stronger. Han Fei didn't know what was going on. Even an advanced venerable wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the core wind field for long. Moreover, the whistling sound continued to strengthen. Even the void crack was blown out. "Wasn't this a little exaggerated?" the old turtle said. "Something is wrong. In the hurricane, the great Tao of wind has a place to go. Since it has a place to go, it won't create a space crack. Something must have happened inside." Han Fei asked in confusion, Is this abnormal?" The old turtle, "It's not normal." Han Fei's heart did a flip. If a king was fighting in the Eye of the Storm, wouldn't he be asking for a beating if he went over? But if he didn't go, he didn't know what had happened. Han Fei thought for a moment and threw a projection over. Buzz! The projection of the Holy Child at the peak of the Venerable Realm broke through the wind barrier and entered the Eye of the Storm with a swish. However, Han Fei was surprised to find that the Snow Lady was fighting an undersea human. Han Fei's sudden appearance made the Snow Lady's eyes light up. she shouted. Xuanhuan, the sea-shaking wind pearl, was blasted into the hurricane by Chen Guangjia of the Fierce Wind Pirates. We have to find the sea-shaking wind pearl and bring it back. Otherwise, the hurricane will become stronger and stronger. In the end, the power of the Great Tao will disperse in the hurricane or sweep the entire wind field into the endless void. Han Fei was stunned. What? Is there something wrong with Chen Guangjia's mind? Didn't you also entrap the 100 demons and the undersea humans? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He turned around and left without saying a word. Han Fei's original body was also a little dumbfounded at this moment. He cursed. Chen Guangjia is a big idiot. He's crazier than the Mad Fourth King. If such a huge windfield collapses, how many venerables will die? The old turtle asked. Is the wind pearl gone? Han Fei snorted. Yes, I have to find it back. The vast ocean navigator appeared in Han Fei's hand. Ka. The vast ocean navigator spun rapidly. Seeing this, Han Fei felt terrible. He activated the power of the Great Tao and quickly chased out. In this violent hurricane, the moving speed of a bead was super fast, so the vast ocean navigator was also spinning super fast. Fortunately, when Han Fei's speed soared, the vast ocean navigator slowed down. After only 10 seconds, Han Fei stabilized the speed of the vast ocean navigator. Although it was still shaking slightly, he could already observe it. However, soon, the effect of the vast ocean navigator passed. After all, the vast ocean navigator could only be used 3 times a day. As soon as Han Fei got some clues, the vast ocean navigator stopped. In that case, how could he find the bead? Forget it, I'll take a gamble. Han Fei maintained an extremely high speed. The vast ocean navigator could only be used once today. If the last time was used up, he would have to ask those people to run away with him. Ka. Seeing that the vast ocean navigator began to spin again, Han Fei's figure broke through the wind and jumped in the storm. Swishta. When Han Fei saw a flash of light blue light, he was shocked. Found it? Damn, so fast. Han Fei hurriedly chased after the green light. In the blink of an eye, the two of them traveled thousands of kilometers in the gust. Han Fei's speed was superimposed with the near-at-hand technique. Others might not be able to catch up with the bead. Bang! Han Fei's void hand blocked in front of the wind pearl. With a bang, his void hand was almost shattered. Han Fei cursed, son of a botch. Without the vast ocean navigator, I would be like a blind man. Chapter 1737, Pearl Keeper, Holy Child Xuanhuan. Chapter 1737. Pearl Keeper, Holy Child Xuanhuan. Han Fei picked up the sea-shaking wind pearl. As soon as he stopped, he saw several powerful wind demons around him. Han Fei turned around and saw that one of the wind demons had reached the half-king level. This should be the state after devouring many wind demons, but this improvement speed was too fast. In just a few days, this violent hurricane could create a half-king wind demon? While Han Fei was surprised, the old turtle said, "This strength is all fake. If this little wind demon can swallow the wind pearl, it can become a wind spirit. Once this violent hurricane is gone, it will only be a wind spirit. It will be at most a peak-level law enforcer." Han Fei was slightly relieved and thought to himself, "You scared me. Do you think it only takes 7 days to create a half-king in this violent hurricane?" Han Fei drew a knife in the air and cut these wind demons into pieces. However, the strongest wind demon was reborn with the help of the wind. Not only was it reborn, but the wind blades on the surface of the half-king wind demon's body also burst out. Its power was not inferior to Han Fei's million knife art. Clank, 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 clang, 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 the old turtle continued. Although the wind has retreated, it's still very strong in this wind. Han Fei curled his lips. There's no wind here. Buzz. The void was still. This stillness only lasted for an extremely short moment. After all, the power of Han Fei's imagination couldn't compete with the violent hurricane that was full of the great Tao of wind. However, at this moment, Han Fei drew his saber again. This time, he drew a wind blade from the wind demon's body and cut it off. Han Fei reached out and grabbed a great Tao wind particle. This grain contained as many as 30 wisps of chaotic chi. This number really shocked Han Fei. He really hoped that there could be more wind demons like this. In just this round, Han Fei obtained more than 50 wisps of chaotic chi. Holding the sea-shaking wind pearl, Han Fei glanced at it, and information popped up in his eyes. Namag Wind Pearl Incomplete Introduction. It's a great Tao crystal that contains the great Tao of wind. After consuming it, you can ride the wind, and there's a certain chance of comprehending the great Tao of wind. The wind pearl contains a large amount of chaotic chi and can be swallowed directly. If a wind creature consumes it, there's a certain chance of awakening its intelligence and turning it into a spiritual being. Level Venerable O Quality, Divine Quality O Chaotic Energy, 68 Wisps, R Marks Etio C84CC8, Wisps are remarks. 1 pearl, you can directly consume the wind pearl. Han Fei was surprised to find that it was a divine quality crystal. Besides, this small pearl contained 168 wisps of chaotic chi, and it was in an incomplete state. The most important thing was not how much chaotic chi this wind pearl contained, but that it could lure wind demons over. As long as he kept holding this wind pearl, wouldn't it mean that an endless stream of chaotic chi would come to him? Chen Guangjia was really his lucky star. He had given him another wave of benefits. However, Han Fei was still busy. Now, Han Fei had to go to the eye of the storm as soon as possible. In this place his perception didn't work well, and his voice was muted in the windfield. There must still be many people hunting here. Although these people had nothing to do with Han Fei, they were venerables after all. It was not so easy for one to become a venerable. Han Fei couldn't bear to see them die. Buzz. Han Fei broke the wind without any hesitation. A moment later, with a bang, Han Fei rushed out with the wind pearl in his hand, looking at the snow lady who was still fighting the king of the undersea human race. Han Fei asked in surprise, "Are you still fighting?" The snow lady was surprised to see that Han Fei had taken back the sea-shaking wind pearl ahead of Windmaster. How did he find the pearl? However, at this moment, the eye of the storm had already fallen into the ice-snow domain. The king of the undersea human race wanted to escape, so he was fighting the snow lady. The king of the undersea human race was surprised to see that Han Fei had found the wind pearl, but then his eyes turned cold and his projection pounced at Han Fei. The king's projection was only a half-king. Han Fei remained still and said indifferently, "Why do you think a half-king can kill me?" Han Fei reached out and the embroidery needle appeared in his hand. Roar. Han Fei used the 100-beast soul devouring and the projection paused. Han Fei raised his rod and smashed the half-king's projection. Huh? The king of the undersea human race was stunned. Wait, my half-king projection is gone just like that? Han Fei sneered and instantly recovered his strength. It wasn't that Han Fei hadn't killed a king before. He knew very well that even kings had their limits and could be killed. Just as he was about to attack, he heard a bang and the Windmaster came back. Han Fei immediately concealed his strength, and the Windmaster looked at Han Fei in surprise. "You found it?" The Snow Lady hurriedly shouted, "Ling Feng, keep him." Ling Feng should be the name of the Windmaster. At this moment, the two kings were attacking him. The expression of the undersea human race changed drastically, and he flew back, holding an ancient wooden staff. At that moment, Han Fei saw that at least 100 wisps of chaotic qi were injected into the ancient staff, and a 1,000-foot-long centipede swam out of it. The king shouted, "Snow Lady, Ling Feng, I'll remember you two." Rumble, rumble. The ancient staff and the centipede exploded at the same time. The endless dark green poison instantly penetrated the ice domain. Han Fei flew back and raised a huge shield in front of him. Boom! Han Fei was blasted back, but fortunately a gust of wind caught him and another gust of wind blocked his way. In fact, Han Fei could deal with this power, but since the Windmaster had taken action, he didn't have to show more power. A terrifying self-destruction swept for tens of thousands of kilometers. Even though the violent hurricane had unparalleled power, it was filled with this power, and even the wind speed slowed down. In the billowing smoke and dust caused by the explosion of the sea-quelling bizarre treasure, only Han Fei, the Snow Lady, and the Windmaster were left in the eye of the storm. Apart from the power of the explosion, the entire eye of the storm was filled with poisonous fog. Han Fei took a breath, and his skin began to darken. The Snow Lady was about to help Han Fei expel the poison, only to see that the blackness on Han Fei's body began to fade. Han Fei secretly exclaimed, "What a powerful poison!" Fortunately, he had completely absorbed the detoxification power of the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect. Otherwise, he would probably be poisoned to death. No, when I go back, I have to eat all the poisonous flowers and herbs collected from the Heavenly South Myriad Treasures Pavilion. I have to improve my detoxification skills first. Although I heard that there is a hidden heavenly talent in the Snow God's temple, I didn't expect him to be so extraordinary. He can even resist the poison of the Heavenly Centipede? The Snow Lady said lightly. Xuanhuan has an extraordinary physique and has been well versed in medicine since he was a kid. Moreover, he didn't inhale much poison just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to be fine. The Windmaster shook his head slightly. "Master Snow Lady, you're too modest." The Windmaster didn't ask anything, but looked at Han Fei and said, "The sea-shaking wind pearl hasn't fully formed yet. Throw it away and let it continue to absorb the great Tao of wind." Han Fei threw out the wind pearl. At this moment, the Wind Lord said, "This Shui Wu actually self-destructed his heavenly centipede staff. He's quite bold. Unfortunately, this person is very strong. It seems that we can't keep him here." Han Fei was panting. It would take a while for the poison in his body to be removed. The Snow Lady said, "Xuanhuan, there are still 6 hours before the sea-shaking pearls are fully formed. In these 6 hours, the wind demons in the violent hurricanes will become stronger and stronger. In the end, more than 10 half-king wind demons may be born. The only good thing is that they won't attack together. Can you resist them?" The Snow Lady was actually explaining to Han Fei that it would be quite safe later. There would be only a few half-king wind demons. The Windmaster couldn't help but smile. "Xuanhuan has helped us a lot this time. Can't you just help him get the sea-shaking wind pearl?" The Snow Lady shook her head slightly. He still has to gain experience himself. The Snow Lady looked at Han Fei. "In 6 hours, once the sea-shaking wind pearl is formed, the power of the violent hurricane will be weakened, and the wind demons won't be born anymore. Of course, in addition to the wind demons, there may be strong masters of the other heavenly palaces coming to compete for the wind pearl. It's up to you." Before Han Fei said anything, the Windmaster laughed. "Fine, let the 100 demons or the undersea humans fight for the sea-shaking pearls. We wind-slashing world don't want to join in the fun." The Windmaster cupped his hands at the Snow Lady. Let's go. The battle is over. I'll take a look around and see if there's anyone else to save. The Snow Lady bowed slightly. After the Windmaster left the eye of the storm, he shook his head slightly. He's only a peak-level venerable? Do you think I'll believe you? This kid's physical body has already become a half-king. The ice-snow world is really tricky. They hid their trump card really well for the land of King Death. When only Han Fei and the Snow Lady were left in the eye of the storm, Han Fei said casually, "It's Chen Guangjia's scheme, which is aimed at the heavenly talents of the human race. I have almost ruined his scheme, but many human venerables have been hunted in the Windfield. I don't know what the casualties are." The Snow Lady nodded slightly. It's not the first time this has happened, but it rarely succeeds. This time, something unexpected happened. I need to see it too. With your strength, you just need to wait for a few hours. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, are there only a dozen wind demons in the half-king realm? The Snow Lady said, it's extremely difficult for wind demons to grow to the half-king level by devouring each other. It's already rare for this violent hurricane to produce more than 10 half-king wind demons. You should have hunted many wind demons. It's already a great opportunity for you to obtain at least 500 wisps of chaotic chi on this trip. Han Fei shrugged and didn't stop the Snow Lady from leaving. Han Fei thought to himself, I have more than 1,000 wisps of chaotic chi now. If there are 7 or 8 half-kings more, plus the chaotic chi contained in the wind pearl, I can get another 500 wisps of chaotic chi or so. Thinking of this, Han Fei wished there could be a violent hurricane every day. Chapter 1738, Time Chain Upgraded. Chapter 1738, Time Chain Upgraded. Han Fei was the only one left in the eye of the storm. This place was not affected by the wind of the Great Tao. The old turtle said, many sea demons in the wind field have retreated. I don't think many people will compete with you. Han Fei said leisurely, okay, then I'll wait for the wind demons. An hour later, Han Fei finally met a wind demon in the half-king realm. The wind demon didn't even look at Han Fei and directly pounced at the wind pearl. Hey, don't open your mouth so big. Did I say I gave it to you? The wind was invisible, and the wind demon was just an invisible shadow. It could change its form, but who knew that it would turn into a big shark? At this moment, Han Fei turned into a golden giant and ripped the wind demon's mouth. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours. When Han Fei killed 8 half-king wind demons in a row, he scratched his head and said, why didn't anyone come to snatch the wind pearl? The old turtle said, as I said before, most sea demons have retreated. Han Fei, that's not right. There are still some sea demons here. The old turtle said, venerables are not small potatoes. They're not stupid. If they know that this place is full of danger, they won't come here, okay? Han Fei, the 100 Demon Clan, and the Undersea Human Clan ran away. The people from the Wind-Slashing world would not come, and the people from the Ice-Snow world would probably not come either. In addition, the strong masters of the other heavenly palaces nearby had probably received the notice, so no one came again. Han Fei waited until the wind pearl was formed and stopped absorbing the wind power of the Great Tao before he grabbed it and stuffed it into Forge the Universe. After doing all this, Han Fei had just entered the wind field when he met a human strong master who happened to be from the wind-slashing world and was fighting an ordinary wind demon. The man was stunned for a moment when he saw Han Fei. He said as he was fighting, greetings, fellow Taoist, xuanhuan. Han Fei couldn't help but ask coldly, why don't you go to the eye of the storm? The man said with a smile, I heard that fellow Taoist xuanhuan is guarding the sea-shaking wind pearl. How dare I snatch it with you? Han Fei thought to himself, I'm already so famous. What did the Windmaster say to the people of the wind-slashing world? However, Han Fei didn't care anymore. He quickly left the violent hurricane. Apart from some scattered wind demons, there shouldn't be any opportunities here. The wind power of the Great Tao was rapidly weakening, and the violent hurricane should disappear soon. Han Fei had forgotten how many venerables he had killed in this battle. Finding the old turtle, Han Fei left the violent hurricane and entered Forge the Universe. As soon as he entered Forge the Universe, Han Fei sat cross-legged and looked at his information first. Owner, Han Fei level, 89, peak venerable. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. The 30,460,564th in evolution, 7,003,421 days. Chaotic Chi, 2,000,061 perception range. 20,000 kilometers strength, 20,000 kilometers. Strength, 20,908 waves. First spiritual heritage. Unknown second spiritual heritage. Unknown first spiritual beast. Twin yin yang. Spirit swallowing fish, level 78. Second spiritual beast. Emperor Sparrow, level 78. Second spiritual beast. Emperor Sparrow, level 76. Main art. The 7th level of Void Fishing. Void Descending Art. King level. Divine quality. In addition to the soaring chaos key, Han Fei's soul power also soared. The Emperor Sparrow had actually advanced another level in the past few days, almost catching up to Little Black and Little White. How did this guy grow? This speed was too fast. Han Fei didn't swallow the sea-shaking wind pearl, but looked at the gray mist space of the demon purification pot. It's time to upgrade the time chain. Upgrade. Buzz. Thousands of chaotic chi were extracted from Han Fei's body. The old turtle was lost for words. You're trading with the calabash again? Why are you so generous? Don't you want to open your origin sea? Han Fei couldn't help but say, don't panic. I still have more than 1,000 wisps. The old turtle looked disappointed, thinking that Han Fei was really a spendthrift. He just couldn't keep any chaotic chi on him. As long as he had some capital, he would trade for something with the calabash. While the time chain was upgrading, Han Fei took out all the sun moon shells he had hunted this time. Hualala, a large pile of sun moon shells fell to the ground, and there were 57 of them. With a thought, Han Fei opened a river-like ditch in Forge the Universe. Splash! The ultra-quality spiritual stones were poured in like a river. After all the ultra-quality spiritual stones were poured into the ditch, Han Fei took a deep breath. Unknowingly, he had looted 508 million pieces of ultra-quality spiritual stones. Yes! Even Han Fei was shocked by the number. He had never been so rich in his life. After filling more than a dozen pits, Han Fei finally sorted out all the resources. 2 hours passed. Han Fei counted again. Ultra-quality spiritual stone, 508 million pieces. Ultra-quality divine weapon, 9,106 pieces. 1,024 high-quality divine weapons. 30,657 divine weapon materials. 567 sea-quelling bizarre treasure materials. Pills, 286 bottles. Energy fruit, 24,398 pieces. 18,079 other spiritual fruits. Messy treasure maps, 2001. 403 cultivation techniques and combat skills. There were also some other things that weren't particularly much but very precious, such as the earth vine spring water and demonic chi essence. When Han Fei sorted out all these things, he was confused. How can I use so many things? The old turtle said. There aren't many that you can use, Han Fei asked. Can't I use these resources when I am transcending the tribulation? The old turtle said, at least you can build thousands of shields to transcend the tribulation. Maybe they can help you transcend it. Han Fei shook his head slightly. Forget it. Let me swallow this sea-shaking wind pearl first. Han Fei extended his hand, and the sea-shaking wind pearl flew to his mouth. Han Fei swallowed it without hesitation. To be honest, Han Fei had too many things to eat now. In Han Fei's opinion, the 200 wisps of chaotic chi were the most important part of the sea-shaking wind pearl. Yes, the completely formed sea-shaking wind pearl only provided Han Fei with 200 wisps of chaotic chi. When the wind pearl entered his mouth, Han Fei felt that a hurricane was blowing in his heart and a cyan light appeared in his eyes. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to be in a wind field. However, Han Fei was like a kite, rising and falling in the wind. The power of that wind fluctuated, sometimes sharp, sometimes gentle, sometimes warm, sometimes cold. As for Han Fei, his kite-like body spun in the wind like a leaf. Gradually, Han Fei felt that he could control this leaf-like body. Only when he could move freely in the wind did he feel that the wind was getting weaker. Han Fei didn't wake up from his reverie until the wind in his heart disappeared. The moment he woke up, Han Fei asked, Old Yuan, how long did I meditate? The old turtle said, it's not an epiphany, but a feeling of the great Tao of wind. 2 hours have passed? Only 2 hours? He looked at the time chain and realized that it had not been successfully upgraded. Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly, feeling that he had done a lot of things, but only 2 hours had passed. Han Fei was still sitting cross-legged, but suddenly a gust of wind rose behind him, and then Han Fei flew up. Swish to Han Fei appeared outside Forge the Universe, bent his fingers, and flicked out a wind blade. The wind blade slashed out in an irregular form in the void, cutting out 100 meters and bringing out a large number of wind blades in the surroundings. Finally, they cut out a sea of void cracks. Han Fei tapped his feet, and invisible wind condensed into steps for Han Fei to walk freely. Buzz! Han Fei flew out tentatively, but he didn't seem satisfied this time. Han Fei said, after mastering such a great Tao, my speed has only increased by 10%. The old turtle said, 10% is already very fast for your current strength. Do you want to be faster than a king now? Han Fei shrugged. Maybe. Han Fei wasn't in a hurry to enter Forge the Universe. With a thought, the phantom of mountains and rivers appeared. Tree Spirit, Fire Seed, Water Luster, Earth 9, and Punishing Saber appeared. The 5 of them looked at each other in surprise. Master, what can we do for you? Han Fei casually threw out the 5 elements he got from Ban Yi. Han Fei said, I got this by accident. Take a look if they're useful to you. Water Luster said, although I don't know what it is, it suits my origin very well. If I refine it, my strength should be able to quickly rise to the level of an advanced explorer or even a peak-level explorer. Earth 9 and the others also nodded. We feel the same. They seem to be very compatible with our origins. Han Fei looked at the 5 elements in surprise. They were actually 5 floating crystals. As for Tree Spirit and the others, they were only intermediate explorers and were still far from peak explorers. Han Fei said, okay, take them. Wait a while longer and I'll let you out again. Yes, master. When Han Fei entered Forge the Universe again, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be a change. Immediately, Han Fei looked at the time chain and smiled. 32 times, Chapter 1739, The Limit of a Venerable's Bloodline. Chapter 1739, The Limit of a Venerable's Bloodline. Han Fei was finally relieved to see that time had been accelerated 32 times in Forge the Universe. Han Fei had always thought that 16 times the time acceleration wasn't enough. Now, he could finally complete the bloodline devouring plan before going to the inner domain. When Han Fei returned to the Snow God's temple, his appearance caused a lot of commotion. This time, no one dared to provoke him. Someone said, "I heard that our holy child is so amazing, he killed a half-king in an instant." Someone sneered. Not only that, it said that he can tie with the leader of the Avengers. Someone was surprised. What? Why are what we heard a little different? I heard they didn't fight. Someone said, alas, if it weren't for the surprise attack of a king, they would have fought. But Han Fei didn't dare to attack the holy child in the end. Someone sighed. It said that Master Holy Child hid his strength. His real strength is in the half-king realm. Someone sighed. I knew it. He beat us peak-level venerables like cutting melons and vegetables. If he were a peak-level venerable, he wouldn't be so strong. Someone heaved a long sigh. However, he didn't use the means of a half-king. Forget it. The appearance of the Holy Child must be for the land of King Death. Otherwise, he would have been hidden for a few more years. Han Fei wasn't interested in these comments. Han Fei felt that as long as he went to the inner domain, he wouldn't return to the Ice Snow world. Returning to his Ice Snow courtyard, Han Fei saw that Ice Snow Chuling was waiting for him. Han Fei asked casually, "What's the matter?" Ice Snow Chuling said, "Thank you for saving my life." Han Fei waved his hand casually and said, "It's fine." "You came here just to thank me?" Ice Snow Chuling said. Master Snow Lady said that the Avenger would be better not go out much on ordinary routes these days. Recently, there have been many major events. The 13 worlds in the outer domain have begun to strictly guard the routes. Han Fei nodded slightly. Got it. I don't plan to continue attacking for the time being. Hearing this, Ice Snow Chuling was slightly relieved. Who knew how many sea demons the Avenger had killed in the violent hurricane? Now, Han Fei was probably famous in the 100 Demons and Martial Emperor City. Besides, Han Fei directly took Ban Yi away. Ban Yi was probably dead now. The 13 worlds in the outer domain were all offended by him. If Han Fei's identity was exposed in the future, he would become the enemy of more than half of the 36 mystic worlds. Ice Snow Chuling said, "Heavenly Master, have your followers and that little girl been in the sea quelling painting all this time? Master Snow Lady asked me to remind you that there is too little spiritual energy and great Tao in the sea quelling painting, which is not conducive to long-term residence. Of course, it's up to you." Okay, huh? Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes widened. Wait, how do you know about the sea quelling painting? Is there more than one sea quelling painting? Ice Snow Chuling glanced at Han Fei in surprise. Don't you know, Heavenly Master? The sea quelling painting was originally a large peerless painting, but in the beginning it was divided into 36 parts. Every world had one part. Unfortunately, the heavenly palaces vary in strength, and our sea quelling paintings eventually fell into the hands of the other worlds. Han Fei took a breath. There were indeed 36 parts of the sea quelling painting. He had always felt that the territory in the sea quelling painting didn't seem to be complete. It turned out that his feelings were right. However, Queen Life had never told him about this. Did she not know about the sea quelling painting, or did she deliberately not tell him? Han Fei thought to himself, when I return to the yin-yang world, I should chat with my junior sister. Our two worlds have been neighbors for so many years, so the Waterwood world's relationship with the yin-yang world should be better than with the other worlds, right? Is there a need to hide this from me? Han Fei's heart did a flip and he immediately asked, is there a strong academy in the Ice Snow world? Ice Snow Chuling said, of course, the Wind Snow Dao Academy is the best academy in our world. Those who can enter the Wind Snow Dao Academy are all heavenly talents. At least, it's difficult for those with a spiritual heritage below level 7 to enter. With a thought, mountains and rivers appeared around Han Fei, and Xiaosei and Nianer appeared. Seeing Han Fei, Nianer immediately asked, Brother, is it safe outside? Han Fei smiled. Of course, Nianer, let me send you to a fun place for half a year, okay? Han Fei sighed. Although he had promised the Time Dragon Carp that he would bring Nianer along to grow, Nianer was too weak now, and he might encounter danger at any time. He couldn't always put her in the sea quelling painting. Moreover, the Snow Lady had also said that although one could live in the sea quelling painting, it was not suitable for cultivation. Moreover, Nianer knew too little about the outside world and the ways of the world. She had to go to a crowded place to adapt. Nianer was overjoyed. What fun place, Han Fei smiled. A school. Since Nianer was going to enter the school, Han Fei certainly had much to tell her. Of course, the most suitable solution was for Xiaosei to follow her to prevent any accidents. Half a day later. Han Fei said to Xiaosei and Nianer, Nianer, you can't use the time technique in school, not even once, understand? Nianer said, got it. Han Fei said with a smile, of course, Nianer, you can learn any technique except the time technique. You can see all kinds of body tempering techniques, combat skills, and soul combat skills. Also, communicate with your classmates as much as possible. But if anyone bullies you, just beat them up. But don't kill them, Han Fei rambled on. After all, she was still a child. Han Fei looked at Xiaosei worriedly and said, don't try to change Nianer's cognition, and don't try to subvert my theory. You just need to be an escort and watch over Nianer. If there's anything you can't solve, you can come to me directly, or Holy Lady Chuling, one COI me Xiaosei nodded. Yes, Master Han Fei. I'm the Holy Child now, Xiaosei said. Yes, Master Holy Child. Hanfei wasn't worried about Nianer's learning ability at all. After all, she was a time dragon carp born with an immortal spiritual heritage, which should be even stronger than his. Therefore, whether it was learning cultivation techniques or various combat skills, her speed could not be slow. In addition, he had given Nianer and Xiaosei a lot of resources, which could be squandered by them. Anyway, they wouldn't be used up in half a year. No matter what, children had to go to school. They had to interact more with this world and communicate more with others to grow up faster. More than 4 months later, 12 years had passed in Forge the Universe. At this moment, Forge the Universe was as wide as 3,000 kilometers. This was the space expanded by the remaining impure spiritual energy when Hanfei was cultivating. At this moment, on the Ice Snow Lotus throne, more than half of the marrow refinement of Hanfei's purity mystic body had been completed. Compared to the indestructible Overlord body, the Purity Mystic body was much gentler. Although it took a long time, it was a great technique ranked among the tops in the Infinite Ocean after all. Therefore, the cultivation speed was actually not slow. Hanfei had reached a new bottleneck in casting the Purity body. He was only 1 step away from the Half-King realm. However, there were still 33 days left before his bloodline devouring could finish. Hanfei thought to himself, let me wait a little longer. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be if my realm dropped again after I just became a Half-King? Another month passed in Forge the Universe. On this day, Hanfei was suddenly refreshed. The first thing he felt was his body instinctively swallowing power. Hanfei shouted, Old Yuan, release some energy to me. The old turtle quickly moved away. When a tremendous amount of energy filled Hanfei's body, which was about 5% of the total energy the old turtle reserved, Hanfei finally felt full. At this moment, Hanfei looked at the demon purification pot and information appeared. Owner, Hanfei level, 89, peak venerable, bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 2729-86 chaotic chi, 1583 wisps, spiritual power, 241-86-2 perception range, 140,000 kilometers, strength, 27,001, waves first spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unknown first spiritual beast, twin yin yang spirit, swallowing fish level 78, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow level 78, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow level 76, main art, the 7th level of void fishing, void descending art, king level, divine quality. Hanfei seemed to have expected this information and wasn't very surprised. His bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean had increased by about 740,000. His spiritual power had increased by more than 10,000 points because he had visualized a Tao pattern. His perception had increased by 20,000 kilometers because of the upgrade of his bloodline. As for strength, because Hanfei was now at the peak of the Venerable Realm, his strength had been stuck at 26,999 waves after 2 months of seclusion. However, because of the improvement of his bloodline, this bottleneck was broken again. This meant that Hanfei had to continue cultivating if he wanted to become a half-king again. Hanfei's current strength had already surpassed the old turtle's strength when he transcended the tribulation. When Hanfei looked at the bloodline information again, he couldn't help but sigh. As he expected, he had no bloodline to devour now. Number of clans in the Infinite Ocean, 296-20223 Master, the 272-0986 Nearby Bloodlines, Ancient Azure Dragon, Golden Crow Blood, Time Dragon Carp, Twin Yin Yang, Spirit Swallowing Fish, Recommended Bloodline, none. At this point, Hanfei knew that his bloodline level was probably extremely high in the Venerable Realm. This could be felt from his cultivation speed. Since the Demon Purification Pot didn't recommend him to devour any bloodline he had already got, if he swallowed it by force, the consequences would be unpredictable. In that case, his bloodline in the Venerable Realm would be good enough now. When he became a king, his life level might be extraordinary. Chapter 1740, Nian Er Goes to School. Chapter 1740, Nian Er Goes to School. After another breakthrough in his life level, Hanfei continued to cultivate the Purity Mystic body, making improvement super fast. Previously, he had reached a bottleneck after 2 months. Now, his life level had improved, and his cultivation speed was faster. After just 10 days in the outside world, his strength had broken through 28,000 waves. This speed was astonishing. On this day, Hanfei was cultivating. Suddenly, the old turtle said, Ice Snow Chuling is here. It's time to set off. Swishta, Ice Snow Chuling was about to call out when the seal on Hanfei's Ice Snow courtyard automatically opened. Seeing Hanfei wearing a snow-white cloak and an ice mask, Ice Snow Chuling didn't know if it was an illusion. She actually felt a pressure in bloodline. The person in front of her seemed to be born to be nobler than her. She actually had the urge to kneel at him. Seeing that Ice Snow Chuling was stunned, Hanfei asked, Are we leaving? Only then did Ice Snow Chuling come back to her senses. Yes, the teams of the 13 worlds in the outer domain have gathered. Master Snow Lady will personally lead the team and will set off tomorrow. Hanfei asked in surprise. The king is leading the team? Then won't the Heavenly Palace be left unguarded? Ice Snow Chuling said. Not all the kings of the outer domain will go on this trip. In the 13 worlds in the outer domain, 7 kings will stay. We Ice Snow World and the Wind Slashing World have a good relationship, so Master Wind will stay in the outer domain. Besides, the Heavenly Palaces will activate our respective protection arrays. Before my teacher comes back, the ice snow world will try to reduce the exploration activities. And, ice snow chuling sighed slightly. Also, apart from us going to the land of King Death, the 100 demons, the undersea human race, and the mermen will all go there. After all, the kings who died on the land of King Death are not only from the 36 heavenly palaces. There are also sea demons and even giant beasts. Han Fei asked, so, in addition to the dangers brought by the heavenly talents of the 36 mystic worlds and its own dangers, there is also the threat of sea demons. Ice Snow Chuling nodded. The land of King Death opens once every 100 years, so all the heavenly talents in the raging sea will go there. This is why teacher can leave the ice snow world. Han Fei was secretly delighted and couldn't help licking his lips. Interesting. Kings won't enter. Are you sure kings can't get in? Ice Snow Chuling glanced at Han Fei in surprise, feeling that Han Fei seemed very excited. She said, in theory, they can. However, the kings restrain each other and only let venerables seek opportunities in it. After all, the strongest person who died in the land of King Death is only a king. Although there may be some treasures there, they can't help the kings much. However, it's different for venerables. Han Fei nodded. That's good. Ice Snow Chuling seemed to realize something. Han Fei was the current master of the yin-yang world. Was such a character fundamentally different from a king? In the last violent hurricane, even Han Fei's clone could easily kill a half-king. If Han Fei really went to the land of King Death, who could be his opponent? Suddenly, Ice Snow Chuling realized something. Why did Master Snow Lady keep Han Fei for half a year? Was it to protect Han Fei or to borrow his strength? But in any case, the Snow Lady did Han Fei a great favor to keep him in the Ice Snow world and even help him go to the land of King Death. It was impossible for Han Fei not to realize it after listening to the explanation of Ice Snow Chuling. Han Fei said, I'll protect the people of the Snow God's temple this time. If there's a chance, I'll certainly help you. Wind Snow Dao Academy. Nianer had been studying here for half a year. When she first arrived, she shocked a large group of people. Those who could enter the Wind Snow Dao Academy were all heavenly talents, but when had they ever seen a peak-level law enforcer at the age of 7 or 8? Nianer was young, but her strength was extraordinary. Most importantly, she was cute and liked to eat. Other students rarely bullied her. Although Nianer's strength was high, she took the same courses as the new disciples. Some of those disciples were only great fishing masters, but their talent was also astonishing. Many of these people were about the same age as Nianer, but their strength was worlds apart. At first, they did not dare to talk to Nianer. However, they later realized that Nianer was cute and sensible. When she had nothing to do, she would just read books, eat, and play with the cube. The cube helped Nianer in socializing and attracted a lot of attention. Nianer quickly became good friends with a group of children. Xiaosei was very happy to see that. Ever since he met Nianer, he had never seen Nianer smile so happily. However, when she walked out of the abyssal chasm and followed Han Fei out, she was very happy almost every day. Even in the sea-quelling painting, she was very happy with so many small animals playing with her. 5 months later, Nianer was no longer that little girl who knew nothing. At least, she knew the structure of this ice-snow world. She knew the difference between villages, towns, and main cities. She also cultivated with her friends and went shopping together. She even secretly went to a village with another little girl. The reason was that the little girl heard that her parents were bullied and Nianer wanted to help her. When she went to the village, she almost slapped a whole family away. The family was so frightened that they knelt down and begged for mercy. Later, when they returned to the Wind Snow Dao Academy, Nianer naturally had to be punished as well. The teacher was very annoyed and taught the two of them a good lesson. These were just small interludes. That was what kids did. Back then, Han Fei was no better than Nianer, or even worse. After all, when Han Fei first came here, this world was completely new and too attractive to him. On this day, Nianer was not cultivating because she did not need to cultivate at all. She only cultivated combat skills. When it was almost noon, Nianer set up a grill in the house with a little girl who was about her age. Nianer said, Xiaotan, let's have barbecue for lunch. Xiaotan was a bit worried. Nianer, we were caught by the instructors when we had barbecue last time. We were punished to go into seclusion for 3 days. Are we really fine this time? Nianer chuckled. It's fine. I went to the academy to find a few array books. Look at me. Nianer took out an ultra-quality spiritual stone and controlled the spiritual energy to circle the room, setting up a crooked concealment array. This scene made Han Fei speechless. Han Fei looked at Xiaosei and asked, who taught her how to set up arrays? Xiaosei looked embarrassed. Little Master came to ask me, so I let her attend a few lessons for spirit gatherers. Han Fei was lost for words. You're already a venerable. Nianer is so talented, and that's what you taught her? Is this a concealment array? She's just piling up spiritual energy. Now, the array has been set up, but her room is full of spiritual energy. She is literally telling the whole school that I'm barbecuing here. Puff, Ice Snow Chuling couldn't help but laugh. She thought to herself, your precious sister has caused a lot of jokes in school. Last time, she made that hot pot. There was water in the pot was on fire, and the fish were swimming in the pot. She asked why the fish could still swim. A lot of people laughed. Sure enough, not long after Nianer set up the concealment array, a white-bearded teacher shouted, Han Nianer, come out. You think your family is rich? Why did you get a spiritual energy shield above your head in broad daylight? Do you think you're not shining enough? In the house, Xiaotan sighed. Sure enough, we're discovered again. Nianer lunged to her feet and quickly put away the grill. Run, everyone. Han Fei finally couldn't stand it anymore. He put away the concealment array, absorbed the spiritual energy into his body, and appeared in front of the house. Nianer had just gone out when she saw Han Fei. Brother? Pretty sister, Nianer had seen Han Fei in a mask, so she knew that this was Han Fei. They turned around and saw an advanced explorer rushing over huffily. However, when the old man saw xuanhuan and the masked Han Fei, he froze and then gasped. The old man immediately bowed. Greetings, holy lady and master holy child. My name is Mingdu. The old man was shocked. Why are these two here? When the old man looked at Nianer again and remembered her terrifying talent, he immediately gasped. Could it be that Holy Lady and Holy Child are already married and have a daughter? This discovery made Mingdu's heart tremble. This kind of thing had to be kept a secret. If the news spread out, who knew how much trouble it would cause? Han Fei said, Mr. Mingdu, thank you for taking care of my sister for the past 6 months. Sister? Mingdu heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, is Nianer really Master Holy Child's sister? However, he still bowed and said, Master Holy Child, you don't have to be so polite. Nianer is really talented. She can break through the realm and transcend the tribulation at any time. I'm so proud that our ice snow world have such a heavenly talent, Han Fei said casually. Sir, I'll take Nianer away today. Huh, the old man thought to himself. Nianer has only been here for a year. Although Nianer doesn't know many things, she's quite liked by the teachers. Why is she leaving now? Vivi xuanhuan was also surprised. Are you going to take Nianer with you? Han Fei said. Yes, Nianer was a little reluctant to leave. Brother, are you leaving so soon? I just made friends. Han Fei smiled. Nianer, we'll come back if we have a chance in the future. Nianer couldn't help but look at her friend. Although she was reluctant, she had to leave if Han Fei did. Nianer thought for a long time before she took out her barbecue grill and threw it on the ground. Xiaotan, I'm leaving. If you're hungry in the future, use it for barbecue. Chapter 1741, Secret of the Monarch Palace. Chapter 1741, Secret of the Monarch Palace. Since Han Fei left the Snow God's temple, he wouldn't leave Nianer behind. For Han Fei, the road ahead might be different every day. Who knew what would happen? Moreover, even if the Snow Lady showed friendship to him, their relationship had not reached the point of trust. The Snow Lady had her own reasons for helping him. All Han Fei had to do was accept it calmly and exchange benefits with her. The next day, the Snow Lady left the Heavenly Palace and boarded the ship to the inner domain with 24 venerables, including the Holy Child and the Holy Maiden. Among these 24 people, only one of them was an advanced peak-level venerable. Among the rest, except for Han Fei and xuanhuan, who were recognized as half-kings, there were only 2 half-kings. There weren't many half-kings going because when one reached the half-king realm, he only considered transcending the tribulation. If one was lucky, he could indeed obtain many opportunities in the land of King Death. However, to directly obtain the opportunity to become a king, the land of King Death was not enough. Most half-kings were waiting for the opening of another super-secret realm. Only that place was the ideal place where they could become a king. Therefore, the team of the Snow God's temple could be said to be extremely strong. Han Fei exclaimed in his heart, if all the 36 mystic worlds send over such a team, then there will be at least 600 peak-level venerables participating in the land of King Death this time. And this was only on the human side. How many people from the 100 demon race, the undersea human race, the merman race, and even the giant race would participate? In that case, there seemed to be more than 2,000 venerables on the land of King Death this time. Han Fei had fought a lot of battles, but this time, with thousands of venerables present, how many people would die in this battle? Were venerables so cheap? Standing on the boat with his hands behind his back, Han Fei looked extremely powerful. Hearing the voice behind him, Han Fei said casually without looking back, what's the casualty rate on the land of King Death? Generally speaking, about 30%. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. 30% was already a lot, which meant that nearly 1/3 of the strong masters would die in this battle. They would have to pay a great price, but it was probably not enough for them to become kings. Going to the land of King Death could only be said to have the opportunity to become a king. Perhaps some lucky people could obtain the opportunity. Even if there was a huge opportunity there, it would probably be extremely difficult to obtain. However, since half-kings were sent there, it meant that there should be opportunities for half-kings to fight in the land of King Death. xuanhuan said, teacher is calling you. Han Fei smiled. Sure enough, he knew that it wasn't that simple. The ship that Han Fei was on was named Snow God. It was named after the Heavenly Palace, which meant that it was the king's ship. In many places, there were even traces of king's bones. In terms of the array of this ship, it might be the strongest ship in the ice-snow world. The ship was more than 200 meters tall, with 3 floors. The top floor was where the Snow Lady lived, like a small ice palace. When Han Fei entered, the Snow Lady was reading a heavy snow book covered in frost. Seeing Han Fei come in, she said casually, you should have guessed it. There seems to be something different about the land of King Death. Han Fei came to the table and nodded slightly. If the opportunities there are only to help people to become half-king, it's meaningless for half-kings to go there. The Snow Lady looked at Han Fei and asked, "How much do you know about what happened back then?" Han Fei asked, "Are you talking about the secret realm you've been to?" Seeing the Snow Lady nod, Han Fei said, "I basically don't know anything. I only know that it's a barrier on your eastbound route. The things there make you willing to stay there and fight for them." The Snow Lady smiled. "It seems that you really don't know much about it. Half-kings don't go to the land of King Death for nothing. They are chosen to go there just for one thing." Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly. "What is it?" the Snow Lady said. "The key to the Imperial Palace." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "The Imperial Palace?" The Snow Lady pushed the heavy snow book in front of her to Han Fei. Han Fei didn't ask further, but turned the book over and glanced at it. A moment later, even his breathing quickened. Because the Snow Lady was here, the old turtle didn't say a word. But even if the old turtle didn't say it, Han Fei knew that this was a big secret. It turned out that after Old Han and company, the 36 Mystic Worlds had conducted more than one treasure hunt. In the end, they confirmed that it was a monarch palace. Yes, it was fine if Han Fei didn't know about the monarch, but he did. Being a monarch was only one step away from becoming a god. Martial Emperor City could stand proudly in the raging sea for so many years just because it was said to be related to a monarch, but that real monarch palace had indeed had the inheritance of a monarch. No wonder these people would rather guard here than leave. The Snowbook recorded that it was not difficult to enter the monarch palace. If he had a token from the monarch palace, it would be much safer. The more tokens there were, the better the quality, and the safer he would be when he went to the monarch palace in the future. To ordinary people, the land of King Death was an opportunity to become a half-king. However, to a half-king, the opportunity to explore the monarch palace represented an opportunity to become a king. The Snow Lady said, "The part of the monarch palace that we have explored should be less than 30% of the entire monarch palace. The further we go, wow," Han Fei said in a low voice, "not even 30%, but hundreds of kings have already been created." The Snow Lady said lightly, "Yes, that's what we know. However, we don't know how many kings it has created. You should know that we are all old. The bloodline level of humans and the hidden injuries left on us in the battles of kings will actually damage our lifespans. Therefore, we won't attack easily. However, before we die, we still have to explore that place again." Han Fei narrowed his eyes and asked, "What about reincarnation or possessing someone else's body?" The Snow Maiden said, "You should know that if you want to cultivate a reincarnation body, try not to awaken your memories. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to walk the Great Tao. Besides, when you cultivate a reincarnation body, you have to divide your luck. If you do it too many times, it's hard to say whether the reincarnation body belongs to you or you belong to your reincarnation body. As for possessing someone else's body, you can only live one more life at most. Many kings have already tried this way, including human kings and sea demons kings, but no one ended well," Han Fei said leisurely. "So, you want to keep sending people to explore the monarch palace and nurture new kings?" the Snow Lady said. "You just came out of the wild abyss, so there are some things you don't know. Do you know why the raging sea is divided into 13 worlds in the inner domain and 13 worlds in the outer domain?" Han Fei was puzzled. "Why?" "Because for the 13 worlds in the inner domain, each world has more than one king." Huh? Han Fei's body trembled. More than one king? Did this mean that in the 13 worlds in the inner domain, there were at least 26 kings? The Snow Lady said, "Every 100 years, the land of King Death will open and the monarch palace will be explored every 3,000 years. Why does it take so long?" "That's because the venerables of the heavenly palaces will die in the exploration. If the casualty rate on the land of King Death is about 30%, that in the Imperial Palace is as high as 80 to 90%. Moreover, the exploration of the monarch palace will only become more and more difficult. This means that it will be more and more difficult to become a king in the monarch palace." After a moment of silence, Han Fei asked, "How long until the opening of the monarch palace?" The Snow Lady said leisurely, 32 years. Han Fei chuckled. "Are you telling me you have to go on this trip too?" The Snow Lady shook her head slightly. "We won't go on this trip. But we don't know about the next. So, I might be the strongest on this trip?" The Snow Lady nodded. "Yes, that's why I'm helping you." After a moment of silence, Han Fei said, "What if I transcend the tribulation and become a king in these 32 years? The Snow Lady was stunned. "Then maybe you can't go either." Han Fei sneered in his heart. Kings are not allowed to go there? It was to prevent them from finding a greater opportunity. However, if the monarch palace was open, wouldn't it be stupid not to go? It was certain that the monarch palace was very dangerous, but he was not a salted fish. There were still 32 years before the opening of the monarch palace. His bloodline level was already so high, and he had accumulated so many resources. If he tried to disassemble spiritual energy again, he might not have 95%, but 94% was easy to reach. No matter how he looked at it, it was impossible for him to become a king in 30 years. Han Fei thought to himself, maybe for the Snow Lady I won't be able to become a king in 32 years. However, for me, 32 years is equivalent to 1,000 years. How can I just waste it? Han Fei immediately said, in any case, I'll protect the people of the Snow God's temple in the land of King Death this time. But I may not be able to take care of them when I am fighting with other half-kings. The Snow Lady said, there are 24 people going this time. With your help, it shouldn't be a problem to get 20 keys to the Monarch Palace. The so-called keys are actually items with the aura of the Monarch Palace. You can recognize them at a glance. Han Fei thought to himself, just 20 tokens. It should be a breeze for me to get them. Therefore, Han Fei nodded. Okay, I agree. As for the opening of the Monarch Palace in 32 years, it's still too early. I didn't come out of the wild abyss just to participate in the exploration of the Monarch Palace. The Snow Lady said, okay, we'll talk about the future in the future. Now let's decide what to do now. Chapter 1742, 13 Worlds in the Outer Domain. Chapter 1742, 13 Worlds in the Outer Domain. Han Fei appreciated the Snow Lady's bet. For the Snow Lady, she had only done a small favor, but she had helped Han Fei a lot. The Snow Lady's goal was simple. She wanted to fight for more spots to enter the Monarch Palace for the Snow God's temple. However, for Han Fei, this spot had already been reserved. Not only had the spot been reserved, but this trip to the land of King Death was also a hunt. He had upgraded the time chain with 1,000 wisps of chaotic chi, and now there were only 1,000 wisps left. Although more than 1,000 wisps were a lot, it was definitely not much for a heavenly talent who had become a king. After all, even a random half-king Han Fei met could have hundreds of wisps in his body. Han Fei thought that when he wanted to open his origin sea, he couldn't be restricted by the chaotic chi, buzz. Not long after Han Fei and the Snow Lady discussed in secret, the Snow God seemed to have appeared on a wide route. At this moment, before Han Fei continued his seclusion, he saw 8 big ships. Judging from the shapes and sail styles of these large ships, they didn't come from the same place. They should be ships from the heavenly palaces of the outer domain heading to the inner domain. These large ships had anchored and seemed to be waiting for them, as if they were waiting for all the large ships from the outer domain to gather before leaving. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the Snow God appeared, 3 or 4 perceptions swept over. Those who could use their perception to investigate in front of the Snow Lady were undoubtedly all kings. There was a man in a red robe whose blood aura seemed to be dissipating. This person's voice was very light. Snow Lady, it's been a long time. Looking at Han Fei, Ice Snow Chuling explained, this is Palace Master Xuanhuan of the Blood Fiend world. He's quite powerful in the 13 worlds in the outer domain. On the other side, a man carrying a sledgehammer nodded at the Snow Lady. Since you're here, Ling Feng shouldn't be coming, right? The Snow Lady nodded. After all, he can arrive fast. But if something happens, he can take care of it. Han Fei thought to himself, this must be the Master of Thunderfire. His style is so obvious that I can't be wrong. Ice Snow Chuling said, you should know Lei Qing, the Master of Thunderfire. His weapon is the strongest weapon in the 13 worlds in the outer domain, the heaven-shaking Thunder Hammer. It is said that this hammer is the only weapon in the 36 mystic worlds that can touch the threshold of a god-level weapon. However, I only heard about it from hearsay. Only the Master of Thunderfire knows how powerful it is. Han Fei's heart did a flip. A weapon that has touched the threshold of a god-level weapon? That hammer must be extraordinary. As expected of the Heavenly Palace that specializes in refining? Humph. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a gaze. Following his gaze, he saw a red-haired young man. This person's face was cold and grim, and his look was cold and unkind, which fell straight on Han Fei. On the ship of the Ice Snow world, Ice Snow Chuling wasn't afraid that the kings would eavesdrop. She still said via voice transmission, this is the Palace Master of the 5 Elements world, Gongzhan. His spiritual beast, the 5 Elements Arowana, has extraordinary combat power. Although the 2 5 Elements wheels he uses are only mid-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures, they are very useful in combat. The 5 Elements world has always been warlike. Gongzhan looked at Han Fei. Snow Lady, this should be your new disciple, xuanhuan, right? Why does he seem to be more like the king of the Snow God's temple than you? At this moment, Han Fei was standing on the boat with his hands behind his back and wearing an ice mask. He really didn't look like a mortal. The Snow Lady said, xuanhuan has always been like this. Or rather, the people of our Ice Snow world have always been like this. You should know that. Gongzhan chuckled. Of course I know. People from the Ice Snow world are cold by nature. It's said that in the violent hurricane that day, my poor disciple Ban Yi kept begging xuanhuan to help him, but he refused and gave him to the Avenger, Han Fei. He didn't even hesitate. Han Fei couldn't help but look up at Gongzhan silently. Such a person would pick a fight for no reason. If it were in the past, he would have quarreled with him for 300 rounds. However, he was xuanhuan now, an extremely cold person. Therefore, a war of words was obviously not suitable for him. However, he could still give Gongzhan a disdainful look. Han Fei's mask was very fitting to his face, so he could still give a disdainful look. When Gongzhan noticed Han Fei's reaction, his face changed slightly. Behind Gongzhan, someone's face was even uglier. He shouted, "How dare you disrespect a king? Do you want to spar with me?" Han Fei said indifferently, "You are not worthy." Buzz, the venerables from the Five Elements world were all furious. Even Gongzhan was surprised by his words. How arrogant is this asshole? My disciple is unworthy. Who do you think you are? In Han Fei's heart, the Snow Lady said, "This is not the time to fight. Bear with it. Who can be your match in the land of King Death?" At this moment, with a buzz, a large ship filled with spiritual plants appeared. As soon as the hull appeared, a pleasant voice said, "We're all from the 13 worlds in the outer domain. Why are we fighting each other?" In the next moment, a fairy-like figure appeared from the flowers. She was wearing a light green dress with intertwined flower stems, and a small jade vine was wrapped around one arm. None of this counted. In terms of beauty, this woman was better than the Snow Lady and was comparable to Queen Life. However, Queen Life had a quiet personality, while this person from the 100 Flowers world was a little enchanting. Ice Snow Chuling said, "This is xuanhuan, the heavenly master of the 100 Flowers world. Her spiritual plant is Ethereal Red Beard, and her weapon is the Jade Immortal Vine. Her strength ranks among the top 5 in the 13 worlds in the outer domain." Han Fei looked at her indifferently. Han Fei had seen many beautiful women, so he wasn't attracted by the beauty of the heavenly master of the 100 Flowers world. He just looked at her. Hua Qianyue glanced at Han Fei and couldn't help but smile. "Sister Snow Lady, I heard that you've taken in a new disciple. His aptitude should be guaranteed, but I'm afraid his personality is a bit dull." The Snow Lady bowed slightly. "Sorry to disappoint you, Sister Qianyue." Buzzer. Soon after Hua Qianyue appeared, 3 more large ships flew over. On one of the ships, an old man in a black robe held a dead wood stick and smiled. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I went to the god-refining world on the way. Shu Lian was supposed to come, but he often goes into seclusion, so I'll do it for him. Since everyone is here, it seems that we can set off." Han Fei was lost for words. The kings all looked like young men and girls. "Why did this one look like an old man?" Ice Snow Chuling said. "This is Heavenly Master of the Million Poison World, Huang Jie. He's known as the Patriarch Million Poison. His spiritual beast, the 7 ultimate ancient insect, is known as the most poisonous creature of the 36 mystic worlds. It's said that his sea-quelling bizarre treasure, Million Poison Staff, contains 100,000 kinds of poisons." Han Fei thought to himself, "I can tell. This old man doesn't look normal at all. He seems to be trying to poison himself to death." Suddenly, Ice Snow Chuling said, "The Million Poison World and the Million Poison World have never been on good terms. These 2 worlds have been fighting for a long time. Originally, the Million Poison World should have entered the inner domain, but because of the death of their king, they didn't go. They are the most dangerous world among the 13 worlds in the outer domain." Han Fei felt a headache. Every world was unique. Needless to say, this old man must have a lot of poisons on him. When he was in seclusion in the Snow God's temple, because of the purity mystic body, he had already reached a bottleneck at the peak of the venerable realm, and his bloodline level had not broken through. At that time, Han Fei ate all kinds of poisonous flowers and herbs. Han Fei knew very well that those who played with poison were a bunch of dangerous guys. He had been resisting poison since he was a child. During his seclusion in the Snow God's temple, he had swallowed more than 3,000 poisonous flowers, herbs, and fruits. Now, seeing this old man from the Million Poison World, Han Fei wondered how he could get some poison from there. Huang Jie noticed Han Fei's eyes. Huang Jie was also surprised. "Why is this guy looking at me?" Therefore, Huang Jie said, "I heard that you took in a holy child, Snow Lady. It must be him." In the next moment, Han Fei said for the first time, "Shuizhan greets Palace Master Huang Jie." Huh? Huang Jie was stunned for a moment. He had always been an anomaly in the eyes of others. There was a faint aura of hostility here. Did Shuizhan bow to everyone king? Huang Jie didn't think too much about it. He just nodded slightly as greetings. At this point, all the ships from the 13 worlds in the outer domain had arrived. Among them, the 100 Flower World, Million Poison World, Ice Snow World, 5 Elements World, Thunder Fire World, and Blood Fiend World were led by a king. The conflict between Han Fei and the 5 Elements World was also interrupted by the arrival of the 100 Flowers World and the Million Poison World. Only then did everyone stop arguing and set off. There were 6 kings here, and the ships were full of strong masters, and even advanced venerables were rare. Therefore, it was almost impossible for pirates to attack them. To put it bluntly, even if all the top 10 pirate groups came, the experts here could still fight. Han Fei asked around and found out that it would take about 25 days to go to the inner domain. It was impossible for him to lie on the ship and watch the water every day. Therefore, Han Fei sealed a room in his cabin and went to forge the universe to cultivate. Half a month later, Han Fei was feeling the pleasure of the growth of his strength. Suddenly, the old turtle said, "We've arrived at the sea of fog outside. This should be the chaotic place that separates the inner and outer seas." Oh? Chapter 1743, The Ship of Million Poison World. Chapter 1743. The Ship of Million Poison World. Han Fei wanted to see how the inner and outer domains of the raging sea were divided. When Han Fei came out of the cabin and came to the deck, he found that he could see nothing clearly. Outside the ship, chaotic and mixed spiritual energy was wreaking havoc. It was comparable to the environment in the cage, or even worse. Not only was the illusion here violent, but the mist particles seemed to be quite heavy. They appeared like mist. But in fact, if one looked carefully, they were not all fog. Some were gravel, some were water drops, and some were the residue of seaweed after it was minced. For some reason, they were floating in the air. Moreover, there was a very strange phenomenon here. The gravity here was more than 10 times heavier than that of the outside world. How could there be such a floating phenomenon under such gravity? Han Fei scanned around with his perception and found that his perception range was only about 1,200 kilometers. Han Fei said in surprise, "My perception range is only 1% as usual now?" The old turtle said, "The space level here is higher. In other words, the space here is more solid. You can easily cut open a crack in the void in other places, but not here. You need to pay 10 times the power to crack a void crack here. The higher the space level, the stronger the power of the Great Tao. The power of the Great Tao suppresses your perception, so you feel that your perception range becomes extremely small." Han Fei was puzzled. "Do you mean that the level of space here is much higher than normal?" The old turtle said. "It's obvious. This thick space power is even several times stronger than the space in the Age of Gods. It can be seen that this is definitely an ancient land." "Ancient land?" the old turtle said. "The stronger the power of the Great Tao contained in a world, the more stable this space is. If you're in the outside world, you can cut thousands of kilometers with one slash, but you can only cut thousands of kilometers in this stable space. It's not that your strength has weakened, but that this space has become stronger. Although I don't know what's in this mist, I think it won't be simple." Han Fei shook his head slightly and said, "So many kings haven't found the reason even after tens of thousands of years. Even if I have the vast ocean navigator, I don't have the time to explore the mystery. Besides, isn't it said that there are many dangers here?" The old turtle nodded. "That's true. The creatures who can live here are at least physically strong. After all, the space level here is dozens of times stronger than other places. Cultivating here for a long time can temper a good physique." Han Fei chatted with the old turtle and found that someone was fishing. At this moment, the man happened to be lifting the hook, and a big fish came out of the water. Because Han Fei had never seen such a fish before, he wandered over to take a look. Someone saw Han Fei and immediately bowed. "Greetings, Master Holy Child." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Go on." Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name A, floating fish introduction. A rare fish that lives in places with more floating stones. This fish enters the sea during the day and floats at night to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Floating fish has a strong spatial power and will inadvertently break through space or create a void blade to attack the opponent. Floating fish could produce floating stones, which have the power to float. Level 79, H quality, H rare, A spiritual energy, 89,658 points. 8 Ebel effect. Long-term consumption can increase blood, ki, and firepower and increase instantaneous explosive power. OTIDID. Collectible, floating stone, absorbable, floating stone, fording way, loading stone. Han Fei was briefly stunned. This fish could grow floating stones? That was quite strange. After walking around, Han Fei took out his fishing rod and caught a floating fish. He cut out a fish stone from its head. Han Fei certainly knew about fish stones, which were exquisite stones dug out of fish heads. Generally speaking, it was shaped as a heart and as hard as stone after being dried. It was crystal clear like jade. However, this was the first time Han Fei had seen a floating fish stone. This stone was enough to serve as a floating stone for several fishing boats. Han Fei injected spiritual energy into it. In an instant, the floating stone was activated, and its transmission effect was more than 10 times that of ordinary floating stones. Hiss, Han Fei couldn't help but take a breath. Was the transmission efficiency so high? Did it mean that the speed of the Wind God boat could be increased more than 10 times? Of course, with the speed of the Wind God boat, even if it was 10 times faster, it would only travel more than 600,000 kilometers a day. Even if it was engraved with various arrays, it would only travel about 800,000 kilometers a day. This speed was naturally not attractive to venerables. If it was only targeted at the explorer realm or below, this fish stone would be worth a lot. Unfortunately, since this fish was a rare species, it was not all over the sea. Presumably, it could only be found in this sea of fog. Han Fei casually put away the fish stone. As for the fish, when he was free, he would just eat it in a hot pot. When Han Fei was about to go back to seclusion, he perceived that on the ship of the Million Poison World, a group of people were refining poison openly. Han Fei was shocked. Because the poisonous smoke produced by that poison was quite big, they simply refined it outside. The dark green poison made Han Fei want to try it, but he also felt his scalp tingle. Perhaps noticing Han Fei's stare, Huang Jie from the Million Poison World looked at him. Huang Jie asked, "My young friend, are you interested in refining poison?" Hearing that, Han Fei immediately came back to himself and bowed slightly. "I don't know much about pharmacology, but I once accidentally took a spiritual worm, so I have some resistance to poison." "Oh? Can it resist any poison?" Han Fei thought to himself. The heaven spirit detoxifying insect might be precious, but it shouldn't be that precious. Others might be afraid of poison, but he, Han Fei, was not. If he could get some poison from Huang Jie, it wouldn't be bad. Han Fei nodded slightly. I think so. Huang Jie was a little surprised. In the raging sea, there are only 3 things that can resist any kind of poison. 1 is the 10,000 poison lotus seed, 1 is the 9 poison treasure silkworm, and 1 is the heaven spirit detoxifying insect. Since you took a spiritual worm, was it colorful? Han Fei was surprised to hear the old man immediately say the name of the heaven spirit detoxifying insect. Immediately, Han Fei said, it's not colorful, but gold. Huang Jie was slightly surprised. It seems that you're quite lucky to have encountered a heaven spirit detoxifying insect. Come, let's have a chat on my ship. As you wish. Han Fei didn't expect Huang Jie to be so straightforward. He simply let Han Fei pass. Buzz! Han Fei flashed away. The Snow Lady took a look and wondered why Han Fei was going to the ship of the Million Poison World. Ice Snow Chuling and the Snow Lady were in the same room. At this moment, she said in surprise, Teacher, the Snow Lady said lightly, it doesn't matter. Although Huang Jie is a little eccentric, he's not a bloodthirsty and insidious person. It's just that he cultivates the poison Tao. On the ship of the Million Poison World, a group of venerables was surprised to see the holy child of the snow god's temple come. They were all dumbfounded. Why did he come to our ship? Then the ship array was opened, and Huang Jie knocked on the Million Poison staff and said, come on in. The venerables looked up at Huang Jie in surprise. The palace master had always been indifferent to others and was unwilling to have a deep relationship with people from the other heavenly palaces. Why did he ask a junior to come on board this time? However, Han Fei didn't meet these venerables but went straight to Huang Jie's cabin. As soon as he entered Huang Jie's cabin, Han Fei saw that there were all kinds of bottles and poisonous herbs and fruits in the cabin. Even the air was poisonous. The moment Han Fei entered the cabin, his skin color began to change slightly. However, the powerful detoxification effect of the heavenly spirit detoxifying insect made Han Fei's blood essence crazily devour and analyze the poison. Huang Jie glanced at Han Fei for a while and smiled. Interesting. You must have eaten a lot of poison before, haven't you? The heaven spirit detoxifying insect has always been weak. If you can keep it alive and feed it with all kinds of poisons, it can be said that no one below the sea establishment realm can poison you to death, and you can even integrate the power of the heaven spirit detoxifying insect into your body? That's rare, but how did you do it? Han Fei didn't hide anything. The other party was an expert of poisons. If he bragged, he would be easily seen through. He had a purpose, so there was no harm in being honest. Han Fei said, when I transcended the tribulation, the fourth lightning tempered my body and injected the power of the spiritual insects into it. Han Fei certainly made up an excuse. However, as long as it was related to the heavenly tribulation, it was not easy to be exposed. Huang Jie raised his eyebrows. Oh? The fourth heavenly tribulation? So you had the 4-9 king tribulation? The snow god's temple is indeed well hidden. The heavenly tribulation can fuse the heaven spirit detoxifying insect into your body. Interesting. However, it's a pity that your understanding of the poison Tao is too shallow. Just the smell in my cabin can make you react, which means that your resistance to poison is limited. You may be able to resist poison, but can only resist a small amount of it. Besides, you can't resist the poisons in the sea establishment realm and can't even resist the poisons in the venerable realm. Han Fei frowned. Am I that bad? Huang Jie smiled disdainfully. I've been playing with poison for tens of thousands of years. I can tell your strength at a glance. The only good thing about you is that you've inherited the characteristics of the heaven spirit detoxifying insect. There's no one in the 36 mystic worlds who can do that. Unfortunately, you're a disciple of the snow god's temple. I can give you some poison, however. I can't give you any more help. Chapter 1744, The Tao of Poison. Chapter 1744, The Tao of Poison. For the kings of the Million Poison World, Han Fei was just a heavenly talent of the Ice Snow World and had nothing to do with them. Therefore, Huang Jie wouldn't give Han Fei more guidance. It was a matter of course. Huang Jie knew this, and so did Han Fei. Therefore, when Huang Jie said that he could give him a few portions of poison, Han Fei knew that it was impossible to get a big opportunity from Huang Jie. Han Fei was proficient in many things and had never paid attention to poison. Even though he had used something like the Poison King in the past, it was probably not considered poison at all when it came to the true path of poison. Besides, Han Fei didn't refine the Poison King himself, but Cao Chu did. He just got it from Cao Chu. Han Fei cupped his hands. Thank you for your kindness, senior. However, if I want to know how to use that advantage of my body, what should I do? And what price should I pay? Although Han Fei wasn't good at using poison and his body's ability to resist poison was limited, Han Fei knew that his ability was quite extraordinary. He didn't pay much attention to it before because there were very few people who used poison in the yin-yang world and the water-wood world. In fact, there were so few poison cultivators because most of them were poisoned to death, few of them could live long. It was precisely because of this that Han Fei cared so much about the Tao of poison. If someone could use poison to kill him in the future, wouldn't he be doomed? Oh? Are you negotiating with me? Huang Jie broke into a sinister smile. Han Fei said casually, I have to ask, otherwise it would be a waste of my talent. Hehehe, Ice Snow World has nothing to do with our Million Poison World. If I want to cooperate, I should talk with the Snow Lady. Why should I talk with you? Han Fei said with a faint smile. The heavenly palaces have a purpose for this trip to the land of King Death. I think the Million Poison World is no exception. The key to the Million Poison World, is this price acceptable? Huang Jie narrowed his eyes slightly. The Monarch Palace was not a secret. Anyway, the half-kings who went to the land of King Death all knew about this. Even some peak-level venerables knew about it. However, Han Fei used this as a negotiation condition. This piqued Huang Jie's interest. Huang Jie said, "Oh, go on," Han Fei said. "What I lack is guidance on how to resist poison. I think I'm quite strong. Perhaps I can get more keys to the Monarch Palace in the land of King Death." Huang Jie chuckled. "Do you think I'll believe you? It's fine for young people to be confident, but you can't be conceited," Han Fei said casually. "I'm not in a hurry. If there's a chance, I'll take the key and ask you later." Huang Jie examined Han Fei for a few seconds. "Take off your mask." Hearing that, Han Fei thought to himself, my divine deceit technique shouldn't be seen through. Even if it is, as long as I don't show my true appearance, he won't be able to see through me. So, Han Fei took off his mask. The face under the mask was Zhang Xuanyu's. Anyway, Han Fei had used Zhang Xuanyu many times, so it didn't matter to use him more. Huang Jie clicked his tongue. "You're quite handsome. Why are you wearing a mask?" Han Fei put the mask back on his face. Cut off the mortal feelings and pursue the supreme great Tao. Han Fei didn't know if Huang Jie believed his nonsense. He simply said, "Since you fused the power of the heaven spirit detoxifying insect into your body, it's enough for you to take poison and eat all the poison in the world, and sooner or later you'll be immune to all poisons below the king realm, but eating poison isn't a skill after all. It's like eating herbs directly is far less effective than using pills. Eating medicine directly will waste a lot of medicinal power. And using pills can use 70 or 80% of the essence of the medicine. Therefore, one pill is equivalent to hundreds or even thousands of spiritual herbs. Poison is the same." Han Fei was puzzled. "Poison pills?" Huang Jie said. "Any kind of poison can be refined into a pill. You're quite interesting. I can tell you directly that there are millions of poisons in the Million Poison World. If you can pay the price, you can trade for them. As for your path of resistance to poison, I can tell you clearly. Even if you fuse with the heaven spirit detoxifying insect, it's only at the physical level. The poison at the soul level is even more terrifying than the poison at the physical level. If you want to ask for advice, you can come to the Million Poison World with your sincerity after this trip to the secret realm." "Thank you, Senior," Huang Jie said. "Since I promised to give you some poison, I won't go back on my word." Huang Jie waved his hand, and a bottle of colorful, bubbling, poisonous water was handed to Han Fei. Huang Jie said, "For others, this is a great poison, but for you, it's a great tonic. This poison is called Thousand Poisons Liquid, and there are thousands of variations of poison. You owe my Million Poison World a favor." Although Huang Jie said that he would give it to him, he still wanted Han Fei to owe him a favor. With this favor, if Han Fei attacked the people of the Million Poison World in the land of King Death, he might have a heart demon. Huang Jie was a king after all. No matter how reclusive he was still a strong master who had lived for tens of thousands of years and was extremely meticulous. He could tell that Han Fei seemed to be special. He didn't seem to be afraid or worried when facing him. This guy was arrogant and extremely conceited. Under other circumstances, he might want to kill this guy. However, with the Snow Lady beside him, it was impossible for him to do so. And Han Fei was too proud to attack the people of the Million Poison World after receiving his benefits. As for the others, Huang Jie thought that as long as Han Fei dared to come to the Million Poison World, as long as he had the capital, the Million Poison World could make him bankrupt happily. After bidding farewell to Huang Jie, Han Fei returned to the Snow God without talking to the people of the Million Poison World. This scene made many people on the ship suspicious. Since when did the Ice Snow World have connection with the Million Poison World? The Holy Child even faced the Patriarch Million Poison directly? How could that old man be so easy to talk to? Because Han Fei had boarded the ship of the Million Poison World, many people and even kings in the 13 worlds in the outer domain were puzzled. They could only warn their heavenly talents to pay attention to the Ice Snow World and the Million Poison World. After returning to the Snow God, Han Fei discovered the Snow Lady's perception, so he went straight to her cabin. After they entered, the Snow Lady said, "You know poison?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "No, but I need it." The Snow Lady was slightly stunned. The Million Poison World is a little incompatible with the other worlds of the 36 mystic worlds. It's mainly because the Patriarch Million Poison, Huang Jie, is too good at using poison. In the past tens of thousands of years, 3 sea establishers have died under Huang Jie's hands. Although the Million Poison World is in the outer domain, even in the inner domain, few worlds are willing to provoke the Million Poison World. If you need to talk to him, you must do it openly like today. Otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable. Han Fei was a bit surprised. Was it strange for a king to kill 3 other kings? After all, Huang Jie was a master of poison and walked a niche path. Such people should be stronger. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated long ago. Han Fei nodded. "Got it. I'm going into seclusion." A moment later, when Han Fei returned to his cabin and entered Forge the Universe, he was no longer in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he took out the bottle of Thousand Poisons liquid. Poison. It was normal for it to look a little ugly. And this kind of thing that looked poisonous at the first glance, no one would want to touch it. Only Han Fei, who could absorb poison, dared drink it openly. Of course, before drinking it, Han Fei took out the 9-Palace luck ruler and tested it. When he got the flat result, he was relieved. Han Fei pinched his nose and took a sip. It's sour and sweet. Why does it taste like yogurt? Han Fei didn't drink it all, he just took a sip. However, after this sip, Han Fei found that his skin alternated between red and green, and his body was emitting dense light. Then, Han Fei felt dizzy, as if he had drunk too much. Han Fei knew that it was a sign of being poisoned. Fortunately, this poison only lasted for about 300 seconds before it slowly disappeared. Han Fei realized that he seemed to have adapted to the poison. It was probably not suitable to drink again today. Han Fei would take a sip every few days. This bottle would probably be enough to drink 7 or 8 times, the old turtle said. I think you can go to the Million Poison World to explore the Tao of Poison. If you're immune to poison in the infinite ocean, your survival ability will increase by at least 20%. I wonder if that old man is good or bad. Han Fei chuckled. Old Yuan, who cares if he's good or bad? We're making a deal. Since it's a deal, we're taking what we need respectively. The poison he gave me now isn't a sign of friendship. It's just that he doesn't want me to attack his people at the land of King Death. We'll see what the deal we can make later. Chapter 1745, I allow you not to salute me. Chapter 1745, I allow you not to salute me. 8 days later. Han Fei had already finished the 1,000 poisons liquid. When Han Fei took the last sip, the duration of his dizziness changed from more than 300 seconds to about 3 seconds. This meant that his resistance to poison had greatly increased, and he had only drunk 1 poison. If he went to the Million Poison World and ate different poisons every day, he would probably be able to resist most of the strange poisons in the world in a few years. Of course, the Patriarch Million Poison, Huang Jie, reminded Han Fei that he could only resist some poisons on the physical level, but there were also poisons on the soul level. Han Fei didn't know what the poisons on the soul level were, but he had indeed encountered it before. However, the poison he encountered before wasn't very strong. After Huang Jie's reminder, Han Fei decided to ask about it when he had time. When the old turtle told Han Fei that he had arrived, Han Fei leisurely left Forge the Universe. Although the Purity Mystic body was improving fast, Rome was not built in a day. He hadn't touched the bottleneck again, but it should be soon. For him now, his realm didn't matter. Anyway, he could still fight even if a king came. Along the way, the fleet of the 13 worlds in the outer domain did not encounter any enemies on the route. This was almost expected. There were 6 kings here, and hundreds of peak venerables and half-kings were traveling together. What kind of person would dare to ambush such a fleet? According to the old turtle, it took the entire fleet 8 days to pass through the Sea of Fog. Apart from the Sea of Fog, there were immediately fishing boats waiting on the route. It was a boat from the Supreme Clearness World. Han Fei glanced at it, but because the boat array was closed, he couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. However, Han Fei could feel that the environment in the inner domain was much better than in the outer domain. In the inner domain, without the chaotic spiritual energy, the purity of the spiritual energy was much higher. Looking at the creatures in the sea, one could sense that there were many sea creatures at the explorer level. However, no one tried to catch them. In the eyes of these people, these explorer-level creatures were like ants. Perhaps only when the ants walked under their feet would they be trampled to death. Very few people would take the initiative to step on these ants. Therefore, in the inner domain, the strong masters wouldn't attack these sea creatures for no reason at all. For example, Han Fei was not interested in the creatures below the half-venerable level. At most, he would treat them as a meal and consider whether they were delicious or not. On the ship of the Supreme Clearness World, a king cupped his hands at the kings of the 13 worlds in the inner domain. Welcome, fellow Taoists. Xuanhuan has been waiting here for a long time. Most of the people from the 13 worlds in the inner domain have already gathered at the Supreme Clearness World. Let's go over now. It will only take about 2 days by the shortest way. After crossing the Sea of Fog, the environment was good, so most people had already come out. Seeing that Xuanhuan was quite strong, the old turtle said, "That man is already a sea establisher." Han Fei was lost for words. A king came to greet us personally? Han Fei remembered what the Snow Lady had said. Each world of the 13 worlds in the inner domain had more than one king. How many kings were there in the Supreme Clearness World, which was ranked first among the 36 heavenly palaces? There was no emotion in Han Fei's eyes, as if he was watching everything indifferently. In fact, Han Fei was thinking to himself, these were all enemies. The King Ba Crab had once told him about the hostile forces of the Yin-Yang world and the 9-Palace world. Among them, there were mainly 7 worlds, namely Supreme Clearness, Infinity, Dream Weaving, 5 Elements, Mad Corpse, Soul Sealing, and Medicine King. In the outer domain, there were only the 5 Elements world and the Mad Corpse world. The Supreme Clearness world was the leader of the enemies. The Yin-Yang world was driven into the wild abyss by these heavenly palaces. Of course, his current goal was not revenge. He wouldn't join in the heavenly palace competition until he had the strength of the same level. Moreover, there were still many secrets waiting for him to explore in the raging sea. He should become a king first before thinking about other things. 2 more days passed. Before the ships of the 13 worlds in the outer domain appeared in the Supreme Clearness world, everyone had already seen the prosperity of the Supreme Clearness world. However, Supreme Clearness was marked by a long sword, which was surrounded by green gas. Hundreds of such ships passed by in the sky. The main city of the Supreme Clearness world was called the Heavenly Imperial City. It was said that it was the remains of a magnificent city in ancient times and had been transformed into the current Heavenly Imperial City. Unlike the other huge cities, the Heavenly Imperial City was made of 208 huge islands surrounded by clouds and looked immortal. Those who didn't know much about the Supreme Clearness world would think that these islands were the Heavenly Palace itself. Han Fei had seen the Thunder Fire Water Wood world, the Ice Snow world, the Water Wood world, and the Yin Yang Water Wood world, but none of them had such an immortal aura as the Supreme Clearness world. Apart from the huge floating islands, there were often people riding on swords in the air around the huge islands. All of them were wearing green clothes, looking like immortals. Ice Snow Chuling said, Supreme Clearness world is the head of the 36 mystic worlds. People born in the Supreme Clearness world have always been proud. However, some are arrogant, some are aloof, and some are rebellious. Therefore, people in the Supreme Clearness world like to cultivate swords and refine sword bones. Han Fei was puzzled. Then, what about the Sword God world? Ice Snow Chuling said. The Sword God world is more mysterious, but the sword cultivators of the Sword God world are stronger than those of the Supreme Clearness world. Since ancient times, many famous sword cultivators of the Sword God world have reached the peak of the 36 mystic worlds. Even the sword cultivators of the Supreme Clearness world want to cultivate in the Sword God world, but the Sword God world has never accepted disciples of other heavenly palaces. Han Fei sneered. So there's still no match for the Sword God world. The Snow Lady interrupted with a voice transmission. The sword cultivators in the Supreme Clearness world are not much different from those in the Sword God world. Moreover, the cultivation techniques and combat skills of the Supreme Clearness world are quite diversified. Many heavenly talents in the Supreme Clearness world have even found ancient seeds and awakened secret inheritances. They are not to be underestimated. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Awakening ancient seeds? An ancient seed like Luo Xiaobai's divine manipulation technique? In that case, they were indeed heavenly talents. Swish, 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 swish. The ships of the 13 worlds in the outer domain were anchored in an ancient tree city in the Heavenly Imperial City. In this city, there was an ancient tree that was 300,000 feet tall, also known as the Heavenly Imperial Tree. The scenery here was the most beautiful. No matter what kind of person the king of the Supreme Clearness world was, since he ruled the 36 mystic worlds, he would treat them with respect, at least on the surface. The guests of the 13 worlds in the outer domain would certainly be received by the highest standard. The kings certainly wouldn't live with the venerables and would be received by kings. The venerables and the half-kings would also be received separately. In the Snow God's temple, Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling were respectively known as the Holy Child and the Holy Maiden. They represented the face of the Snow God's temple, so the reception standard was naturally the highest. If they had anything to inform the Snow God's temple, they would inform them first. As for the other 2 half-kings of the Snow God's temple, they were only half-kings. Just because they were half-kings didn't mean that they were top heavenly talents. Those who could be called top heavenly talents were all the faces of the heavenly palaces. All the fishing boats were docked, and there were people to receive them. However, the places they lived were very close. The one who received Han Fei and the others was a female peak-level venerable from the Supreme Clearness world. When this woman saw Ice Snow Chuling and the others, she bowed slightly, but she only spoke to Ice Snow Chuling. She said, Sister Chuling, long time no see. You've become a half-king in just 100 years. Ice Snow Chuling bowed in return. Hi, Sister Zheng Yue. Your strength has improved at the same speed. Your aura is faintly dissipating. I think it's only a matter of time before you break through to the half-king realm. Zheng Yue smiled faintly. Thank you for your kind words. Then, Zheng Yue looked at Han Fei. This must be the Holy Child that Master Snow Lady just took in, right? Greetings, Holy Child. Many people from the Snow God's temple looked displeased. Although the appearance of the Holy Child was very abrupt, the Snow Lady had declared that he was the Ice Snow World's Holy Child, second only to the Snow Lady. But this woman rudely called him the Holy Child, not Master Holy Child. However, the arrogance of these people in the Supreme Clearness world was nothing compared to Han Fei's. Han Fei only glanced at Zheng Yue indifferently and said coldly, I allow you not to salute me this time. Zheng Yue, well, everyone? Well? Hiss. Zheng Yue was stunned. Was I fucking bowing to you? I was just greeting you symbolically. As for the venerables of the Snow God's temple, even the 2 half-kings behind them, their favorable opinion of Han Fei instantly soared. The 2 half-kings even said via voice transmission, Great, I didn't think that Master Holy Child was good before, but now I think he's such a man. The other half-king replied, Yes, he's getting more and more pleasing to the eye. How dare this woman ignore etiquette? Who does she think she is? Jing Yu frowned slightly and looked at Ice Snow Chuling, only to see the latter looked indifferent as if it was only natural. She was immediately angry. However, she was here to receive guests. She could not be rude at this time. Therefore, Zheng Yue straightened her body slightly and showed a hint of arrogance. Everyone, please follow me. The 13 worlds in the inner domain have long arrived. Let's settle down and attend the banquet as soon as possible. Chapter 1746, Face Slapping. Chapter 1746, Face Slapping. The ancient tree city had always been the place where the supreme clearness world received outsiders. There were many ancient trees here, and many guest rooms were built against the trees. Han Fei and the others were taken to a mountain more than 2,000 meters high. There was a wooden courtyard that looked like a small castle here, and Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling were arranged to live here. Surrounding the main peak were ordinary courtyards for the others in the Snow God's temple. Annoyed by Han Fei, Zheng Yue didn't bother to chat with Ice Snow Chuling anymore. She said in a business-like tone, "Holy child, holy maiden, this is where you'll stay for the next few days. In 2 days, the 36 mystic worlds will set off for the secret realm together. Now, please attend the banquet." Ice Snow Chuling bowed slightly and said, "Thank you." However, Han Fei put his hands behind his back and didn't even look at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu was even more resentful. "What are you arrogant about? The Snow God's temple? Which one of the other 35 worlds is weaker than you? You were just given a title. Who the hell do you think you are?" Zheng Yue thought to herself, "With Shui Zhan's cold and arrogant temper, there will be a show to watch later. Jin Quan just died and Han Fei came out. The Snow God's temple is simply slapping the face of the Golden Crow world. The king of the Golden Crow world won't be angry over such a small matter. However, for the heavenly talents of the Golden Crow world, slapping the face of their heavenly palace is equivalent to slapping their own face. Under the heavenly imperial ancient tree, there was a sword viewing platform. It was said that an ancient expert once carved a sword talisman on the tree for his descendants to admire. Legend had it that this sword talisman contained the great Tao of sword. However, after 10,000 years, no one had ever found anything on the viewing platform. Even so, this didn't affect the reputation of the sword viewing platform. Many people came because of its reputation. Today, there was also a group of heavenly talents gathered here. Ordinary people didn't dare to approach. Zheng Yue led Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling to the periphery of the sword viewing platform. She pointed ahead and said, "This way, please. Everyone should have come to the sword viewing platform by now. They are all heavenly talents. This way, please." Ice Snow Chuling bowed slightly. "Thank you, Sister Zheng Yue." After Zheng Yue left, Ice Snow Chuling said, "Later, the Golden Crow world might find trouble with us. Bear with it. You can't expose too much of your strength now." Han Fei nodded and looked up at the heavenly imperial ancient tree. The leaves were green, and there were occasionally purple flowers. When the wind blew, a few purple flowers would fall. It was a nice view. On the sword viewing platform, there were ring-shaped seats with a total of 26 small arrays. Each person had an empty table in front of them. On the table were spiritual fruits and nectar. At this moment, most of the people had already taken their seats, except for the Snow God's temple. Therefore, when Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling arrived, Ice Snow Chuling immediately realized that something was wrong. She said, "We were tricked. The others were directly invited to the sword viewing platform, only we were taken to our residence first, so we were late." Hearing what Ice Snow Chuling said, Han Fei didn't care at all. Zheng Yu was really tricky. The people of the Supreme Clearness world were indeed insidious. At this moment, except for the seats in a corner that were empty, the other seats were all occupied. Everyone's eyes fell on Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling, or rather, their eyes were mainly on Han Fei. Many people had seen Ice Snow Chuling before. Han Fei was the only one wearing a mask among them, but now there was an awkward situation. Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling were on the left side of the ring. From right to left, one could see a sword talisman more than 30 meters long on the ancient tree. Han Fei was about to walk over when Ice Snow Chuling said, "Don't go over. The sword viewing platform is for observing the sword. If we sit in that position, our backs will be facing the sword talisman, and we won't be able to see the sword talisman. Therefore, we should sit here. Besides, there are 6 people next to that seat who are from the Golden Crow world." Han Fei thought to himself, "What a coincidence." At this moment, someone from the Golden Crow world said with a smile, "We've been waiting for a long time. Holy Lady Chuling is finally here. Take a seat. The banquet is about to begin." The other person from the Golden Crow world snorted and muttered in a small voice, "The Snow God's temple is really something." However, which one of the people present was not a heavenly talent? Han Fei glanced at them. Only half of them were peak-level venerables, and most of them were half-kings. It could be said that these people were only a step away from becoming kings. With so many powerhouses present, how could the whispers not be heard? Therefore, many people wanted to see how the 2 people from the Snow God's temple would deal with this situation. Ice Snow Chuling looked at a person not far away and said, "Fellow Taoist Ji Chen, why is our table over there?" Ji Chen smiled and was about to speak when the person who had just said to Ice Snow Chuling said, "Our Golden Crow world and the Snow God's temple are so close that we have to sit together. What do you think, Holy Lady Chuling?" Hearing this, Ji-Chen said, "Holy Lady Chuling, please forgive us. We had arranged for you to sit next to us, but the fellow Taoists from the Golden Crow world are quite happy about your arrival. I can't disappoint them." Immediately, the strong masters of the other heavenly palaces all looked at Ice Snow Chuling. Although there were also heavenly palaces that were friendly to the Snow God's temple, it was normal for heavenly talents to watch a show. Besides, now that you rashly came out, wouldn't it be only natural for you to be targeted? Anyway, the Snow God's temple would at most be taunted and picked on. At this moment, many people were whispering to each other. Han Fei didn't know the people here, nor could he tell which worlds they were from. However, he could hear their voice transmission. Some righteous women said via voice transmission, "The Supreme Clearness world and the Golden Crow world are too much. Aren't they deliberately embarrassing the people from the Ice Snow world?" Another person replied, "We don't have to get involved in this. Our glazed glass world has never meddled in the messy affairs of the heavenly palaces outside." When Han Fei heard this, he deliberately glanced over. There were 3 men and 3 women, a total of 6, from the glazed glass world. All of them seemed to be beauties. But beauties were too common here, so Han Fei didn't care. Han Fei only paid attention to them. After all, he should secretly leave with these people. Some people were still talking via voice transmission. Han Fei had only seen the strong masters of the Million Poison world. 3 men from the Million Poison world were discussing. One of them said, "If it were me, I would have poisoned the Golden Crow world bastards to death on the spot." Another person said, "How dare you poison them to death? Once the poison is detoxified, you will be mortal enemies." Someone else said, "I remember that the Snow God's temple's ship was moored at about the same time as ours. Why did they come late? I'm afraid they were framed." Everyone was whispering via voice transmission. Although Ice Snow Chuling was the Holy Maiden, she was so angry that her heart was trembling. She thought to herself, "The Supreme Clearness world is too much." Han Fei was helpless. So what if she was a holy lady? Holy ladies could be angry too. Seeing that Ice Snow Chuling was thinking, Han Fei thought to himself, "What's there to think about?" Buzz. Han Fei directly made a decision for Ice Snow Chuling. Their relationship is bad to begin with. They just want to embarrass you today. Why don't you take the initiative to give yourself a way out? The void changed. In an instant, the 2 tables were about to be teleported through the void and appeared in front of them. Han Fei made a move without hesitation, which was beyond everyone's expectations. At least, in the opinion of the heavenly talents from the 13 worlds in the outer domain, even in the opinion of those from the 13 worlds in the inner domain, the Snow God's temple couldn't be so aggressive. The most inappropriate thing to do was to change seats. What if they couldn't get the 2 tables? Then they would lose face. However, would Han Fei consider the possibility that he couldn't snatch it? He had never failed in snatching something. Humph. However, the void trembled, and someone from the Golden Crow world said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist Shuizhan, aren't you too petty? Why? Are you not giving face to our Golden Crow world?" Han Fei saw that this person cultivated the Great Tao of Space. Han Fei knew that his Great Tao of Space was most likely inferior to the other parties. Therefore, he wrapped the tables with his soul power and forcibly snatched them. The man from the Golden Crow world sneered. "Although this boorish man is using a small Tao of Space, I'd like to see what you're capable of." Immediately, the man released his soul power to suppress the tables. But Han Fei smiled. "My Great Tao of Space is inferior to yours, but is my soul power also inferior to yours?" At that moment, Han Fei secretly activated 100 Beast Soul Devouring in his soul. Crack, 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 boom, puff. At that moment, the void shattered, and the tables appeared in front of Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling. The heavenly talent of the Golden Crow world vomited a mouthful of blood, which flew more than 10 meters away. It was not as simple as vomiting blood. This person was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Blood tears flowed down from his eyes, shocking many people. Han Fei, on the other hand, sat cross-legged as if nothing had happened and said indifferently, "So weak." Chapter 1747, Heavenly Talents Tea Party. Chapter 1747, Heavenly Talents Tea Party. Han Fei's sudden attack shocked everyone present. Today, no one who could sit at this table was simple. Everyone knew that this holy child should be extraordinary, but they did not expect him to be so domineering and powerful. Xuanhuan of the Golden Crow world was definitely not weak. Although he was only a peak-level venerable, he mainly cultivated the Great Tao of Space. To be able to walk this path, his strength must be extraordinary. Although Han Fei tried his hand just now, it was obvious that what Han Fei really used to collide with Xuanhuan was the power of the soul. His Great Tao of Space should be inferior to Xuanhuan's. However, Xuanhuan was defeated the moment their soul power collided. This meant that Han Fei's soul power was extremely strong. Originally, everyone was just watching a show, but now, the people of the Golden Crow world had clearly ruined the show. They had lost a lot of face. Immediately, Han Fei felt that everyone was looking at him. After saying, "So weak," Han Fei sat cross-legged and picked up a spiritual fruit as if nothing had happened. In fact, Han Fei also knew some spatial techniques. Therefore, everyone saw that a bite was taken from the spiritual fruit in his hand, but Han Fei didn't even move. It turned out that with his mask on, Han Fei had taken a bite of the spiritual fruit via void grafting. Han Fei's behavior attracted a lot of attention. The 3 women from the glazed glass world were quite surprised. One of them said, I didn't expect him to win so easily. Another person said, it's no surprise. The Golden Crow world underestimated the Ice Snow world. No one who can come here is a pushover. They lost because they underestimated the enemy. Ice Snow Chuling smiled bitterly to herself. Han Fei still chose to attack directly. After all, he was the master of a heavenly palace. He was almost on the same level as a king. How could a king be despised? However, Han Fei's attack would definitely make people notice him. However then, she thought to herself, Han Fei probably didn't care. A person who could easily kill a half-king would only care about kings. Not long after Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling sat down, a strong master of the Golden Crow world said, fellow Taoist Xuanhuan, it's just a joke. Why did you hurt him? Han Fei said indifferently, you're looking for trouble. If you dare to look for trouble, be prepared to be beaten. There's no need to hide anything. These words were too straightforward and directly pierced through the cover. We are already enemies now. Don't you know if you want to give me a hard time or not? In the 13 worlds in the outer domain, someone from the 5 elements world said, it seems that Xuanhuan is indeed strong. However, this person clearly has the strength of a half-king, but he has to disguise himself as a peak-level venerable. Could it be that he only has the combat power of a half-king and not yet a half-king? Someone shook his head slightly and waited to see. This show had just begun, so there was no need to jump out too early. If they were beaten easily like xuanhuan, it would be too embarrassing. The expressions of the people from the Golden Crow world were not very good at this moment. They had been humiliated in public, so how could they not take revenge? Unfortunately, now was not the time. The time was not yet right. Everyone was. While everyone was waiting to watch the show, Ji Chen from the Supreme Clearness world stood up. Ji Chen said, there was a misunderstanding just now. However, we 36 heavenly palaces are all human beings. We should work together. It was just a joke just now. That was just a spar between them. It should be very helpful. As he spoke, Ji Chen glanced at xuanhuan. His meaning was, it should be very helpful to you. It's better to recognize Xuanhuan's strength now than later. When Ji Chen spoke, his words were gentle and his voice was calm. He did not seem to be putting on airs, but he casually described this matter as a trivial matter. If Han Fei and the others had lost this round, he probably wouldn't have said that. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. He had met a few people from the Supreme Clearness world in a row, and they were all like this. He wondered if the people from the Supreme Clearness world were all so sanctimonious. If so, then the Supreme Clearness world was indeed the enemy of the Yin-Yang world. Han Fei looked down on them for their hypocrisy. Ji Chen said, now let's look at the sword talisman and drink some enlightenment true tea. This enlightenment true tea was collected from the buds of the heavenly imperial ancient tree. It's a specialty of our Supreme Clearness world. At this time, Ice Snow Chuling said to Han Fei via voice transmission, in fact, this banquet is meant for the heavenly talents of the heavenly palaces to get to know each other. Although there are many heavenly talents in the 36 mystic worlds, there are very few heavenly talents who have the capital to become kings. This time, those who came here are not ordinary people. Han Fei asked, so, will there be a friend making part in this banquet? Ice Snow Chuling nodded. Yes, but if the heavenly talents are not from the same heavenly palace, they might not be sincere to each other. Han Fei sneered. I don't need friends. Ice Snow Chuling thought to herself, what do you mean you don't need friends? It's all because you attacked the Golden Crow world just now, so now you've become a thorn in their side. At this time, whoever befriended you would have to bear the risk of offending the Golden Crow world. And offending the Golden Crow sky meant offending the Supreme Clearness world. Everyone knew that after the death of the Golden Crow world's king, the Supreme Clearness world had been supporting them. Therefore, when the people of the Golden Crow Wang family were slapped in the face by Han Fei, the Snow God's temple didn't just offend one world. Of course, it was not that no one dared to disobey the Supreme Clearness world. At least Glazed Glass, Immeasurability, and other 2 heavenly palaces were not afraid of them. When the banquet began, the people of the heavenly palaces got to know each other, but no one came to Han Fei and the others from the Ice Snow world. Seeing this, a young man who looked like a scholar cupped his hands at Han Fei. Fellow Taoist Xuanhuan, I'm xuanhuan from the Supreme Mystic world. Then, xuanhuan said to Han Fei via voice transmission, Brother Xuanhuan, your luck is extraordinary. Just now, I sensed that there was a roar in that space, which was very similar to the exclusive secret technique of the Beast King world that had disappeared for a long time, the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. Brother Xuanhuan, I'm really surprised that you can even learn a great technique of the Beast King world. Han Fei's heart did a flip. How could this guy recognize it? His 100-beast soul devouring had already been deduced and upgraded. It seemed that the Supreme Mystic world couldn't be underestimated. No wonder it was said that the Supreme Mystic world contained all kinds of techniques. Han Fei replied, I once found an ancient place where there were remnant souls of many beasts, and I learned this technique there. Xuanhuan thought to himself, sure enough, only in this way can Han Fei learn the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. Anyway, it was impossible for Han Fei to go to the real Beast King world to hear the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. Xuanhuan of the Supreme Mystic world greeted Han Fei. His junior sister also looked like a well-read woman. She bowed to Han Fei gently. Greetings, fellow Taoist, xuanhuan. I'm xuanhuan from the Supreme Mystic World. The people of the Supreme Mystic World were the first to greet the Snow God's palace, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. Many people inadvertently glanced over. The people from the 13 worlds in the outer domain smiled bitterly. Someone said, sure enough, only Supreme Mystic, Immeasurability and the other 2 heavenly palaces have the confidence to challenge supreme clearness. Someone agreed, we have to be careful in the inner domain. At the critical moment of the opening of the land of King Death, we shouldn't make enemies for such a trivial matter. Someone from the Million Poison World exclaimed, I'm not envious of making friends with xuanhuan, but I'm envious of Supreme Mystic for having the confidence to challenge the heavenly palaces in the inner domain. A woman from the 100 Flowers World said, I'm afraid the Snow God's temple won't have it easy this time. Someone from the Golden Crow World said with an unfriendly gaze, the Supreme Mystic World and the others have been domineering for a long time. They won't be able to return from the land of King Death this time. Han Fei heard many voice transmissions, but the people of the Supreme Clearness World were really drinking tea, enjoying the scenery, or greeting guests. Glazed Glass, Immeasurability, Sword God, and Supreme Mystery had always been united. Therefore, after the people from the Supreme Mystic World greeted Han Fei, someone from the Sword God World nodded at him. I'm Jianhui from the Sword God World. Greetings, fellow Taoist from the Snow God Palace. Han Fei returned the greeting. He knew the personality of the sword user, so he had nothing against Jianhui. Ice Snow Chuling said, the strength of Jianhui is unfathomable. I've only heard that this person's strongest sword can rival a king. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Sure enough, there were super heavenly talents in the world outside who could also beat a king as a half-king. Ice Snow Chuling continued, Song Kaiyuan is good at arrays and fighting at close quarters. He is not as gentle as he looked. Han Fei understood. At this moment, a burly man from the Immeasurability World looked at Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling gently. Greetings, I'm Li Kaitian from the Immeasurability World. Ice Snow Chuling said, I'm not familiar with this person. I've never seen him before. In the end, a woman from the Glazed Glass World said to Han Fei, fellow Taoist xuanhuan, I'm Lu Ran. What you did just now is great. Han Fei nodded slightly. These 4 worlds had all greeted Han Fei, not because they really cared about the Snow God's temple, but because they didn't get along with the Supreme Clearness World. Therefore, they were happy to befriend people who were enemies with the Golden Crow World or the Supreme Clearness World. A moment later, Han Fei was eating spiritual fruits and observing the sword talisman, thinking, what others can't see doesn't mean that my calabash can't. Just as the information appeared in the demon purification pot, Ji Chen stood up and said, everyone, I think we've introduced yourselves to each other. Now let's move to the next part, okay? Chapter 1748, Battle of the Heavenly Talents. Chapter 1748, Battle of the Heavenly Talents. Han Fei looked at Ice Snow Chuling in confusion, wondering what the next part was. Ice Snow Chuling also said in surprise, I thought it would be tomorrow or the day after. Who knew that it would be today? Seeing Han Fei's puzzled look, Ice Snow Chuling said, it's said that when the 36 mystic worlds gather in the Supreme Clearness World, they would inevitably communicate with each other. Some people who have a lot of grudges against each other will be given a chance to fight. Because in the land of King Death, there are many hostile forces such as the Merman race, the 100 Demons race, and the Undersea Human race, human beings must forget all their grudges and work together to survive in the land of King Death. Han Fei sneered. Does it mean that we will be given a chance to fight each other here? Ice Snow Chuling, I'm afraid there are kings watching in the dark. They won't let anyone really get hurt here. Han Fei didn't believe that anyone could put down the grudges after a fight with his enemy. This was probably just a verbal excuse. The real purpose was probably to see the abilities of the Heavenly Palace's heavenly talents. Ice Snow Chuling said, you don't have to put in too much effort, just muddle through it. It's not good to expose too much of your strength. Han Fei was about to nod, but the old turtle suddenly said in his heart, I didn't feel the gaze of a king at all. Huh? Han Fei's eyes turned cold. There must be a trap, Han Fei said to Ice Snow Chuling. If anything happens, you can fight with all your strength. This battle may be a trap. Ice Snow Chuling was slightly stunned. After a few seconds of silence, she said, understood. Ji Chen said with a smile, we'll go to the land of King Death in 2 days. In the past, when we enter the land of King Death, we'll encounter powerful enemies like the merfolk. They have a lot of people, so we have to be united. If there are any grudges, let's fight today. In the land of King Death, we have to unite and resist the sea demons together. The people from the heavenly palaces seem to have long known it. Therefore, they did not react when Ji Chen suggested it. Ji Chen said, because this is a friendly spar, there's no need to hide. As for the reward for this spar, it's better than last time. It's a heavenly imperial starfruit. Kiss. Someone was surprised. The Supreme Clearness World is really generous this time. This heavenly imperial starfruit only bore fruit once every 300 years. There was only one fruit each time. It contained the essence of Tao runes and could help people comprehend and break through. It could quickly recover physical injuries and could even be used as a treasure to resist the heavenly tribulation. The supreme clearness world is really rich. Han Fei glanced at Ice Snow Chuling. Is it very valuable? Ice Snow Chuling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yes, this fruit is indeed rare. However, it won't be easy to get it. Han Fei smiled. Why? Ji Chen said. All of you are strong and don't fight in the void. Then let's use the heavenly imperial ancient tree as the battlefield. Whoever reaches the top first will win. Of course, in order not to ruin the harmony, there are naturally restrictions. No one can destroy half of the leaves of the heavenly imperial ancient tree. Otherwise, you will lose and can't join in the competition again. Han Fei said casually, this is just a treasure hunt. How can it be a competition? Ice Snow Chuling, how can it be so simple? At this moment, 6 people from the Golden Crow world stood up. The leader chuckled. Holy Lady Chuling, fellow Taoist xuanhuan, please, Ice Snow Chuling said. People will find their enemies to fight here. Both sides or many parties will climb at the same time. Not everyone starts to climb to seize the treasure at the same time. You have to defeat your opponent first before you can continue to climb. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Doesn't that make us enemies? Ice Snow Chuling said. For the heavenly palaces, which don't have any grudges against each other, this is just a simple competition. There will be wins and losses in a battle, but for those who have personal grudges, they will represent the interests of their respective heavenly palaces, so they won't let their opponents win easily. Han Fei glanced at the Golden Crow world casually. 2 versus 6? It's not fair. Ice Snow Chuling. They can only send 2 people. Han Fei smiled. That's not bad. Let's give it a try. The heavenly imperial ancient tree was 300,000 feet tall. When the so-called sparring began, every leaf on the heavenly imperial ancient tree began to light up. Buzz. A terrifying gravity fell down, and everyone felt as if they were carrying a mountain. Under such gravity conditions, if one wanted to reach the top of the heavenly imperial ancient tree, he had to have excellent control over his strength. Of course, to the heavenly talents of the heavenly palaces, this was like a basic skill. No one felt that it was inappropriate. Han Fei felt the pressure on his body. Under such circumstances, his strength was suppressed by about 50%, and so were the others. Ice Snow Chuling said, we are still on the ground. When we begin to climb, the gravity on our bodies will be different every 10 feet. Therefore, we need to adjust our control of power and time. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting. You mean the higher you go, the more difficult it will be. In the end, your strength may be suppressed to less than 10%? Ice Snow Chuling nodded. To be precise, if you can reach 10,000 feet high, your strength will only be 10 to 20% of your peak state. Any higher, it will be even more difficult. When the Golden Crow world chose 2 people, Han Fei could see that one of them was the one sitting in the front just now. Ice Snow Chuling seemed to have foreseen this and said, these 2 people are both candidates for the Golden Crow world's king. The thinner one is called Xiahai. His strength is not bad, and his spiritual beast is a fire cloud whale. It is said that he is the candidate with the highest chance of becoming a king. His weapon, the blue fire ruler, has been tempered by the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. The other person is called Tianning. His spiritual beast, the lava tortoise, has astonishing defense. He cultivates the indestructible fire body and also walks the defensive path. Xiahai said indifferently, I don't care how Jin Quan died, but the Snow God's Temple doesn't take the Golden Crow world seriously at all. This time, we can settle our conflict. What do you think, Holy Lady Chuling? Ice Snow Chuling, fellow Taoist Xiahai, it's time to end the conflict between the Golden Crow world and the Snow God's Temple. After this, we will have nothing to do with each other. Have nothing to do with each other? Huh, you make it sound so easy. I wonder where you got the confidence to say that. Han Fei looked up with his hands behind his back. You talk too much. When do we start? Xiahai and Tianning both looked at Han Fei with hostility. Not long after Han Fei finished speaking, Ji Chen said, Everyone, when a leaf falls, this battle will begin. As the leaves moved with the wind, the disciples under the tree found their opponents, Leia. When the nearest leaf snapped with a crack, the heavenly talents all jumped up as if the gravity on their bodies didn't exist at all. Hua, Han Fei, and Ice Snow Chuling also stepped into the air. Tianning seemed to have been prepared for this. His first step was not to chase, but to reach out his hand to grab Han Fei's ice mask. The holy child, Xuanhuan, was mysterious because of the mask on his face. If the mask was broken, Xuanhuan would lose a lot of face. But how could Han Fei let him? In terms of reaction speed, Han Fei was even faster. He leaned back, tilted his head slightly, and launched the near-at-hand technique. Slap. Tianning was slapped in the face. Many venerables were dumbfounded by the scene. Hiss. A woman from the glazed glass world took a deep breath and said, Is Tianning stupid? Xuanhuan just showed the power of space, but he wants to take off his mask? Isn't he asking for a beating? Someone next to her said, Tianning is a half-king. The holy child Xuanhuan is only a peak-level venerable. However, in terms of endurance, speed, and reaction speed, he has surpassed Tianning. This can only mean that either Xuanhuan's current realm is fake, or he has the ability to cross realms and fight. Someone chuckled. A peak-level venerable? It's impossible. It said that Xuanhuan killed a half-king in a few seconds. At that time, Han Fei on the Avenger said that Xuanhuan was a half-king. Now he's hiding it just to use his strength in the land of King Death. Instead of grabbing Han Fei's mask, Tianning was slapped in the face. How could he bear it? Because not even a leaf could be damaged in this fight, Han Fei didn't use much strength in this slap, but the sound was very loud, which greatly embarrassed the Golden Crow world. Shahai snorted. Idiot, where's your shield? Tianning couldn't say anything. In fact, he had an invisible shield, but Xuanhuan had used the power of space just now. This guy directly bypassed the invisible shield and slapped his face. Tianning gritted his teeth and soared into the sky. He swore that not only would he drag Han Fei down today, but he would also never let go of this guy in the land of King Death. Fire ring, heaven shield, Chila. At this moment, most people were still in midair and hadn't even reached the first branch, including Han Fei. A 1,000-foot-wide ring of fire appeared above Han Fei's head, blocking his way. If Han Fei rushed forward, he could certainly break through the ring of fire, but the power he created would inevitably cause damage. Therefore, Han Fei's figure disappeared with a buzz and appeared on the ring of fire in the next moment. He said leisurely, Idiot. Chapter 1749, Face. Slapping. Chapter 1749. Face-slapping Han Fei was the holy child of the Snow God's temple, second only to the Snow Lady. In other words, Han Fei's real status should be on par with the strongest person under the King Realm in the Supreme Clearness world. Therefore, it was only natural that Tianheng couldn't stop Han Fei. Although there were some worlds in the inner domain and some in the outer domain among the 36 mystic worlds, this didn't mean that the worlds in the outer domain were necessarily weaker than those in the inner domain. The two sides were connected by sea routes and shared resources. Even if the quality of spiritual energy and environment of the outer domain were a little worse, their luck might be better. Therefore, the appearance of the Holy Child was reasonable. After all, his appearance was suddenly announced by the Snow Lady for the sake of the land of King Death. Xuanhuan might be a heavenly talent that the Snow Lady had specially nurtured for many years. Seeing that he failed to stop Han Fei, Tianheng quickly stepped on the void and chased after him. Compared to Tianheng, Shahai and Ice Snow Chuling had already fought dozens of times. Because they didn't use too much strength, the battle between the two of them didn't look fierce. At this moment, Shahai used the fire essence to gather a wisp of red flame and pointed it at Ice Snow Chuling. Ice Snow Chuling certainly wouldn't underestimate it. She skillfully condensed a snowflake at her fingertip. However, neither the red flame nor the snowflake exploded. Instead, they rushed into the two's bodies respectively. They were both half-kings, so they could withstand the energy in their bodies. If it were Ice Snow Chuling in the past, she might not be willing to do this because the intersection of yin and yang would only trigger her cold body. She could only slowly devour the energy of the fire essence. But now, Ice Snow Chuling had recovered from her serious illness and found all kinds of vitality resources to replenish her vitality. She was no longer the same as before, so Shahai did not gain any advantage. Boom. At this moment, in the sky, two people were falling down from the tree. Their hand techniques changed in midair. One was good at hidden weapons and the other was bursting with healing light. They were the heavenly talents of the Million Poison World and the Million Poison World. Han Fei saw that wherever they passed, the void was cracked by the poison, which showed how poisonous the heavenly talent of the Million Poison World was. Before the two of them touched the ground, they separated and retreated 1,000 feet before rushing towards each other again. On the other side, sound waves rippled. There was a woman from the Sanskrit music world playing the zither. The sound of the zither was trembling and occasionally hurried. The sound was lonely and eerie, as if putting the listeners into a hell of evil spirits. As for the other woman, she held a staff in her hand and was surrounded by colorful clouds and mist. She was obviously from the dream-weaving world. The battle had just begun, and all the heavenly talents were showing their abilities. Here, except for Han Fei, who appeared to be a peak-level venerable, the others were all in the half-king realm. At this moment, no one was defeated. It could be seen that these people were all very strong. Be it from the inner or outer domains, the gap between the top heavenly talents was not that big. At the highest point, someone had already rushed more than 6,000 feet away. Here, there was a person who used a soul saber to kill the enemy. Under the tree, people kept exclaiming, "Look, Beitong Xuan's Destiny Soul Saber is one of the 4 ultimate techniques of the Infinity World." Someone sighed. After all, the dragon-subduing world has been weakened over the years. It is said that Kong Hongyu failed to slay the dragon last time and was injured instead. I wonder if he has recovered. Someone shook his head slightly. I'm afraid not. Look, blood is flowing out of the corner of Kong Hongyu's mouth. Puff. In the sky, a person instantly fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Under the tree, a huge pit was created, but his look was still fierce. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, revealing the ferocious dragon tattoo on his body that flowed like blood. At this moment, even though this person, Kang Hong Yu, who had just been hotly discussed, had been defeated, his blood and chi were still shocking. Someone from the dragon subduing world said, "Hong Yu, your injury." Kang Hong Yu raised his hand slightly and waved it casually. He said in a dull voice, "It's fine. Although the Destiny Soul Saber is powerful, it's not enough to injure me. However, Bai Tong Xuan's control is better than mine." He just took advantage of it. Swish, swish, swish! Among the branches and leaves of the heavenly imperial ancient tree, the lowest one had already reached 50,000 feet high. Han Fei didn't sprint, and he had only reached 60,000 feet high. Han Fei felt that the gravity around him had increased a lot, and his strength had been suppressed to only 30%. The others were the same. At this moment, Tianheng tried to lock onto Han Fei with fire threads. Han Fei intended to use the infinity water to bind them with the blade Inferno. However, the infinity water was the ultimate treasure of the ashless world. Would anyone recognize it if he threw it out now? He had just casually used the 100-beast soul-subduing roar, but the people of the supreme mystic world had recognized it. If he used the infinity water and it was recognized again, they would definitely suspect him. Thinking of this, Han Fei reached out and drew a knife from the void. In the next moment, he directly attacked Tianheng with the 100-beast soul devouring. Cough, Tianheng grunted, and Han Fei's heart did a flip. This person's soul power was not weak, much stronger than Xuanhuan's. However, Han Fei took out a void crack and slashed Tianheng. However, the flames meandered into the void and actually withstood the void crack saber. This was enough to prove that Tianheng's strength was extraordinary. However, in the next second, two dark blue scimitars swept past this person. Pooh! 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 At that moment, under the ancient tree, everyone was shocked. Tianheng was cut into 4 pieces and then slapped down by Han Fei. How could everyone not know whether Tianheng was strong or not? He was famous for his defense. In the end, he was directly cut into pieces and was destined to lose. To a half-king, those who could kill you could destroy your soul and not give you a chance to be reborn. The Golden Crow world was even more embarrassed. Xuanhuan and the others shouted, "How is it possible? Tianheng's physique is extremely strong and his shield and armor are unparalleled. How can he be killed so easily?" Someone looked sideways. It's his double scimitars. Those scimitars seemed to be invisible blades. As soon as the man shouted, he saw the blue twin scimitars enter Han Fei's body again. Han Fei rarely used the Blade of Hope, but now, if he used another way, he might damage the heavenly imperial ancient tree and be eliminated. As for the Blade of Hope, it could ignore arrays, shields, and matter. If Tianheng had resisted it with his soul power, he might have been able to withstand it. However, Han Fei's first few moves were already extraordinary. Tianheng didn't expect Han Fei to have a backup plan. Tianheng's defeat was witnessed by many people. Someone from the Supreme Clearness world below secretly kept it in mind that the Holy Child, Xuanhuan, used nameless twin sabers, which were suspected to be a sea-quelling bizarre treasure that could ignore shields and armor. This so-called competition was also a way for others to get to know you. Han Fei pretended to be the Holy Child, so naturally, many people paid attention to him. Shanghai certainly saw Han Fei's move too. The Golden Crow world had already lost 2 rounds. If he lost again, it would be a big disgrace to the Golden Crow world. Shanghai frowned. It was not that the Golden Crow world could not be defeated, but it could not be defeated by the Snow God's temple. If it was really defeated, wouldn't it mean that the current Golden Crow world was even inferior to the Snow God's temple? How could they still defend their 4th place ranking? Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, when Han Fei defeated Tianheng, a green ruler appeared in Shanghai's hand, and flames surged on the ruler. Someone exclaimed, "It's the green lotus fire. It's a spiritual fire of heaven and earth." Isn't he afraid of hurting the heavenly imperial tree? The long flames were like snakes, and the lines of fire were like silk. Under the illumination of the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, the body of Ice Snow Chuling immediately froze. However, Ice Snow Chuling was also a half-king. Although she had once been sniped in the violent hurricane, that was because she was caught off guard and ambushed by many half-kings. At this moment, a red line appeared on the forehead of Ice Snow Chuling, and a blue sea slug formed an ice barrier that blocked the power of the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Someone was surprised. It's an ice sea leech. Isn't it said that Ice Snow Chuling will aggravate her injuries every time she uses it? Is it worth it to use it here? Buzz, Ice Snow Chuling was the holy maiden of the Snow God's temple after all. She represented the Snow God's temple. In such a competition, she would definitely try her best, so she tried to freeze Xiahai's soul with the power of ice. Unfortunately, she had just entered the half-king realm. Although her injuries had recovered, she was still weaker than Shanghai. Cougher, Ice Snow Chuling coughed, and Shanghai sneered. Green flames appeared in his eyes, and he forced Ice Snow Chuling back with the soul-catching flames. The corner of Ice Snow Chuling's mouth was bleeding, and she felt that her soul was being suppressed. Suddenly, the 2 people in the battle felt a change in the void, only to see a void blade appear with the intention of cutting Shanghai. Shanghai moved horizontally. He had been paying attention to Han Fei. He had seen Tianheng's defeat. How could he not be on guard? Of course, Shanghai didn't want to fight the 2 of them alone. They were all heavenly talents of the same level. The only difference was the Great Tao. The holy child's methods were strange, and he'd better not fight him. Roar! A low roar entered his ears. A green light flashed between Shahai's eyebrows, and he actually resisted the 100-beast soul devouring. He sneered. Why did you use this trick over and over again? Do you think you're invincible in the half-king realm? However, as soon as Shahai finished speaking, he suddenly felt his body tighten, and a spiritual energy thread gathered in Han Fei's hand. Han Fei sneered. I knew you were on guard, so the 100-beast soul devouring was never an ultimate move. In the next moment, an ice hammer appearing out of nowhere smashed at Shahai and nailed him to the ground. At this moment, Han Fei used the star teleportation technique, appeared next to Shahai, who was about to break free from the threads of spiritual energy, and reached out. Slap. The loud slap made everyone narrow their eyes. Who would have thought that the Golden Crow world, the fourth of the 36 mystic heavens, would be defeated in all three battles? For a moment, there were many people gloating. Chapter 1750. You've underestimated your enemies. Chapter 1750. You've underestimated your enemies. After solving the two half-king heavenly talents of the Golden Crow world, Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling arrived 10,000 feet high. Han Fei didn't help Ice Snow Chuling. He would save his skills as a spirit gatherer in the land of King Death. He had shown enough by now. 10,000 feet high, Han Fei's strength was compressed to less than 20% was C. At this moment, 8 people had been eliminated one after another. It could be said that there were very few people left. The old turtle said, the higher, the more difficult this kind of battle is. When you reach 200,000 feet high in the sky, I'm afraid that less than 5% of your strength will be left. When the time comes, it will be the time for a real fight. You have to hold back. Han Fei smiled under the mask. At that time, I'll still be at least an advanced peak-level venerable, and I can also use my Great Tao. His Great Tao was too powerful. If he used it here, he would probably scare these people. This time, he was not here to fight. As the saying went, first come, first served. You guys take your time. I'll go snatch the award first. In the blink of an eye, while everyone else was fighting, Han Fei soared over 8,000 feet more into the sky and reached 20,000 feet high. This speed was already extremely fast, which required constant adjustment of one's strength. Now there were only 8 people who had reached this height, including Han Fei. Among these 8 people, there was Ji Chen from the Supreme Clearness world, Jian Hui from the Sword God world, Lu Ran from the Glazed Glass world, Li Kaitian from the Immeasurability world, Bei Tong Xuan from the Infinity world, an Iron Tower-like giant, and a woman with a veil. Han Fei didn't even need to introduce himself to the 2 strangers when he heard someone talking below. Someone said, I didn't expect the top 8 to appear so quickly. Ji Chen's opponent must be Jian Hui. Li Kaitian of the Immeasurability world and Bai Tong Xuan of the Infinity world are opponents. Lu Ran of the Glazed Glass world and Nan Gong Yu of the Dream-Weaving world will fight. As for the rest, Shui Zhan of the Snow God's Temple is a dark horse, but he's probably going to be killed by Wu Hao of the Chaos world. Someone smiled and said, I have some objections. If he meets Wu Hao outside, he definitely won't be able to beat him. But the fight in the Heavenly Imperial Ancient Tree is about subtle means. Wu Hao fights too fiercely and powerfully. If he can't hold back, he might eliminate himself. Someone else said, Shui Zhan is quite extraordinary. First it was Huishuan, then Tian Heng, and then Shahai. He single-handedly dragged down the 3 king candidates of the Golden Crow world. No wonder he dared to be so domineering today. While everyone was discussing, Han Fei learned that his opponent was Wu Hao from the Chaos world, which was ranked 2nd in the 36 heavenly palaces. As far as Han Fei knew, the Chaos world and the Supreme Clearness world weren't birds of a feather. The Chaos world became the 2nd strongest among the 36 mystic worlds with their real strength, and even the Infinity world had to be ranked below them. At this moment, Wu Hao also looked at Han Fei. Originally, the 2 of them had not interacted before. Wu Hao did not expect that his opponent would be this mysterious man from the Snow God's Temple. However, since he was here, Wu Hao would not show mercy. However, at this moment, Wu Hao did not continue fighting. He looked up at the 20,000 feet height. Han Fei immediately understood that Wu Hao meant that he would wait for him there. Han Fei thought to himself, Wu Hao is very smart. Han Fei knew at a glance that this person's physique was extremely strong. In the array of the Heavenly Imperial Ancient Tree, the higher one climbed, the greater the pressure, and the harder it was to exert his strength. And the physique became the key to victory. Unfortunately, Wu Hao thought so, but he didn't know that Han Fei thought so too. Han Fei thought that the fact that he was a body refiner wouldn't be a secret, nor would it be worth hiding. Therefore, the 2 of them soared into the sky, past the others, and took the lead to reach the 20,000 feet height. At the same time, Ji Chen, Jian Hui, and the others were fighting and climbing. They even took a look at them. However, when they saw that Han Fei's opponent was Wu Hao, they were all relieved. Wu Hao was not weaker than them. They might not even be able to defeat him in a real battle. Shui Zhan might have some combat power, but he was still inferior to Wu Hao. They could tell at a glance why Wu Hao wanted to fight at the 200,000 feet height. It was because he was a body refiner. However, to their surprise, Han Fei jumped up without hesitation. Under the tree, someone sneered. Xuanhuan probably doesn't know how terrifying a body refiner is. Wu Hao is a half-king body refiner. He is so strong that few people in the same realm can match him. Someone shook his head slightly. After all, Xuanhuan has just entered the world and hasn't experienced the beating up of the strong. He will understand a lot in this battle. However, 200,000 feet high in the sky, as soon as Han Fei arrived, he saw Wu Hao rushing at him with close combat techniques. Observing Wu Hao's attack, Han Fei knew that this person had a very good control of his power and had just the right strength, and the direction of his strength had been carefully considered. It was very difficult to injure the tree. However, the moment Wu Hao approached, Han Fei's snow-white cloak flew up. Under the cloak, Han Fei and Wu Hao exchanged more than 100 blows in an instant. Almost instantly, there was no sound under the tree. Although they were at a height of 200,000 feet, where the two of them only had 1 or 2% of their combat power left, as body refiners, they were the most powerful people in this environment. Han Fei didn't retreat at all when facing Wu Hao. Close combat meant that Han Fei was also a body refiner. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen close combat. Bang, 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 bam, bam. Power burst out of their fists, and when it landed on the other party, the power was absorbed by the other party. Therefore, Han Fei and Wu Hao were in a stalemate. Huh? Wu Hao was surprised. He didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. There was a body refining expert in the Snow God's temple? Besides, the power unleashed by Han Fei was almost as terrifying as his own. Han Fei was also surprised. This guy was so strong. Although he didn't use his full strength because he didn't want to cause instability, his casual punch was close to 10,000 waves. Logically speaking, others wouldn't be able to withstand this attack at all. After all, strength was pure strength. After it burst out, it wouldn't be too suppressed by the pressure, realm, and speed, so it wouldn't be suppressed much. Wu Hao was surprised. You've already mastered the golden body? Han Fei was also surprised. Wu Hao was also refining his golden body, but his golden body hadn't been completed yet. Han Fei immediately understood. He said, "You're walking the great Tao of strength." The two of them pretended to be shocked, but Wu Hao was really shocked. This guy didn't walk the great Tao of strength, but his strength was comparable to his. This only meant that the other party had a golden body. If he had a golden body in the venerable realm, he would almost be invincible. At this moment, Wu Hao knew that the other party was probably the Snow God's temple's trump card. This was the first time Han Fei met such a powerful opponent. Although the half-king he met in the cage also walked the great Tao of strength, his physique was not very strong. However, the great Tao this person walked now was very similar to his. Although this person walked the great Tao of strength to be comparable to him, it still meant that his strength still had room for improvement. After 7 or 8 seconds, Ji Chen and the others had already surpassed Han Fei and Wu Hao. The two of them were still fighting each other, but Wu Hao knew that the energy in his body was consumed too quickly. This couldn't go on. As for Han Fei, the void lines had already reached the top of the tree. At the top of the tree, there was a stone platform made of floating stones. On it was a spiritual fruit with white skin and purple spots. Han Fei could even snatch the heavenly imperial star fruit now, but he didn't want to expose the void lines, and in theory, he couldn't climb up until he defeated Wu Hao. Han Fei wanted to win, but he couldn't use his full strength. If he could easily defeat someone like Wu Hao, then even if he entered the land of King Death, he would probably be specially taken care of. Therefore, Han Fei suddenly stopped and took 3 punches from Wu Hao. His body faced the sky, and with a swish he used the star teleportation technique and teleported to the sky. Wu Hao thought that Han Fei was going to run away, but when he was about to give chase, he found that the space suddenly changed, and his body was sent thousands of meters away, hitting a leaf. In order to adjust his strength, Wu Hao used too much force and broke a leaf. Seeing this, Han Fei smiled and flew into the sky. Swish, not good. At that moment, Ji Chen, Jianhui, Beitang Xuan, and the others' expressions changed. They didn't expect Wu Hao to fail to keep Holy Child Xuanhuan. Wu Hao was also speechless. It was rare for him to encounter such a strong opponent. He was just having fun when he was suddenly tricked by this guy. How infuriating was this? Everyone chased after Han Fei, and Ji Chen and Jianhui almost turned into 2 sword shadows that rushed at Han Fei. Han Fei sneered and also jumped out. In terms of speed, Han Fei didn't think he was inferior to anyone. Even if a king came, he could run for a while. Therefore, without anyone stopping him, under everyone's stunned gaze, Han Fei actually reached the top first. Han Fei grabbed the heavenly imperial starfruit. Behind Han Fei, 3 figures caught up. Han Fei grinned and put the heavenly imperial starfruit into Forge the Universe. Power surged on Han Fei's fist, which smashed at Ji Chen and Jianhui with extremely violent power. Han Fei said, "You've underestimated your enemy."